More importantly, Lin Mo tapped his fingertips lightly on the table. The other three forces are still watching. The captain understood Lin Mo's concerns. Ark was the first to surrender. What would Rock King and the others think if all members moved out immediately? Push them too hard and no one can predict what will happen. You mean we need a transition period? Asked the captain. That's right. Lin Mo nodded. It's a period for the Ark to make a smooth transition and for others to slowly accept reality. He flicked the ash off his cigarette and proposed his own plan. My advice is to do it in steps. The first step is to transfer the Ark's civilians here in batches, especially the elderly, children, and women who are unable to fight. Bai Lu was listening at the side and felt something in his heart. This is indeed the best way. In the Ark stronghold, non-combatants make up the majority. They are the biggest burden of the stronghold and also the most vulnerable link. Transferring them to Lin Mo's new city will not only greatly reduce the Ark's defensive pressure, but also allow them to receive better care. Transferring them here will reduce your targets. If something unexpected happens, you won't be wiped out all at once. Secondly, we're currently undergoing a major construction project here, and we're in need of manpower. If they come here, they'll have work to do and food to eat, and they'll be able to integrate into their new life more quickly. At the same time, this is also for King Yan and the others to see. Let them understand that by following me, even the most useless old, weak, women and children can live well. The captain tapped his fingers on his knees. Lin Mo's step-by-step plan took every detail into consideration. Transferring the civilians here first would not only free her from worries, but also allow Lin Mo's new city to obtain the much-needed labor force. This is more like an open conspiracy, laid out openly on the table, allowing Yin Wang and the others to watch, learn, or force them to make a choice. I agree. The captain nodded. I will let Bai Lu be responsible for the screening and transfer of the first batch of personnel. Very good. Lin Mo put out the cigarette but in the ashtray and continued, then let's talk about the second step. The captain and Egret both looked at him. Your Ark stronghold is a good place. Lin Mo drew a circle on the table with his fingertips. It's in a good location, and the defensive fortifications are also basic. It would be a waste to just abandon it like this. The captain's heart moved. She had thought that after the merger, the Ark stronghold would be completely abandoned and become history. This is also the result that the old people under her are most reluctant to see. That is the place they built with their blood and sweat, and it is their roots. What does Mr. Lin mean? My new city is here. Lin Mo pointed to the ground below, but my defense depth cannot be limited to this wall. Your Ark will be my outpost from now on. Lin Mo's tone was calm, but what he said made the captain and Bai Lu pause for a moment. Outpost. This word carries too much weight. This means that the Ark stronghold will not be abandoned, but will be given more important military value. It will become the first line of defense of the new city, the eyes and shield of the new city. Your main force doesn't need to be moved for now, Lin Mo continued. They are stationed at the outpost with only one mission: monitor the surrounding area, eliminate small groups of zombies, and provide early warning for the new city. I will provide them with sufficient ammunition, food, and medicine, and even help you upgrade your fortifications. And your officers can also come here in batches to receive assessment and training while guarding the outpost. At the same time, my soldiers and non-commissioned officers will also be sent to the outposts in batches to receive actual combat training. Only by seeing blood can they become qualified soldiers. Lin Mo's arrangement was like a dense net, taking all issues into consideration. It not only preserved the combat effectiveness of the Ark force, but also gave them a clear mission, thus avoiding the chaos and unrest in the early stages of the merger. At the same time, it also gave the officers time to buffer and adapt. The captain looked at Lin Mo. This young man's mind was so meticulous that it made her feel a chill. Many of the arguments she had prepared, the many words she had used to fight for the interests of her subordinates, were now of no use to her, because what Lin Mo gave her was more and better than she thought. Mr. Lin, by doing this, aren't you afraid that I will gather my own troops and establish my own base at the outpost? The captain asked the last question. Lin Mo smiled. He stood up, walked to the door of the convenience store, and looked outside at the steel city that was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Captain, look outside. The captain followed his gaze. The shouts of the workers, the roar of the machines, and the drills of the guardsmen were all intertwined. Everyone is busy, and everyone has an expectation for the future on their face. I can provide your men with meat and canned goods, and I can also provide your soldiers with endless ammunition. I can give them a solid house to live in, medicine to take when they're sick, and they don't have to worry about whether they'll survive tomorrow. Lin Mo turned around and looked at the captain. Can you? The captain was silent. She can't. This is the most fundamental problem. In the face of absolute productivity and material advantages, any conspiracy and any so-called loyalty appear pale and powerless. What determines people's support or opposition is nothing more than food and clothing. No matter how much you talk, if you don't have enough to eat and enough clothes to wear, who will work for you? Mr. Lin, you win. The captain admitted this very frankly without any hesitation. I accept all your conditions. She raised her head, her eyes fell on Lin Mo's face, and her expression returned to calm. However, I still have a question, or rather, a request. Lin Mo motioned for her to continue. The ark doesn't belong to me alone. The captain's voice was filled with a complex emotion. I also have a group of uncles and aunts who have followed me and worked hard to get to where I am today, starting from nothing. Hysand, my uncle, is a high-ranking official at the Ark and holds great prestige. He has a bad temper and conservative ideas, but his feelings for the Ark are deeper than anyone else's. There are others. They are the cornerstones of Ark. They must feel bad that Ark has joined your army. I'm worried they won't understand. Bai Lu listened at the side and felt her heart tighten. What the captain said is exactly the biggest hidden danger facing the Ark now. It is not an easy thing to ask those old people to give up their power, give up the careers they have fought for all their lives, and listen to the orders of a young person. After listening to this, Lin Mo did not express his opinion immediately. Captain, you are a wise man. Lin Mo spoke in a flat voice. You came to me on your own initiative, not for yourself, but for the survival of the thousands of people on the Ark. You don't have much interest in power. The captain did not deny it. If she was greedy for power, she would not have been the first to propose the idea of a merger, and she would not have taken the initiative to come to Lin Mo's territory. So, the problems of your uncles and aunts are actually very easy to solve. Lin Mo flicked the ash from his cigarette. After the new city is established, a municipal committee will be established. Municipal committee? The captain and Bai Lu were both stunned. This word was too unfamiliar to them. You can think of it as an advisory group, Lin Mo explained. Members of the committee don't participate in specific military and administrative management, but they have the right to make recommendations and oversight. Their experience is a valuable asset for the new city. I need someone to provide me with reference and advice on the city's construction planning, the improvement of its defense system, and the future development direction. Your uncles, if they wish, can become the first members of the committee. I will provide them with shelter, ensure rations, and apply respect. They can enjoy their retirement and continue to make great contributions to this city, but they must hand over the military power they hold. Lin Mo's words completely stunned the captain. She imagined many possibilities. Lin Mo might forcefully ask those old people to retire, or bribe them with high positions and generous salaries, or simply sideline them, but she never expected that Lin Mo would use this method. Establish a municipal committee. This preserves the dignity and respect of the elderly while cleverly stripping them of their actual power. It provides them with a platform to make use of their remaining energy and also gives them a way out. This arrangement was more perfect than any other solution she could think of. I would like to thank Mr. Lin on their behalf. The captain stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Mo. A negotiation that determined the fate of thousands of people on the Ark ended in an almost dull manner in an inconspicuous convenience store. Just as the captain and Bai Lu were about to turn around, Lin Mo's voice came from behind them. Captain, please be patient. You came here with such sincerity, how can I let you return empty-handed? He paused. You guys step back a little first. The captain and Bai Lu looked at each other. Although they were puzzled, they still followed his instructions and retreated more than 10 meters with the Ark soldiers behind them. The survivors who were queuing up to sign up, as well as the new recruits of the guards, all looked over curiously. Lin Mo was seen standing in the open space in front of the convenience store. He stretched out his hand and waved it gently at the ground. The next second, piles of neatly stacked wooden boxes appeared out of thin air on the open space. There were more and more wooden boxes, and in a blink of an eye they piled up into a small mountain. At the top were boxes of military canned goods, their tin packaging reflecting the sunlight. Below were bulging bags of refined white rice and flour, stacked like fortresses. There are also several large boxes of medicines. The air suddenly became quiet. The captain was also stunned. She knew that Lin Mo was always generous, but this was too much. With so much supplies, it would take at least 3 trucks to carry them all. Mr. Wang, bring the things over here. Lin Mo ignored everyone's shock and shouted in the direction of the factory. Hey, here it comes. Wang Wenbin agreed and took several technicians with him to carry several heavy crates out of the workshop. Bang, bang. The boxes were placed on the ground, and Wang Wenbin stepped forward to open one of them. Brand new, dark black automatic rifles are neatly stacked in boxes. The anti-rust oil applied on the gun bodies gives off a unique industrial flavor. Mr. Lin, these are the 20 guns that have just been made, and the ammunition is ready. Wang Wenbin's tone was filled with excitement of seeking credit. Lin Mo nodded and looked at the captain who had been completely petrified. Captain, you have come from afar, and I have prepared a little gift for you. His tone was very flat. Take these foods and medicines back with you first to calm people down. Take these 20 guns and these 2 boxes of ammunition with you. Lin Mo pointed to the other 2 sealed wooden boxes. 10,000 rounds of ammunition should be enough for you to use for a while. 10,000 rounds. Bai Lu's body shook and she almost lost her balance. The captain turned his head sharply, his eyes fixed on the 2 wooden boxes filled with bullets. For any leader of a force in the end times, food is the lifeline, and weapons and ammunition are the lifeblood. All the bullets in the Ark's ammunition depot probably add up to less than 10,000 rounds. And Lin Mo casually sent out 10,000 rounds. This is no longer generosity, it is a display of overwhelming strength. Mr. Lin. The captain's throat was a little dry. She wanted to say that this was too valuable and she couldn't accept it, but she knew very well that she couldn't refuse. This gift is not only supplies, but also a knife given to her by Lin Mo. A knife that could cut off all dissenting voices once she returned. Just imagine what the expressions of those uncles and aunts who were originally dissatisfied would be when she returned to the Ark with mountains of food and brand new automatic rifles. What would the Ark soldiers think when they saw these 10,000 yellow bullets? No verbal comfort can be as shocking as this kind of tangible benefits. Take it. Lin Mo's tone brooked no room for argument. We are family now, don't be polite. The captain took a deep breath and quickly calmed himself down. I see. She stopped refusing and nodded solemnly to Lin Mo. Then, turning around and facing the soldiers who were still in a daze, his voice returned to its former cold and majestic state. What are you all standing there for? Load all your stuff into the car. Get ready to go back. Yes, Captain. When a convoy loaded with supplies appeared on the horizon of the Ark stronghold, the lookout on the watchtower rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. On the horizon, the convoy led by the armored vehicle was followed by an incorrect number of vehicles. There were several more trucks. Moreover, the truck beds were full of things, covered with oilcloth, and bulging. The captain is back. Quick! Open the door. There was no sirens, but instead there were rapid shouts. The heavy iron door was slowly opened, revealing faces filled with confusion and expectation. The convoy did not drive directly to the warehouse or military camp as usual, but under the captain's order, drove straight to the square in the center of the stronghold. This abnormal behavior made everyone feel unusual. Everyone, gather in the square. The order was transmitted to every corner through the base's broadcasting system. Civilians who were working put down their tools, soldiers who were resting walked out of the barracks, and even the elderly with gray hair walked out of their homes tremblingly on crutches. Soon, thousands of people gathered in the square. They were whispering and talking to each other, all their eyes focused on the convoy. At the front of the crowd stood several neatly dressed, calm middle-aged men. Leading the group was a tall, burly man with a resolute face, Hai Sandy. He looked at the captain and Bai Lu, who got off the SUV with a frown on his face. Ayao, what are you doing? Hai Sandy's voice was heavy. Is there something you can't talk about in the conference room? Calling everyone over here, what a mess. The captain didn't answer him, but calmly walked onto the bed of a truck. She stood on a high place, her eyes sweeping over the dark crowd below. Everyone's face was filled with confusion and anxiety. They heard some rumors. Unload everything from the car. The captain gave the order. The Ark soldiers immediately took action. They lifted the tarpaulin on the truck and took out the items inside one by one. Crash! The first bag of rice was thrown on the ground, the bag broke open, and the snow-white rice grains flowed out. The square suddenly became quiet. Everyone's breathing stopped and they stared at the flowing white rice. That was not the stale rice they usually ate, mixed with sand and impurities. That is refined white rice, a luxury in the end times. Then, the second bag, the third bag. Bags of rice and flour soon piled up into a small hill in the center of the square. Then came the military canned goods, box after box, the iron boxes colliding with each other, making a dull sound. Finally, there were the medicines and the 20 brand new rifles, all black and smelling of motor oil. And the 2 heavy wooden boxes containing 10,000 rounds of ammunition. The crowd exploded. Oh my God, it's white flour. I must be seeing things. And canned meat. So much canned meat. There was a gleam of greed in everyone's eyes. Quiet! The captain's voice boomed over the loudspeaker, drowning out all the noise. She pointed to the hill of supplies below. This food, this medicine, and these guns and bullets. All of them were given to us by Mr. Lin. They were all given by Mr. Linear. As soon as these words were spoken, the noise of the crowd broke out in a more violent way after a brief silence. Mr. Lin, he's the owner of that new city. Why does he give us so much stuff? I never thought I'd see so much food again in my lifetime. A woman holding a child looked at the pile of rice and flour, and tears flowed down her face without warning. She covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying out loud, but her body was shaking uncontrollably. Since the end of the world, her children have not had a full meal. The Ark can protect their safety, but it cannot guarantee that everyone has enough supplies. She knew that she couldn't ask for more, and compared to those who died, she and her children were undoubtedly lucky. But every time the child cried because of hunger, she couldn't help but think, it would be great if he could just eat his fill. Now, hope is right in front of us. Hi Sandy's expression was so ugly that it could not be described. Ah yay oh. His voice was distorted with anger. Did you sell the ark? This roar made the noise in the square much quieter. Everyone's attention was focused on him. One is one of the founders of ARK, the highly respected third uncle. One is the current leader of the ARK, the captain who has the final say. I didn't sell the ARK. The captain's voice came clearly to everyone's ears through the loudspeaker. I just found a way to survive for Fang Zhou and everyone present. She pointed at the supplies. Uncle San, tell me, do we have so much rice and flour in our ARK warehouse? Do we have so much canned meat? Can we provide so many medicines to treat our injured brothers and sick children? Do we have any? The captain's tone suddenly rose in his last sentence. Hi Sandy's lips trembled and he couldn't utter a word in rebuttal. The senior executives behind him also lowered their heads, not daring to look the captain in the eye. We don't. The captain asked himself and answered himself, with a coldness in his voice. We can only watch our brothers die of infections due to lack of medicine, watch our families go hungry, and watch our children become pale and emaciated. And Mr. Lin, he can give it. He not only gave us food, but also gave us weapons. The captain bent down and took out a brand new automatic rifle from the open box. She raised the gun high. Brand new automatic rifle. And 10,000 rounds of ammunition. With these, our soldiers won't have to risk their lives when facing the zombie horde. Only with these can we be qualified to talk about the future. In the square, the ARK soldiers' breathing became heavy. They stared at the gun in the captain's hand and the two wooden boxes full of bullets. As warriors, no one knows the value of these things better than them. Ayao, you are using Lin Mo's things to buy the hearts of our own people. Hi Sandy was so angry that he was shaking all over. Our ARK's foundation was built with our own blood and sweat, not with the charity of others. We have our dignity. Dignity? The captain laughed. Uncle San, dignity cannot be eaten. She jumped off the truck, walked into the crowd, and pulled up the woman holding the child. Ask her, what's more important, dignity or her child having a mouthful of hot broth? She pointed to a soldier with a broken arm. Ask him again, what's more important, dignity or having a good gun that can keep him and his comrades alive? Us. Hi Sandy wanted to say something but was interrupted by a voice from the crowd. The captain is right. A hoarse male voice sounded. I'm tired of eating moldy food every day. I've had enough. My brother was killed by zombies last time he was on a mission because his gun jammed. Let's follow the captain. Yes. Listen to the captain. There's meat to eat and new guns to use. You have to listen to whoever you eat. I understand this principle. Only those who survive have the right to talk about dignity. The emotions of the crowd were completely ignited. They looked at the captain with eyes full of support. When he looked at Hi Sandy and the senior executives behind him, there was a hint of alienation and dissatisfaction. Hi Sandy's body shook. He always thought that as the founder of ARK, he had absolute say. But now he realized that in the face of survival, the so-called dignity and loyalty are so vulnerable. People's hearts are scattered. No, it's not scattered, it's been twisted into a new rope by someone with a stronger force. Third uncle. The captain walked up to him and his voice slowed down a bit. The incorporation of the ARK into the new city is not an end, but a new beginning. She briefly recounted Lin Mo's ideas regarding the outpost and municipal committee. Mr. Lin said that the ARK stronghold will not be abandoned directly. It will even be rebuilt and will become the outpost of the new city in the future. And you and your uncles are not without work to do. The new city will establish a municipal committee, and I invite you to become one of the first committee members to provide advice and suggestions for the construction of the new city. Your experience is a treasure for everyone. Hi Sandy was stunned. Several senior executives behind him were also stunned. They had imagined the worst possible outcome, which was being liquidated by Lin Mo, being deprived of everything, and becoming civilians. Even died in unclear circumstances. But they didn't expect that Lin Mo would arrange such a way out for them. Enter the committee. This gives them both face and substance. Hi Sandy looked at the mountains of supplies in front of him, then looked at the expectant eyes around him, and finally, his gaze fell on his niece's face. There was no pride in her eyes, no desire for power, only a sense of calmness as if a burden had been lifted off her shoulders. A long breath came out of Hi Sandy's chest. He seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. I see. He waved his hand, turned and walked towards his residence, his back looking desolate. The other senior executives looked at each other and followed silently. A disturbance that could have caused civil unrest was thus quelled. The captain looked at their departing backs and felt no joy of victory. She turned, faced the thousands of people in the square, and shouted orders. Egret. Exist. Organize the personnel and inventory the supplies. From today on, the food standard for everyone on the ARK will be doubled. Give out the guns and bullets. Yes. Bai Lu's answer was drowned out by the deafening cheers. The captain returned with a full load of supplies, silencing all opposition. The other three major forces also received the news quickly. Hive and Lighthouse held an emergency internal meeting to discuss whether to send someone to meet with Lin Mo to discuss the merger. This is the general trend. Even if the leaders and senior leaders oppose it, they cannot stop the people below. One is a stronghold where people are short of food and clothing, and the other is a new city where civilians can eat meat. Even a fool knows how to choose. Even those who are awakened will not refuse to live a better life. At the meetings at the Hive and Lighthouse, the senior executives were unanimous in their opinions. Can be merged. As for the Rock Stronghold, although the Rock King was full of indignation, he was powerless to do anything. He could only turn a blind eye to the comments of his subordinates. Lin Mo didn't know the reaction of the Hive and other forces, but he could guess it. After the captain returned to the Ark, he sent a message to the captain, asking him to calm the people down first, compile a list, and prepare the first batch of civilians to be transferred. He would send people to cooperate. In order to ensure a smooth transfer, Lin Mo proposed that Zinken and Ark work together to clear the transfer route. The captain naturally would not object to this. After discussing some details, Lin Mo hung up the phone. When they reached the entrance of the convenience store, Nightingale came over with Tishan and others. "Boss, we went to pick up the captain this time. We encountered 3 waves of zombies on the way, a total of 372. We eliminated them all." Lin Mo nodded and asked casually, "How did they perform?" "Very poorly." Nightingale commented without any emotion. "It was our first encounter, and it was a complete mess. A lot of ammunition was wasted." Tishan and his brothers tensed up instantly, lowered their heads and dared not look at Lin Mo's face. They felt that they had messed up, failed Mr. Lin's expectations, and brought shame to the new city guard. Perhaps, they are really only fit to go back to the construction site and move bricks. Lin Mo looked at Tishan and others quietly. Silence is more unbearable than any scolding. The monkey's calves began to cramp again, and he bit his lips hard to stop himself from shaking. "Look up." Lin Mo's voice was flat. 20 people hesitated for a moment and slowly raised their heads. There was shame, frustration, and a hint of unwillingness on their faces. Nightingale said, "You guys fought badly." Lin Mo's words were very direct, piercing into everyone's heart like a knife. Tishan clenched his fists. But, Lin Mo changed the subject, "You survived. You fought off over 300 zombies, and not a single one died, not even one was seriously injured. It's not shameful to be able to do this on my first battlefield." Tishan and others were all stunned. They anticipated countless possibilities, being scolded, punished, and kicked out of the guard. "But I didn't expect to hear such words. Let me ask you." Lin Mo's eyes swept across each of their faces. "Are the guns in your hands useful?" "It works," the monkey shouted subconsciously, his voice breaking with excitement. Others also reacted. "It works. It's so damn useful. With this gun, I'm not afraid of any zombies." Shouts came one after another, and the suppressed emotions finally found an outlet. "Then remember how you felt today." Lin Mo raised his hand and suppressed their voices. "Remember how you survived, and remember all the mistakes you made. Nightingale told you that if you can come back alive, you will be the first non-commissioned officers of the guard. Now, I'm here to fulfill my promise." Nightingale. "Exist. Bring the things here." Nightingale waved her hand, and several Night Blade members came over carrying a box. The box was opened, revealing stacks of brand new dark gray training uniforms and 20 simple brass shoulder straps engraved with a crossed rifle pattern. Non-commissioned officer. They really became non-commissioned officers. Tishan's eyes instantly turned red. Not out of joy, but out of a more complex emotion. They fought so badly that they were almost a joke. Compared with the Ark soldiers, they were just a pile of mud, but Mr. Lin still acknowledged their contribution. This feeling of being trusted moved him more than any reward. "Iron Mountain." Nightingale shouted. "Here." Tishan straightened his chest and responded with all his strength. "Step out." Tishan walked to the front of the team with a somewhat stiff step. Lin Mo personally took out a set of training uniforms from the box and handed it to him. "Put it on." Tishan's hands were shaking a little. He took the clothes and felt it weighed 1,000 pounds. He took off his old clothes, which were covered in gunpowder and blood, and put on new ones clumsily. Finally, Lin Mo placed the brass epaulette on his shoulder with his own hands. Tishan's body shook slightly. "From now on, you are no longer an ordinary soldier." Lin Mo looked at him. "You are a non-commissioned officer, their role model, and their support. Half of your brothers' lives are in your hands." "Yes." Tishan's voice was hoarse, and he felt like there was a ball of fire stuck in his throat. "Go back." Tishan gave a not-so-standard military salute and turned back to the queue. The 19 brothers behind him all looked at him with a mixture of envy and awe. "Next, monkey. Arrive." The monkey practically jumped out of the queue. When the heavy epaulets pressed against his shoulders, he felt like he had completely changed. Fear and cowardice seemed to be taken off along with the old clothes. 20 people stepped forward one by one to receive the honor and responsibility that belonged to them. When the last person returned to the team, 20 newly promoted non-commissioned officers, wearing brand new training uniforms and brass epaulets, stood neatly in 2 rows. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. The temperament of Tishan and others has undergone a complete transformation in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo looked at them with a satisfied look on his face. The guards roster is almost full, and tough training is coming. And as the first batch of non-commissioned officers, your training workload will be doubled. You must not only learn how to shoot, but also how to command, how to coordinate, and how to use your brain on the battlefield. Nightingale will lead you personally. Each of you will be leading 15 new recruits. I won't give you much time, at most 3 days, before you go on your first mission. Can you do that? Bull. 20 people roared in unison, their voices merging into one, echoing over the construction site. Lin Mo gave full authority to Nightingale regarding the training of the guards. He doesn't ask about the process, he just waits for the results. A special training ground soon appeared in the camp. Tishan, Hausi and 20 other newly promoted non-commissioned officers became the first group to be trained. Nightingale was not polite to them at all. You are the first batch of backbones of the guard. If you are useless, then the soldiers you lead will be useless among useless ones. Everyone, go on a 10-kilometer armed cross-country race. The last 5 will not get dinner. Monkey, are you trying to shoot birds in the sky by raising the muzzle of your gun so high? 50 push UPS. Tishan, your squad's formation has broken up. You and your teammates will each carry a 20-kilogram sandbag and run another 5 kilometers. The brutal training made these men who had just won honors suffer terribly, but no one complained. No one quit. Everyone is undergoing transformation at a speed visible to the naked eye. The former laziness and numbness were replaced by a kind of iron-blooded discipline unique to soldiers. Next to the convenience store, the hastily built production workshop presented a completely different scene. Wang Wenbin seems to have found a second spring in his life. He and a dozen technicians almost lived and ate in the workshop. The stamping machine runs 24 hours a day, emitting a dull and rhythmic roar. The CNC lathe shaft rotates at high speed, and the precision tool head moves across the metal, bringing up clusters of shiny metal chips. Rows of yellow bullet casings and handfuls of black gun parts come off the production line continuously, and are sorted by the workers and packed into boxes for storage. Wang Wenbin's favorite thing to do is to randomly pick out an item from the finished product box and examine it carefully under the light. This factory has become the industrial heart of the new city, providing the most fundamental security guarantee for the entire camp. In the afternoon, Lin Mo woke up from a nap, checked the latest material consumption report, and prepared to travel back to his own world to replenish supplies. A burst of hurried footsteps came from afar. Mr. Lin! Mr. Lin! The old supervisor, Mr. Zhao, came jogging over with a few technical backbones who were also covered in dust, with uncontrollable ecstasy on their faces. Mr. Lin! It's done! Mr. Zhao ran to Lin Mo. Because he ran too fast, his chest heaved violently and his words were intermittent. Lin Mo handed over a bottle of mineral water. Slow down, what's done? The wall is closing. He pointed excitedly at the steel defense line in the distance that had already taken shape, and his voice became a little distorted. Although only the lower half, 5 meters high, is completed, it's completely closed. Lin Mo's gaze immediately turned over. What were originally just independent skeletons have now been completely poured and welded with heavy steel plates and concrete, forming an airtight circular defense line. The cold steel reflected a chilling light in the sunlight. The solid outline crawls on the ground, bringing a peace from the depths of the soul to everyone who sees it. Good. A smile also appeared on Lin Mo's face. Well done. It's all thanks to your equipment, Mr. Lin. The old supervisor grinned, his wrinkles smoothing out. If we had just relied on carrying it on our shoulders and hands, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have dug the foundation pit. Lin Mo looked around. Not far away, the new guards were being brutally trained by Nightingale. Mud and sweat mixed together, but their roars shook the sky. Further away is the bustling construction site of the second phase of the project, with cranes waving and sparks flying. From the workshop next door, the vibrant roar of machines could be heard. All of this exists because of him. This is his city. Nightingale! Lin Mo shouted. There was a slight popping sound in the air, and Nightingale's figure was already standing quietly in front of him. Boss! Notify everyone that we'll have a celebration banquet tonight. Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but full of power. Take out all the canned meat from the warehouse. Let everyone have a meal of meat. Bring out the wine too, plenty of it. When the old supervisor and the technical backbones heard this, their eyes instantly turned red and their breathing became heavy. Nightingale's expression also brightened up and he nodded heavily. Yes, the news of the celebration first rushed into the training ground. When the new guard recruits who were still rolling in the mud heard the news, they all jumped up from the ground as if springs were pressed. All their fatigue was swept away and they burst into thunderous cheers. On the construction site, a worker who was tying steel bars stopped his work and listened blankly to the noise in the distance, then was suddenly patted on the shoulder by the person next to him. "Don't just stand there. Mr. Lin said we're having meat tonight. Plenty of meat." "What? Eat meat?" The entire construction site came to a halt as the workers shared the good news with each other, their dark faces filled with the purest joy. Even the soldiers of the 4 major forces stationed on the battlefield could not suppress their excitement and envy after hearing the cheers in the camp. At night, in the huge open space in the center of the camp, huge bonfires were lit. Hundreds of tables were hastily put together and filled the entire square. Huge iron pots were placed on the fire, stewing large chunks of meat. The fat sizzled as the flames licked it, and the rich, indissoluble aroma of meat wafted over the entire camp, domineeringly entering everyone's nostrils. The survivors sat around the campfire, staring at the pieces of meat rolling in the pot, their Adam's apples rolling and their eyes staring wide open. Many people can't remember the last time they saw so much meat. Tishan and his group of brothers, wearing brand new non-commissioned officer uniforms, were responsible for maintaining order at the scene. They stood up straight and walked around the crowd with unconcealable pride on their faces. "Don't worry, everyone gets a share. Watch your child carefully, don't let him get burned," the monkey shouted at the top of his lungs. He felt that he was even more powerful now than when he was a small foreman before the end of the world. "Dinner is ready." Following Nightingale's command, the entire square was in an uproar. The chefs who had been waiting on the side brought pots of stewed meat to the table in a continuous stream. People cheered and almost pounced on the food, picking up their bowls and chopsticks and swallowing it in big mouthfuls. A white-haired old man picked up a piece of fat meat and put it into his mouth with trembling hands. "The meat is warm, soft, and melts in your mouth without chewing, full of oily aroma." The old man's tears suddenly burst out and slid silently along the grooves on his face. Wang Wenbin and the old supervisor, with their respective backbones, came to Lin Mo with wine bowls in hand and flushed faces. "Mr. Lin, we toast you. Without you, there would be no today." Lin Mo picked up the wine glass, clinked it with theirs, and drank it all in one gulp. "This is thanks to everyone. Do you have the confidence to build a better new city?" "Have." The response was so deafening that it shook the earth. The entire square was immersed in an almost crazy carnival atmosphere. The embers of the revelry were still warm in the dawn breeze. The camp woke up from its hangover, the air still smelled of meat and alcohol, but more of it was an unprecedented peace. Last night's indulgence washed away the fatigue and despair accumulated in the hearts of many people. Tishan and his 19 non-commissioned officers appeared in the square at dawn. They were not hungover, and were wearing brand new training uniforms, leading the guards to clean up the mess left behind last night. The movements are smooth and the commands are clear. Overnight, this group of people seemed to have completely changed. Lin Mo flashed to the roof of the arsenal and looked down at the camp below, which was gradually returning to order. His gaze passed over the crowd and fell on the circular steel wall in the distance. The 5-meter-high wall cast a huge shadow in the rising sun, covering the entire camp. A sense of security is such a cold and real outline. Lin Mo sensed the dimensional warehouse and found that there was not much storage left. The batch sent to Fangzhou, plus the consumption at last night's celebration banquet, has already emptied half of the warehouse. Especially meat and processed grains, the stocks are already running out. It's time to go back. He flashed back into the store, and Nightingale appeared silently at the door. "Boss, the guards have already started their morning exercises." Lin Mo nodded and quickly gave instructions. "Training can't stop. Tell Tishan and the others that I'll be testing their results in 3 days. The new recruits they brought in will be dragged out to see blood. Also, closely monitor the movements of the rock, beehive, and lighthouse. Report any abnormalities immediately." After a pause, Lin Mo added, "When I'm not around, keep in touch with the captain. If anything really happens, it's better to take action first." "Understood." Nightingale responded and disappeared again. At this time, Wang Wenbin and the old supervisor Zhao Gong also came over. "Good morning, Mr. Lin." Wang Wenbin's face still showed the effects of last night's alcohol, but he was very excited. "Good morning, Engineer Wang," Lin Mo greeted him and got straight to the point. "How's the production line doing?" "Everything is normal. Once the workers become proficient, the output of ammunition can be increased further," Wang Wenbin assured, patting his chest. "Very good." Lin Mo nodded and continued, "I will find a way to get another batch of machines back. Do you have any requirements for the types?" Wang Wenbin immediately presented a series of lists, his expression eager to get started. "Mr. Lin, if we can equip all of this equipment, then the production lines for bullets and firearms can be completely separated." "Okay, I'll remember that." Lin Mo nodded and turned to Engineer Zhao. "Don't stop the second phase of the city wall construction. The internal area must also be divided into different functional areas. Also, residential areas should be built according to different specifications, corresponding to different levels of treatment. Find someone to design a few plans later. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Engineer Zhao nodded vigorously. I guarantee nothing will go wrong. After explaining all the matters, Lin Mo pulled down the rolling door of the convenience store and activated the shuttle ability. The air around them began to distort, and the roar of machines and the sound of soldiers training in the distance quickly faded away. When everything returned to calm, the sound of traffic in the city in the early morning could be heard outside the window. This time, Lin Mo went to the Doomsday World for almost 30 hours, far longer than any previous time. Mainly the meeting with the captain, plus some follow-up matters. To be honest, Lin Mo was quite impressed by the captain's decisiveness. If it were him, it would probably be difficult for him to make a decision so quickly. No matter what, ARC is a powerful force with more than 1,000 people, and the captain herself is an awakened person. As long as she wants, she can continue to be her local tyrant. But the captain did not do that. Instead, he was more active than anyone else in promoting the merger of ARC and New City. With Fang Zhou as an example, the other three forces have to take some action even if they are reluctant, otherwise the people below will definitely have some ideas. A clever woman, Lin Mo said secretly. He collected his thoughts and took out his cell phone from the dimensional warehouse. Open. Buzz buzz buzz. There were a lot of missed calls and messages. Lin Mo quickly read it and called Zhang Yi. The call is connected. Director Linear. Zhang Yi's voice came immediately, with a professional and capable tone. Yeah. Lin Mo responded. How is the company doing? Everything went well. Zhang Yi spoke quickly, obviously having prepared the report long ago. The asset handover of Tianheng Energy has entered the final stage. Director Zhang has assigned a special team to follow up the entire process, and the efficiency is very high. The bank's merger and acquisition loan has also been approved, and the amount is 30% higher than what we applied for. Yuanxing Technology now has sufficient cash flow in its account and can start the park renovation at any time. Lin Mo listened without any reaction. Money is just a number to him. What about bid? Mr. Wang contacted me again yesterday. They have approved the cooperation plan internally and hope to finalize the details of the technology authorization with us as soon as possible. There was a hint of excitement in Zhang Yi's tone. According to your previous suggestion, I have drawn up a preliminary cooperation framework. The main focus is to equip their Yangwang series with the full version of the Yuanxing 1. In addition, the weakened version of the battery produced by Tianheng after modification will be used in BID's own mid to high-end models. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yi's report continued. Also, the Tang family's payments have all been settled. Miss Tang Keking has contacted me several times, asking if I need anything else, and her attitude has been very positive. Got it. Lin Mo's fingertips tapped lightly on the table, making a regular sound. Everything Zhang Yi reported was within his expectations. A smoothly running business empire needs an efficient executor like Zhang Yi. A behemoth that can ignore the rules needs smart people like the Tang family who know how to go with the flow. The cooperation framework with BID will be discussed according to the plan you drafted. Lin Mo made a decision. You will finalize the details and show me the final plan. I understand. Zhang Yi's voice was full of enthusiasm. Lin Mo's full delegation of power made her feel like a fish in water. As a professional manager, I fear most meeting a boss who wants to get involved in everything. It would be fine if it could really help, but most of the time it just makes things worse. He just does whatever he wants as soon as he thinks of it. But with Lin Mo, Zhang Yi doesn't have these concerns. She can do it with confidence and boldness. That's it for now. I'll take care of something. You can sign the contract with BID later. Lin Mo hung up the phone and did not dial the next number immediately. He walked to the window of the convenience store and looked at the passers-by hurrying on the street outside. The end of the world and the present world seem to be two worlds that are forcibly separated, but through him, the only node, they have a strange intersection. He took out another mobile phone from the dimensional warehouse, found Director Zhang's number and dialed it. The call was answered almost instantly. Mr. Lin. Director Zhang's voice came, with a deliberately suppressed but hard-to-conceal eagerness. Ever since Lin Mo asked for the raw materials for bullets last time and his superiors actually approved it, Director Zhang's attitude towards Lin Mo has changed from initial scrutiny, then politeness, to awe now. The power wielded by this young man has gone beyond the scope of business. Director Zhang, it's me. Lin Mo's tone was calm. How is the preparation for the new joint venture between Yuanxing Technology and the Ministry of Energy going? Everything is ready. Mr. Lin, we can be listed and established at any time. Director Zhang replied immediately. All approval processes have been completed. The tentative name is Energy Star. Is that okay with you? Okay. Lin Mo had no objection. Since everything is ready, let's hold a press conference and announce it to the outside world. Press conference? Director John was stunned for a moment. He had not expected this. In his opinion, Lin Mo is so low-key that he probably doesn't like to be in the spotlight. Moreover, cooperation at this level is usually finalized internally and then announced through official channels. Holding a special press conference would be a bit too much of a fuss. Yes, a press conference. Lin Mo's voice was calm. Your Ministry of Energy should take the lead and make it a bigger event. Invite all the necessary media. Director Zhang's brain was working rapidly, trying to understand Lin Mo's intentions. Let the Department of Energy take the lead? Make the scene bigger? Doesn't this mean that all the credit and limelight are given to the authorities? Mr. Lin, you mean that we will be the official to lead the release of this cooperation? Director Zhang's tone was full of uncertainty. He originally thought that Lin Mo would ask Yuanxing Technology to be the protagonist of the press conference to highlight its status as a technology holder. What else? Lin Mo asked, are you going to let me, a hands-off boss, stand on the stage? Director Zhang choked. Hands-off shopkeeper. I think Mr. Lin is the only one who can be a hands-off boss when it comes to projects worth hundreds of billions of yuan. If it were someone else, they would be eager to stick to the project, fearing that they would suffer losses. Mr. Lin, that's not what I meant. Director John quickly explained, your technology is the core of this cooperation. You should. Director Zhang. Lin Mo interrupted him, don't think so much. Just think of it as a benefit I give you. You need political achievements, and you need to show the outside world our country's determination and ability to master cutting-edge technology. I need a quiet environment and don't want to be watched by outsiders every day. You'll be the main characters at this press conference. Let's talk about how, with strong government support, we've successfully driven a historic breakthrough in new energy technology. As for me, whether I will go to the scene depends on my mood. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Director John held the phone and felt his palms getting hot. Welfare. Mr. Lin actually described such great political prestige as a benefit so casually. Director Zhang thought of countless possibilities, thinking that Lin Mo would use this opportunity to make more demands, and that he would use this cooperation to build momentum for himself. But he never expected that Lin Mo would just pack up this huge achievement and throw it to them. This welfare is too heavy. It was so heavy that he felt he couldn't catch it. This is no longer just a commercial cooperation, it is directly supplying ammunition to the national energy strategy, and is putting the most dazzling halo on the official's head. Mr. Lin. Director Zhang's voice was a little dry. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, on behalf of the department and all the comrades involved in this project, thank you for your understanding. No need for polite words. Lin Mo's tone remained calm. You guys decide the time as soon as possible. Once it's decided, let Zhang Yi know. She will cooperate with you. Understood. I'll report this immediately. I'll make sure this press conference is held to the highest standards. Director Zhang's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. As soon as the press conference started, political reputation surged, and the slightly unfavorable comments from the previous negotiations with Yuanxing could be ignored. This phone call gave Director Zhang an opportunity for promotion. Lin Mo was very calm. After hanging up the phone, he threw the phone back into the dimensional warehouse. Of course, he didn't do all this for the sake of righteousness. He was just exchanging what the authorities wanted most for what he needed most. Fame and honor, these intangible things, mean nothing to him. What he wanted was for the authorities to build a firewall for him, keeping out all prying eyes and unnecessary troubles. Under the protection of this wall, he can safely climb his own technology tree, build his own business empire, and lay the groundwork for the upcoming technology. The new city in the Doomsday world is being built rapidly, and the merger with the four major forces is also on the agenda. After receiving civilians and building the army, Lin Mo will start to act and first go to the logistics port to get the technical data and production line of Thor 8. The parameters of Thor 8 are 3 times that of Thor 7, so Lin Mo will certainly not release it directly. He had previously told Director Zhang that Yuanxing's batteries had been planned for the 5th generation, a prediction based on the indicators of Thor 8. Directly packaging Thor 8 as Farsat 2 is undoubtedly a waste of resources. You have to squeeze the toothpaste slowly. The Far Star 1 has caused such a sensation, and if something even more severe happens, it will definitely bring more trouble. Having the national team blocking the way can save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. After the 2 calls, Lin Mo was not idle either. He dialed Tang Keking's number again. The phone rang once and was answered. Mr. Linear. I need some lathes here. Lin Mo reported what Wang Wenbin wanted and continued, send them to the warehouse before dark. Tang Keking took a deep breath and felt her heart beating faster. It's machine tools again, and there are so many types and quantities. Where exactly are these things going to be shipped to, and what are they used for? She didn't dare to think about it, nor did she dare to ask. As Lin Mo said, knowing too much would not be good for either her or the Tang family. I'll do it right away. Tang Keking's voice remained steady. Send the bill directly to John Yi. Lin Mo said this and hung up the phone, then took out the special communication phone given by the carrier pigeon from the dimensional warehouse. As he turned on his phone, Lin Mo muttered quietly, "I've been getting calls non-stop since I got back. I must be really busy with work." The boot screen of the special communication phone is not of any commercial brand, but just a pure black screen with a carrier pigeon icon composed of a data stream flashing in the center. There are no extra functions, and the interface only has a dial pad and address book. There is only one contact in the address book: carrier pigeon. Lin Mo pressed the dial button. The phone was connected, and the iconic, emotionless voice of the carrier pigeon came from it. "Mr. Linear. It's me." Lin Mo said directly, "I need a second batch of raw materials." "The same quantity as last time?" "Double." The carrier pigeon on the other end of the line was silent for a moment, as if quickly assessing the number. "Sure. We'll deliver it to the designated warehouse as early as tomorrow afternoon." "Too slow." Lin Mo rejected the time. "I want to see something before 12 o'clock tonight. I'll try my best to arrange it." The carrier pigeon's voice remained steady. "Besides the raw materials, I need some other things." Lin Mo's tone did not change. "You say?" "I need the complete manufacturing drawings for the grenade, from the stamping of the shell to the fuse structure. The more detailed the better. Also, please prepare some supporting production materials for me. 2 truckloads will be enough for now." This time, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. The only sound in the warehouse was the faint hum of electricity. If the raw materials for bullets last time were still within the understandable scope of self-defense, then this time the direct request for explosives manufacturing technology has completely changed its nature. Bullets are point kills. Grenade is a range-killing device. "Mr. Linear." The carrier pigeon's voice finally rang out again, but with a subtle hint of solemnity in it. "Are you sure this is what you want?" "I'm sure." "This isn't a bullet," the carrier pigeon emphasized. "If this thing gets out of control, the consequences will be." "Out of control?" Lin Mo interrupted him. "Do you think I will let it get out of control?" "That's not what I meant." "What do you mean?" Lin Mo's tone was very calm. "Do you think I'm just playing house? Or do you think the threat I face can be solved with a few rifles?" The carrier pigeon fell silent again. He couldn't answer this question. The information given to Lin Mo by the superiors was top secret. As a liaison officer, he was only responsible for execution and had no right to interfere. He only knew that Lin Mo was very important, so important that he could ignore the conventions and mobilize the customs and transportation departments to pave the way for him. "Your task is to meet my needs, not to question them." Lin Mo's voice was emotionless. "Can you give me the blueprints and raw materials? This is beyond my authority." The pigeon said with difficulty, "I need to report to my superiors." "Then go report." Lin Mo looked at the cars passing by hurriedly outside the window. "I'll wait for your news." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Mo threw the heavy phone aside, not worrying that the other party would refuse. He knows exactly where he is now. The Ministry of Energy needs him to perform a big show to consolidate his political achievements and reputation. What is needed more is the technology he has and the more powerful technology that may appear in the future. Under this mutual need, as long as his demands are not excessive enough to shake the foundation, they will definitely be met. Time passes by every second. Lin Mo closed his eyes and thought about the construction progress and future development plans of the new city in his mind. The production capacity of the arsenal needs to be expanded. The training of the guards must also be intensified. Once the city walls are completely completed and the personnel and supplies of the 4 major forces are all incorporated into the new city, he will begin to eliminate the surrounding threats. The first target is the logistics port equipped with Thor 8 technology. Buzz. The special phone on the table vibrated. It was a carrier pigeon. Lin Mo answered the phone. "How about it? Your request has been approved." The pigeon's voice sounded a little complicated, as if he himself could not understand the decision. "Very good." Lin Mo was not surprised. "The blueprints will be sent directly to this phone in the form of an encrypted file. All raw materials will be delivered to the warehouse before midnight." "Got it." Lin Mo was about to hang up the phone. "Wait." The carrier pigeon suddenly spoke. "Anything else? My superiors asked me to tell you something." The carrier pigeon spoke slowly and clearly, enunciating each word. "Weapons are for our own protection, not against our own people." "Is this a warning?" "No," the pigeon replied. "That's the bottom line." Lin Mo did not respond and directly cut off the communication. The phone screen lit up, indicating that a file was being transferred. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair. "That's the deal." He uses his technology to gain privileges and resources, but at the same time, he also has to accept the red lines drawn by the other party. However, this red line means nothing to him. He's not crazy. In this world, taking out weapons and ammunition is no different from seeking death. After making 4 calls, Lin Mo was just about to go out for breakfast when his phone rang again. I took a look and saw that it was Zhang Yi calling. Lin Mo answered the call, thinking that there was new progress in the details of the cooperation with BID. Director Linear. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yi's voice was as capable as ever, but Lin Mo still heard an unusual pause. Explain. I received a call, and I feel the need to report this to you. Zhang Yi spoke more slowly. It's about Ms. Zhang Qian. Lin Mo paused for a moment. Zhang Qian. A name that was almost fading from his memory. He didn't say anything, waiting for Zhang Yi to continue. The collapse of Tianheng Energy triggered a series of chain reactions. Many family businesses that were deeply tied to the Zhou family went bankrupt, including the company of Wang Hao's father, Wang Defa. According to information received by our legal department, Wang Hao previously changed the legal representative of one of his companies to Zhang Qian in order to curry favor with her. Now that the Wang family's assets have been liquidated, the company has been found to have a debt of 20 million yuan, which needs to be borne by the legal representative. Zhang Yi's report was clear and concise, without any personal emotions. Zhang Qian couldn't reach you, so she called me. She's called more than a dozen times. Zhang Yi added, she's very emotional and hopes to speak to you. There was a brief silence on the phone. Lin Mo walked to the window and looked at the steam rising from the breakfast shop across the street and the pedestrians rushing to make a living. 20 million in debt. For ordinary people, it is a shackle that is difficult to break free from in a lifetime. So what? Lin Mo spoke, his voice so calm that no ripples could be heard. Zhang Yi on the other end of the phone seemed stunned for a moment before reacting. She hopes you can help her solve this problem. Zhang Yi. Lin Mo turned around and leaned against the shelf. Your time is precious. Don't waste it on these boring people and things. Mine too. This sentence made Zhang Yi instantly understand Lin Mo's attitude. She immediately said, I understand, Mr. Lin. From now on, I will handle such matters directly and will not bother you again. Lin Mo responded and hung up the phone directly. The moment he blocked Zhang Qian, this woman completely disappeared from his world. Her showing off, her betrayal, her current predicament, have nothing to do with him. Everyone has to pay a price for their choices. This incident was like a small stone thrown into the sea, and it didn't even cause a ripple in Lin Mo's heart. He put his cell phone back into his pocket and was about to open the shutter door to go out and eat the bowl of beef noodles he had been thinking about for a long time. Buzz. The phone vibrated again. Lin Mo frowned, took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He casually pressed the reject button. A few seconds later, the number called again stubbornly. Lin Mo was a little impatient. He swiped the answer button and was ready to start cursing, but from the other end of the phone came a roar that was completely distorted by extreme excitement and fear. Lin Mo. It's me, Wang Hao. His voice was hoarse and filled with bloodshot hatred. You fucking destroyed my family. I'm not done with you. Lin Mo moved the phone away from his ear, not even trying to think about which face corresponded to the name Wang Hao. He just thought it was a bit noisy. Did you fucking hear that? Lin Mo. My dad is finished. Our family is finished too. It's all your fault. Wang Hao roared on the phone, and the background sound was mixed with the crisp sound of something being smashed. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Lin Mo completely ignored these meaningless curses and casually placed his phone on the counter of the convenience store. Then he turned around and took a can of Coke and a small bag of peanuts from the shelf. Wang Hao's roar continued, from accusing himself of crimes, to cursing Zhang Qian that bitch, and then to wailing about his miserable situation of having nothing. The logic is confusing and the language is incoherent. Lin Mo wanted to laugh when he heard it. He threw 2 peanuts into his mouth, picked up the phone, and asked calmly into the microphone, Is there anything worse? Tell me more. The roar from the other end of the phone stopped abruptly, like a duck being strangled by the neck. A few seconds later, there was an even more frantic roar. Lin Mo didn't give him another chance, hung up the phone directly, and added the number to the blacklist. Byte. At this time, the special communication phone given by the carrier pigeon rang. Lin Mo picked it up and saw that the screen showed that the encrypted file had been transferred. A compressed package icon lies quietly in the center of the screen. Lin Mo clicked on the icon and entered the long dynamic password sent by the carrier pigeon. Unzipped the file. The screen was immediately filled with dense drawings and data. From the most basic Type 67 wooden-handled grenade, to the more advanced Type 82 handleless grenade, to several types of offensive and defensive grenades used in special operations. Each model is accompanied by a complete design drawing, material ratio table, production process flow chart, and extremely detailed fuse structure decomposition diagram. The value of these materials is much higher than a few carloads of raw materials. Lin Mo's fingers slid quickly across the screen, his eyes scanning the sophisticated structural diagrams. These drawings are a timely help to the arsenal. With these things, a new branch of the arsenal's technology tree will be immediately lit up. In a doomsday world, a grenade can have a far greater impact than 100 bullets. Whether it is clearing out zombies entrenched in buildings, dealing with hordes of mutant creatures, or even possible conflicts between forces in the future, this is an indispensable weapon. Still shooting with your gun? I'll just use a wave of grenades to wipe out the area. Lin Mo threw his phone into the dimensional warehouse with satisfaction. Only after doing all this did he feel completely relieved. This morning's business is finally finished. After stretching his muscles, Lin Mo walked towards the noodle shop across the street. Boss, a bowl of beef noodles, more meat, more cilantro. Another bowl of salty tofu pudding. Okay. The steaming hot noodles were served quickly, with large slices of beef filling the bowl, dotted with green coriander, and the aroma was fragrant. Lin Mo picked up the chopsticks and was about to enjoy this late breakfast. Buzz. The phone in my pocket vibrated again. Lin Mo frowned, thinking that Wang Hao had changed his number and called to harass him again. But another name appeared on the screen. Tang Keqing. Lin Mo swiped the phone and answered it. Mr. Lin, everything you want has been loaded onto the truck. Tang Keqing's voice was slightly tired, but still steady. So fast? Lin Mo was a little surprised. The list he reported was quite large, and many of them were high-precision industrial machine tools, not common products that can be easily bought on the market. Together, everything before dark would be a big test for the Tang family's channels and execution capabilities. Not to mention that it hadn't even been half an hour since he called. The list you gave us earlier wasn't complete. While you were away, I had someone complete it. And since you might need more lathes, I prepared a few more, Tang Keqing explained. The fleet is now heading to the warehouse you specified and should arrive around 3 p.m. Well done. Lin Mo praised. My impression of this woman has been elevated to a new level. She is smart and has strong execution ability. Most importantly, she knows how to think and can anticipate her own needs. People like this are easy to use. Recovering his composure, Lin Mo said calmly, send the bill to Zhang Yi. The cost of this purchase will be paid from my personal account. In addition, I will have Zhang Yi send a purchase list of battery raw materials to the Tang family. You can select a few that can provide a stable supply. On the other end of the phone, Tang Keqing's breathing paused. Battery raw material purchasing list. The value of this thing is far greater than all the previous machine tool orders combined. Machine tools are Lin Mo's personal business. The procurement of battery raw materials is a public matter and a long-term cooperation, and is truly integrated into Yuanxing Technology's supply chain system. This means that the Tang family is no longer a channel merchant that merely provides convenience, but a partner that truly participates in the core business of this trillion-dollar empire. Grandpa is right. This isn't gambling, this is a ticket to board the ship. And now, Lin Mo personally handed the ticket to her. I understand, Mr. Linear. Tang Keqing's voice was filled with suppressed excitement. The Tang family will set up a special team, on call 24 hours a day, to ensure the completion of the task. Lin Mo responded and hung up the phone. In the car, Tang Keqing held the cell phone and did not move for a long time. Ms. Keqing? Su Wan looked at her in the rearview mirror and spoke cautiously. Tang Keqing slowly exhaled, put her phone aside, and leaned back in her seat. She picked up another phone and dialed Mr. Tang's number directly. Grandpa, Mr. Lin has handed over Yuanxing Technology's raw material procurement channels to us. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time before Mr. Tang's steady voice came. Good job, Keqing. Mr. Lin has accepted the Pledge of Allegiance from our Tang family. Tang Keqing closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all her previous fatigue was gone. She sat up straight and spoke decisively. Su Wan, notify the group's Human Resources Department. I need a list within half an hour. List all the top talents within the group who have worked in bulk minerals, rare metals procurement, and international logistics. Also, notify the heads of the legal and finance departments to come to my office for a meeting in an hour. From now on, we will establish the Distant Star Project Department, and I will personally lead the team. Su Wan looked at Tang Keqing's profile in the rearview mirror and felt that the aura exuded by this young lady at this moment was stronger than ever before. After Lin Mo finished his breakfast, he locked the door of the store and returned to the ordinary white van. A morning of phone calls resolved many of the accumulated issues. Now, it's time to stock up. Closing the walls of the new city is only the first step. The subsequent raising and reinforcement, as well as the construction of internal buildings, will require a huge amount of materials. A celebratory banquet last night almost used up all the meat reserves in the camp. Lin Mo started the truck and drove directly to the largest building materials distribution center on the outskirts of the city. Half an hour later, the truck stopped in front of a large warehouse called Sihai Building Materials. Lin Mo walked into the office and saw a manager with a beer belly sitting with his legs crossed and reading a newspaper. Buy things. Lin Mo slammed a list full of specifications and quantities on the table. The manager put down the newspaper, glanced at the list impatiently, and the expression on his face changed instantly. High-grade special cement, 2,000 tons. High-strength rebar, 3,000 tons. The manager's mouth opened into an O shape, and the fingers holding the list were trembling slightly. He stood up suddenly, the fat on his face squeezed into a ball, revealing an extremely enthusiastic smile. Boss, you're going to build a cross-sea bridge. Stop talking nonsense. Do you have the goods? How long will it take to deliver them? Lin Mo didn't want to waste time. Yes, it must be. The manager patted his chest. I'll contact the fleet right away. You specify a location, and I guarantee that everything will be delivered to you before dark. Lin Mo rented a nearby warehouse as a temporary delivery point. In the next few hours, heavy trucks loaded with cement and steel bars drove into the platform with a heavy roar, unloaded the goods, and piled them into small hills. Lin Mo paid the balance and sent everyone away. He stood in the middle of the empty platform, looking at the supplies in front of him that were enough to build a tall building, raised his hand and waved gently. Mountains of steel bars and cement disappeared in an instant, leaving only some dust and indentations on the ground. In the dimensional warehouse, the originally empty corner was quickly filled up. After doing all this, Lin Mo did not stop and drove to his next destination, the Electronic Industrial Park. He needs to build a complete monitoring and communication system for the new city. This time, he did not look for those retailers, but directly contacted the general agent of a large security equipment through the channel provided by Zhang Yi. High-power diesel generators, military-grade encrypted communication base stations, thousands of high-definition surveillance cameras, rolls of fiber optic cables. Lin Mo waved his hand, swiped his card, and packed everything and sent it to the designated warehouse. When the last box of solar panels was put into the dimensional warehouse, Lin Mo took a look at the internal space and found that it was still half empty. He thought about it and drove to the city's largest used car market. The guards of the new city need mobile vehicles, but those ordinary civilian vehicles are no different from paper vehicles in the wasteland world. Not to mention withstanding the zombies' attack, the dilapidated road conditions alone were enough to cause the car to break down. What Lin Mo needs are tough trucks and off-road vehicles. The used car market is full of good and bad people, and the air is filled with the smell of engine oil. Lin Mo's appearance did not attract anyone's attention. He walked straight to the large vehicle area and glanced at the well-maintained heavy trucks and SUVs. A car dealer wearing a flowered shirt and a large gold chain around his neck came over. Hey bro, you wanna see some cars? These are all good stuff, freshly pulled from the construction site, and the engines are ready to fire. Lin Mo pointed to a row of heavy-duty dump trucks with towering cargo beds parked not far away, commonly known as 100-ton kings. Those, and the dozen or so SUVs over there, I want them all. The car dealer was stunned and the smile on his face froze for a moment. He looked Lin Mo up and down, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Brother, are you kidding me? You want all these dozens of vehicles? Are you planning to start a transport fleet? Lin Mo was too lazy to explain and directly pulled up the bank card balance to show him. The string of zeros almost made the car dealer's eyes pop out. The expression on the car dealer's face changed 180 degrees in an instant. Boss, you take a rest here, I'll get someone to handle the paperwork right away. I'll definitely give you the lowest price. Half an hour later, Lin Mo paid the money, drove his van, and left the used car market. Dozens of trucks and off-road vehicles were driven to the transit warehouse by people arranged by the car dealers. After storing the vehicles in the dimensional warehouse, Lin Mo began his final purchase. Food and water. Considering that the new city would formulate a salary level system in the future, Lin Mo not only purchased fresh meat and vegetables, but also purchased a large amount of canned food. There were canned meat, canned fruit, and other things in total, filling several trucks. The boss of the wholesale market was grinning so hard that his mouth was crooked. After receiving these supplies, there is not much space left in Lin Mo's dimensional warehouse, which is just right for storing lathes and bullet raw materials. It was getting dark at this time and the shuttle cooldown period had long ended. Lin Mo drove to the convenience store, the evening breeze blowing his hair, and he was planning the modification plans for those vehicles in his mind. Weld the steel plates, add rams, and reserve firing holes. Suddenly, Lin Mo's eyes fixed. He saw a car in the rear-view mirror. A heavy-duty dump truck, exactly the same 100-ton king he had just seen in the market. It followed behind his car, speeding up, its engine roaring like a beast and billowing black smoke. Lin Mo frowned and subconsciously turned the steering wheel to the right, ready to give way. However, the truck also changed lanes and followed closely behind his car. The distance between cars is shortening rapidly. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Mo could clearly see the face in the truck cab that was distorted by madness. It's Wang Hao. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was stepping on the accelerator with all his strength, with a look of madness that showed he was determined to die together. Lin Mo's eyes turned cold. He didn't speed up or change lanes again. The roar was deafening. The heavy truck rushed straight towards Lin Mo's van at full speed. Not only that, Lin Mo also saw that at the intersection ahead, there were 2 dump trucks speeding, completely ignoring the red light in their direction. In the rearview mirror of the van, Wang Hao's distorted face was quickly zoomed in and enlarged. He almost leaned over the steering wheel, his eyes bloodshot, like a mad buffalo, driving the steel giant under him to crush everything in front of him into pieces. At the intersection, the screeching sound of brakes was heard. 2 heavy trucks loaded with rubble ignored the red light and parked directly in the middle of the road, one on the left and one on the right, completely blocking all of Lin Mo's routes to advance and dodge. This was a carefully planned killing. 3 heavy trucks squeezed a small van into a discus at an unavoidable intersection. Faced with a dead-end situation of being attacked from 3 sides, Lin Mo's expression did not change at all. He looked at the face in the rearview mirror that was getting closer and more ferocious, and only one thought came to his mind. Idiot. The telekinesis spread silently. The invisible force field instantly enveloped the 100-ton King truck speeding towards them from behind. Lin Mo did not try to push the behemoth away. 500 kilograms of mental power will not pose any obstacle to a truck weighing dozens of tons. His mental power accurately locked onto Wang Hao's arm, which was tightly gripping the steering wheel in the cab. Then, gently pull it to the side. Buzz. An irresistible force suddenly acted on Wang Hao's wrist. His arm, stretched to the limit by madness, jerked uncontrollably to the right. Ah! Wang Hao let out a scream. He couldn't understand why his body would do such a thing that betrayed his brain's instructions. Out of control. The heavy truck, traveling at a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour, instantly lost its balance due to such a sharp turn. The huge front of the car suddenly swung to the right. The harsh sound of metal friction, accompanied by the scream of tires tearing into the ground, echoed throughout the intersection. Lin Mo's van brushed past the out-of-control steel behemoth. The strong airflow even caused the car body to shake. Boom! A deafening roar was heard. The 100-ton King truck driven by Wang Hao crashed into the dump truck that was blocking Lin Mo's way at the intersection at an oblique angle. The huge kinetic energy made the 2 heavy trucks look like squeezed cans. The front of the car was instantly squeezed and deformed, and countless parts and glass fragments were shot in all directions. The dump truck that was hit was pushed by this terrifying force and swept towards another truck that was responsible for blocking the road. The series of collisions became duller and more terrifying than the last. In the end, the 3 heavy trucks twisted, squeezed, and stacked on top of each other, turning into a steel tomb emitting black smoke and steam. The whole world seemed to have quieted down. All vehicles at the intersection stopped, and the drivers stared blankly at the scene before them that looked like something out of a disaster movie. Some people began to frantically pull out their cell phones to call the police. Lin Mo's white van was parked quietly a few meters away, unharmed. He opened the car door and got out. The chaos around him, the terrified screams and discussions, could not enter his world. He took a leisurely step towards the pile of twisted scrap metal. No one noticed him. In the face of such a tragic car accident, a person who got out of the car next to him seemed so insignificant. Lin Mo walked to the driver's seat of Wang Hao's car. The car door has disappeared, and the entire cab has been squeezed to leave less than half a meter of space. Wang Hao was stuck between the deformed seat and the steering wheel. His legs were twisted unnaturally, a broken metal rod was stuck in his chest, and blood was constantly flowing out of his mouth, mixed with fragments of internal organs. He is not dead yet. And saw Lin Mo. The person whom he had tried his best to kill, even at the cost of his own life, was now standing in front of him intact, looking down at him. Wang Hao's pupils suddenly contracted, and boundless fear and extreme resentment intertwined in his eyes. He opened his mouth, wanting to roar, wanting to curse, but only more blood foam came out. Ha, ha. There was no expression on Lin Mo's face. Wang Hao. Lin Mo's voice was calm. Wang Hao's body began to tremble violently, with anger and fear. He used up his last bit of strength to squeeze out a few broken syllables from his throat. You will die a miserable death. The last ray of light in Wang Hao's dilated pupils was completely extinguished. Lin Mo turned and walked towards his truck without looking back at the pile of scrap metal. Soon, the shrill sound of sirens came from far away, tearing the tranquility of the evening. Under the guidance of the traffic police, Lin Mo's white van slowly and firmly drove away from the scene. Although this was a fatal move against Lin Mo, it was ostensibly just a traffic accident, so Lin Mo was not taken back for questioning. Of course, even if he was taken away, he would be sent back immediately. Outside the car window, the flashing red and blue lights were left far behind. Back at the store, Lin Mo pulled down the shutters, completely isolating himself from the noise outside. He did not rush to travel back, but reviewed what had just happened. Wang Hao's revenge was both within his expectations and beyond his expectations. He didn't expect the other party to use such an extreme method, and he didn't expect the other party to mobilize 2 other dump trucks to cooperate. How could a rich second generation whose family was destroyed have the power to bribe 2 desperate criminals? And in such a short time. Once 3 heavy trucks collide with each other, the 2 drivers will most likely not survive. There's something incongruous about this matter. Lin Mo leaned against the shelf, closed his eyes, and replayed the entire process in his mind. Wang Hao's madness does not seem fake. The hatred of wanting to die together is a real emotion. But the appearance of those 2 dump trucks was too coincidental. The timing of blocking the road and the positions of the left and right pincer attacks were all precisely calculated. This is not something that could be planned by someone blinded by anger. After thinking about it, Lin Mo took out the special communication phone from the dimensional warehouse. As soon as I turned it on, it started to buzz and vibrate. It's a carrier pigeon. Lin Mo answered the phone. Mr. Linear. The carrier pigeon's voice was as flat as ever. Explain. We've noticed a car accident that just happened at the Chinnan intersection. Yeah. Lin Mo was not surprised. If they don't notice such a big commotion, then the liaison officer can be replaced. The main perpetrator, Wang Hao, has been identified. His motive was revenge. The carrier pigeon's report was concise and clear. He's dead. Lin Mo didn't respond and waited for his next words. If it were just to report such a well-known result, the carrier pigeon would not make this call. There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, as if he was organizing his words. We checked the identities of the other 2 dump truck drivers. The pigeon's voice lowered a little. They are also dead. That's not the point. Lin Mo interrupted him. Let's get to the point. The key point is that an hour before the incident, the 2 drivers each received a remittance of 5 million yuan into their personal accounts. Lin Mo's eyebrows twitched. 5 million. This is no small number. It wouldn't cost that much money to hire someone to kill someone. Have you found the source of the money? We found it, the pigeon replied. Although they went through more than a dozen procedures, the source can be traced. It was transferred from an account of an offshore company overseas. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. It's interesting that the money came from outside. This offshore company is registered in a tax haven. The pigeon's voice came through the encrypted line, and no emotion could be heard. All shareholder information was held on behalf of others, and the funds were transferred more than a dozen times. The final procedure was completed at a Swiss bank that maintains absolute confidentiality of client information. It's almost impossible to follow this line to find the person behind it. Lin Mo leaned against the shelf, holding an unopened can of Coke in his hand. So, the clue is broken. We've lost the money clue, but not the motive. The carrier pigeon changed the subject. We speculate that this is related to UNC technology. Lin Mo didn't say anything and listened quietly. The emergence of UNC #1 has disrupted the balance of the existing energy market. For certain multinational corporations that rely on traditional energy and patent barriers for profit, your very existence is the greatest threat. They can't stop UNC-1 from being launched, but they can find a way to prevent UNC-2 and 3 from appearing. Wang Hao is nothing more than a pawn blinded by anger and despair. He can be easily incited with just a few words, without even spending any money. The personal grudge between him and you is the best cover. The pigeon's voice paused. And that 10 million bought the lives of the 2 drivers. Their real target is you. Lin Mo pulled the ring of the Coke, and the bubbles made a slight hiss sound. It turns out that my head is now worth 10 million. This isn't the first time this has happened, Zynga continued. Over the past few decades, some of our top experts and scholars in the fields of semiconductors, aerospace, and biopharmaceuticals have encountered similar accidents. The other party's methods are very professional, and it is impossible for the security department to completely eliminate them. Mr. Lin, you have now entered a battlefield without the smoke of gunpowder. Do you need personal security? Carrier Pigeon offered. Top level, 24-hour protection. No need. Lin Mo took a sip of Coke, and the cold liquid slid down his throat. I'm used to being alone, and it's inconvenient to have someone follow me. He has too many secrets. If any of them are revealed, there will be more trouble later. There was silence on the other end of the phone. The carrier pigeon didn't seem to expect that Lin Mo would refuse security after something like this happened, but he could hear the determination in Lin Mo's tone. Understood. The pigeon didn't insist. We will strengthen monitoring of your surroundings. You must be careful. They failed once, and they will fail again soon. New. Lin Mo hung up the phone and threw the special phone back into the dimensional warehouse. Silence returned to the store. He walked to the door, opened a corner of the rolling door, and watched the people coming and going on the street outside. Everyone is busy making a living, calm yet busy. Ordinary people would never imagine that beneath this calm, countless undercurrents are surging. Lin Mo's mood was not too volatile. Anger or fear, these emotions were unnecessary for him. Find out who it is and then send someone to kill him? This method is too inefficient and only treats the symptoms rather than the root cause. What he is facing is not an individual, not one or two companies, but an interest group. The game of capital must be responded to in a capital way. The advent of Yuan Xing 1 dealt a devastating blow to the existing battery industry, and countless stocks hit the daily limit. This loss is not a small number, but tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. No wonder some people are desperate and want to kill Lin Mo directly. Now that the enemy has made his move, Lin Mo naturally has to respond. There are a lot of treasures stored in his dimensional warehouse. After discovering the Thor No. 7 battery, Lin Mo used food as a reward and asked the survivors of the Doomsday World to search for various valuable things in the ruins. There are many types, covering multiple industries such as electronic products, medical drugs, biotechnology, etc. There are finished products, scrapped parts, and periodicals and magazines. Although most of the items are scattered, you can still find many valuable items if you sort them out. With a thought, Lin Mo's consciousness sank into the dimensional warehouse. He found a few dusty scientific research magazines from a pile of miscellaneous items. These were all dug out from the ruins of some university libraries or research institutions in the Doomsday World. He didn't understand most of the papers and data above. But it doesn't matter, as long as someone can understand it. Aren't the energy giants already anxious? Then give them some more tough news. And this time, Lin Mo will personally reap the rewards. Opening one of the magazines called Frontier Materials Science, the paper has turned yellow, but the printed words and charts are still clear. Lin Mo flipped through the pages quickly and finally stopped at a paper. Study on grain boundary failure of sulfide solid electrolytes under high voltage cycling. The title is long and difficult to pronounce. Lin Mo couldn't understand those complicated chemical formulas and data models, but he could understand the conclusions. This paper uses a large amount of experimental data to prove that the existing solid-state battery technology has a fatal flaw that cannot be circumvented. It's a dead end. The giants in the global energy market, those who bet on lithium batteries, were defeated by Yuan Xing 1. But the stock prices of a considerable number of companies are supported by hype and expectations about solid-state battery technology. Now, it's their turn. Lin Mo took pictures of these pages of the paper with his mobile phone, and then called Zhang Yi. Mr. Linear. Zhang Yi's voice came. 2 things. You say. First, crush Wang Defa's company completely. Lin Mo's tone was calm, but Zhang Yi could hear the bloody smell and couldn't help asking, Mr. Lin, what happened? It's just a small matter. Lin Mo's voice was calm. The second thing is, I'll send you a technical paper. Get a few offshore accounts, screen out US stocks of companies working on solid-state batteries, and prepare to short sell them. There was silence on the phone for a few seconds. Zhang Yi instantly understood the risks and significance behind this matter. This is an active declaration of war against the big sharks on Wall Street. Mr. Lin, what is the scale of funds mobilized? She did not ask why, but directly asked about the implementation details. Let's test the waters with 5 billion first. We don't need to use too much leverage. This is just an appetizer. Lin Mo said calmly, I'll handle the losses. If there are any profits, put the money into Yuan Xing technology. I understand. Zhang Yi's voice remained steady. As he spoke, he had already outlined the relevant tactics in his mind. I will analyze and process the contents of your paper as quickly as possible, and then wait for an opportunity to publish it to several influential international academic forums and financial media. As for public opinion, I will also have the PR team follow up to ensure the momentum and bring down the other party's stock price. First plant the explosives, then detonate public opinion. This is a combination of punches, designed to catch the opponent off guard. Go ahead and do it. Lin Mo hung up the phone and put the matter behind him. As he told Zhang Yi, this matter was just an appetizer and not worth his excessive attention. Looking at the time, Tang Keqing and Xing Ji's things had almost arrived at the warehouse, so Lin Mo started the car and headed there. I deliberately took a few more turns on the road and found that no one was following me. Just a wave of assassinations. Lin Mo curled his lips. This won't work either, he hasn't even used his spatial ability. The night deepens. Lin Mo drove the van around the city a few times, making sure there was no one following him before he slowly drove to the agreed transit warehouse. The items delivered by the two groups were placed separately on both sides of the warehouse, clearly separated. On the left were the lathes sent by Tang Keqing. Each one was wrapped in thick canvas and wooden frames. They were huge in size and emitted a cold smell mixed with engine oil and metal. On the right are the raw materials delivered by carrier pigeons. The sealed wooden boxes are stacked together neatly, and you can't tell what's inside. Lin Mo walked forward and opened a wooden box at random. The yellow copper ingots and lead blocks reflected a dim light under the dim lights in the warehouse. He walked to the lathe again, lifted a piece of canvas, revealing the CNC machine's sophisticated control panel and cold metal casing. The types and quantities are appropriate. He was very satisfied with the efficiency of both tangkecking and carrier pigeons. He didn't delay any longer and stood in the middle of the warehouse. As soon as he thought of it, the mountains of wooden boxes and dozens of heavy lathes disappeared out of thin air and were all stored in the dimensional warehouse. The warehouse, which was originally packed to the brim, suddenly became empty. After doing all this, Lin Mo did not stop and drove back to the convenience store. Shuttle back to the doomsday world. The other side. The lights in the president's office on the top floor of UNC Technology are brightly lit. Zhang Yi just hung up the phone with Lin Mo. She stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bright lights of the park below, her brows slightly furrowed. There was something unusual about Lin Mo's last few instructions. Crush Wang Defa's company completely. There is no commercial consideration in this sentence, it seems more like a pure personal grudge. Then he took out another 5 billion yuan to short those international energy giants. The two things combined are more like a catharsis, a revenge, rather than a completely rational business decision. Lin Mo is not someone who is swayed by emotions. Something must have happened to make him give such an order. Zhang Yi returned to his desk and picked up the intercom. Have Director Liu from the legal department and Xiao Zhang from the information security department come to my office within 5 minutes. After hanging up the phone, she turned on the computer and tapped her fingers quickly on the keyboard. She first looked at the local trending searches. More than a dozen related news links and live videos immediately popped up on the screen. A tragic car accident occurred during the evening rush hour. 3 heavy trucks collided. The scene was like hell. Witnesses say it's suspected to be premeditated murder. Zhang Yi clicked on one of the videos. The picture was shaking and the person taking the picture was obviously very scared. 3 twisted and deformed heavy trucks were huddled together like a pile of scrap metal, with black smoke billowing out and the ground covered with oil stains and broken glass. In the corner of the picture, a white van is parked quietly not far away. Zhang Yi recognized that car. This is the one Lin Mo drives most often. Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat and his breathing stopped. She forced herself to calm down and continued to read the report. The driver involved in the accident was Wang Hao. Died on the spot. The other 2 drivers also died at the scene. Wang Hao, Wang Defa's son. The dandy young man who had a feud with Lin Mo because of Zhang Qian. All the clues were instantly connected into a clear line in Zhang Yi's mind. Wang Hao was desperate and planned to murder Lin Mo. Lin Mo survived safely and then made that phone call. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. The legal director and a technician from the information security department walked in. Mr. Zhang, are you looking for us? Zhang Yi shifted her gaze from the computer screen and leaned back into the large boss chair. Her aura became somewhat different. He is no longer the professional manager who plans and strategizes, but more like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. Manager Liu, regarding the Tianheng Energy case, are there any hidden assets or affiliated companies under Wang Defa's name that haven't been liquidated? Manager Liu was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied, yes, there are some, but they are all very complicated equity holdings, so it's difficult to seal them up and it takes time. I don't care what method you use. Zhang Yi's voice was calm, but beneath the calmness lay an irresistible pressure. I want the name Wang Defa to completely disappear from the entire business world starting from tomorrow when the sun rises. All companies related to him will be bankrupted and liquidated. All accounts that have financial transactions with him are frozen. A layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on Manager Liu's forehead. He could feel the raging anger behind the female president's instructions. Yes, I'll do it right away. Zhang Yi nodded and looked at the slightly nervous technician next to him. Xiao Zhang, how's your analysis of the research materials that Director Lin sent? Boss Zhang, the analysis is complete. Xiao Zhang quickly opened the tablet in his hand. Each of these papers is enough to cause a huge earthquake in the international materials science community and financial markets. Especially this research on sulfide solid electrolytes, it directly sentenced solid-state batteries to death. Zhang Yi stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The information is confidential. If even a single word is leaked beforehand, everyone in the information department who has signed a confidentiality agreement will be sent to jail. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, I was the only one operating the entire process, and no one else knew about it. Xiao Zhang promised while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Very good. Zhang Yi turned around, stretched out his finger, drew a cold straight line on Xiao Zhang's tablet, and tapped on the paper on solid-state batteries. Let's start with that. Contact the international media and academic influencers we have cultivated, and leak this paper anonymously and in sections. Within 24 hours, I want to make this article available to all investors in the world who are interested in the concept of solid-state batteries. Xiao Zhang's fingers were shaking a little. He could foresee what kind of bloody storm would be set off in the capital market after this paper was published. It would be a massacre. The public opinion army immediately followed suit and incited panic. Zhang Yi spoke very quickly, with a swift and decisive style. Manager Liu, please cooperate on your part and split the 5 billion yuan we received earlier into offshore companies. Be prepared. If their stock price starts to plummet, short sell them aggressively. Manager Liu looked embarrassed. Boss Zhang, that money was given to us for factory expansion. It wouldn't be legal to embezzle it. He didn't dare to say that this was illegal, he could only remind him in a tactful way. Zhang Yi's eyes fixed, and he turned the computer screen towards the two of them. He said in a cold tone, "Did you see this car accident? Director Lin was almost involved in it. Our boss is about to get into trouble, and you're telling me it's against the rules. Think about your tripled salary. Who paid you that?" She paused, her eyes scanning the two of them. "We are not doing business, we are seeking revenge. This matter won't be over until their stock price plummets." Manager Liu and Xiao Zhang were shocked at the same time. They finally understood the source of the storm. Immediately afterwards, endless anger surged in the hearts of the two. Who on earth is so cruel and crazy that he dares to attack their boss? In the top floor office at Yuanxing Technology, the order has been issued. When legal director Liu and technician Xiao Zhang walked out of the office, they felt their backs were soaked. What they took away was not a work assignment, but a declaration of war. Inside the Information Security Department, the hum of the servers was constant and cold. Xiao Zhang sat at his workstation, took a deep breath, and felt his heart beating in his chest. He is about to light a fuse with hundreds of billions of capital tied to the other end. But when he thought about how Director Lin almost got into trouble, he didn't hesitate at all, and his fingers turned into afterimages on the keyboard. A complex program started running, stripping and crushing all the metadata of the paper sent by Lin Mo, and then disguising it through layers of proxy servers across 3 continents. In order to better win this battle, he split the paper into 3 parts. The first and most core part, the conclusion on the grain boundary failure of sulfide solid electrolytes, was posted by him using a randomly generated ID on a niche German physics forum known for its rigor. The post was titled simply, "A Disturbing Thought About Sulfide Electrolytes." At the same time, Manager Liu's phone was almost blown up. He mobilized all the legal resources available to Yuanxing Technology, and like a shark smelling blood, he pounced precisely on the remaining business empire of Wang Defa. "Don't tell me about complicated procedures or loopholes. I want that holding company to enter bankruptcy liquidation before dawn. That overseas trust? Check the source of its funds. I want the bank to freeze it." There was no warmth in his voice, he was just executing a cold order erase. The post lay quietly on the German physics forum for 20 minutes. No one cares. Suddenly, a user who was certified as a professor at MIT replied below. "This simulation data is theoretically valid. If it's true, one stone can cause 1,000 ripples." This sentence was like a spark, instantly igniting the entire forum. The post was quickly screenshot and forwarded to a private social group of Wall Street traders. The first tremor appeared in the pre-market trading in Frankfurt. Stock futures for Volta Energy, a leading European company in solid-state battery research and development, fell 2% without warning, then 5%. In Zhang Yi's office, on the huge screen, the green line representing the stock price of Volt Energy began to tilt downward. She picked up the cold coffee and took a sip. The internal phone rang, it was Xiao Zhang. "Mr. Zhang, the fish has taken the bait. Panic is brewing." "Very good." Zhang Yi put down his coffee cup. "Release the second part of the experimental data and let the cyber army start to work. Also, tip off Bloomberg's tech reporter in Hong Kong." The second part of the paper was released. If the first part is just theoretical deduction, then the second part is irrefutable evidence. Detailed experimental data, clear comparison charts, and dazzling electron microscope photos. Panic was completely triggered. Volta Energy's stock futures plunged again, falling by more than 20%. The disaster began to spread. All American companies that have invested heavily in the same technology route, such as quantum technology and solid energy power, began to see their share prices collapse like an avalanche in pre-market trading. Manager Liu, Zhang Yi said into the intercom, "Let's get started." 5 billion RMB, converted into US dollars and euros, was split into countless parts and quietly infiltrated into the global capital market through dozens of offshore accounts. This is not a test, it's a sniper attack. Short orders are placed in batches, accurately hitting every slight rebound. The quantitative trading programs in the market smelled the scent of death and automatically followed up with selling, forming a terrifying downward spiral. In the trading room of a top hedge fund in Manhattan, New York, the fund manager pulled off his tie and yelled into the phone, "What the hell happened? Where did this paper come from? Who did it? Why didn't we get any news?" No one could answer him. They only saw an anonymous academic article that was dragging their tens of billions of dollars in investment portfolios into the abyss. Zhang Yi looked at the numbers on the main screen quietly. The numbers in the profit column were jumping wildly, from 7 digits to 8 digits, and then to 9 digits. The entire room was lit up with blood due to the red numbers on the screen that represented the plummeting market. Manager Lu walked in, looking tired but with his back straight. Boss Zhang, it's all cleaned up. All of Wang Defa's assets that can be traced have been frozen or are being liquidated. He has nothing left. New. Zhang Yi responded casually without taking her eyes off the screen. The sun rises and European markets open. The real massacre begins now. Xiao Zhang called again, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Mr. Zhang, a complete collapse. The financial news has already dubbed this incident the solid-state battery tragedy. The value of our first batch of short positions has doubled, and a large number of short-selling institutions are following suit. Almost all long positions have been forced to close. Zhang Yi took a look at the total profit and the number just skipped $1 billion. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. Revenge is good, but it's not enough. This is just the appetizer, Xiao Zhang, she said into the phone. Now, get the third part of the paper out. Part 3? But that part is about that alternative technology solution. Yes. Zhang Yi's voice lowered a little, becoming increasingly cold. If we just point out the shortcomings of the existing plan, the market will sooner or later strike back, because there will be no other choice. But if there's a better solution, do you think the current technology will still be valuable? Just send half of it, and keep the core parameters. I'll wait for Director Lin to decide how to handle it. Zhang Yi was making a killing in the capital market and was doing very well in short selling. At this time, Lin Mo was discussing with Mr. Zhao whether to build a courtyard around the convenience store or add a high-rise building next to it as a subsequent decision-making and command center. Both options are good. Building a courtyard can better highlight the core position of the convenience store, and the 2-meter-high wall can effectively block the outside view, giving Lin Mo more private space. According to Mr. Zhao, as the leader of the new city, Lin Mo's residence must not be bad. If an office building is built next to the convenience store, it will not be conducive to Lin Mo's rest. Nightingale interrupted and said, Mr. Lin, I think Mr. Zhao has a good idea. The office building can be built anywhere. There's no need to be right next to your store. After a pause, Nightingale lowered her voice and said, if the 4 major forces merge and a municipal committee is established, there will be too many people and too many eyes. Who knows, someone might harbor evil intentions. If you put them right in front of you, if someone does something bad to you, it will be troublesome. It's better to separate an area so that you have ample time to react. Nightingale's suggestion made Mr. Zhao's eyes light up. He slapped his thigh and said, Captain Nightingale is right. I didn't think it through. Safety first. Mr. Lin's residence must be the safest core of the entire new city. Lin Mo looked at the two of them and finally nodded. Just do as Nightingale says. He pointed to an area around the commissary. Build a wall. It doesn't have to be too high, 2 meters will do. As for the municipal committee office building, it was planned to be located on the other side of the camp, adjacent to the arsenal and living area. This seemingly simple wall invisibly physically separates Lin Mo's residence from the future center of power. After finalizing the plan, Engineer Zhao excitedly took the drawings to arrange manpower. Nightingale stayed where she was and reported the latest information to Lin Mo. Boss, the people from the Beehive and the Lighthouse both sent messengers over this morning. They want to meet with you to discuss a merger. Lin Mo was not surprised by this. It's as expected. The captain has set an example. As long as they are not stupid, they will know how to choose. But, Nightingale changed the subject, there's no movement at the rock stronghold. She pulled up the map on her tablet and pointed to the location of the rock stronghold. They didn't send anyone, nor did they increase security, it was as if nothing had happened. This is very unusual. Lin Mo looked at the red dot on the map and tapped it lightly with his finger. I've heard the captain mention Yan Wang. He's stubborn and ambitious. He won't give in easily. He's quiet now, so he's waiting. When we merge with the Ark, there will be trouble. Nightingale immediately understood Lin Mo's meaning. That's right. Lin Mo's eyes moved away from the map. The Rock King can't directly refuse the merger because it's what the people want. I have endless supplies. If the Rock King dares to refuse, he'll alienate his subordinates. So he can only wait. Wait until something goes wrong with our merger with the Ark, such as a large number of civilian casualties during the transfer. Or perhaps the original soldiers and awakened ones were used as cannon fodder, or the senior leaders were ostracized and suppressed after joining the committee. These are all areas where the Rock King can make a difference. Lin Mo paused, his eyes becoming deep. Not only in the Rock, the Beehive, and the Lighthouse, but even inside the Ark, many people are watching and hesitating. And what we have to do is prove it to them. The only chance is to follow us. Nightingale listened quietly, waiting for Lin Mo's order. Lin Mo's gaze fell on the city wall that had just been closed and was being continuously expanded not far away. If we want to be able to control the situation after the merger, food alone is not enough. We must also have some decent fighting power. Lin Mo's voice was flat. The guards are full. We don't have time to train them slowly. He turned to look at Nightingale. You take a few Nightblade Awakeners with you and go outside to lure a small wave of zombies over. Nightingale's body did not make any unnecessary movements, but her breath stagnated for a moment. Actively attract zombies. This kind of thing, in any stronghold, is a crazy act that is enough to make people's hearts flutter. The number doesn't need to be too large, about 500. Control the direction and lead them to the North City Wall. Lin Mo continued to give orders. I understand. Nightingale didn't ask why, but simply agreed. Clear all the workers near the city wall and have Tishan and the others bring all the new recruits up there. Tell them this is the first live fire test. There are plenty of bullets. Let them shoot freely through the loopholes in the city wall. When all the zombies are killed, this assessment will be over. Yes. Nightingale took the order and turned around to make arrangements. Wait. Lin Mo stopped her. Be careful, your mission is to lure the monsters, not to clear them. Don't confront them head on. Nightingale paused and responded in a low voice. Don't worry, boss. I know what I'm doing. After saying that, Nightingale quickly left and found Tishan and others who were training. The order was quickly passed down. The workers who were plastering the city wall were evacuated urgently, but they were not disbanded directly. Instead, they were transferred to other areas to continue their work. On the training ground, Tishan and Hause had just finished a round of brutal physical training and were lying on the ground gasping for breath. A Nightblade member appeared in front of them and conveyed Nightingale's orders. Live fire test? Monkey jumped up from the ground, the fatigue on his face replaced by excitement. Fighting zombies? Tishan also stood up. He was much calmer than Monkey, but his clenched fists still revealed his emotions. Everyone! Emergency assembly! Tishan shouted with all his might. 300 recruits quickly gathered, their faces a mixture of tension, confusion, and a hint of fear. Listen up! Tishan stood in front of the team and shouted at the top of his lungs, Mr. Lin has given us a chance. A chance to prove to everyone that we are not useless. Wait a minute, there will be zombies coming. A suppressed gasp was heard from the crowd. Don't be afraid of a bird. Tishan roared back, we have guns. We have a solid city wall. And we have endless bullets. Everyone, cheer up. If anyone dares to pee on the wall, I'll be the first to kick him down. He waved his hand. Target, the northern section of the city wall. Go! Led by the non-commissioned officers, the team rushed towards the steel defense line. The recruits climbed up the 5-meter-high wall along the stairs and looked down at the barren land as defenders for the first time. There are reserved passages inside the city wall, with a shooting hole every 3 meters. The solid concrete and steel plates gave them an unprecedented sense of security. Monkey distributed magazines to his new recruits while giving them instructions in a low voice. Don't panic. Remember what we taught you during training. Stay in a straight line. Only fire when I tell you to. Whoever dares to fire recklessly, watch out for my feet. The recruits swallowed nervously, placed the cold butts of their rifles against their shoulders, and looked out through the small firing holes at the deserted wilderness. Time passes by every second. An oppressive silence enveloped the city walls. Nothing could be heard except the sound of the wind. This kind of waiting is more torturous than facing zombies directly. Just when a recruit's nerves were about to break, several rapidly moving black spots appeared on the horizon of the wilderness. It was Nightingale and her Nightblade team. Behind them, a cloud of gray dust rose up and gathered into a dirty tide, sweeping towards the city wall. The wind in the wilderness carried a rotten smell, but it could not blow over the 5-meter-high wall. 300 recruits, tightly gripping their automatic rifles, stared at the horizon through the cold firing holes. No one spoke. There was only the sound of heavy breathing and the occasional chattering of teeth. The gray tide was getting closer and closer, and from a line it turned into a surging mass of filth. Zombies! These were not the few corpses that we had seen on the outskirts of the camp before, but a swarm of corpses that stretched as far as the eye could see. They crowded together, making low roars, which merged into a noise that made people's scalps tingle. Gudong! A recruit swallowed nervously, the sweat in his palms making the butt of the gun slippery. Stand still, damn! Tishan's heavy footsteps sounded in the passage of the city wall. He was like a black bear patrolling his territory, checking the status of his recruits one by one. A large hand like a palm leaf fan patted the shoulder of a new recruit who was shaking so much that he could hardly hold his gun. Keep the gun level. Aim at me. You're hiding behind the city wall, how can the zombies bite you? Fuck you. The recruit was startled by the slap, and the trembling of his body miraculously stopped. Yes, although zombies are scary, they are hiding behind the shooting holes in the city walls, not fighting zombies head on. Tishan didn't stop and continued to move to the next one. He had gone with Nightingale to pick up the captain before, so he had some experience there. Although he was nervous, he was not panicked. He is now a non-commissioned officer and the backbone of this group of recruits. There are epaulets on their shoulders personally issued by Mr. Lin. If even he is scared, the team will collapse completely. The horde of zombies has advanced to 300 meters away. The recruits could even see their rotting faces and the faint light flickering in their empty eye sockets. "Shoot, shoot, Brother Shan," a new recruit asked tremblingly. "Shut up," Tishan yelled back. "No one is allowed to shoot without orders." After he finished yelling, he immediately reported in a low voice through the intercom hanging on his chest. "Captain Nightingale, the zombies are within range, requesting to open fire." Nightingale's voice was silent on the intercom. "Not far enough, stand by." Waiting is a more terrifying torture than facing death. The swarm of corpses entered 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. The zombies in the front were so dense that you could already see the details of the maggots wriggling on their bodies. Just when the recruits' psychological defenses were about to collapse, Nightingale's voice finally came from the intercom. "Free fire! Fire!" Tishan roared out these two words with all his strength. The next second, dense gunfire erupted from the northern section of the city wall. Da-da-da-da! Hundreds of tongues of fire spewed out from the firing holes, interweaving into a barrage of death. The new recruit who fired a gun for the first time was shaken by the huge recoil of the automatic rifle, and the bullet flew away without knowing where it went. But soon, more people found the feeling. They held their guns tightly and madly poured ammunition into the oncoming tide of corpses. The zombies in the front row seemed to have hit an invisible wall. Their bodies were torn apart by bullets, blood, flesh, and broken bones splattered everywhere, and they fell down in pieces. The strong smell of gunpowder instantly overwhelmed the stench in the air. Beat him to death," the monkey screamed at the top of his lungs. He had forgotten his fear and was left with only a primitive excitement. He pulled the trigger and watched a zombie's head explode in the rain of his bullets. A hot current rushed from the soleace of his feet to the top of his head. Awesome! So fucking awesome! The city walls became a slaughterhouse. The zombies showed no fear. They stepped on the corpses of their companions and continued to surge forward. As soon as one row falls, another row immediately fills up its place. Click! One of the recruits' guns misfired. He was stunned for a moment before realizing that the magazine was empty. Change the magazine! Change the magazine quickly! He frantically reached for the spare magazine at his waist, but because he was too nervous, his fingers were completely out of control. A foot kicked him hard on the butt. "Waste! Look at what I do!" Monkey snatched his gun, skillfully removed the empty magazine, replaced it with a new one, and pulled the bolt. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Remember this: if you're even a second slower on the battlefield, you'll die. The monkey put the gun back into his hand and went on to discipline the next one. The battle continues. The recruits gradually calmed down from their initial panic and began to fire in short bursts as taught in training, rather than indiscriminately. But there are too many zombies. They piled up a thick layer of corpses under the city wall, and the zombies behind them stepped on the pile of corpses, getting closer and closer to the top of the wall. "Ammo! I'm out of ammo," a recruit shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, heavy footsteps were heard behind him. Several members of the Nightblade team ran over carrying several heavy wooden boxes. The box was pried open, revealing neatly stacked yellow bullets and hundreds of magazines filled with bullets. "Mr. Lin said so." A Nightblade's voice drowned out the sound of gunfire. "Plenty of bullets. Shoot as much as you want." This sentence is more useful than any mobilization. The recruits' last bit of worry was dispelled. Their eyes were all red. The logistical support gave them endless confidence. The gunfire became more intense. 10 minutes later, the gunshots from under the city wall finally gradually became sparse. The last zombie, who was still twitching, was shot in the head by Tishan. Outside the northern section of the city wall, there was no living creature left. The foul-smelling black blood gathered into small puddles under the pile of corpses. There was silence on the city wall. All the recruits leaned against the wall exhausted, gasping for breath. Their arms were sore and numb from shooting for so long, and their ears were filled with the buzzing sound left by the gunshots. His face and body were splattered with hot shell casings and black gunpowder residue, but they all survived. They looked at the purgatory outside the wall that they had created with their own hands, and a strange emotion fermented in their chests. It's pride. "We won?" a recruit muttered to himself. "We won." Monkey raised the gun in his hand high and roared in a hoarse voice. "Oh!" The suppressed cheers erupted above the city walls, deafening. Lin Mo stood on a high tower in the distance and watched the entire battle through a telescope. Nightingale stood behind him, recording a series of data on the tablet. "Boss, the battle is over. Preliminary statistics show 512 zombies killed and 17,400 rounds of ammunition consumed. The Nightingale's voice is very peaceful. On average, it takes 34 bullets to kill a zombie. Very inefficient. Many new recruits are handling guns for the first time, so it's quite good that they can shoot like this. Lin Mo put down the telescope and asked, "What are the casualties?" 2 people had their noses broken by the butt of a gun due to operating errors. 1 person accidentally rolled down the wall while changing the magazine, but fortunately the height was not high, so he only broke his leg and was not in danger of death. Nightingale paused and continued reporting. Some of the new recruits have performed exceptionally well. They had experience killing zombies before joining the new city. Not bad. Lin Mo nodded. Let the others go back and rest, and call Tishan and the others over. Yes. Lin Mo stood at the entrance of the convenience store. Tishan, Monkey, and several non-commissioned officers who performed outstandingly in the battle were standing nervously in front of him. The smell of gunpowder still lingered on them, their faces were still stained and tired, but everyone stood straight. I've read the battle report. Lin Mo's tone was very flat, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. My first actual combat experience, barely qualified. Tishan and others breathed a sigh of relief, with a hint of joy on their faces. But Lin Mo changed the subject. 512 zombies, consuming 17,400 rounds of ammunition. On average, 34 bullets kill 1 person. Lin Mo's eyes swept across their faces one by one. Don't you think it's a waste? The little bit of joy that had just risen was instantly extinguished. Tishan lowered his head, his face feeling a little hot. Boss, it's our fault. The new recruits were too nervous and a lot of bullets went missing. Nervousness is a reason, but not an excuse. Lin Mo's voice remained even. On the battlefield, a bullet means a life. Wasting a bullet is wasting your own life. This time we have city walls and unlimited ammunition for you to squander. What about next time? If we encounter them in the wild, will you still have so many bullets? Several people remained silent, their heads lowered even lower. You are responsible for leading people to clean up the corpses outside the wall. Lin Mo issued a new order, clean up the battlefield and recover all the crystal cores. Yes, Tishan responded immediately. Lin Mo looked at them and said, training cannot stop. I will only give you 2 days. In 2 days, the first batch of civilians from the Ark will be transferred here. Whether you return safely or are completely wiped out depends on you. Tishan suddenly raised his head, his chest heaving violently, and he roared with all his might. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Under the city wall, cleanup work has begun. The surviving recruits used a bulldozer to drag the piles of zombie corpses to a large pit dug in the distance. The stench was overwhelming, but no one complained. They had just killed these monsters with their own hands, and the fear had turned into a kind of twisted sense of accomplishment. Oh my God, my hands almost cramped just now. A young soldier sighed to his companions while dragging a mutilated corpse. You also said that when I was changing the magazine, my hands were shaking like sieves and Monkey Brother almost kicked me off. But it's fucking awesome. Another person lowered his voice, his face revealing an unconcealable excitement. We're so lucky to be following Mr. Lin. Plenty of bullets. We can shoot as much as we want. If we were anywhere else, we wouldn't get this kind of treatment. These words seem to have magic power. I've never seen so many bullets in my life. They were stacked in boxes, golden yellow, more beautiful than gold. With Mr. Lin here and this high wall, we don't have to be afraid anymore. Right. Let's see who dares to mess with us again. The new recruits outside the city wall were cleaning up the zombie debris, while discussions about the battle that morning were heard one after another in the city. Have you heard? Over at the north wall, the new guards killed a large wave of zombies. I've heard a lot about it, but I was working nearby and the sound of gunfire was like New Year's firecrackers, it never stopped. My cousin is in the guards. He said Mr. Lin gave the order, plenty of bullets, shoot to the death. The scene was like a mountain of corpses. Is this true? Can we use bullets freely? A survivor who just joined the camp yesterday had disbelief written all over his face. Of course. Our Mr. Lin is a real man. The 4 major factions all have to listen to him. Now that we have a high wall and guards, our lives will be stable from now on. These discussions made the atmosphere in the entire camp become lively. Soldiers only need to kill enemies and workers only need to work, but Lin Mo has a lot more things to consider. After reading the battle report, he called Wang Wenbin and Zhao Gong over. Mr. Linear. The two met and greeted each other. Afterwards, Wang Wenbin rubbed his hands and asked expectantly, Mr. Lin, how's the lathe going? Lin Mo smiled and said, it's all ready and can be taken out at any time, but I'm afraid there's not enough space in the existing workshop. In order to get the arsenal into production as soon as possible, Lin Mo planned a small area. Coupled with the number of equipment, the bullets and firearms shared the same production line. Before he returned to modern times, he asked Wang Wenbin to prepare a list of lathes in order to expand the arsenal. At least the production lines of bullets and firearms should be separated so that they do not interfere with each other. Mr. Lin is right. Wang Wenbin took over the conversation and pointed to the arsenal not far away with an anxious look on his face. This workshop is really too small now. The production lines for guns and bullets are squeezed together, making it difficult to perform many precision operations. When there are too many workers, it's difficult to even turn around. And with only one production line, we can't assemble guns while we're producing bullets, and vice versa. It's such a waste of time. Engineer Zhao also expressed his opinion. Mr. Lin, you want to expand the factory, right? Do you want to build on the existing foundation, or choose another location? Lin Mo pondered for a moment and said, let's build another factory next to the existing arsenal, and then build a raw material warehouse to facilitate the withdrawal of materials. I understand. Engineer Zhao nodded immediately. I'll design 2 plans for you right away. Lin Mo nodded, then looked at Wang Wenbin and asked, I have a batch of grenade blueprints here. Check which lathes you need and I'll get them for you. Find someone to do a trial production, and be quick. I want to see the first batch of finished products in 2 days. Grenade? Wang Wenbin's eyes suddenly lit up. That's a powerful weapon. One shot can blow up an area. It's much more efficient than a rifle. Lin Mo didn't say much. He took out a special mobile phone from the dimensional warehouse, connected it to the printer and printed out a stack of drawings on the spot. Wang Wenbin took the drawing and took a look at it. He was like being sucked into a magnet and couldn't take his eyes off it. The structure on the drawing is so delicate. With its modular design and standardized parts, this is obviously a high-quality product used by the military, not something made by hand in a local workshop. Good stuff. This is definitely a good stuff. Wang Wenbin stroked the drawing with his fingers, as if he had seen a rare treasure. Can it be built? Lin Mo asked. Yes. Absolutely. Wang Wenbin nodded his head like pounding garlic. Mr. Lin, as long as we have the lathe and materials, we can build anything twice as complicated, not to mention this. He patted his chest, unable to conceal the excitement on his face. Give me half a day and I can make a sample for you. Wang Wenbin's hands were shaking as he held the stack of hot drawings. He called several technical backbones to his side and discussed every part and parameter on the drawing in a low but anxious voice. The design of this trigger assembly is so ingenious, it can be formed using stamping parts. And this time delay fuse, it has a simple structure, but is absolutely reliable. Lin Mo did not disturb them. He asked Nightingale to find a few people who knew about communications and start installing surveillance equipment, focusing on monitoring the situation outside the city wall. At this time, the cleaning work outside the northern section of the city wall was nearing completion. By this time, it was already bright outside. The recruits quickly checked the crystal cores and used a bulldozer to pile the bodies into a deep pit. The stench was overwhelming and everyone was covered in black blood. But the fear and panic that had been there before were no longer visible on their faces. All that remains is a calmness mixed with fatigue and numbness. The fierce battle and cleanup just now had initially stripped away the civilian weaknesses in them. Just as Lin Mo was fiddling with the surveillance screen, Tishan came over and reported loudly, reporting to Mr. Lin. The cleanup is complete, and 23 crystal cores have been recovered. Lin Mo nodded and said, go back and tell the soldiers to rest for 10 minutes before starting the second round of training. Tishan was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but say, Mr. Lin, the brothers are almost exhausted, otherwise. On the battlefield, will the enemy give you time to rest? Lin Mo's voice was very flat, but it made Tishan swallow the rest of his words. Yes. I will convey the order immediately. Tishan straightened his back, turned around and ran towards the city wall. His roar soon echoed beneath the city wall. Don't take a break. 10 minutes. Continue in 10 minutes. The new recruits who had just collapsed on the ground and didn't even want to move a finger, instantly lost all color on their faces. Come again? I can hardly lift my arms. This is going to kill us. The complaints were low, but still spread among the crowd. The monkey kicked the recruit who screamed the loudest on the butt. What are you yelling about? Mr. Lin's words are orders. If you have any objections, get out of the guard right now. The crowd immediately quieted down. Quit the guard? What a joke. They had just experienced the exhilaration of having plenty of bullets and felt the sense of security brought by high walls. The most important thing is that joining the guard not only brings good treatment but also high status. Letting them go now would be more painful than killing them. Everyone, get moving. Check the ammunition and clean the gun chamber. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Amidst the scolding, the recruits began to carry out the orders. 10 minutes later, 300 soldiers entered the passage inside the city wall again. They didn't have to wait long. The Nightblade team's vehicles appeared again, followed by an even larger tide of zombies. The target appears. Prepare for battle. Tishin shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing throughout the entire defense line. This time, the recruits' reactions were obviously much more skilled. Pull the bolt, release the safety, and aim. Compared to the panic of the first time, it is now much more organized. Wait until they're within 50 meters before firing. Tishin gave the order. Save your bullets. Shoot me accurately. The swarm of corpses surged in 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Fire! Gunshots rang out again, but this time, it was no longer a random outpouring of fire. The recruits began firing short and precise bursts as they had learned in training. Tada, tada, tada. Dense rain of bullets cut through the vanguard of the zombie horde. The rate at which bullets are consumed is more than twice as slow as last time, but the efficiency with which zombies fell was much higher. Those in front, step back and reload, and those behind you, take over. Keep the fire going. Tishin gave orders quickly, and Monkey and other non-commissioned officers walked back and forth on the defense line to supervise and assist. The balance of victory began to tilt. Lin Mo sat at the entrance of the convenience store, watching the battle situation on the city wall through the surveillance screen and calculating the battle data at the same time. The killing efficiency has increased a lot, and the ammunition waste rate has continued to decrease. Lin Mo thought to himself that he was quite satisfied with the soldiers' performance. He didn't mind wasting ammunition. The materials brought back from both times are enough to make millions of bullets, so we can fire them at will. But soldiers who only know how to shoot mindlessly are not what Lin Mo wants. Just hold the trigger tightly. If the muzzle of the gun tilts and fires a burst of bullets to the side, it will be a lot of fun. The battle proceeded in an orderly manner. The zombies kept falling and were never able to pose an effective threat. Just when everyone thought it was just a repetitive training exercise, something strange happened. Behind the group of zombies, a black shadow that was obviously much smaller than the other zombies suddenly rushed out at an unreasonable speed. Its limbs were exceptionally long, and it crawled at high speed on the uneven pile of corpses, its movements so swift that they left a trail of afterimages. "What is that?" screamed a sharp-eyed recruit. "It's a mutant. Focus your fire. Focus your fire quickly." The monkey recognized the thing and roared loudly. Dozens of fire lines immediately covered the high-speed moving black shadow. But the thing was moving too fast, and most of the bullets fell into empty space. Occasionally a bullet would hit it, but it would only splash a few drops of black liquid, and would not hinder its movement at all. With the cover of the pile of corpses, it rushed to the foot of the city wall in a few seconds, and then without stopping for a second, it began to climb rapidly along the wall. Up there! A new recruit's voice changed its pitch and took on a sharp tremolo. In the passage inside the city wall, everyone lost their target, and the angle of the shooting hole made it impossible to detect the mutant. Panic spread quickly in the narrow passage. What should I do? It's coming up. Shoot! Why aren't the people in front shooting? I can't even see where the fuck it is. Shoot where? A new recruit pulled the trigger out of nervousness, and several bullets hit the opposite wall, splashing a string of cement debris and sparks. Damn it! Tishin snatched the gun from the recruit's hand and slapped him in the face. Do you want to kill your own people? His chest heaved violently and his eyes were bloodshot. Through the shooting hole, you can see the tide of zombies still surging below, but the biggest threat at the moment comes from above. Once the thing rushed to the top of the wall and entered the passage where the soldiers were, it would be a one-sided massacre. These recruits were so nervous that they even trembled when changing magazines. It was impossible for them to fight that monster in close combat. Monkey, you take the men and guard this side. I'll go up there. Tishin turned around and rushed towards the stairs leading to the top of the wall. He couldn't just watch that thing rush in. Even if I have to use my body to hit it, I have to knock it down. Through the images sent back by the drone, Lin Mo could see everything on the city wall clearly. He saw Tishin's actions and also saw the new recruits who were overwhelmed by fear. He noted down several soldiers who reacted the worst and even dropped their guns and prepared to retreat. But still no orders were issued. Nightingale stood at the entrance of the convenience store, holding the walkie-talkie in her hand, and also remained silent. Just as Tishin stepped onto the stairs, the mutant's sharp claw had already touched the edge of the wall. Two figures appeared silently at both ends of the top of the wall. They are members of the Nightblade team who are always on standby. One of them half knelt down and pressed his palms against the wall. A visible white frost spread rapidly along the wall with his palm as the center. The mutant, which had just stuck out half of its head, suddenly stopped. The limbs that touched the wall instantly formed a thick layer of ice crystals, freezing them firmly to the edge of the wall, keeping them in the upward climbing posture. Before the recruits in the corridor could react, the Nightblade on the other end raised his hand. A fist-sized fireball condensed in his palm, then dragged an orange-red trail as it accurately hit the frozen mutant. Boom! There was a dull crack. The ice crystals and the mutants inside exploded into countless burning fragments, flying everywhere. A few pieces of flaming meat fell into the tide of zombies below, even igniting a few ordinary zombies. The entire process, from the mutant being frozen to being eliminated, took no more than 2 seconds. The gunfire on the city wall had stopped at some point. Everyone stared blankly outside the wall, looking at the still burning debris. Tishan stopped at the stairs, opened his mouth, and couldn't say anything for a long time. The pressure that made him feel desperate just now is gone just like that? The monkey stuck his head out, looked at the two sculpture-like figures on the top of the wall, and swallowed hard. Is this the strength of an awakened person? It's really enviable. No wonder some people have always said that the awakened are the darlings of the new era. After a depressing silence, the crowd erupted in even louder cheers. Holy crap! It's gone in seconds. That's awesome. Is that Team Nightblade? As expected of an awakened one, he killed the mutant with one strike. They've been on standby the whole time. Is this Mr. Lin's instruction? Will we also be operating in conjunction with the Nightblade squad in the future? That's great. With the Nightblade team here, we don't have to worry about mutants coming. On the faces of the recruits, fear was replaced by a fanatical admiration. Their eyes were filled with longing as they looked at the two figures on the top of the wall. The battle continues. Lin Mo's calm voice reached Tishan's ears through the intercom. Tishan shuddered and immediately came to his senses. He shouted at the cheering recruits, "What are you looking at? The zombies aren't all dead yet. Keep fighting." The gunshots rang out again, but this time, the recruits' mentality changed completely. There was a fire in their hearts. The battle continued for another half hour. The tide of zombies outside the city wall was finally completely wiped out. This time, the ammunition consumption was reduced by nearly half compared to the previous round. The soldiers leaned against the wall weakly, but no one complained. Count the consumption. Prepare to clean up the battlefield. Tishan walked back and forth in the queue, giving orders. At this moment, Lin Mo's voice came from his headphones. "Tishan, come here." Tishan immediately took Monkey and other non-commissioned officers to the canteen. "Meet Mr. Lin." Everyone greeted loudly, and the momentum was strong. "Tell me what you think about this training." Lin Mo did not have any extra opening remarks. Tishan took a step forward and spoke in a loud voice. Reporting to Mr. Lin. In the second round of training, the brothers performed much better than the first. Ammunition consumption has been reduced by at least 1/3. They basically all learned to fire in short bursts. Monkey couldn't help but interject, "Yeah, I've gotten the hang of it now, and I'm no longer shooting around like a headless chicken." Lin Mo's expression didn't change. He looked at Tishan. "What were you doing when that mutant climbed up the wall?" These words instantly froze the atmosphere on the scene. The slight smugness that had just appeared on Tishan's face disappeared completely. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. The monkey also became dispirited, lowered his head and dared not say anything more. "Yes, what's the use of them fighting ordinary zombies well? One mutant almost caused the entire defense line to collapse. If the Nightblade team had not acted in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. This is still them relying on the city wall. If it's in an open area." They were in a panic, at a loss, and some even dropped their guns and prepared to run away. Lin Mo's voice was very soft, but it seemed as if every non-commissioned officer could not raise his head. "When faced with a real threat, your soldiers are no different from lambs to be slaughtered. It's my fault that I didn't lead them well." Tishan lowered his head even lower, his voice full of shame. "It's your problem, but it's not entirely your problem," Lin Mo said indifferently. "I asked Nightingale to compile a list. There are 27 names on it. These 27 people behaved the worst when the mutants appeared. Some fired recklessly, some deserted the battlefield, and some even peed their pants out of fear." Every time Lin Mo spoke, Tishan lowered his head a little, and a look of shame appeared on his dark face. "Mr. Lin, they just encountered mutants for the first time and have no experience. Give them another chance. On the battlefield, will the enemy give you a second chance?" Lin Mo interrupted him. "One person's panic can kill an entire team. I don't need to teach you this." Tishan's lips moved, but in the end he said nothing. "Clear them out." Lin Mo's tone brooked no room for negotiation. "The new city guard doesn't keep idle people. After the layoffs, I was assigned to the engineering team, and having enough food wasn't a problem." "Yes." Tishan clenched the list in his hand and agreed with gritted teeth. After dealing with this matter, Lin Mo looked at the dejected non-commissioned officers in front of him. "Why, you have no confidence." Several people dared not say anything. Walls are dead, but people are alive. You can't hide behind walls and shoot people your whole lives, and the mutants won't disappear just because of your fear. Lin Mo's words made everyone raise their heads. 1 hour of rest and a change in training methods. I will provide you with modified heavy trucks, and you will enter the ruins of the city and conduct maneuver training. The training goal is to eliminate all zombies you encounter while moving. This news exploded in everyone's mind. Leaving the protection of the city walls? Go fight zombies in the ruins? Mr. Lin, isn't this too risky? A sergeant asked in a low voice. I will let the Night Blade team accompany you to ensure that you are not wiped out by the mutants. Lin Mo responded indifferently, but they only deal with variants. The rest is up to you. I need a team that can fight hard, not a bunch of weaklings who can only hide behind the wall. If you can't do it, get out. I'll recruit new people. Lin Mo's gaze swept across Tishan and Monkey's faces one by one. Do you understand? Clear. Tishan, Monkey and others returned to the temporary barracks and blew the whistle for an emergency assembly. A team of 300 people quickly assembled in the open space. Their faces still showed the fatigue after the fierce battle, but there was something in their eyes that was not there before. Tishan stood in front of the team, scanning every face, young or old. Mr. Lin saw the fight just now. His voice was deep, drowning out all the noise around him. Someone performed well and did not bring shame to our guard. But there are some people who don't deserve to be here. He opened the list in his hand and began to read out the names one by one. Zhang Qing, Li Yukon, Wang Jing. Every time a name was read out, there was a slight commotion in the crowd. The person whose name was called turned pale instantly. After reading out the 27 names, Tishan closed the list. Those whose names have been called, step out. The 27 people walked out of the team reluctantly, with their heads down, not daring to look at anyone. Why, Brother Shan? A young man said tremblingly, I also fired a gun, and I also killed the zombies. Yeah. Tishan walked up to him, his tall figure looming over him. When the mutant was climbing the wall, you dropped your gun and turned around to run. Am I right? The young man's lips trembled and he couldn't utter a word. And you? Tishan turned his gaze to another person. You're pointing your gun at your own people. If I hadn't unarmed you, would you have killed your comrades first? They didn't die at the hands of mutants, but were beaten to death by idiots. Do you think they can rest in peace? The man's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Tishan didn't look at them again, but faced everyone. Mr. Lin said that the guards don't keep useless people or cowards. Your guns, your bullets, and the uniforms you wear were all given to you by Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin gave you enough food and drink so that you could fight in battle, not shiver and pee in the back. Tishan pointed at the 27 people. From now on, you are dismissed. Take off your clothes, hand over your guns, and report to the construction team. No! A dismissed soldier suddenly shouted, emotionally, I won't leave. Why? I don't want to dig the soil. Why? The monkey jumped out from the side and kicked the man in the stomach, making him curl up into a ball. You almost killed the person next to you. The monkey pointed at his nose and cursed. I saw it with my own eyes. When that monster came up, you were the first one to squeeze into the entrance, completely blocking the road. Have you ever thought about how many people you'd kill if the mutants really rushed in? It's good enough that I didn't charge you with desertion. If you dare to say another word, I'll kill you right now. The monkey's ferocious look intimidated everyone who wanted to plead or refute. In the dead silence, the 27 men silently took off their training uniforms, put down their rifles, and left the barracks in a daze. The remaining soldiers saw it. There is sympathy, pity, and also a sense of relief. After all, you have to fight for your life on the battlefield, and no one wants to leave their back to an unreliable person. An hour later, the remaining soldiers regrouped. This time, the team was eerily quiet. Everyone stood up straight, their faces more serious than ever before. Nightingale came over with several members of the Night Blade team. Mr. Lin has issued an order. The training content has been changed. Everyone, turn right. Target the open space west of the arsenal. Run! The soldiers marched in neat steps, following Nightingale to their destination. When they walked around a row of temporary houses and saw the things parked in the open space, everyone's pace slowed down involuntarily. Several ferocious steel behemoths were parked there quietly. Those were several monsters converted from heavy trucks. A heavy V-shaped bumper was added to the front of the car, and steel guards were welded to the windows. The rear carriage was converted into a fully enclosed steel fortress with rows of narrow shooting holes on the sides. There is also a machine gun mount on the roof that can rotate 360 degrees. The matte black paint makes these cars look like chariots from hell. The soldiers' breathing became heavy. Fear, tension, and a hint of excitement that was difficult to suppress floated in their hearts. Fuck! A soldier couldn't help but curse under his breath. If you drive this thing out, you have to walk sideways, right? Stop standing there like idiots. Monkey yelled at the top of his lungs. Get in the cars according to your previous divisions. Get familiar with your combat positions. The soldiers sprang into action. They climbed into the cold steel carriage, touching the steel plates with rough welds but absolutely solid, and felt an unprecedented sense of security in their hearts. This thing feels more solid to the touch than a concrete wall. The cab of each tank is equipped with 2 members of the Night Blade team. They were dressed in black combat uniforms and their faces were expressionless. Tishan stood next to the lead car and put on a communication headset. Lin Mo's voice came clearly from inside. Are you ready? Report to Mr. Lin. Everything is ready. Tishan's answer was sonorous and powerful. Target the former commercial street site 2 kilometers away. Eliminate all zombies encountered along the way. Remember, you are a whole. The convoy is your position, and your comrades are your back. Clear. Set off. Boom. The engines of several steel behemoths roared at the same time, and the ground shook slightly. The huge city gate in the northern part of the camp, which had just experienced a bloody battle, slowly opened to both sides with a harsh friction sound. The car slowly drove out of the city gate. The soldiers sat in the shaking carriage, looking through the firing holes at the rapidly receding scenery outside. The tall city walls were left behind, and an unprecedented feeling arose in their hearts. Before, they were lambs hiding behind the wall. Now, they are hunters sitting in a steel fortress. The convoy entered the edge of the city ruins. Ruined high-rise buildings and abandoned vehicles make up this dead world. Attention all units, stay alert and be ready to fight at any time. Tishan's order made everyone nervous. Soon, sporadic zombies appeared on the streets. Attracted by the roar of the engine, they staggered over. Single-point mode, alternate firing. Clear all zombies in sight. The team with the lowest hit rate, go back and practice for another 10 kilometers. Fire. The sound of gunfire echoed in the narrow streets, more harsh than on the empty city walls. Da, da, da. From the firing hole on the side of the lead vehicle, a tongue of fire accurately smashed the head of a zombie rushing in the front. Black juice splashed on the windows of the abandoned car next to it. First team, good job. Tishan's voice was transmitted to every tank through the vehicle communication. Second team, 3 o'clock direction, 5 people, clear them out. The moment the order was given, several gun muzzles immediately appeared from the side of the second car. Accurate short bursts of fire knocked down the zombies that tried to surround them from the alley one by one. There was not a single unnecessary movement in the entire process, and not a single bullet was wasted. The convoy advanced through the ruined streets at a slow but unstoppable pace. The wheels rolled over the remains of the zombies, making a teeth-grinding squeaking sound. The soldiers have adapted to this rhythm of mobile warfare. Their bodies swayed with the bumps of the vehicle, but the guns in their hands were surprisingly steady. Through the narrow shooting holes, the staggering monsters outside were no longer synonymous with terror, but moving targets. See? Just shoot. Monkey yelled in the carriage he was in charge of. Aim and shoot. Whoever empties a whole magazine and doesn't kill a single zombie won't get to eat when they get home. One soldier was so excited that his breathing became rapid and he almost held the trigger. After being slapped on the back of the head by the monkey, he immediately calmed down and switched to short bursts of fire. Sense of security. An unprecedented sense of security. It's hell outside, but the carriage is the strongest fortress. This feeling brought about a fundamental change in the soldiers' mentality. The convoy crushed the zombies all the way, clearing out hundreds of zombies along the way and successfully arrived at the site of the original commercial street. This used to be the most prosperous area in the city, but now all that remains are broken billboards and messy debris. Stop! Stay on guard! Tishan gave an order, and several steel behemoths stopped steadily in the center of the square, forming a temporary circular defense position. The soldiers on the vehicle did not relax, and continued to vigilantly observe the movements around them through the firing holes. At the entrance of the convenience store, Lin Mo put down the tablet in his hand. On the screen, the images transmitted back by the drone are clear and stable. It can be clearly seen that the soldiers' combat skills are improving rapidly. At this moment, a black communicator on the table vibrated slightly. Lin Mo pressed the answer button. Mr. Linear. The captain's voice came, sounding a little tired. It's me. Here on the Ark, the transfer list has been compiled. The first batch of civilians totals 200 people. I have arranged for the soldiers to conduct field combat training outside the city. The action will start on time at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow morning. Lin Mo replied. No problem. The captain's voice was calm. Because they had agreed during their previous meeting to transfer the first batch of civilians 3 days later. Although in the captain's opinion, a newly formed team will need at least a week or even longer to form initial combat effectiveness. But since Lin Mo said so, she wouldn't ask any more questions. Judging from previous events, Lin Mo never fights a battle without preparation. How are your preparations going? Lin Mo asked, changing the subject. There was silence on the other end of the communicator for a few seconds. The supplies have been distributed, and the public is very stable, even a little impatient. The captain smiled bitterly, but Uncle Hai and the others have been secretly contacting some of our old subordinates recently. I'm worried. Don't worry. Lin Mo interrupted her, they can't cause any trouble. People's hearts are on my side, what can they use to overturn it? These words instantly calmed the captain's heart. Yes, human heart. Now, everyone in the Ark knows that the new city can provide people with enough food and the most solid shelter. The so-called qualifications and favors of High Sandy and others are so fragile in the face of absolute survival guarantees. I understand. The captain took a deep breath. How do we cooperate with the clearing of the route? My people will be responsible for the main attack, and your soldiers will be responsible for clearing the remnants and guarding both sides. Lin Mo paused and added, "You arrange for someone to come over first and bring back some bullets." After finishing the call with the captain, Lin Mo switched the communicator channel. Soon, the Queen Bee's unique, sweet and charming voice came from the communicator. "Mr. Lin, what a rare visitor. Queen Bee, I need your help." Lin Mo went straight to the point. There was silence on the other end of the communicator for a moment. "Mr. Lin, you're joking. With your current strength, is there anything else you need my help with? I know you're very concerned about the merger of Ark and New City. The day after tomorrow, Ark will transfer the first batch of civilians to my new city." Lin Mo's tone was very flat. "I'm short of manpower, so I want to borrow 50 soldiers from you, plus some awakened ones." The Queen Bee's breathing can be clearly heard. "Borrowing troops? Still need awakeners? Mr. Lin, this is not a trivial matter." "Of course it's no small matter." Lin Mo leaned back in his chair. "After the operation is completed, each soldier who participated in the operation will be rewarded with 100 kilograms of rice, a box of canned meat, a pack of cigarettes, and a bottle of wine. The awakened will get 3 times that. I will also give you 50,000 rounds of ammunition, plus 50 newly manufactured automatic rifles." Hiss! A gasp came from the communicator. The Queen Bee was completely silent. She simply couldn't refuse this condition. 50,000 rounds of ammunition and 50 new guns were enough to raise the firepower of her troops to a higher level. "Mr. Lin, you are as generous as ever." There was a hint of self-mockery in the Queen Bee's words. "I just want everyone to see what benefits there are in following me." Lin Mo did not hide his purpose. "Agree or refuse, it's your choice." "Do I have a choice? If my soldiers knew I turned down such a big deal, they would hate me to death." The Queen Bee chuckled. "Time and place. Your people should arrive in Zinken before 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow morning." "Good." The call ended. Lin Mo didn't pause and started operating again. This time, he contacted the Rock. The rough voice of the Rock King sounded. "I wonder what Mr. Lin wants to talk to me about." "Borrow troops." Lin Mo repeated what he had just said, and the conditions were almost the same. "Okay, I'll do it." The Rock King held it in for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and agreed. There was no way he could refuse. Just as the Queen Bee said, if the soldiers knew that they had passed by food, cigarettes, and alcohol, even if they didn't say it openly, they would have thoughts in their hearts. After agreeing on a time, Lin Mo hung up the phone and contacted Lighthouse. "Mr. Lin, what do you want?" The Lighthouse leader's voice soon came. Lin Mo briefly explained the situation. "No problem. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. The people from the Lighthouse will be there on time." The Lighthouse leader answered without any hesitation. After hanging up the last call, silence returned to the entrance of the convenience store. Nightingale looked at Lin Mo. This man only made 3 phone calls and mobilized the armed forces of the 3 major forces. This is no longer a simple alliance, this is Wang Ling. The 4 major forces couldn't say a word against Lin Mo. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo gave instructions to Nightingale beside him. "Modify 10 more tanks." Nightingale nodded and took note. At this moment, a figure was running towards the arsenal. It's Wang Wenbin. He seemed to be holding something precious in his arms. He was running breathlessly and sweating profusely. His old glasses were tilted to one side. "Mr. Lin! Mr. Lin!" Wang Wenbin ran up to him, held his knees and took a few deep breaths, then he held the thing in his arms in front of Lin Mo like a treasure. "Done! It's out!" It was a dark green iron lump with a smooth surface and was quite heavy. It was exactly the standard grenade shown in the drawing. Lin Mo took it, weighed it in his hand, and felt it was very solid. "I checked the safety latch and grip, and they were tightly constructed, without any looseness at all." "Very good." Wang Wenbin was happier to receive this 2-word evaluation than to hear any other compliment. He adjusted his glasses and spoke rapidly. "Mr. Lin, I've thoroughly understood the structure of this thing. All the parts can be stamped and formed using our existing equipment, and the production efficiency is very high. The most difficult part is the ratio of the time delay fuse to the gunpowder. There is also a standard formula on the blueprint. I led my team to try a few times and succeeded." "How powerful is it?" Lin Mo asked the most crucial question. "In theory, the effective killing radius can reach 15 meters, and the shrapnel coverage range is 30 meters. However, the specific effect still needs to be tested in practice." Wang Wenbin's face showed the enthusiasm unique to technicians. "Then test it." Lin Mo took the grenade and, along with Wang Wenbin and Nightingale, climbed directly onto the northern section of the city wall. Outside the city wall, large patches of black blood still remained on the battlefield that had been cleared in the morning, and the air was filled with a lingering stench. "Let's find a more open place," Lin Mo said to Wang Wenbin. Wang Wenbin raised the telescope, looked around outside, and pointed at an abandoned parking lot in the distance. "Mr. Lin, how's it over there? It's about 200 meters away from us. There are no tall buildings around, so it's easy to observe." "Can." Lin Mo walked to the city wall. He didn't make a throwing motion, he just let go of his hand. The grenade did not fall, but instead floated in front of him. Wang Wenbin's eyes almost popped out. Although he knew that Mr. Lin was an awakened person, he was still shocked when he saw this scene that violated physical common sense. Under Lin Mo's control, the grenade flew steadily out of the city wall and headed towards the parking lot in the distance. After flying 50 meters, the grenade stopped. "Countdown 5 seconds, pay attention to the tape out." Lin Mo's voice was calm. With a thought, he pulled out the safety pin on the grenade and pushed it out with his telekinesis. The grenade drew an arc and flew quickly to its destination. The three people on the city wall held their breath. Boom! A dull explosion came from a distance. A cloud of dirt and black smoke rolled up from the center of the parking lot in the distance. 2 seconds later, the shock wave reached the city wall. Fortunately, it was already the last gasp of a dying force, no different from a gentle breeze. Nightingale raised the telescope, aimed it steadily at the center of the explosion, and then repeated what he had observed. A shallow crater, approximately 3 meters in diameter, formed at the center of the explosion. Abandoned vehicles within a 20-meter radius were riddled with holes, their windows shattered. A truck 30 meters away also had scattered impact marks on its body. With every word, Wang Wenbin's face became more excited. He was so excited that his face turned red and his lips trembled. He couldn't wait to grab the telescope and look at it himself. Through the high-powered microscope, he could clearly see the devastated scene. The ground around the small crater looked like it had been plowed. Countless steel balls and fragments tore through the metal sheets of the abandoned cars, leaving hideous wounds. "Success! We've fully met the design specifications." Wang Wenbin pumped his fist. "The fragment distribution is even more even than I expected." Lin Mo didn't say anything, but just looked quietly at the parking lot where the smoke had not yet dissipated. His telekinesis can see more clearly than any telescope. He could see every piece of shrapnel embedded in the car body and feel the dust raised when the shockwave swept across the ground. Pretty powerful. For ordinary zombies in groups, this thing is a powerful weapon. Throw one into a group of zombies and a large area can be cleared in an instant. How about mass production? Lin Mo retracted his gaze and looked at Wang Wenbin. Wang Wenbin immediately put away the ecstasy on his face, straightened his back, and his expression became serious. Reporting to Mr. Lin. "No problem. I have adjusted the production line. All parts are standardized stamping parts. With assembly line operation, we can produce at least 50 pieces a day." 50? Lin Mo frowned slightly. "Too slow." Wang Wenbin was stunned for a moment. 50 pills a day is too slow? This grenade is equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of bullets. "Mr. Lin, the main thing is that the mixing of gunpowder and the assembly of the fuse require delicate operations. This step cannot be done quickly and accidents are prone to occur." Wang Wenbin explained carefully. "Separate the processes of detonating and loading explosives, and add 2 more teams to be responsible for these 2 steps." Lin Mo directly provided a solution. "I want to see at least 500 finished products before the operation begins the day after tomorrow." 500. Wang Wenbin took a breath. "We have to help the ARC civilians move to the new city the day after tomorrow. This first battle must be fought beautifully without any mistakes." Lin Mo's tone left no room for argument. The production of firearms can be suspended, and all efforts must be made to ensure the production of bullets and grenades. Wang Wenbin's breathing stagnated. Only then did he realize that Mr. Lin developed this weapon for immediate use in actual combat. "The day after tomorrow, I will use this thing to blow up zombies." "Yes, I understand. I'll arrange it right away." Wang Wenbin nodded heavily, turned around and prepared to go down the city wall. "Wait." Lin Mo stopped him. "Make a batch of samples according to the size and weight of the grenades, and I'll have Tishan select people to be grenadiers." "Yes." Watching Wang Wenbin hurriedly leaving, Nightingale asked, "Want to equip the guards?" "Just knowing how to use a gun isn't enough." Lin Mo looked outside the city. "They need to learn how to use a wider variety of weapons and choose the most appropriate attack method in different situations. Individual combat capability, teamwork ability, weapon proficiency, and battlefield adaptability. These are all indispensable for an elite force." Lin Mo looked at the explosion site with a deep gaze. "Guns and grenades are just the beginning. We will also be equipped with heavy equipment such as artillery in the future." Hearing this, Nightingale was also surprised. "It's not enough to just make grenades, you even want to make artillery?" Mr. Lin looks quiet and gentle, but I didn't expect that he has such a serious fear of insufficient firepower. In the evening, the roar of the engines of several steel behemoths came from afar. The soldiers on guard at the entrance of the camp immediately perked up and opened the heavy gate. The modified heavy truck slowly drove in and stopped in the open space on the west side. The car door opened and soldiers jumped out one by one. They were covered in black blood and dust, and everyone's face was filled with unconcealable fatigue, but no one complained. The movements were smooth and without any delay. After getting off the bus, they immediately lined up in the open space according to the organization. The whole process was quiet and quick. Tishan jumped off the first car and walked quickly to Lin Mo, who was waiting. Report to Mr. Lin. Mobile training is complete. The team has been brought back. What are the casualties? Lin Mo's eyes swept over the team that had been transformed. No one died. Tishan's voice was filled with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. In this operation, we eliminated over 1,300 ordinary zombies, and consumed 4,200 rounds of ammunition. Clear out 10 mutants, Nightblade Squad. A total of 135 crystal cores were recovered. This data made all the soldiers puff out their chests. From the initial mindless shooting, to the initial running in, and then to the proactive attack today, the team's combat efficiency has undergone a qualitative change. Very good. Lin Mo nodded. Wang Wenbin has already started making grenades. I'll have him send over some training supplies. You pick some strong and smart guys from the team to form a grenadier squad. Tishan's eyes lit up instantly. Grenade. That's a powerful weapon. Understood. I promise to complete the task. Just as the two were talking, a rumbling sound was heard outside the city, and another convoy drove over. Tishan reacted immediately and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, be on guard." Crash. The soldiers subconsciously held their guns in their hands. Fortunately, Nightingale's voice came in time. "Mr. Lin, it's the Ark's convoy. I saw the egret." Lin Mo signaled Tishan not to be nervous. "It's one of our own." Tishan then breathed a sigh of relief and lifted the alert order. The convoy drove in slowly and stopped not far away. Bai Lu came over with a dozen Ark soldiers and immediately saw the guards forming up in the open space. Then my steps stopped involuntarily. Her eyes darted back and forth among the group of soldiers. Dirty. This is the first feeling. Everyone's training uniform was covered in dried black blood and dust, and their faces were also covered in stains, making it almost impossible to see their original appearance. But besides being dirty, there was something else she couldn't put into words. That is a kind of momentum. Their bodies were still in a state of extreme fatigue, but each of them stood straight, like a javelin piercing the sky. The movements were uniform, there was no unnecessary conversation, only the dull sound of military boots stepping on the ground. What made Bai Lu's heart skip a beat was the look in these people's eyes. There was no confusion and fear among the new recruits, only the calmness and ferocity that came from having experienced blood and fire. They are no longer refugees struggling to survive in the ruins, but have transformed into real warriors. The egret's throat moved. She had led troops herself and knew very well how much it would cost to train a group of rabble into what they were today. But how long has it been since Mr. Lin's guard team was established? Commander Egret. Lin Mo's voice brought her back to her senses. Bai Lu walked up quickly and saluted. "Mr. Lin, I'm here on the captain's orders to collect the ammunition you promised me." As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at the team. "Mr. Lin, your soldiers are very well trained. This compliment comes from the heart." Lin Mo smiled and said, "I just let them take a walk to familiarize themselves with the environment outside the city." Bai Lu looked at the bloodstains on the soldiers' bodies and felt a surge of emotion in her heart. This is not just strolling around, it is clearly an active attack, going into the ruins to fight the zombies head-on. This training method is indeed the fastest and most effective, because no other training is as good as a real combat. But the risks are too great. The most important thing is that ammunition is expensive. She couldn't even imagine a move like Lin Mo, where he brought hundreds of new recruits directly into the city for actual combat with enough bullets. Nightingale. Lin Mo ignored Bai Lu's thoughts and informed him, "Boss, I'm here. Take people to the warehouse and bring the prepared things over." "Yes." Nightingale brought a team of people and quickly carried over several heavy wooden boxes. The box was opened, revealing neatly stacked bullets, the yellow shells glowing in the setting sun. The Ark soldiers behind Bai Lu were breathing heavier. They all knew that the Ark was about to be incorporated into the new city, and when they saw these ammunition, they had only one thought in their minds. It's comfortable to hang out with Mr. Linear. Not only is there enough food and drink, but there is also no need to worry about ammunition. 20,000 rounds of ammunition, take them back first so the brothers can have a good idea of what's going on. Lin Mo said to Bai Lu. Bai Lu thanked him and signaled his men to come forward and carry the things. Just then, Wang Wenbin ran over again holding a box. "Mr. Lin, the training sample is ready." It doesn't need to be loaded with explosives, so it's quick to build. Just a few tacks will do. When the box was opened, there was a bunch of iron lumps inside that looked exactly like real grenades, but were not loaded with explosives. Bai Lu's attention was instantly attracted. This is grenade model. Lin Mo picked up one and threw it to Tishan. Tishan, do as I tell you and get the grenadier team together as soon as possible. Clear. Tishan caught the heavy lump of iron, his eyes full of light and his mouth wide open grinning. Bai Lu's heartbeat paused again. Grenade. Mr. Lin has already started producing this type of range-destroying weapon? She suddenly understood. The captain decided to merge, and what he saw was not the food and bullets in front of him. What she saw was an overwhelming industrial production capacity that was enough to change the entire wasteland landscape. Guns, bullets, grenades. If we can make these today, we can make mortars and even tanks tomorrow. Holding on to the Ark's small piece of land and resisting such a force is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Commander Egret. Lin Mo's voice sounded again. Go back and tell the captain that the action plan for the day after tomorrow remains unchanged. Bai Lu took a deep breath and suppressed the churning in his heart. I see. She said no more and quickly left the new city with people and supplies. On the way back, Bai Lu said nothing. My mind is full of the images of the soldiers from Zinken, and those grenade models. It's not that the four major forces are incapable of making bombs, but what they make can only be considered homemade bombs. Due to limitations in materials and production equipment, its power is limited, and it cannot be deployed on a large scale. Only two can be thrown out occasionally as an emergency measure. But Lin Mo is different. He directly mass-produces grenades. This means setting up a separate production line, and in order to support the production line, there must be a stable supply of raw materials. This is the most terrifying thing. The Egret's convoy quickly disappeared at the end of the ruins. Tishan held the heavy training grenade with uncontrollable excitement on his face. He had already started thinking about which people to pick out from the team. Lin Mo didn't disturb him and turned to walk towards the temporary workshop on the other side. That was where Mr. Zhao and his engineering team were temporarily stationed. The workshop was brightly lit. Several large tables were put together, covered with various drawings. Several technicians were discussing something intensely around the drawings. Engineer Zhao was wearing reading glasses and holding a pencil, writing and drawing on a structural diagram of a newly built factory building. Mr. Zhao. Lin Mo's voice made the workshop quiet instantly. Mr. Zhao looked up and saw that it was Lin Mo. He quickly put down his pencil and stood up. Mr. Lin, why are you here? How is the arsenal expansion going? Lin Mo walked to the table and took a look at the blueprint. Don't worry, the plan is already out. Engineer Zhao pointed at the blueprint with a focused expression. We plan to build a new independent workshop on the west side of the original factory building, 100 meters long and 40 meters wide, dedicated to the production of firearms and grenades. At the same time, we will reserve space for the production of new weapons. In addition, we will build a supporting raw material warehouse and connect it to the production workshop with a corridor to facilitate the access to materials at any time. Lin Mo nodded, expressing his approval of this plan. He then changed the subject. I have a new idea about the city wall. Engineer Zhao was stunned for a moment, then quickly asked, Mr. Lin, is there something wrong with the structure of the city wall? A mutant appeared during training this afternoon. Lin Mo's tone was flat. It rushed directly over the pile of corpses, climbing up the wall at a very fast speed. The firing holes inside our city walls cannot reach targets close to the walls. This is a major defense loophole. Mr. Zhao's face immediately became serious. He adjusted his glasses and quickly recalled the design of the city wall in his mind. Lin Mo is right. In order to ensure structural stability and shooting safety, the shooting holes have certain indentations and shooting range restrictions. Soldiers can provide fire coverage on the flat ground outside, but for targets that have climbed more than 5 meters above the wall and are close to the wall, they become completely blind spots for shooting. Mr. Lin, do you mean we should install some external observation posts or firing points on the wall? Engineer Zhao asked tentatively. Not enough. Lin Mo shook his head. What I need is fire coverage without blind spots. He picked up the pencil on the table and started sketching quickly on another piece of white paper. On the foundation of the existing city wall, a protruding fortress structure will be built outward every 50 meters. As Lin Mo described, a clear sketch appeared on the paper. It was a trapezoidal, solid structure extending outward from the main body of the city wall. The interior of this fortress is also hollowed out, with 2 floors, connected to the passage inside the city wall. There are firing ports on the front and both sides. Mr. Zhao's eyes widened and his breathing became a little rapid. He instantly understood the core of Lin Mo's design. With this protruding fortress, soldiers can not only attack the enemy in front of them, but more importantly, they can crossfire at the 2 adjacent sections of the city wall from the side. Any enemy attempting to scale the walls would be exposed to fire from at least 2 directions. In this way, the defense of the entire city wall will be completely revitalized. Engineer Zhao gestured with his fingers on the blueprint, his voice trembling. From every angle, the wall is within the fire range of the other fortress. Can it be built? Lin Mo asked. Yes, absolutely. Mr. Zhao rubbed his hands excitedly, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. There's no problem with the structure. It uses high-grade concrete and steel reinforcement, so it's absolutely stable. He looked at the drawing as if he were admiring a perfect work of art. It's just that the workload will be very large, and the consumption of materials, especially steel bars, will far exceed the budget. Materials aren't a problem. Lin Mo's answer was simple and direct. Since we're going to renovate it, we might as well do it thoroughly. We previously closed the lower 5-meter section of the wall, and now we're building the upper 5 meters, right? Yes, Mr. Lin, they are working hard on it, Engineer Zhao replied proudly. The workers are becoming more and more skilled and willing to work hard. Lin Mo's eyes moved away from the drawings. I have another idea. He picked up the pencil again and drew a vertical line on the back of another clean sheet of paper. The wall is currently vertical, and this will not be modified. However, we will change the top 5 meters to a 15-degree inclination. As Lin Mo spoke, he drew a line that was clearly tilted outward on the upper half of the vertical line, forming a huge chamfered structure. Engineer Zhao came over, held up his glasses and looked at the simple sketch carefully. His brows first frowned, then suddenly relaxed, leaning outwards. He muttered to himself, calculating rapidly in his mind. Mr. Lin, this design is structurally feasible, but the construction difficulty will increase significantly. It requires extremely high standards for the formwork fixation and concrete pouring process. A technician couldn't help but raise his doubts. Moreover, the wall tilts outwards, and the weight of the upper part will generate an outward overturning moment, which is a test for the foundation stability of the entire wall. Double the amount of steel bars. Lin Mo answered without hesitation. The foundation will extend inwards to act as a counterweight. Materials and manpower are not a problem. Engineer Zhao's breathing became rapid. He snatched the calculator from the technician next to him and pressed keys on it rapidly. After a few seconds, he looked up with an expression mixed with shock and fanaticism on his face. It works. It totally works. He pointed to the 2 sketches drawn by Lin Mo, one of a protruding fortress and the other of a sloping wall. Mr. Lin, the combination of your 2 skills is simply amazing. Mr. Zhao's voice trembled with excitement. With the protruding fortress, we can form a crossfire and block the blind spots at the base of the wall. Add to that the tilted wall, and any mutant attempting to climb will completely lose their footing, their body unconsciously tilting outwards. This will definitely slow their climbing speed, making them more vulnerable to concentrated fire. He became more and more excited as he spoke, picking up a pencil and frantically adding details to the drawing. We can even pre-embed a smooth, polished steel plate into this bevel. It won't even be able to get a firm grip with its claws. In the entire workshop, all the engineers and technicians gathered around. They looked at the design full of violent aesthetics that was gradually taking shape on the drawing, and they all gasped. This is no longer a city wall. This is a 3-dimensional meat grinder with precise design, interconnected links, and no blind spots. Any flesh and blood creature that attempts to challenge this line of defense will be instantly torn to pieces by fire from at least 3 directions. Mr. Lin, this simply leaves no room for survival. A young technician looked at the drawings with a dry voice. That's exactly what I want. Lin Mo put the pencil back on the table. I don't want to see any soldier die in vain because of a loophole in the defense facilities. Mr. Zhao nodded heavily, with a fire of creation burning in his eyes. I understand, Mr. Lin. We'll revise the plan immediately and produce new construction drawings overnight. It is every engineer's dream to be able to build such a miraculous project that can be called a doomsday fortress with their own hands. Very good. Lin Mo said no more and turned to leave the workshop. As night fell, the new city fell into a strange tranquility. On the city wall construction site in the distance, beams of searchlights pierced the darkness. Workers worked in 3 shifts, and the roar of machines continued day and night. In the guard barracks, the soldiers who had finished a day of training were eating voraciously to replenish their consumed energy. The direction of the arsenal is brightly lit. Every time the stamping machine falls, it represents the birth of a bullet or a part. Everything is running at high speed and full of vigorous vitality. Lin Mo sat on the recliner in the convenience store, listening to the various noises coming from outside, but his mind was thinking about things in another world. The paper he gave to Zhang Yi should have caused huge waves in the international financial market by now. Use the technology of one world to attack another world at a lower dimension. This feeling gave him a new understanding of the information that had been gathering dust in his dimensional warehouse. Those various journals, scrapped equipment, and scattered chips collected from the ruins of the apocalypse. Taken alone, it might just be insignificant trash. But if they are organized systematically and the right people are found to study them, it will be an inestimable treasure trove. A Thor 7 battery allowed Lin Mo to come up with the UN Sing number 1, which made him a rising star in the battery industry and even caused assassinations by unknown forces. And in Lin Mo's dimensional warehouse, there are countless similar technologies. But he lacked someone who could unlock the answers. Or rather, a team. Lin Mo cannot do everything by himself. He needs to establish a scientific research system belonging to the new city. Thinking of this, Lin Mo picked up the walkie-talkie. "Nightingale, come to my place." "Yes." A few minutes later, Nightingale appeared at the door of the convenience store. "Boss, you're looking for me. How many survivors have we gathered in our camp now?" Lin Mo went straight to the point. "The current registered population is 2,627. Nightingale quickly reported the exact number. "Go and sort out the registration files of all the survivors." Hearing this, Nightingale was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Lin Mo suddenly wanted to see those things. "I need a list." Lin Mo gave the order directly without explaining too much. "Screen out all those who had a college degree or above, or possessed professional skills before the disaster. Engineers, doctors, chemistry teachers, physics researchers, programmers, even agricultural experts. As long as they make a living with technology, I want them all." Nightingale immediately understood Lin Mo's intention. In the apocalypse, people value strength and survival skills more. A capable soldier is worth far more than a professor wearing glasses. But Lin Mo obviously didn't think so. What he wants is not just soldiers who can fight and kill, he also wants a brain that can create and think. "I'll do it right away." Nightingale answered simply. "But boss, many people's files were lost during the migration process. When they registered, they simply recorded their names and some basic information. Their occupational information may be incomplete, and some people may even deliberately conceal or lie. Although we have cross-verified, it is impossible to be comprehensive." "Then let's count again." Lin Mo's tone did not allow for argument. "Issue a notice stating that the new city will establish a technical department and a science academy. All selected technical personnel will be exempted from manual labor and will receive better food rations and independent housing. Knowledge, here, is valuable." Nightingale's body shook slightly. She instantly understood the profound meaning behind this order. This is not just about recruiting talents, but also about establishing a new set of values. In this wasteland that only believes in fists, Lin Mo wants to use practical actions to tell everyone that knowledge can also be exchanged for food and respect. "I understand." Nightingale answered with a hint of solemnity. "I will immediately arrange for personnel to conduct a second round of identity verification and registration." Looking at Nightingale's hurriedly leaving back, Lin Mo leaned back in the recliner and continued to think. What he needs to do is to build a platform to reproduce and organize the world's advanced knowledge bit by bit through these selected talents. Energy, materials, biology, medicine. When he returns to his own world with this advanced knowledge, his business empire will be unrivaled. In the convenience store, Lin Mo did not rush back, but waited for news from Nightingale. He needs to know what cards he has in his hand before he can decide which areas of information he should focus on collecting when he returns to the modern world. Time passes by every second. About an hour later, Nightingale returned again with a tablet in his hand. Her expression was a little subtle, showing the competence of completing the task, but also mixed with a hint of indescribable weirdness. "Boss, the list is ready." She handed the tablet to Lin Mo. On the screen was a detailed table, listing each name and their occupation before the disaster. After preliminary screening, there are a total of 87 people who meet the requirements. Nightingale added. Most of them are middle school teachers, teaching physics, chemistry, and biology. There are also a dozen or so construction engineers and mechanical technicians, who have already been asked to leave by engineers Zhao and Wang. As for the rest, the professions are quite varied. Lin Mo's fingers slid across the screen, his eyes quickly scanning the information. A name made him pause. Chen Jing, 62 years old, was a physics professor at Tunghai University before the disaster, specializing in condensed matter physics and materials science. "Is this person still here?" Lin Mo asked. "Yes." Nightingale nodded. "He's old and in poor health. He had been helping others in the camp do some mending work. When our people found him, he was sewing buttons on the soldiers' training uniforms." Lin Mo continued to read. Li Xin, 27 years old, was a back-end programmer for an internet company before the disaster, responsible for database maintenance. Wang Peng, 35 years old, is a researcher at a biopharmaceutical company, mainly responsible for strain cultivation and screening. The list also includes a botanical researcher at the agricultural college, an internist at the hospital, and even an ancient book restorer. These people are almost the most useless group of people in the doomsday. They failed to become awakened, nor could they shoot and fight zombies. They were able to survive until now mostly by luck. After the announcement was sent out, there was quite a reaction in the camp, Nightingale reported. Many people didn't understand, wondering why these people, who couldn't do anything, deserved preferential treatment. Some were even asking around, hoping to get the title of technician themselves. Don't pay any attention to it. Lin Mo turned off the tablet. Anyone who wants to fill in the gaps will be kicked out of the new city and will never be accepted. He stood up from the recliner. Gather everyone on the list in the temporary meeting room next door. I want to see them now. Yes. The temporary meeting room is right next to the convenience store. It was originally used as a warehouse, but now that the new city area has expanded and there are enough warehouses, this place has become vacant. There were dozens of tables and chairs inside, but it looked empty. More than 60 people who were screened out were standing here uncomfortably. Most of them were pale and thin, wearing ill-fitting clothes, with long-standing numbness and timidity on their faces. Compared to the other survivors, they seemed out of place. At the door of the warehouse, several fully armed guards stood there with guns in their hands and expressionless faces, adding to the tense atmosphere. Whispers rose among the crowd. Why are we here? I don't know. They're not going to. Don't talk nonsense. I heard that Zinken is going to set up a technical department. Is that true? The old man wearing thick glasses was physics professor Chen Jing. He rubbed his hands nervously, and in his cloudy eyes there was both fear and a hint of barely perceptible expectation. Just then, the warehouse door was pushed open. Lin Mo walked in, followed by Nightingale. The warehouse suddenly became quiet, and everyone's attention was focused on the young man in power. Lin Mo's gaze swept across the entire audience, lingering on everyone's face for a moment. Everyone. Lin Mo's voice reached everyone's ears clearly. You may have seen me, or you may have only heard my name. My name is Lin Mo. I called you here for only one thing. He paused, causing everyone's heart to rise to their throat. From today on, you no longer have to work on the construction site, and you no longer have to worry about your next meal. What you need to do is use your brain to work for the new city. There was a slight commotion among the crowd. I don't care if you used to be a professor, a doctor, or a programmer. Here, you only have one identity, and that is a technician. I will provide the laboratory, the equipment, and everything you need. All you have to do is transform your knowledge into something usable. Do you understand? The crowd was silent, and then suppressed discussions broke out. Really? We really don't have to move stones? Is there any food left? Can I eat enough? Professor Chen Jing pushed his glasses up on his nose and took a shaky step forward. Mr. Linear. His voice was a little hoarse. What do you need us to research? Lin Mo looked at him. Study everything. He didn't explain much. With a thought, a half-meter long, pitch-black, bumpy metal lump appeared out of thin air on the ground at his feet. There was a muffled bang, which startled everyone. The thing looked like a smashed-up safe, its outer shell covered with irregular scratches and charred marks, and there was a huge hole on one side, through which the complex burnt circuit board inside could be seen. What is this? Someone exclaimed in a low voice. I picked it up from a pile of scrap metal. Lin Mo pointed at the metal lump. My first mission for you. Find out what it is and what it's used for. If possible, fix it, or take out whatever's inside. Everyone's eyes were focused on the strange metal creature. Programmer Li Xian adjusted his glasses, took a few steps forward, and looked at the thing carefully. The material of this shell looks like some kind of composite armor. The interface is military standard, but it doesn't match any model I've seen. She muttered to herself, her eyes flashing with professionalism. Wang Peng from the biopharmaceutical company squatted down, picked up some black powder that leaked out of the hole, and put it under his nose to smell it. It's not the smell of burning organic matter, it's more like some kind of polymer material carbonizing at extremely high temperatures. The group of people who were full of fear and anxiety just now seemed to have some instinct activated at this moment. They gathered around the metal lump and began to discuss in low voices, with all kinds of professional terms coming out of their mouths. This heat dissipation structure doesn't look like a civilian product. Look at the layout of this circuit board. The redundancy is incredible. It's definitely military grade or above. Maybe some kind of data recorder? A black box or something? Professor Chen Jing was so excited that his face turned red. He walked around the thing twice, and finally carefully stretched out his wrinkled hand and gently touched the cold shell. This is simply a work of art. Lin Mo looked at this scene, said nothing more, turned around and walked out of the warehouse. Nightingale hurried after him. Boss, these people. She hesitated to speak. Let them do what they want. Lin Mo continued walking. Set aside a separate area for them. Give them tools, food, water, whatever they need. If there's anything missing from the warehouse, please write it down and I'll find a way. I see. Go to Tishan and ask for a team of soldiers. You can also pick a few trustworthy ones from the Night Blade squad to be responsible for the security of the technical department. Yes, boss. I'm going to be away for a while, so I'll leave the affairs of the new city to you. I'll be back the day after tomorrow morning at the latest. I understand. I will definitely not let you down. Shuttle. Outside the convenience store, the familiar sound of traffic replaced the never-ending roar of machines in the doomsday world. Lin Mo stood in front of the shelf, feeling the completely different atmospheres of the two worlds. I stayed in the doomsday world for about a day and a night this time. I don't know how Zhang Yi is doing. He took out his cell phone and dialed Zhang Yi's number. The call was connected almost immediately. Mr. Linear. Zhang Yi's voice sounded very calm, as if he was staying in a quiet environment. How's the matter going? Lin Mo asked directly. Everything has been dealt with cleanly over Wang Defa's situation, Zhang Yi said slowly, as if describing a trivial matter. All traceable assets have entered bankruptcy liquidation procedures. He himself has been taken into custody by the Economic Investigation Department for investigation on suspicion of multiple financial crimes. Yeah, Lin Mo responded. This result was within his expectations. What about the other thing? There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2 seconds. The technical paper you gave us was much better than we expected. Tell me the numbers. Lin Mo didn't want to hear the details. With 5 billion yuan in principal, I had my team leverage it fivefold through an offshore company, establishing a short position totaling approximately 30 billion yuan. The target is all listed companies in the US and European stock markets with solid-state batteries as their core concept, a total of 17. Following the news, the share prices of leading companies such as Volt Energy and Quantum Technology collapsed in pre-market trading. After the opening, the average drop exceeded 70%, and 8 of them triggered circuit breakers and were temporarily suspended. Lin Mo listened quietly without interrupting. He gave Zhang Yi a knife and asked her to draw some blood from the enemy. Now it seems that Zhang Yi directly chopped off the other person's head. As of just now, after deducting all transaction fees and leverage costs, our book profit is 21.3 billion RMB. Lin Mo held the phone, speechless. In just one day, they made 20 billion? Lin Mo listened to the numbers reported on the phone with no expression on his face. 21,300,000,000. It sounds like a lot, but to him it's just a number. Director Linear. Zhang Yi's voice was filled with a hint of excitement that was difficult to suppress. This is only the first half of the harvest. We haven't released the third part of the paper, which deals with alternative technical solutions. Once announced, it will be a complete death sentence for the existing solid-state battery technology route, and they won't even have a chance to turn things around. I estimate that it will bring us at least 10 billion in profits. Zhang Yi's voice was calm, but the numbers she reported were enough to drive any capital tycoon crazy. No need, Lin Mo said lightly. Close all short positions. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yi was silent for a few seconds. Director Lin, do you mean to stop now? She was a little confused. Market sentiment has been thoroughly ignited. Leaving the market now is equivalent to giving up the biggest piece of the pie. I've made enough money. Lin Mo's tone was calm. If we continue playing, the nature of the game will change. If you treat Wall Street's capital like leeks and cut it too hard, it will attract the owner of the sickle. Lin Mo is not afraid of trouble, but he also doesn't want to be remembered by others all day long. Zhang Yi understood instantly. Too much is as bad as too little. This sniping attack was carried out with revenge in mind. If you are greedy, what you will attract is not business rivals, but higher-level intervention. Given the ugly face of the country across the street, they might just pull out the internet cable. When the market rebounds, not only will the existing profits be lost, but you may even lose all the fat in your mouth. I understand. Zhang Yi immediately adjusted his thinking. There's one more thing. Lin Mo continued, please contact Director Zhang of the Ministry of Energy. Put together the third part of the paper, which is the alternative technical solution, and send it to him. Just say this is a grand opening gift from our Yuan-Xing technology to our joint venture Energy Star. The phone fell silent again. This time, Zhang Yi's silence was not due to confusion, but shock. Her brain worked rapidly, and she instantly figured out all the tricks behind this move. The more than 20 billion yuan earned from short selling was revenge, and it was Lin Mo showing his fangs to those who secretly made moves. And now, the technology that is enough to subvert the entire industry has been handed over to a joint venture company with official background. This gift disguised all previous aggressive behaviors as a gift to the country. First, defeat foreign competitors, then hand over the core technology to the national team, and support Energy Star to become the industry leader. With this combination of pulling and hitting, Yuan-Xing Technology's position became extremely correct. What Lin Mo gave to Director Zhang was not technology at all. This is clearly a tremendous political achievement and an unshakable backing. I'll do it right away. Zhang Yi's voice regained its composure, even with a hint of admiration. Zhang Yi knows better than anyone how valuable the solid-state battery alternative is. Although its technological content is not as epic-making as the UNC #1 battery, it can still create a leading enterprise with a market value of hundreds of billions. As a result, Lin Mo gave it to me as he said. There's one more thing. Lin Mo's voice interrupted her thoughts. Please speak, Mr. Linear. After deducting your and your team's bonuses from the profits we made from this short sale, don't deposit the remaining amount into UNC Technologies account for now. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment. If the money was not recorded, where would it be kept? Although the offshore company account was safe, it was not a long-term solution. We have already got Tianheng's production park, Lin Mo continued. Yes, all the formalities have been completed and we are ready to take over at any time. We need to allocate a portion of the short-selling profits to revitalize the industrial park as quickly as possible, and the transformation of the production line must be expedited. I understand. Zhang Yi responded, I'll have the financial team handle it and ensure the absolute security of the capital chain. And one more thing. Lin Mo added. Tianheng's workers cannot be allowed to stop working for too long. You must arrange for personnel to enter the industrial park as soon as possible to calm people down and resume production as quickly as possible. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. She reminded him, Director Lin, according to Engineer Sun's initial plan, the transformation of the production line will take at least a month. During this period, the factory cannot operate, but we still have to pay the salaries of thousands of workers, which is a considerable expense. From a cost perspective, we can lay off most of the workers first, leaving only the core technical staff, and then recruit new ones after the transformation is completed. This is the most common practice that aligns with business logic. No. Lin Mo directly rejected the proposal. No one is allowed to resign. Not only will they not resign, but they will also receive a salary increase. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yi's breathing paused for a moment. Salary increase? That's right. Lin Mo's tone was very casual. Let's start with a 50% salary increase. Also, adjust the work system and cancel all forced overtime. Change it to a standard 8-hour work system. Those who want to work overtime will be given overtime pay. Zhang Yi held the phone, feeling that his thoughts could not keep up with Lin Mo's pace. She did a quick calculation in her head. Tianheng Energy Chinnan Industrial Park has more than 5,000 employees when fully staffed. If everyone adopts an 8-hour work system, the number of employees must be increased, and salaries must be raised by 50%, so the labor cost will be astronomical. Director Lin, Zhang Yi's voice was a little dry. If we do this, the production cost of our A-series batteries will be at least 40% higher than originally planned. Our price advantage will disappear. She tried to use the most rational data to make the young chairman understand the seriousness of the matter. Price advantage? Lin Mo asked back, when did we need that thing? Zhang Yi was completely speechless. If a company does not pursue cost control and price advantages, how can it compete in the market? Even the weakened version of the UNC A-series has enough performance to crush all the power batteries on the market. Lin Mo's voice came from the receiver, calm but clear. Since we're being crushed, why should we lower our prices and compete on price with products destined to be eliminated? Zhang Yi seemed to understand. Lin Mo's way of thinking has never been to compete with others, but making rules. So, what do you mean? Zhang Yi asked tentatively. We can sell batteries at a higher price to cover all our costs and still make enough profit. Lin Mo gave a simple and crude solution. Those new energy vehicle companies will do their own accounting. Should they continue to use those cheap but short-range, slow-charging, and potentially combustible old batteries, or should they replace them with our batteries and elevate their cars' performance to a higher level? The market will allow them to make the right choice. Lin Mo hung up the phone. The income of more than 20 billion did not make his heart beat faster. With the support of another world, he can replicate such short-selling opportunities at any time if he wants. This time it's batteries, next time it could be biopharmaceuticals. However, to achieve this, we must build up the scientific research team in Xinjiang. In addition, Lin Mo also needs to collect and understand the technical difficulties in many industries and bring them to Professor Chen Jing and others for research and analysis. It would be great if there are ready-made cracks or alternative solutions. UNC Technology Park, President's Office. Zhang Yi put down his phone, closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. Lin Mo's decisions always exceeded her expectations, but every time, they were accurately made at the most critical point. First, use thundering means to cripple the opponent, and then use amazing gifts to bind the country. With this combination of measures, UNC Technology's development environment in China will become unprecedentedly stable. She opened her eyes and picked up the intercom. Have the PR department issue a press release condemning Wall Street's malicious hype and hijacking of solid-state battery technology, which has led to irrational market fluctuations. Also, notify the finance department to set aside 10% of this profit to establish an employee welfare fund, and another 10% as a special bonus for the technology R&D department. Half of the remaining funds will be transferred to UNSing Technology, and the other half will be transferred to the account of the newly registered subsidiary for the acquisition of Tianheng Industrial Park. Instructions were issued one after another in an orderly manner. After doing all this, she found a number from the address book and dialed it. Department of Energy, Office of the Director. Director John put down the documents in his hand and frowned. The office was filled with smoke, and several energy experts and analysts sat around the conference table, everyone's face showing fatigue and confusion. The large screen on the table was displaying a real-time chart of global energy stocks, oblique red. Have you found out? Where did that paper come from? Director John asked in a deep voice, pressing his brows. We can't trace the source, a technical analyst shook his head. The article first appeared on a German physics forum. The account that posted it was temporarily registered, and the IP address went through more than a dozen levels of escalation, making it completely untraceable. This paper, its data model and experimental conclusions are almost irrefutable. It directly negates the current mainstream solid-state battery technology route in the world. In the conference room, an old expert with gray hair sighed. This is like cutting off the source of funds. This is too harsh. We were still debating whether to follow this technology route. Fortunately, we haven't invested yet. So, the hundreds of billions of dollars invested by those European and American companies are basically wasted? Yes, another official chimed in. Wall Street is in turmoil right now, with everyone investigating who's behind the short selling. According to incomplete statistics, the total profits from this global short selling operation are at least $30 billion. This is an unprecedented financial siege. Director Zhang said in a deep voice, have you found out who did it? The analyst shook his head. Their methods were incredibly clean, with funds being split and transferred through hundreds of offshore accounts. We suspect a national intelligence agency is behind this. Their purpose may be to reshuffle the global energy market and pave the way for their own technical standards. Director Zhang's fingers stopped tapping. National institution? This makes the nature of the matter more complicated and dangerous. Just then, his personal cell phone rang. I was stunned when I saw the name on the caller ID. UNSing Technology, John Yi. Mr. John, it's so late, is there anything urgent? Director John answered the phone with a polite tone. After all, UNSing Technology is now the department's most important partner. Director John, I'm sorry to bother you. John Yi said calmly, I have two things to report to you. You say. The first thing about this stock price crash in the solid-state battery market is that we did it. The office suddenly fell silent. All the experts and analysts stopped what they were doing and looked at Director Zhang in unison. Director Zhang's hand holding the phone froze in midair. He wondered if he was hallucinating because he had stayed up too late. Mr. John, what did you say? His voice was a little dry. We initiated the short-selling plan against 17 companies including Quantum Technology and Volta Energy. Zhang Yi's voice was calm. Director Zhang felt like his heart skipped a beat. He stood up suddenly, walked to the window, and tried to calm his breathing. UNSing Technology? Why? Director Zhang didn't finish his words. Because he suddenly remembered that he had just received a report in the afternoon about a major traffic accident at the South City intersection. There is a subtle hint in it that this matter involves a wide range of issues. I see. This is not a business deal, this is revenge. A chill ran down his spine, and then it was replaced by an inexplicable emotion. Happy. What about the second thing? Director Zhang forced himself to calm down and couldn't help but have a bold guess in his mind. We have a technical proposal for a new type of sulfur-based compound all-solid-state battery. Zhang Yi's voice continued to be heard. This technology avoids all the drawbacks of current approaches and offers lower costs and higher energy density. Most importantly, this route is completely different from the UNSing No. 1 battery and can be applied to more niche areas such as mobile phone batteries. Director Zhang's breathing stopped again. Several experts behind him had come over, all with incredible expressions on their faces. Destroy the old technology and then come up with new technology? What is this operation? Mr. Lin's intention is to transfer all patents for this technology free of charge to Energy Star, a joint venture between UNSing Technology and the Ministry of Energy. Just think of it as a grand opening gift to Energy Star. Boom! Director Zhang felt like something exploded in his head. He stood there blankly, holding the phone, unable to say a word. Free transfer? A core technology that is enough to create a trillion-level industry is just given away like this? The old expert behind him was shaking with excitement. He snatched the notebook of the analyst next to him and began to calculate on it with trembling fingers. If this technology is truly feasible, our country's battery industry will be at least 10 years ahead of the rest of the world. No, it's a complete monopoly. Director Zhang finally recovered. Suppressing his excitement, he asked, Boss Zhang, is Mr. Lin? Sure. Director Lin's decision will never be changed. After receiving a positive answer, Director Zhang slowly leaned against the wall, feeling a little unstable. This is not a gift. This fell from the sky, a tremendous political achievement worthy of being recorded in history. And he almost didn't catch it. After hanging up the phone, Director Zhang slammed the table. Prepare the car. I'm going to see Mr. Lin now. The secretary immediately started making a phone call and quickly returned. Director, I just contacted Director Lin. He said he's busy and can't meet with anyone in the near future. Director Zhang was stunned for a moment, then gave a wry smile. Ever since Lin Mo asked him for bullets, he felt that he, as the director, had no say in front of Lin Mo. Director Zhang picked up the red confidential phone on his desk, took a deep breath, and dialed a number he knew by heart. Old leader. He tried to keep his voice steady, but he couldn't hide the excitement in his tone. This is a great blessing. No, it's a great achievement, it just fell from the sky. Director Zhang was holding the receiver of the red confidential telephone tightly. On the other end of the phone, the old voice was silent for a long time. It lasted so long that Director Zhang thought the signal was interrupted. Say that again. The old voice sounded again, without any excitement, but with a calmness that was extremely suppressed. Lin Mo, or UNC Technology, shorted 17 European and American solid-state battery concept companies. Director Zhang repeated it, and this time his voice was much clearer. Then, he asked Zhang Yi to contact me and ask me to transfer the technical solution for a new sulfur-based all-solid-state battery, the technology mentioned in that paper, to Energy Star, our joint venture with UNC, free of charge. There was another silence on the other end of the phone. Director Zhang could even hear the other party's heavy breathing. What is he doing? A hint of incomprehensible confusion finally emerged from the old voice. First, we will use financial means to cripple all foreign players on this technology route, and then we will open a new and prosperous road directly to us. Director Zhang organized his thoughts and analyzed in the most concise language. He single-handedly completed a precise reshuffle of the global industry. Old leader, this is revenge, a demonstration, and a token of allegiance. A long sigh came from the other end of the phone. I still underestimated him. We originally thought he only mastered the UNC battery technology, but we didn't expect he had another completely new technical direction. I'm afraid the cards he holds are beyond our imagination. After expressing his feelings, there was another long silence on the other end of the phone. Director Zhang could feel that the old leader was making an extremely important decision. From now on, adjust all your strategies towards Lin Mo. The old voice became extremely serious, with an irresistible decisiveness. All commercial observations and background checks on UNC technology are halted. His personal security level has been immediately raised to the highest level, and will be taken over by the Special Service Unit directly under the General Staff, and will be carried out covertly. The carrier pigeon has already reported that Lin Mo doesn't want anyone following him, so our security should not be exposed. And the Energy Star joint venture. The old leader paused. Since Lin Mo has given us the technology, we shouldn't waste it. We should publicize it vigorously to attract investors' attention and prevent them from focusing on UNC. Do you understand what I mean, Xiao Zhang? I understand. Director Zhang straightened his back. Lin Mo was currently sitting in front of the computer in the convenience store, browsing various procurement websites for industrial equipment and chemical raw materials. Zinken's technical department has just been established and there is a lot of work to be done. The black box picked up from the ruins was just an appetizer, a tool to test the quality of the technicians. Lin Mo's real purpose is to use their knowledge to systematically replicate the technology of the two worlds. He carefully looked over the list of technicians compiled by Nightingale again. Chen Jing, 62, is a professor of physics at Tunghai University, specializing in condensed matter physics and materials science. He circled this name with a red pen. Condensed matter physics and materials science are almost the cornerstones of modern industry. From chips to batteries, from special alloys to composite armor, these two fields are indispensable. Professor Chen is the key to his treasure trove of technology. But for professors to do their work, they need tools. Laboratories, equipment, and raw materials, none of them can be missing. He had no idea what these things were, not even sure what equipment to buy. But it's not a big problem, as long as someone understands it. He closed the web page, picked up the phone and called Director Zhang directly. The call was connected quickly. There was some noise in the background, and it seemed that someone was reporting on their work. Mr. Lin? Director Zhang's voice came through the receiver, with obvious fatigue, but also a deliberately suppressed excitement. Director Zhang, sorry to bother you. Lin Mo's tone was casual. No interruption, absolutely no interruption. Director Zhang's background noise instantly quieted down, and he seemed to have moved to a deserted place. Mr. Lin, if you have any questions, you can contact me anytime, 24 hours a day. His enthusiasm was somewhat extraordinary. I have a small matter and would like to ask Director Zhang for help. Lin Mo did not hesitate. Please tell me. As long as it's something I can do, I will definitely get it done for you. Director Zhang's voice was filled with urgency, as if he was afraid that Lin Mo would not make a request. I want to build a lab for fun, but I don't know much about the equipment. Do you have anyone who knows how to do it and could give me a list? Lin Mo leaned back on a chair in the store and spoke casually. Director Zhang on the other end of the phone was stunned. Build a lab for fun? Mr. Lin just caused a bloodbath on Wall Street and changed a trillion-dollar industry. Now, he wants to build a laboratory again? The old leader just issued the highest instruction, asking to cooperate with Lin Mo at all costs. The opportunity is here. Mr. Lin, Director Zhang said quickly, what kind of research is your lab planning to do? Is it related to batteries? It might be a connection. Lin Mo thought about Professor Chen Jing's major. He mainly studies condensed matter physics and materials science. Understood. There was a sound of someone slamming the table from Director Zhang's side. I will immediately arrange for a team of the country's top experts, including several academicians from the Institute of Physics and the Institute of Materials Science of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, to develop the most comprehensive plan for you overnight. Don't worry about the equipment list at all. We will equip you with it according to the highest standards of the National Key Laboratory. Consumables, reagents, including various high-purity single crystal targets. As long as you list the name, we will mobilize all our resources to help you get it. As for personnel, if you need an assistant, I will immediately select people for you from major universities and research institutes. Director Zhang finished speaking in one breath, then realized that he had said too much and too hastily, and quickly added, of course, everything is subject to your opinion. We are only responsible for providing assistance. Lin Mo was a little surprised when he heard Director Zhang's enthusiastic words on the phone. He just wanted to find someone knowledgeable about the business to make a shopping list, but it felt like the other party was going to move the entire Academy of Sciences here. No need to go to such trouble. Lin Mo said, just give me a list and I'll do the shopping myself. No trouble. Not at all. Director Zhang responded eagerly. Mr. Lin, this is what our Department of Energy should do. You've given Energy Star such a great gift, so we have to do something. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please don't refuse it. Having said that, Lin Mo no longer insisted. Free labor is better used than not. Okay then, just send me the plan when you're done. Okay, I will make sure to complete the task. Director Zhang almost stood at attention while answering. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo threw the phone aside and continued to think about the development plan of the new city. On the other end of the phone, Director Zhang was already frantically calling for help. The next morning, National Convention Center, Press Conference Hall. The flashlights were like a never-ending rainstorm, lighting up the podium as bright as day. Director Zhang of the Ministry of Energy and several top domestic material experts sat upright. Below the stage, hundreds of domestic and foreign media reporters were on high alert, with all their cameras aimed at the center of the rostrum. On the background board, there is a line of eye-catching blue characters: Energy Star Joint Venture Company is established and New Technology Launch Conference. The atmosphere was solemn, yet filled with a sense of tension as if a storm was about to break out. Yesterday, global financial markets experienced an unprecedented bloodbath. The concept of solid-state batteries collapsed across the board, with the evaporated market value calculated in hundreds of billions of US dollars. Everyone knows that there must be an invisible hand behind this. And today, this press conference may be intended to reveal the answer. Good morning, distinguished guests and friends from the media. Director Zhang walked to the podium and his voice spread throughout the hall through the microphone. Today, we are here to witness a historic moment together. He didn't waste any time on small talk and went straight to the point. The Energy Star Company, jointly established by the Ministry of Energy and Yuanxing Technology Co., Limited, has officially been listed. At the same time, Energy Star will announce a brand new battery technology to the world, a sulfur-based all-solid-state battery technology solution. As soon as he finished speaking, the big screen behind him lit up. What appeared on the screen was the third part of the paper that ignited the global capital market. Detailed technology roadmap, complex molecular structure formula, and a series of overwhelming experimental data comparisons. The reporters in the audience went crazy, and the sound of shutter clicks rang out. If yesterday's anonymous paper was like dropping a bomb, then today's official press conference was like detonating a nuclear bomb. This technology perfectly solves the core problem of sulfide electrolyte grain boundary failure in existing solid-state battery technology. It has lower cost, higher energy density, and is much safer than traditional lithium batteries. Director Zhang's voice was sonorous and powerful. From today on, the landscape of the global battery industry will be completely rewritten. New York, Wall Street. The trading hall of a certain hedge fund was dead silent. On the huge screen, a press conference from the other side of the ocean was being broadcast live. The fund manager looked at the high-spirited Chinese official on the screen with a grim face, and his fingers holding the coffee cup turned white from the force. Liar. They're liars. He growled softly. They already had this technology, but they deliberately concealed it. They used an anonymous paper to short the market, and then jumped out to reap the benefits after we were completely defeated. This is fraud. It's a blatant financial crime. The analyst next to him looked ashen. It's useless, boss. All their actions are within the rules. We can't find any evidence. The paper was anonymous, and the funds for the short selling came from countless offshore accounts, making it impossible to trace the source. We lost. Lost? The fund manager slammed the coffee cup to the ground, spilling the scalding liquid all over the floor. No, I haven't lost yet. He grabbed the phone on his desk and dialed the editor-in-chief of the Wall Street Journal. I want you to issue an editorial immediately condemning their immoral behavior in the strongest possible terms. Build up public opinion for me and put pressure on their Securities and Exchange Commission and the White House. They must pay for this and compensate us for our losses. The press conference began with the question and answer session. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed reporter stood up after getting permission. He is from Reuters. Hello, Director Zhang. His Chinese was standard, but his questions were full of aggression. Just now, dozens of financial institutions on Wall Street jointly issued a statement accusing you of exploiting information asymmetry to maliciously short the global solid-state battery market, causing hundreds of billions of dollars in losses. They defined this behavior as economic terrorism and demanded that Huaxia investigate the matter and compensate all investors for their losses. What is your response to this? As soon as this question was asked, the whole audience fell silent. Everyone's camera was focused on Director Zhang. This is an extremely sharp question, almost equivalent to a face-to-face accusation. Director Zhang looked at the reporter without any change in expression. He was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled. Malicious short selling? Economic terrorism? He picked up the microphone and asked slowly. I remember that for decades, your country's financial institutions have been using their capital and information advantages in the global market to reap the wealth of other countries. When you short other countries' currencies and trigger financial crises, you call it market freedom. When you use patent barriers to suppress technology companies in other countries, you call it intellectual property protection. How come today, just because we announced a technological breakthrough, it became economic terrorism? Director Zhang's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the hall. As for compensation, he paused, leaned forward slightly, moved closer to the microphone, and spoke word by word. The market is risky, so investors should be cautious. If you're willing to gamble, you have to accept defeat. During this market fluctuation, our government has maintained a consistent stance and has never intervened. This is beyond doubt. Let me add one more thing. If we were to short sell, the market reaction would be even stronger. Next, in the convenience store, Lin Mo had just woken up and was watching the news on his phone. The screen was showing a replay of the press conference. Lin Mo was also quite satisfied with Director Zhang's sharp response. This is equivalent to rubbing Wall Street's face on the ground, and the people on the other side of the ocean will definitely be unable to sit still, but their attention will be more focused on the official level, and their attention to him will certainly decrease. This is what Lin Mo wants. Just then, Lin Mo's cell phone vibrated. It was a message from Director Zhang. Mr. Lin, the list of laboratory equipment and materials you requested has been prepared overnight by a team of top experts in the country. It is an encrypted file, please check it. Lin Mo clicked on the attachment. As my finger slides across the screen, the long list scrolls up continuously. Molecular beam epitaxy, MBE, high-resolution transmission electron microscope, HIRDM, focused ion beam etching system, FIB, inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometer, ICP-MS. Lin Mo was dazzled by all the professional and difficult-to-pronounce terms. The string of zeros on the quotation made him a little stunned. Lin Mo closed the file, picked up his phone, and called Director Zhang. Mr. Lin. Director Zhang's voice on the other end of the line still carried the excitement of the press conference. Have you seen the list? Are you satisfied? If there's anything that needs adjusting, please let me know. Satisfied, very satisfied. Lin Mo's voice was calm. I want everything on this list. On the other end of the phone, Director Zhang's breathing became heavier. All of them? He repeated it subconsciously. He knew the value of that list better than anyone else. Not to mention buying all of the above equipment, even if you only buy the most core ones, it would be enough to set up a national key laboratory that would make any top university in the country jealous. Lin Mo summed it all up lightly with the 3 words, I want it all. Yes, all of them. Lin Mo's answer confirmed Director Zhang's guess. No problem. Director Zhang agreed immediately on the other end. However, Mr. Lin, some of the equipment on the list, especially those high-precision lithography machines and molecular beam epitaxy equipment, are subject to international embargoes. Even if we step in, it will be difficult to purchase them through normal procedures. Some others need to be customized from manufacturers in Germany and Switzerland, and the production cycle can be very long, ranging from as short as 6 months to as long as 1 or 2 years. Director John quickly explained the possible problems that might be encountered. He was afraid that Lin Mo didn't understand the complexity of the matter and would think he was not doing his job well. "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry." Lin Mo's answer was still calm. "First, find a way to get what you can get. If you can't get it, then make a list for me." "Okay, I understand." After receiving this reply, Director John felt relieved. As long as Lin Mo is willing to wait, things will be easy. With the power of the country, even if the equipment is banned, there is still a way to deal with it. It just takes a little more time and effort. "So, what about personnel?" Director John asked tentatively. "These devices require highly specialized personnel to operate and maintain them. Do you think we could help you find a top-notch team from the Academy of Sciences or other major universities?" In his opinion, no matter how powerful Lin Mo is, it is impossible for him to create a scientific research team that can operate so many high-tech equipment out of thin air. "No," Lin Mo refused directly. "I have someone here who can operate the equipment." On the other end of the phone, Director John was stunned again. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. What is hidden behind Mr. Lin? Could it be that he had secretly recruited a group of world-class scientists? The thought made his heart skip a beat. Anyone who can operate all the equipment on that list is definitely not an ordinary technician. That would require every great scholar to publish papers in top international journals. Director John didn't dare to think further, and he tactfully didn't ask any further questions. "Okay, I understand. There is one more thing." Lin Mo's voice sounded again. "Mr. Lin, please give me your instructions." Director John immediately perked up. "Help me collect some information." Lin Mo changed into a comfortable position and leaned back on the recliner. "Please compile for me some of the most cutting-edge scientific papers and research reports from around the world." "That's no problem. We have special channels internally that can obtain the latest developments from major scientific research institutions around the world." Director John immediately agreed. This was just a piece of cake for them. "I have a specific request." Lin Mo added. "You say? We should focus on those areas where the US has made technological breakthroughs and invested a lot of money, but there is no prospect of commercialization in the short term and no absolute technological barriers have been formed." Lin Mo's voice was neither hurried nor slow, but it made Director John freeze. There was a buzzing sound in his head, and he instantly understood Lin Mo's intention. This is looking for the next prey. Looking for the next solid-state battery. He only learned about the previous financial stranglehold afterward, and now, he seems to be personally involved in the brewing of the next storm. An indescribable electric current rushed from the spine to the top of the head. Instead of feeling fear, he felt an irrepressible excitement. Defeat magic with magic. Use Wall Street's method to rob Wall Street. Is there anything more satisfying than this? For example, biopharmaceuticals, artificial intelligence algorithms, quantum computing, etc. Lin Mo casually cited a few examples. These areas are where the United States currently invests the most and where the bubbles are the largest. As long as we find a suitable trigger point and release a disruptive technical paper, we can replicate the avalanche in the solid-state battery market. "I completely understand." Director Zhang's voice was full of determination. He has completely caught up with Lin Mo's thinking. He had no reason to refuse this matter, both publicly and privately. This not only helps Lin Mo, but also helps the country find out the opponent's cards in advance, and even has the opportunity to directly kill the opponent's ace project in the cradle in future technological competition. "Mr. Lin, don't worry." Director Zhang's address inadvertently carried a bit of respect. "I will immediately organize a special information analysis team composed of the ministry's top industry experts and intelligence analysts, screening and analyzing the latest global technological developments 24 hours a day." After hanging up the call with Director John, Lin Mo threw his phone on the counter. It turns out that it's easier to get things done when you have someone above you. If someone else wanted to build such a laboratory, it would take an unknown amount of time just to get approval. Lin Mo only came up with this idea yesterday, and the equipment list was complete today, so his efficiency can be said to be very high. Lin Mo opened the rolling door of the convenience store, and the early morning sunlight poured in, bringing a hint of coolness. He moved a lounge chair to the door, ready to bask in the sun and enjoy the rare leisure time. "Let's go back there in the afternoon." Lin Mo muttered to himself. Buzz. The phone on the counter began to vibrate again, and Zhang Yi's name popped up on the screen. "Mr. Linear." Zhang Yi's voice came through the receiver. "What's up? Bid just contacted me." Zhang Yi spoke quickly but clearly. They hope to hold a joint press conference with UNC Technology. "Press conference?" Lin Mo frowned. "Another one?" "Yes," Zhang Yi explained, "Bid hopes to officially announce to the outside world that their high-end brand Yangwang, as well as all subsequent flagship models, will be fully equipped with our UNC #1 battery." This is a huge publicity stunt for them, which can directly elevate their brand image and product strength to a whole new level. Lin Mo understood. The Energy Star press conference is the national team showing off its muscles. The press conference that BID is going to hold is a commercial company's attempt to seize the market opportunity. They want to be the first to be associated with the name Yuan Xing and become a market trendsetter. When do they want to open? Lin Mo asked. The sooner the better, preferably this morning, Zhang Yi replied. They've even arranged the venue and the media in advance, and they're just waiting for our approval. This efficiency surprised Lin Mo. It seems that Mr. Wang is also a ruthless person and has a great ability to seize opportunities. Then open it. Lin Mo had no objection. For such a small matter, you can just decide. You don't need to ask me about everything. I understand. Zhang Yi responded on the other end of the phone, then hesitantly said, Mr. Wang from BID, I hope to invite you to attend the press conference in person. He said, you are the soul of Yuan Xing technology. Your presence will be the biggest highlight of this press conference. Lin Mo picked up a can of Coke and opened the pull ring. I'm busy. He took a sip, the cool liquid sliding down his throat. Just go on my behalf. Okay, Mr. Linear. Zhang Yi was not surprised at all. This answer was within her expectations. She paused and continued her report. Also, regarding the resettlement of workers in the Tianheng Industrial Park, I have followed your instructions. As soon as the news of the 50% salary increase and the 8-hour workday was announced, the entire industrial park was in an uproar. Many veteran technicians who had been planning to leave and seek other opportunities chose to stay. The team responsible for appeasement reported that the workers' morale was very high, and some even volunteered to learn the relevant operating procedures in advance during the production line transformation. Well, you go and arrange this matter. Lin Mo was not surprised. Human hearts are actually very simple. If you give him respect and benefits, he will repay you with loyalty and sweat. 10 o'clock in the morning. Shenzhen Stock Exchange, BID headquarters press conference room. Unlike the solemn and dignified press conference at the Ministry of Energy, the atmosphere here is obviously more commercial and more fanatical. Mr. Wang, the influential leader in the domestic automobile industry, was standing on the stage with a rosy face, not even bothering to read his speech. Today, I am very happy to announce to you all. His voice was loud and full of suppressed excitement. BID will reach an in-depth strategic cooperation with Yuan Xing Technology Co., Limited. Below the stage, flashbulbs suddenly went off. Starting with the Yangwang brand, all of our subsequent high-end flagship models will be fully equipped with Yuan Xing #1 batteries. Mr. Wang dropped this bombshell news. This means that the range, charging speed, and safety of our cars will reach a whole new, unprecedented level. He held up a finger. What we want to do is not to lead, but to crush. The atmosphere at the scene was completely ignited. Lin Mo did not attend this press conference, and Zhang Yi was unable to make it to the scene due to time and distance issues. However, during the question and answer session, Zhang Yi will answer reporters' questions via video link. A financial reporter took the opportunity to ask questions. Mr. Zhang, may I ask why Yuan Xing Technology chose BID as its first automaker? Does this mean Yuan Xing will be deeply tied to BID? This question is very tricky, and if you are not careful you will offend all other car companies. Zhang Yi on the other end of the video spoke in a cold voice. Yuan Xing Technology has only one criterion for selecting partners. She looked around the room. That is, who can deliver the best products to consumers the fastest. BID has the ability to do this, so we cooperate. This answer is flawless. It not only affirms BID's execution ability, but also opens the door to all other car companies. The meaning is very clear, we only look at efficiency and don't take sides. Whoever wants to use my battery, show your sincerity and speed. Mr. Wang listened from the side, and the smile on his face became even wider. This is exactly the effect he wants. The first person to eat crab always gets the most delicious crab roe. At the same time, in the trading halls of the Shanghai and Shenzhen stock markets, another war without gunpowder has entered a white-hot stage. It's open. As the clock struck 9:30, the market index instantly turned red. The sectors related to new energy vehicles and batteries directly staged a violent rise. BID, limit up. CATL, limit up. Kuoksuan High-Tech, limit up. Tiankai Lithium, limit up. A series of red alerts were frantically refreshed on major market software. The K-line charts of countless stocks were directly drawn into a 90-degree straight line, and the price was blocked at the 10% daily limit at the opening, without moving at all. Close the order. BID's closed order has exceeded 10 billion. Oh my god, I can't even buy it. I can't even place an order. All the big investors are scrambling for the chips. The traders' roars rose one after another. It forms the sharpest contrast with the bleak green and wailing on the other side of the ocean. Wall Street is still reeling from the damned paper and blaming each other for the astronomical losses. and the investors of A shares have already opened the champagne bottles. The establishment of Energy Star and the cooperation between Yuan Xing and BID are like two powerful shots of adrenaline, injected directly into the market. The former represents the national will and the future of technology. The latter represents commercial applications and market confidence. One gains while the other loses. The direction of global capital flows has undergone a subtle shift at this moment. Some international hot money with a keen sense of smell has begun to quietly withdraw from the US stock market and flow into this value depression in the East through various channels. They see it very clearly. The old king of solid-state batteries is dead. The new king of sulfur-based compound batteries has ascended the throne. Behind this new king stands Yuan Xing Technology, a huge business empire on the rise. In the convenience store, Lin Mo yawned and turned off his phone. Zhang Yi just sent a message saying that the press conference was very successful, BID's stock price has been locked, and Yuan Xing Technology's valuation is likely to double again. Lin Mo just replied I know, put away his phone and went across the street to eat a bowl of noodles. The midday news was playing on the TV in the noodle shop. In response to the accusations made by Wall Street financial institutions, a spokesperson for my country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued a response today, advising some in the US not to politicize commercial issues, and certainly not to cry thief. The host announced in a clear voice. The noodle shop owner put down the remote control and said with a smile, "It's so satisfying. This news is so satisfying." Lin Mo didn't respond. The boss didn't care and continued, "Young man, who do you think the boss of Yuan Xing Technology is? He crushed Wall Street with just one move. Where did he get all that technology? I heard they discovered an alien spaceship." Lin Mo smiled, "Maybe." After finishing his noodles, Lin Mo walked slowly back to the store. The owner of the noodle shop on the corner was still bragging to his regular customers about the mysterious Yuan Xing Technology in the news, with saliva flying everywhere. Lin Mo pulled down the shutter door, blocking out the noise outside. I glanced at the time on my phone. It had been more than 10 hours since I last traveled back, and the cooling off period had long since ended. After several round trips, the shuttle cooling time has now been shortened to 4 hours. 4 hours. This means he can travel back and forth between the two worlds several times a day. Before long, this cool-down period will even disappear completely. By then, for him, there will be no boundary between the end of the world and the present, it will just be the difference between opening and closing a door. Shuttle. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came over me, and the scene in front of me changed instantly. The sunshine and traffic of the modern city disappeared, replaced by the never-ending roar of machines in the new city. The air was filled with the smell of dust mixed with a faint smell of gunpowder. It's afternoon here too. The speed of time and progress in the two worlds are basically the same, making it convenient for Lin Mo to arrange various affairs. During the time he was away, Zinken was like a wound-up machine, still running at high speed. On the city wall, the scaffolding has been completed and the second part is being poured. In the arsenal next door, lathes were rumbling non-stop, and bullets, guns, and grenades were being churned out in an endless stream. Outside the city, the sound of thump-thump could be heard from time to time. That's the guards training. Continuing to scan the area, I saw workers in the construction site cafeteria eating in batches, and the aroma of meat wafted far away. In the new city, everyone has to work. Those who had the strength built the city walls in various living areas. For those who are old and have no special skills, Lin Mo will arrange them to clean the city. Even teenagers can find something to do. The entire new city is filled with a unique vitality. Lin Mo didn't stop and walked directly to the warehouse next to him, which served as a temporary meeting room. At the entrance of the warehouse, 2 members of the Night Blade team were guarding vigilantly with guns in hand. Seeing Lin Mo, they immediately stood at attention and saluted. Lin Mo nodded and pushed open the door. The scene in the warehouse surprised him a little. The group of technicians from yesterday were now gathered in a circle, arguing fiercely about something. At their feet, the black metal lump that Lin Mo had dropped had its shell pried open with a larger hole. Several cables of varying thickness were pulled out from inside, connected to a Thor 7 battery. Physics professor Chen Jing, wearing reading glasses and holding a multimeter in his hand, was carefully measuring the voltage of an interface. No, the voltage is wrong. If the current is increased, the internal protection circuit will burn out. Programmer Li Xin retorted, holding a whiteboard full of code in her hand. Professor Chen, I think we should start with the data interface. I've reverse-engineered part of its communication protocol. As long as we can trick its system verification, we can directly read the data inside. What's the point of reading the data? What if the core component is physically damaged? We must first confirm the integrity of its hardware. Even if the hardware fails, it can be restored through data redundancy. The sounds of quarrels, debates, and various professional terms that Lin Mo could not understand echoed in the warehouse. There was no longer any trace of numbness or timidity on the faces of this group of people. Instead, there was a kind of enthusiasm and concentration immersed in their own field. Lin Mo's appearance brought the quarrel to an abrupt end. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked towards the door. Mr. Linear. Chen Jing put down the multimeter and stood up straight with some nervousness. Lin Mo didn't say anything, but just walked to the middle of the crowd, opened the tablet in his hand, and handed it to Chen Jing. Chen Jing took it doubtfully. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. On the tablet screen was a list that seemed to have no end. Molecular beam epitaxy, MBE, high-resolution transmission electron microscopy, HIRDM, focused ion beam etching system, FIB. The names of equipment that only exist in top laboratories are clearly listed on this small screen. Chen Jing's hands began to tremble. He thought he had seen it wrong, so he took off his reading glasses, wiped them, and put them back on. That's right. Every word can be seen clearly. This, Mr. Lin. This is. His lips were trembling and he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Li Xin and Wang Peng next to them also came over. When they saw what was on the screen, the expressions on their faces were exactly the same. First there was confusion, then shock, and finally it turned into an almost suffocating ecstasy. An electron microscope. It's so much more convenient to have this thing. And the mass spectrometer. After the catastrophe, there probably aren't many of these still usable. FIB. With this, we can modify chips directly at the nanoscale. The entire warehouse suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Then, there was a burst of gasps. Circle it. Lin Mo's voice broke the silence. Tell me what you need most right now so I can help you get started quickly. If it's not on the list, you can tell me the name and I'll find a way. Chen Jing's body shook violently. An unprecedented light burst out from the turbid eyes. His passion for scientific research was burning again. Mr. Lin called them here not on impulse, but because he really wanted them to do something. I need it. I need it. Chen Jing let out a low roar of surprise and grabbed the tablet as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Mr. Lin, with this transmission electron microscope and mass spectrometer, not only can we study this thing, we can even analyze the genetic sequence of the mutant. We can improve the soil. We can create higher performance alloys. He was incoherent, and the passion and ambition that had been pent up for many years erupted completely at this moment. Give me a lab. Give me the equipment up here. I can give you a whole new world. Lin Mo looked at the crazy old professor in front of him with no expression on his face. This is exactly the effect he wants. Nightingale. He shouted. Nightingale, who was guarding outside the door, came in immediately. Boss. Clear out warehouse number 2 in the west area and convert it into a high-standard laboratory according to Professor Chen's requirements. All construction materials and equipment will be supplied first. Yes. Nightingale's answer was clear and concise. Lin Mo no longer paid attention to the group of scientists who were already in a frenzy, and turned to walk out. Not long after walking out of the warehouse, I ran into Tishan who was walking in a hurry. Mr. Lin. Tishan saw Lin Mo and ran over faster. Something happened. Lin Mo's brows moved, and he looked at Tishan's rare anxious expression on his face. Tell me clearly what's going on. Team 2. The guards Team 2 has sent a distress signal. Tishan's voice was low, but he spoke very quickly, with a sense of urgency. They're surrounded by zombies. Right on Highway 3, which they were planning to clear. Lin Mo's brows became increasingly furrowed. Route 3? The only way to get to the Ark stronghold? Yes. Tishan nodded heavily, his fists clenched unconsciously. Team 1 just got back from there this morning. They cleaned up the area thoroughly, leaving not a single wandering zombie behind. But less than an hour after Team 2 arrived, they heard over the comms that swarms of zombies were pouring out of the abandoned buildings on both sides, completely blocking their convoy. Tishan's face was full of confusion and anger. This is so weird. It's like it appeared out of nowhere. How many people are there in the second team? Do they have enough ammunition? Lin Mo's question went straight to the point. There are a total of 100 people, and they only carry the amount of ammunition for regular training. If we are delayed, we won't be able to hold out for long. Tishan's voice was filled with worry. They are currently relying on 5 heavy trucks to defend their position. They can hold their ground for now, but they can't break out at all. Lin Mo immediately realized that this matter was not simple. Given the speed and pattern of zombies' movements, if they don't find any living people, they basically wander around aimlessly. Moreover, the route had just been cleared in the morning, but it had only been a short time before a tide of zombies appeared. It's impossible to say that no one is playing tricks. Oh, you can't sit still anymore? Lin Mo sneered and then looked at Nightingale beside him. Nightingale. Boss, I'm here. Nightingale stepped forward immediately. Immediately mobilize the drones and fly to the location where Team 2 is trapped on Highway 3. I want to see the real-time footage. You and Team Nightblade, prepare to attack. Yes. Lin Mo turned to Tishan again, his tone brooking no room for argument. Assemble Team 1 and Team 3 immediately, and start all modified tanks. His eyes swept over Tishan. Also, take all those newly trained grenadiers with you. Go to the arsenal and move half of the newly produced grenades out of the warehouse. When Tishan heard this, a fierce light instantly flashed in his eyes. Using new equipment to fight tough battles is exactly what he expected. Clear! Without saying another word, he turned and ran towards the guard barracks, shouting at the top of his lungs as he ran. Team 1, Team 3. Urgent assembly. All tanks. Move immediately. The camp, which was originally in rotation and rest, was instantly activated by this order. The sleeping steel behemoth let out a low roar, and the roar of its engine rose and fell. The soldiers rushed out of the barracks without any panic on their faces, and quickly ran to the armory to collect ammunition and equipment. The entire new city, like a sophisticated war machine, instantly entered a state of combat under Lin Mo's command. Tishan shouted at the top of his voice drowning out the roar of the engine. Grenadiers! The newly formed Grenadier Squad! Get the hell over here! More than 30 strong soldiers ran out of the ranks. They were the soldiers with the best arm strength carefully selected by Tishan. Go to the arsenal. Pick up all the precious things Engineer Wang just made. I'll let you enjoy some meat today. Yes, there was no fear on the grenadiers' faces. Instead, their eyes were gleaming and their roars were deafening. They stood out by swinging their arms so hard that smoke was coming out. It was all for the purpose of joining the Grenadier Squad. Finally, they had the chance to throw grenades as much as they wanted. Lin Mo stood at the entrance of the convenience store and watched the guards complete the mobilization in a very short time. No panic, no hesitation. Only absolute obedience and efficient execution. Although it has not been established for a long time, its combat effectiveness has already begun to take shape. Boss, the drone has taken off. Nightingale's voice came from the side. She was holding a military tablet in her hand, and the screen showed real-time images sent back by the drone. Lin Mo took the tablet. From an aerial perspective, Highway 3 looks like a gray ribbon extending between the ruins. In the center of the picture, 5 heavy trucks were arranged into a simple circular defensive position, and around the position was a dense black wave. Zombies. Countless zombies were pouring out from the abandoned buildings on both sides of the road, trapping the vehicles of the second guard team in the middle. Their numbers far outnumber those of regular wandering zombies, and their density is frighteningly high. Bring the picture closer. Lin Mo's tone was cold. Nightingale operated her fingers on the screen, and the image quickly enlarged. It can be clearly seen that the soldiers are using the trucks as cover to conduct precise bursts of fire. Tons of fire exploded in the crowd of zombies, and zombies kept falling down, but they were immediately replaced by those behind them, crowding forward fearlessly. They're blocked. Nightingale pointed to both ends of the screen. The roads in front and behind are blocked by abandoned vehicles and a large number of corpses, forming a pocket. It's not a coincidence. Lin Mo looked at the strange tide of zombies on the screen. They were too targeted. It is impossible for a route that a team had just cleared in the morning to spontaneously gather such a large number of zombies in just a few hours. There must be a hand behind this. The other party's purpose was very clear, which was to trap his soldiers here and kill them. In other words, they wanted to force him out. Tishan. Lin Mo picked up the walkie-talkie. Mr. Lin, I'm here. The team has assembled and can set off at any time. Tishan's voice came from the walkie-talkie, full of violent fighting spirit. Team 1, move out. Team 3, stand by. Target, Highway 3. Yes. Nightingale, take half of the Nightblade team with you. Yes, boss. After a pause, Lin Mo added, you will be in charge of this operation. If Team 2 cannot be rescued, bring Team 1 back to preserve our strength. Nightingale's body stiffened for a moment. She understood the weight of Lin Mo's words. This is not cold-bloodedness, but a commander's worst-case scenario before the war. If something is really impossible, then preserving your strength is the wisest choice. Behind them are thousands of survivors in Zinken. I understand. Nightingale answered without hesitation and turned to gesture to the Nightblade team that was on standby behind her. Set off. 10 modified heavy trucks and armored vehicles, their engines roaring deafeningly, kicked up a cloud of dust and rushed towards the outside of the new city. Tishan sat in the passenger seat of the first armored vehicle, the flesh on his face twitching slightly with anger. He shouted over the radio to the Grenadier Squad and the convoy, listen up, everyone. When we get there, I tell you to throw as hard as you can. Don't worry about wasting. Mr. Lin said there are plenty of grenades. Your mission is to blast a path for me. Do you understand? Clear. The convoy drove at high speed through the ruins. Nightingale sat in the command vehicle, his eyes never leaving the drone image on the tablet. In the picture, the besieged second team's defense line is already in danger. The zombies had piled up, forming a human wall several meters high, and were frantically pounding on the iron sheets of the truck compartment. Some zombies had even climbed onto the roof along the pile of corpses. The firepower of the second team was obviously much sparser. From the precise bursts of fire at the beginning, it turned into sporadic gunshots that were heard occasionally. They are saving their last ammunition. 3 kilometers to go. Nightingale spoke calmly into the communicator. Tishan, slow down the convoy and prepare for battle. All vehicles, advance in a cone formation. Grenadier Squad, get ready. Nightblade Squad, move in and cover the Grenadier Squad's attack. There was a sharp brake sound and the convoy stopped about 500 meters away from the tide of zombies. 3 of the trucks rolled sideways, their hatches opened, and the grenadiers in the truck beds stood up straight. They looked at the tide of corpses in the distance that was wriggling like a black ocean. There was no fear on their faces, only a kind of fanaticism that was about to be released. Target, the area ahead where the zombies are thickest. Tishan climbed onto the roof of the car, pointing his sturdy arms forward. 3 volleys. Plow that field for me. Team 1, get ready. 10 grenadiers pulled a brand new grenade from their backpacks, pulled the safety pin, swung their arms back, and their muscles tensed instantly. The action was exactly the same as when they were trained, and it had become instinct. Throw! Tishan gave an order. 10 grenades drew 10 perfect parabolas in the air and landed precisely in the most crowded pile of corpses dozens of meters away. There was a series of dull explosions, as if someone had lit a string of firecrackers under a heavy carpet. The next second, a horrifying scene appeared. With the 10 landing points as the center, large groups of zombies suddenly exploded in all directions like mud crushed by invisible giant hands. The shockwave composed of minced meat and black blood cleared out all the zombies around, forming 10 shocking circular holes. One round of throwing cleared at least several hundred square meters of open space. Oh my god, this power! The grenadiers themselves were stunned. They knew that the new equipment was powerful, but they didn't expect it to be this powerful. What are you standing there for? Tishan's roar brought them back to reality. Second team, throw! Another salvo. The black wave was torn into 10 huge holes again. Team 3, throw! When the shockwave of the third round of grenade explosion dissipated, a huge fan-shaped vacuum zone nearly 100 meters wide suddenly appeared in front of the originally impenetrable tide of corpses. The ground was covered with a thick layer of flesh paste, and not even a complete corpse could be found. Now! Nightingale's voice spread to all vehicles through the communicator. All tanks, charge at full speed. Fire freely. Grenadiers take turns attacking. Clear a path for the convoy. The steel torrent started up again, and the machine guns spewed out angry flames from the firing holes, mowing down the zombies that tried to regroup. The grenadiers split into groups of 3 and took turns throwing. They no longer pursue blanket bombing, but rather precise roll call. Grenades will fly to where there are dense zombies. They were like mobile artillery, using explosions to blast a bloody tunnel through the entire convoy. The besieged second team also heard flames and explosions in the distance. It's reinforcements. Reinforcements are here. I knew Mr. Lin wouldn't abandon us. The desperate soldiers cheered for their survival. They pulled the trigger and fired their last bullets at the zombies that were still climbing on the vehicle. Under the attack from both inside and outside, the encirclement formed by thousands of zombies was disintegrated and collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Charge over. Meet up with Team 2. Tishan retreated to the cab and roared through the intercom. The convoy ran over the debris on the ground and rushed towards the trapped second team. Inside the command vehicle, Nightingale's expression didn't relax at all. Her fingers slid quickly across the military tablet, raising the drone's perspective, looking over the chaotic battlefield below and scanning the silent, abandoned buildings on both sides of the road. This zombie tide came too strangely. It is definitely not formed naturally. There must be something behind the scenes. Her eyes were like those of a hawk, scanning inch by inch the rooftops and windows where people might be hiding. Suddenly, her fingers stopped. On the roof of an unfinished building more than 10 stories high, about 500 meters away from the battlefield, an inconspicuous black dot moved. Nightingale immediately enlarged the image to its maximum. That's a person. A figure wearing a black windbreaker and a hood was standing quietly on the edge of the roof, overlooking the one-sided massacre below. The drone's camera wasn't clear enough to make out the other person's face, but the posture that was out of tune with the surroundings instantly made Nightingale's heart tighten. At this moment, the dark shadow seemed to have noticed something. He suddenly raised his head and glanced in the direction of the drone. The next second, the black shadow moved. He didn't walk or run, but in a posture that violated common sense of physics, he jumped from the edge of the roof of a building more than 10 stories high directly to another slightly shorter building next to it. At a distance of dozens of meters, he was like a weightless feather, drawing a tiny arc in the air and landing silently on the roof of another building. The whole process was so fast that only an afterimage was left on the screen. The Awakener. The word immediately flashed through Nightingale's mind. Only the awakened ones who appeared after the catastrophe can possess such extraordinary speed and strength. Ordinary people would have been smashed into pieces long ago. She immediately controlled the drone, adjusted its direction and chased after it, but the opponent was too fast. The black shadow shuttled and jumped between the rows of abandoned buildings, each rise and fall covering an astonishing distance. His movements were smooth and flowing, and he made the most of the surrounding terrain. The drone's camera could only barely capture his receding figure. The other party didn't seem to have any intention of getting entangled with her, but after being discovered, he decisively chose to evacuate. In just a few breaths, the black shadow completely disappeared into the depths of the intricate city ruins. Nightingale stared at the empty screen in silence for a few seconds. She picked up the communicator and switched to a separate encrypted channel. "Boss. Explain." "Target spotted." Nightingale's voice was calm and direct. An awakened one, on the outskirts of the battlefield, suspected to be the controller of the zombie tide. He ran away. On the other end of the communicator, after Nightingale finished her report, there was a brief silence. Lin Mo stood at the door of the convenience store, his expression unchanged. The awakened one. Control the zombie tide. These two words combined mean a huge variable. Nightingale. Lin Mo's voice was transmitted clearly to Nightingale's ears through the encrypted channel. "Boss, I'm here. Stay where you are. Expand the drone search range, centered on the area where the target was found, and radiate out 5 kilometers. Report any suspicious activity immediately." "Yes." "Have Tishan lead Team 2 back to Zinken for supplies and rest. Team 1 will remain on standby, and I will send Team 3 to support you." "Clear." The order was passed down, the engines roared again, and some vehicles turned around and carried the surviving second team back to the new city. Nightingale commanded the remaining people to start clearing the battlefield and establishing a temporary defense line. She stood on the roof of the command vehicle, holding up a telescope, and her eyes scanned the silent buildings in the distance again and again. The appearance of that awakened one was so strange. New town, convenience store. Lin Mo hung up the phone and the room fell silent. Tomorrow is the day when the first batch of civilians will be transferred to the Ark. Today, someone is using a carefully planned zombie tide on the road he has to pass to give him a warning. This is not a temptation, it is a warning. The water in this wasteland is deeper than imagined. Who could it be? Queen Bee? Rock King? Or Lighthouse? They all have motives, but none of the known awakened people in the 4 major forces have the ability to control the tide of zombies. Did they hide this ability? Or is it some force that has been lurking in the dark? Or an outsider? There are many possibilities. Lin Mo picked up the black communicator on the table, and swiped his finger across the channels of several forces. Finally, he stopped at the Arc channel. He pressed the connect button. A few seconds later, the captain's voice came. "Mr. Lin, I received news that there was a lot of commotion on Highway 3. Are you in trouble?" "Yes, it has been resolved." Lin Mo's tone was calm. "However, my people found a very interesting rat on the road." Lin Mo leaned back in his chair and continued slowly. "Do you know anyone who can control zombies?" The captain's breathing became noticeably heavier over the communicator. "Control zombies?" The captain's voice changed, with an extreme solemnity and horror. "Mr. Lin, are you sure it means control?" "I'm 90% sure." Lin Mo's tone remained flat. "My people discovered something suspicious at the scene. The appearance and gathering of the zombies were abnormal. Later, using a drone, we observed an awakened being who was suspected to be the controller." There was a long silence on the other end of the communicator. After a long time, the captain spoke again, her voice very low, as if she was trying hard to digest this shocking news. "Impossible. As far as I know, none of the awakened from Hive, Rock, or Lighthouse have this ability. There's nothing on the Ark either." The captain paused, as if to collect his thoughts, and spoke a little faster. "This ability is too terrifying. If anyone from the 4 major factions mastered it, the situation here would have been completely changed. No one can hide such a trump card. So I'm more inclined to think this is a lone wolf. A powerful awakened being roaming the wasteland, unknown to us. He might just be passing by and was attracted by your movements. This is the most logical inference. An unknown, powerful third party." Lin Mo listened to the captain's analysis, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, making a regular sound. "Captain, don't you think it's a coincidence?" His voice was very soft, but it made the captain's heart skip a beat on the other end of the communicator. "We're going to move tomorrow, and today a lone traveler who can control the zombie tide just happened to appear and set us up with a rather large ambush. There aren't that many coincidences in this world." The captain was silent. "Yes, what a coincidence. The time and place are stuck at a very delicate node." "You mean?" The captain's voice was a little dry. "2 possibilities." Lin Mo raised 2 fingers, even though the other party couldn't see it. "First, this was hired. Some people in the four major factions don't want to see us merge, but they don't want to personally intervene, so they paid a large sum of money to hire a mercenary like this to test my strength and give me a warning. Second, Lin Mo's tone became a little colder. He's a pioneer. A new force, unknown to us, has already set its sights on this area. They're just here today to spearhead a charge and get a feel for our situation. No matter which possibility it is 100 times more difficult than a lone traveler passing by. The former means traitor and betrayal. The latter means a completely new, unknown, and powerful enemy. I see. The captain took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Mr. Lin, our plan for tomorrow. The plan remains unchanged. Lin Mo interrupted her, his tone brooking no room for argument. If he wants to see it, I'll let him see it as much as he wants. You should get ready and leave on time at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Good. The captain's answer was brief, but Lin Mo could hear the determination in it. After hanging up the phone, the store returned to silence. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, his eyes slightly closed. Mercenaries? Or vanguards? No matter which one it is, the other party's goal is the same, which is to prevent the expansion of the new city and prevent it from merging with the Ark. An awakened person who can control the tide of zombies is indeed a difficult trump card. Silently driving away the tide of zombies is enough to put any small team into a desperate situation. If Team 2 had not had sufficiently sturdy tanks and sufficient ammunition, they would probably not have been able to hold out until Team 1 arrived and would have been stuck on Highway 3 forever. Lin Mo's fingertips stopped tapping. He picked up the black communicator and switched directly to Tishan's channel. Iron Mountain. Mr. Lin. I'm here. Tishan's voice was still full of energy, but it carried a sense of frustration from not having had enough fun. How's the second team doing? Everyone is back, no one is missing any limbs, but their morale is low. Tishan added indignantly. Mr. Lin, this is too fucking weird. If we hadn't provided quick support, these 100 brothers would have. I'll get to the bottom of this. Lin Mo interrupted him. Let the second team have a good rest and calm the soldiers down. Tomorrow, they have more important tasks. Clear. Lin Mo switched channels and connected to Nightingale. Boss. Did the search yield any results? No. Nightingale answered simply. They were very professional and left no traces. Even after the drone expanded its search area, it found no suspicious traces. Okay. Lin Mo stood up, walked to the door, and pushed open a corner of the rolling door. Stay alert. Once the third team arrives, they'll hold their position. You lead the first team and continue along the highway. Turn this road upside down. Lin Mo closed the shutter door, and the store fell into darkness again. He ignored the troops gathering and mobilizing outside the city, but walked to the black multi-channel communicator and lit up 4 channels on it one by one with his fingers. A crackling sound of electricity was heard, and 4 originally unrelated communication lines were forcibly connected in parallel. Mr. Lin? The first voice to come was the captain's. She was obviously ready. It's me. Lin Mo responded indifferently. Then, a charming female voice with a hint of laziness and playfulness sounded. Oh my, what's this new trick? Mr. Lin actually gathered all of us together. Is he planning to have a tea party? The Queen Bee's voice always has a subtle hook. What's going on? The Rock King's rough voice was filled with impatience. The last voice that sounded was a little old, but the words were clear and the tone was steady. Mr. Lin, I am the wise. The lighthouse received your signal. Lin Mo didn't exchange pleasantries with them and went straight to the point. Just an hour ago, my guards were ambushed on Highway 3. In the communicator, except for the captains, the other 3 channels were silent for a moment. Ambush? The Queen Bee chuckled. Mr. Lin's team is now strong and powerful. Who would have the guts to do that? It's not a human. Lin Mo's tone was calm. It's a tide of zombies. He paused and added the most crucial sentence. A tidal wave of zombies controlled by the awakened. The communicator fell into complete silence. Even the Rock King, who had always acted carefree, did not speak immediately. After more than 10 seconds, Rock King's voice finally broke out. Controlling the zombie tide? Mr. Lin, are you sure you're not talking nonsense? My people captured the footage with a drone, Lin Mo said confidently. On the outskirts of the battlefield, an awakened watched as the zombie tide surrounded my convoy. After being discovered, he jumped from the roof of a building over 10 stories high to another and escaped unscathed. Hiss. The sound of Rock King sucking in a breath of cold air came from the communicator. Mr. Lin, this matter is of no small importance. The wise man of the lighthouse finally spoke, his voice still steady, yet revealing a solemnity. According to our lighthouse records, since the catastrophe, there has never been an awakened person with such ability. Really? Lin Mo asked back, maybe you just don't know. What do you mean, Mr. Lin? The Queen Bee's voice turned cold. Are you suspecting which of us 3 did this? Lin Mo. Stop your slander. Rock King roared immediately. We, the people of Rock, act openly and honestly. If we want to fight, we should fight with real weapons. Using such shady tactics is nothing. I didn't mention any names. Lin Mo's voice remained calm. I'm just stating a fact. Tomorrow is the day the first group of civilians will be evacuated from the Ark. Today, a mysterious awakened being capable of controlling the zombie tide appeared on the route that must be taken. Everyone, do you think this is really a coincidence? No one answered. The captain spoke at the right moment, anger in his voice. The other party's purpose is very clear, which is to disrupt the merger of New City and Ark. The atmosphere instantly became more subtle. Ever since the captain decided to bring the Ark to join the new city, the other three companies have not openly objected, and the Hive and Lighthouse have even expressed their intention. Even the most stubborn Rock King would just turn a blind eye. It's just that for some people in the four major forces, they used to be domineering and powerful in their respective territories, and even if the people under them lived a hard life, they could still have food and clothing without worries. Now he suddenly has to join Zinken and obey Lin Mo's orders. There must be people who are unwilling to do so, but they can't just jump out and oppose it. Then the civilian evacuation operation to destroy the Ark is undoubtedly the most effective. If all those civilians died along the way and were devoured by the zombie tide, the merger would naturally come to nothing. Even the captain can't convince anyone else on the Ark. For a moment, the seeds of suspicion sprouted wildly in everyone's heart. The Queen Bee, the Rock King, and the Wise Man were all calculating rapidly in their minds. Could it be the other party? Or is there really a force that no one knows about, lurking in the dark? Okay, I didn't call you all here today to listen to you quarrel. Lin Mo's voice broke the strange silence. Since no one knows who this awakened one is, I'll ask in a different way. He picked up the water glass on the table and took a sip. I suspect there is a spy among you. Someone is colluding with this mysterious awakener, or the forces behind him. This sentence is more explosive than the previous, controlling the tide of zombies. Bullshit. King Yin cursed again. My soldiers are all brothers who crawled out of the dead with me. There can't be any spies. King Rock, don't get so excited. The Queen Bee sneered. You can only judge a person by his appearance. Who knows if your so-called brothers will sell you out for a few pounds of food? Queen Bee, you're looking for death. Okay. Lin Mo interrupted their quarrel impatiently. In order to catch this rat hiding in the gutter, I decided to issue a reward. From now on, whether you are the Ark, the Hive, the Rock, or the Lighthouse, as long as you can provide any useful clues about this mysterious awakened person or the spy within your ranks. Lin Mo's voice came clearly into everyone's ears through the communicator. Once verified, I will personally reward rice, 1,000 kilograms, 10 boxes of canned meat, automatic rifles, 10, ammunition, 10,000 rounds. In addition, he and his 5 designated family members will immediately be eligible to live in the new city and enjoy the highest level of treatment. There was deathly silence in the communicator. This price is enough to drive anyone struggling to survive in the doomsday completely crazy. This is no longer a simple bounty. Lin Mo didn't give them time to react and added to his own thoughts. Leaders, please tell your men. My words always count. After saying that, he cut off all communications without saying another word. The communicator fell into silence, and Lin Mo turned it off. In the canteen, Lin Mo sat back in his chair and opened the military tablet he had used before. The footage taken by the drone is still on the screen. He pulled the progress bar back to the moment when the zombie tide was at its most turbulent, and swiped his fingers across the screen, repeatedly zooming in and out of the picture. His gaze did not linger on the last escaping shadow, but he carefully observed each unit that made up the tide of zombies. They are all ordinary zombies. There are no faster crawlers, no spitters that can attack from a distance, and no mutants of huge size. Lin Mo turned off the tablet. The awakened one is tentatively able to control zombies, but his abilities are not without limits. Otherwise, he can only affect the most basic zombies. Otherwise, controlling more powerful mutants would require a price he could not afford. This is neither good nor bad news. The threat remains, but it is not unmanageable. Lin Mo tapped his fingers lightly on the table, thinking about another question. Time point. Why did the other party choose to take action today? If the purpose is really to prevent the merger of Ark and New City, then tomorrow, when the captain takes the first batch of civilians on the road, wouldn't it be more effective to use a tide of zombies to devour those unarmed civilians? That would be a devastating blow to the captain's prestige and a bloody deterrent to all those who yearn for the new city. But the other party did not do so. He only attacked the guards responsible for clearing the road. It was more like a test. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth twitched. The other party is very cautious. After being discovered by the drone, he did not choose to confront, but instead evacuated decisively, indicating that he did not want to expose more of his abilities. Or perhaps, he has no more abilities. Lin Mo looked back at the drone footage. The mysterious awakened person was jumping back and forth on the roof. His physical fitness was indeed not something an ordinary person could do. At this moment, Lin Mo's sight caught a glimpse of unusual light. There seems to be something under the mysterious man's windbreaker. After carefully replaying it several times, Lin Mo had a vague guess. That thing seems to be an exoskeleton armor. Interesting. The awakened ability is in the direction of mental strength, so the physical strength is lacking. Lin Mo muttered to himself. He himself is an awakened one, and he has the Nightblade Squad, a team composed entirely of awakened ones, under his command, and he has a basic understanding of the awakened ones. Not to mention the physically enhanced types, even the elemental awakeners have quite exaggerated physical fitness. Take Nightingale for example. She possesses extremely terrifying fire abilities, but it is not difficult for her to bend steel plates with her bare hands. She wanted to jump and move on the roof without any external assistance. However, the mysterious man who appeared this time had to rely on an exoskeleton power device to achieve this. Lin Mo speculated that the other party's ability was a mutation of mental power, which could interfere with or drive zombies, but because of his own weakness, he had to avoid the mutant to avoid losing more than he gained. Although there was no clear evidence, Lin Mo felt that his guess was almost correct. While Lin Mo was brainstorming, his argument about the traitor was like a depth bomb, causing huge waves within the other three forces. Rock Stronghold. Bang! Rock King punched the metal table in front of him, leaving a clear fist mark on the thick steel plate. The scorpion next to it couldn't help but look sideways. It's time to change the table again. Damn it! That Lin guy actually dared to say there's a mole among my people. He paced back and forth in the command room like an angry lion. The several trusted captains standing in front of him lowered their heads and dared not breathe. Boss, I don't think Mr. Lin is targeting us. Scorpion spoke, his eyes gleaming with thought. To be frank, if Mr. Lin wanted to target someone, he wouldn't have to issue such a vague bounty. He could just name them directly. There are plenty of people willing to work for him. Upon hearing this, King Yan's expression froze. Although he was unhappy, he had to admit that Scorpio was right. Rock King looked at Scorpion and motioned for him to continue. Scorpion gathered his thoughts and spoke freely. Boss, I feel that Mr. Lin is doing this to alert the enemy. If that mysterious man is really doing this for money, then he must settle his payment or contact the boss to determine the next step. But now, once Mr. Lin's bounty order is out, everyone will be suspicious of those around them and won't let go of any sign of trouble. If there really is a traitor, it will be difficult for him to take action. Either the insider abandons the subsequent action and goes back to hiding, or he risks being exposed and continues to sabotage. No matter which one it is, it's exactly what Mr. Lin wants. The anger on Rock King's face solidified. He is just bad-tempered, not simple-minded. Oh shit. Yan Wan cursed and sat back in his chair, which groaned under the weight. This Lin guy is more cunning than a needle. Boss, what should we do now? Another captain next to him asked cautiously. Check. King Yan slammed the table. This time he didn't use much force, but the sound was still deafening. Everyone, open your eyes. If anyone dares to flirt with someone outside at this time, I'll skin him alive. There was murderous intent in the Rock King's voice. He could go against Lin Mo, but he would never allow anyone among his own people to betray him. This is a matter of principle. Honeycomb. In the luxurious room, the queen bee reclined on the soft sofa. She listened to every word of Lin Mo's bounty order on the communicator. He. She chuckled softly, her eyes shrewd despite her lazy posture. Interesting, really interesting. She spoke slowly to the few confidants standing in front of her. Did you hear that? Mr. Lin has offered a reward, and the price is quite high. Several close confidants lowered their heads and did not dare to respond. Do you think there's a rat with a bounty here? Her voice was soft, but it made a layer of cold sweat break out on the backs of several of her confidants. Go and pass this message on. The queen bee closed the lighter and threw it on the table. Tell everyone that whoever finds a clue will have their reward doubled, in addition to Mr. Lin's. A confidant looked up suddenly. The queen bee looked at him, her lips curved in a dangerous arc. But if someone has any evil intentions, or discovers something but wants to hide it from me, she reached out and took a rose from the vase. A flash of dark green passed through her fingertips, and the petals turned black and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. You know the outcome. Lighthouse. The atmosphere in the command center was solemn. The wise man stood in front of a huge electronic map, on which the locations of the new city, the Ark, the Rock, and the Beehive were clearly marked. Behind him is the core decision-making level of Lighthouse. Tell me what you think. The wise man's voice was steady. This Lin Mo's methods are far more ruthless than we expected. A middle-aged man spoke with a serious expression. This move of his is like planting a bomb within each of our 4 families. No one will trust the people around them anymore. This is exactly the effect he wants. The wise man turned around and glanced at the crowd. It will not only deter potential enemies, but also create internal rifts within us. When the time comes to dismantle and incorporate them into the new city, not many people will object. If I didn't know Mr. Lin's character and knew he wouldn't resort to such tricks, I would have suspected that he was directing and acting in this incident himself. Lin Mo threw the communicator on the table. The bounty order was his first card. It can cause chaos among the four major forces, and can also make those hiding in the dark temporarily stop, thus buying some precious time for tomorrow's transfer. But one card alone is not enough to ensure safety, you need to add a backup card. Lin Mo picked up the communicator again, swiped his finger across several channels, and finally stopped at the ARC's independent channel. ZI. After the sound of electricity, the captain's voice was immediately heard, and it was obvious that he had been standing by. Mr. Linear. Captain, what do you think about the attack during the day? Lin Mo didn't beat around the bush. There was silence on the other end of the communicator for a moment. That awakened one is coming for us. The captain's voice was filled with suppressed anger. He wants to disrupt the merger. I'm afraid it's more than that. Lin Mo's tone was very calm, that ambush was more like a warning or a fire reconnaissance. The opponent was very cautious. He immediately fled if his attack failed, which shows that he was not completely confident. But he will definitely come back tomorrow. The captain's breathing became heavier, she knew exactly what Lin Mo meant. Today the attack is on well-equipped guards, tomorrow the enemy's target will be unarmed civilians. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? I need you to help me act out a scene. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Wait until dark, call everyone on the Ark, and then make an announcement in public. Just say that Highway 3 was attacked by a zombie horde today. For everyone's safety, after careful consideration, we've decided to temporarily change the route. The new route is set on Highway 5. The captain was stunned for a moment. Route 5? That route is too long and the traffic is more complicated. Just announce it. Lin Mo interrupted her. It's just fake news. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, our real transfer route will still be Highway 3. On the other end of the communicator, the captain's breathing stopped instantly. She immediately understood Lin Mo's intention. This is a trap. A trap specially tailored for possible insiders. Mr. Lin, I understand. The captain's voice became a little bitter. Her heart sank when she thought that among the people she protected there might be a traitor who would betray everyone at any time. What is even more difficult for the captain to accept is, the possibility that the mole is a civilian is very low. Because for civilians, the quality of life in the new city is obviously better, there is enough food, and there are towering city walls. They had no reason to refuse the merger. If there really is a traitor, he is most likely a former senior executive. They are worried about losing power and being targeted, so they are taking a gamble. And those senior executives have worked together with the captain to get to where he is today. The captain didn't want to see them get to that point. After the announcement, a curfew will be immediately imposed inside the Ark. Lin Mo's voice continued without a trace of emotion. No one is allowed to leave their residence and all possible means of communication with the outside world must be cut off. If there really is that rat inside the Ark and he hears about the route change, he'll definitely find a way to pass on this important information. Under curfew, any unusual behavior will become particularly conspicuous. The captain took a deep breath. What if he really spread the news? That's even better. There was a hint of coldness in Lin Mo's voice. Tomorrow, that mysterious awakener will be waiting for us on Highway 5 with his horde of corpses. And our main force will pass through Highway 3 unimpeded. If the traitor isn't on the Ark, then we'll just proceed according to the original plan. If he dares to come, we'll make sure he never returns. This plan is simple and crude, but it goes straight to the point. It takes advantage of the enemy's cautious nature, as well as the time lag and risks inherent in intelligence transmission. Regardless of whether the insider spreads the news or not, and whether the mysterious awakener comes or not, Lin Mo has a way to deal with it. Okay, the captain said emphatically, I'll do it right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo stood up, walked to the entrance of the convenience store, and looked in the direction where Nightingale and the others were stationed outside the city. He doesn't like intrigue, but if someone puts their claws into his bowl, he doesn't mind breaking their fingers one by one. Ark Stronghold. The square was crowded with people. Thousands of survivors were gathered here, with confusion and anxiety on their faces, whispering and talking to each other. What happened? Why did you call us all here suddenly? Have you heard? The guards sent by Zinken to clear the road were ambushed today. It's a big commotion. Really? Then can we still leave tomorrow? Panic spread among the crowd like a plague. Surrounded by a group of guards, the captain walked onto a platform made of containers. Looking at the frightened faces below, I felt mixed emotions. She raised the loudspeaker in her hand, and the noisy sounds in the square gradually subsided. Everyone's eyes were focused on her. Everyone. The captain's voice spread throughout the square through the loudspeaker, clear and powerful. During the daytime today, the new city guards were attacked by a massive zombie horde while clearing a transfer route for us. There was a burst of exclamations from the crowd. Everyone, don't worry. The guards of Zinken are very powerful and have defeated the tide of zombies. The captain raised his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. But, to be absolutely sure, to ensure everyone's safety. Her eyes swept over the dense crowd below. After discussion between Mr. Lin and I, we've decided to change tomorrow's transfer route. We will abandon our original route of Highway 3 and take the safer Highway 5 instead. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd exploded. Most people had expressions of relief on their faces. Although Highway 5 was farther, safety was the most important thing. But there were also some people who showed doubts and confusion. The captain didn't give them much time to discuss the situation and continued, "From now on, the Ark is under a full curfew. Everyone, return to your residences immediately. No one is allowed to go out or visit each other before gathering tomorrow morning. Anyone who violates this order will be disqualified from entering the new city. The order cannot be questioned." Under the maintenance of the guards, although the crowd was talking a lot, they began to disperse in an orderly manner and return to their respective residences. On the high platform, the captain put down the loudspeaker and looked at the dispersing crowd below with a complicated expression. Could the traitor be in the Ark? As night fell, the Ark stronghold fell into silence. The stronghold, where in the past there would be the sound of patrol footsteps and sporadic lights, now seemed to be completely swallowed by darkness. Under the curfew, everyone was forced to stay in their homes. Fear and anxiety fermented in the confined space, but more people thought about going to the legendary new city where they could have enough food to eat tomorrow. Especially for the first batch of civilians who were evacuated, besides feeling uneasy, they were more expectant. That's a new city. It is said that even the sweepers there can eat meat every day. This was unthinkable in the past. At the same time, in an unremarkable bungalow inside the Ark, a man in his 50s was pacing back and forth anxiously. His name is Lu Fu, one of the elders of the Ark. He is responsible for the logistics and material allocation of the stronghold and is also one of the people Hai Sandy trusts most. Route 5, Route 5. Lu Fu kept muttering to himself, with beads of sweat on his forehead. He walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and looked out cautiously. It was pitch black outside, without even a trace of moonlight. Only the sound of the wind echoed in the empty stronghold, which sounded particularly creepy. He had to get the word out. The other party has explained that any major changes regarding the merger of New City and Ark must be reported immediately. Changing the transfer route is absolutely the most important information. But now the entire base is under curfew and he can't get out at all. The captain's girl is becoming more and more meticulous in her work. Lu Fu gritted his teeth and took out a palm-sized black communicator from a secret compartment under the bed. He got this through secret channels. The communication distance is not far, only a few kilometers, but it is enough. He hid in the corner, with his back to the door and windows, curled up into a ball, covered himself with a thick quilt, and then carefully turned on the communicator. A faint sound of electricity was heard under the quilt. He lowered his voice and spoke quickly into the communicator. Plan changed. Target changed to Highway 5. Repeat, target changed to Highway 5. After saying this, he immediately turned off the communicator. Just then, bang! The door was kicked open from outside. Several beams of strong flashlight light instantly locked onto Lu Fu, who was curled up in the corner. "Uncle Lu, it's so late and you're not sleeping. Who are you whispering to in bed?" Bai Lu's cold voice sounded at the door. Lu Fu's whole body stiffened, and the communicator in his hand fell to the ground with a click. He suddenly threw back the quilt, and the dazzling light made him squint subconsciously. When Lu Fu saw that it was Bai Lu and several guards behind her, his face turned pale instantly, but he still forced himself to remain calm and shouted, "Bai Lu, what are you doing? Who gave you the guts to kick my door? Do you have any respect for your elders?" Bai Lu ignored his shouting and just tilted her head towards the person behind her. Two soldiers immediately stepped forward, one on each side, and lifted Lu Fu from the ground. One of them bent down and picked up the black communicator on the ground and brought it to Bai Lu. "Uncle Lu, we caught him red-handed." Bai Lu looked at him without any expression on her face. "Now, are you still trying to make excuses?" Lu Fu looked at the communicator, and all the strength in his body seemed to be drained away. He knew he was finished. The lights in the captain's office were on. Hai Sandy sat on the sofa with a frown on his face. A cup of hot tea was placed in front of him, but he didn't take a sip. "Ayao, what are you trying to accomplish by making such a big fuss?" Hai Sandy's voice was filled with suppressed anger. "You've changed the route at the last minute, and you've even imposed a curfew. Do you realize how chaotic the people down there are?" The captain stood by the window, looking at the dark night outside without looking back. "Uncle San, I just want everyone to live in peace and security." "Stay alive?" Hai Sandy snorted coldly. "I think you've been drugged by that Lin guy. The Ark is our Before he could finish his words, the office door was pushed open. Bai Lu walked in, followed by 2 soldiers, escorting Lu Fu, who looked as pale as death. Seeing Lu Fu being escorted in, Hai Sandy suddenly stood up, his face full of shock and anger. Lao Lu, what's going on? Bai Lu, what gives you the right to arrest Captain Lu? When Lu Fu saw Hai Sandy, a glimmer of hope flashed in his turbid eyes. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. The captain finally turned around, walked to the desk and sat down, then gently placed the black communicator that Bai Lu handed to her on the table. Uncle San, you should first ask your good brother who he is secretly contacting in the middle of the night. Hai Sandy's eyes fell on the communicator, and then he looked at Lu Fu's pale face. His heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition came over him. Old Lu, tell me quickly. What did you do? Hai Sandy's voice was trembling. Lu Fu's lips trembled, and finally his legs went soft and he knelt down. Third brother, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Fang Zhou. This kneeling made Hai Sandy feel like he was struck by lightning. His body swayed and he fell back onto the sofa. Why? Hai Sandy's eyes dimmed, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. I don't want to go to Xinkan. Lu Fu said with a sad face, tears and snot streaming down his face. I'm just a rough guy, I don't know anything. I followed you, third brother, and I was lucky enough to get to where I am today. I'm nothing in the new city. I have no strength, no skills, they'll definitely make me sweep the streets and clean toilets. I can't stand that kind of life. I don't want to be pointed at by others. I don't want to go from being a person in charge to being a useless person being controlled by others. Lu Fu cried out at the top of his lungs, roaring out all the darkest fears in his heart. He was not doing this for any great cause, nor for the inheritance of the Ark. He was just afraid of losing everything he had now and being reduced to his original state. Hai Sandy listened blankly, the muscles on his face twitching constantly. He always thought that those who followed him were brothers who had shared life and death with him and were fighting for the same goal. But now he understood that human hearts were so fragile and selfish. The captain just watched coldly from beginning to end, without a trace of emotion on his face. She spoke slowly only after Lu Fu had cried out until he had no more strength left. Take him away and put him in solitary confinement. No information is allowed to leak out. Bai Lu, you will handle this matter. Yes. Bai Lu waved his hand, and the soldiers dragged the limp Lu Fu out. In the office, only the captain and the distraught Hai San were left. After a long time, the captain slowly spoke. Uncle San, does this matter have anything to do with you? Hai Sandy's body froze in place. He looked at his niece in disbelief. That question was like an ice-cold needle piercing his heart. Oh, you. His voice was dry, filled with the pain and anger of being doubted. You doubt me. The captain did not avoid his gaze. Her face was clearly outlined under the light, without a trace of unnecessary emotion. Uncle San, I don't want to doubt anyone, but Lu Fu's behavior makes me have to doubt it. The captain's words were calm, but they left Hai Sandy speechless. Yes, Lu Fu. The brother who had followed him for more than 10 years and crawled out of the pile of corpses together with him was just kneeling on the ground, crying about his betrayal. Hai Sandy's anger seemed to be extinguished by a basin of ice water, and all that was left was endless dejection and sadness. He slumped back onto the couch and buried his face in his hands. He could swear to heaven that he had not betrayed the Ark. But his complaints, his resistance to the new city, and his unwillingness to see power fall into other people's hands, invisibly became the last straw that broke the camel's back for Lu Fu. The office was dead silent, with only the sound of Hai Sandy's heavy breathing. After daybreak, gather all Ark members. I will deal with this publicly. The captain finally spoke, his voice devoid of any warmth. Hai Sandy suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. Are you going to kill him? Uncle San, Lu Fu's behavior wasn't a mistake, it was mutiny, the captain said firmly. One piece of information he leaked could lead to the deaths of hundreds, even thousands, of people. But he has been with us for so many years after all. He was just confused for a moment. Hai Sandy struggled and tried to plead for his old brother. There wasn't that much confusion. The captain walked up to Hai Sandy and looked down at him. Behind us are more than 1,000 lives on the Ark. Any betrayal is not worth forgiving. The captain's eyes swept across Hessand and finally fell on the closed door. Tomorrow, I will use his blood as a warning to all those who are restless. Hai Sandy opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. New town, convenience store. Lin Mo looked at the green dot on the communicator and pressed the connect button. Mr. Linear. The captain's voice came with a hint of imperceptible fatigue. The mole has been caught. Oh, so soon? He's the head of the Ark's logistics department, an old man. The captain said with a hint of self-mockery, he's my man. How do you want to deal with it? Lin Mo said calmly, and it was obvious that he was not surprised by the result. There was silence on the other end of the communicator for a few seconds before the voice came back. Public execution after daybreak. Very good. Lin Mo's voice remained calm. This should deter most people with ulterior motives. Did he spread the news? It was transmitted, the captain replied, just a second before we broke through the gate. The enemy should have received the information on Highway 5. That's good. Tomorrow, your convoy will take Highway 3 as planned. My men will set out ahead of time to clear the route one last time and set up a defense line in the middle to await your arrival. That awakened one. The captain hesitated. My people are already waiting for him on Highway 5. There was a chilling tone in Lin Mo's voice. I understand. I will also expedite the interrogation of Lu Fu and contact you as soon as I have any news. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo connected to another channel. Nightingale. Boss. Have you and Team Nightblade arrived at your location? We're in position. Nightingale's voice came from the communicator, with only the sound of the wind in the background. Route 5 is open. If he dares to come, he won't be able to escape. Try to capture them alive. Lin Mo's voice was very soft, but the other party seems to have the ability to summon a tide of zombies. If that doesn't work, kill them on the spot. Your safety is the first priority. Clear. Lin Mo hung up the call and threw the communicator back on the table. He walked to the window and opened the rolling door a crack. The faint light of dawn pierced the darkness. A new day has begun. At the Ark stronghold, it was just dawn. At this time of day in the past, the base would have been filled with the noise of people preparing to go out and search for supplies. But today, the entire stronghold was silent. Everyone was ordered to gather in the square. Thousands of people formed a black mass, their faces filled with fear and anxiety. On the platform in front of them stood a lone metal pillar. Lu Fu had his hands handcuffed behind his back by two soldiers and tied tightly. He seemed to have aged 20 years overnight. His hair turned gray, his face was ashen, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. The captain stood at the edge of the platform, looking down at the crowd below with indifference. Behind her was Bai Lu and a team of fully armed guards. Hai Sandy was at the front of the crowd. He lowered his head, not daring to look at Lu Fu on the stage, nor did he dare to look at his niece. He seemed to have lost all his energy and spirit, with a hunched back, like an ordinary old man. This person's name is Lu Fu. The captain's voice resounded throughout the square through the loudspeaker. There was no anger, no sadness, only a cold statement. He is a veteran of the Ark and has witnessed the entire process of the Ark's construction from scratch. But he betrayed us. There was a suppressed commotion among the crowd. Just last night, he leaked intelligence to the enemy that we were about to change our transfer route. He wants to use all of your lives to prevent the Ark from being incorporated into the new city and prevent everyone from having a better life. There was silence at the scene, and then waves of angry voices swept across the entire square. Kill him, traitor! We can't let him go. Lu Fu, who was tied to a pillar, trembled even more violently when he heard the roars of those who had been respectful to him, and a foul smell came from his crotch. The captain raised his hand, and the noise in the square gradually subsided. From today on, the Ark will become history. All of us will be citizens of the new city. A new city has its own rules. The first and most important rule is, betrayal in any form has only one outcome. She turned around and pulled a pistol from Bai Lu's waist. Click! The crisp sound of loading the gun made everyone hold their breath. Hai Sandy suddenly raised his head, his lips trembling, but in the end he couldn't make any sound. The captain walked up to Lu Fu and put the black muzzle of the gun against his forehead. Aye-oh, don't. Lu Fu's plea for mercy was stuck in his throat. Bang! The sound of gunfire pierced the pre-dawn silence. Lu Fu's body shook violently and his head drooped weakly. Blood flowed down his forehead, staining the cold metal pillar red. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The captain tossed the pistol back to Egret and picked up the megaphone again. Now, the first group of transfer personnel, line up in the order of the list. Get ready to go. Destination, New City. The echo of the gunshots faded away, and the Ark Square was filled with the smell of blood and gunpowder. The captain didn't even glance at the body on the pillar as her voice rang out again through the loudspeaker, cold and clear. The traitor has been executed. The first batch of transfer personnel is ready to depart. The crowd began to move. Those whose names were called walked out of the queue with complicated expressions and boarded trucks under the guidance of the escort team. Their faces showed a longing for a new life, a fear of the unknown road, and more importantly, the lingering shock of having just witnessed an execution. Hai Sandy stood in the crowd, watching his niece command everything coldly and efficiently. He opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't say anything. Lu Fu's current situation is his own fault. There will definitely be people who oppose the Ark being incorporated into the new city, but Lin Mo is not completely giving them no chance. Municipal councils are one way out. So is the new town outpost. If you don't want to go to the new city, you can stay in the base. But contacting outsiders and even triggering a zombie tide is a betrayal of principle. Hai Sandy's eyes swept over the other executives. What he wanted to know now was what Lu Fu had confessed. Was this incident his own doing, or did he have accomplices? While Hai Sandy was thinking, the convoy was quickly assembled, and the roar of the engines broke the silence of the square. The captain jumped onto the roof of the first armored vehicle, her eyes scanning the pairs of eyes below that were looking at her. Route 3, let's go. Hearing this, Hai Sandy's body was shocked. The transfer route has never changed from the beginning to the end. The so-called Highway 5 is just a play performed by the captain and Lin Mo. The steel torrent slowly started, rolling over the gate of the Ark stronghold, heading towards Highway 3, and into the vast wasteland. Meanwhile, on Highway 5, the abandoned road stretches into the distance like a gray ribbon. On both sides of the road, several unfinished buildings stand alone, like silent tombstones. Nightingale hid in an unfinished building, covered with a camouflage net, and observed the movements around him through a high-magnification telescope. Beside her were the members of the Night Blade team, who were also disguised. The drone has detected the target. A team member's voice came from the communicator. Nightingale put down the telescope and picked up the tablet beside him. On the screen, the image transmitted back by a high-altitude drone clearly showed that at the far end of the road, a black tide of corpses was gathering. They emerged from the ruins of the city and the ravines of the wilderness, moving slowly but with a clear goal, and eventually piled up into a creeping wall in the heart of Highway 5. Nightingale slid her finger across the screen, raising the drone's perspective and beginning to search the outer areas of the zombie tide. Soon, her fingers stopped. On top of a signal tower about 1 kilometer away from the zombie tide, a figure in a black windbreaker stood quietly. He is like a patient hunter, overlooking the trap he has set and waiting for the prey to come to him. The fish has taken the bait. The Nightingale's voice was transmitted back to the new city through the encrypted channel. Keep an eye on him. Lin Mo's voice was brief and calm. Nightingale put down the tablet, raised the telescope again, and locked the crosshairs firmly on the dark shadow on the signal tower. Time passes by every second. The black shadow was extremely patient, standing motionless on the top of the tower, as if it had become one with the cold steel. He is waiting. Wait until Ark's convoy crashes into the zombie trap he carefully prepared. Unfortunately, he will never be able to wait. Get started. Nightingale decisively issued an assault order. The next second, several figures jumped out from the tops of different unfinished buildings. They were like ghosts, moving at high speed between the abandoned buildings without making any sound, and surrounding the signal tower from all directions. On the signal tower, the dark figure seemed to sense danger. He turned abruptly, no longer focusing on the deserted road, but looking in the direction where the Night Blade team was attacking. He didn't choose to escape. The black shadow raised one hand and made a hollow grip gesture towards the endless tide of corpses below. A scream, so sharp that it didn't sound like a human voice, came from his throat. The tide of zombies that were still squirming in place suddenly rioted like an army that had received orders. They changed direction and stopped blocking the road. Instead, they rushed towards the Night Blade squad like crazy. The members of the Night Blade team were blocked from moving forward by this sudden change. They had to stop and deal with the zombies climbing up. Bullets poured out, hitting the zombies and making their flesh and blood fly everywhere, but more zombies rushed up fearlessly. Boss, he used the zombie tide as a shield, and we were held back. Nightingale lay on the roof and reported to Lin Mo through the communicator, her voice still calm. In the convenience store, Lin Mo watched the real-time images sent back by Nightingale and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Don't charge in head first. Let others use grenades to attract attention while you find the opportunity to strike. Clear. Boom, boom. The grenade exploded among the corpses, blowing up black mud and broken limbs. The shock wave generated by the explosion temporarily blocked the advance of the zombie tide and tore several gaps in the wriggling wall of corpses. But these gaps were quickly filled by more zombies from the rear. Relying on the cover of the unfinished building, the members of the Night Blade squad continued to pour fire downwards, and bullet casings fell to the concrete floor with a clang. On top of the signal tower, the dark figure looked around, as if looking for a way to escape. The Nightingale no longer hesitated. She threw the rifle in her hand to the team member next to her and squatted slightly. The next second, orange-red flames erupted from under her feet, lifting her whole body upwards. Nightingale's figure drew an arc in the air, passed over the dense swarm of zombies below, and landed precisely on the signal tower. The wind whistled in my ears. The dark shadow on the top of the tower obviously didn't expect Nightingale to break out in this way. By the time he reacted, Nightingale had already stepped on the cold steel support of the signal tower. The black shadow didn't waste any time, turned around and leaped towards the other side of the tower. The exoskeleton armor on his body made a slight mechanical sound, giving him a jumping ability far beyond that of ordinary people. He crossed a distance of 7 or 8 meters in one step and landed on another beam. Nightingale followed closely behind. She tapped her toes on the steel support, and a flash of fire appeared at an astonishing speed. The two men, one in front and one behind, started chasing each other on the signal tower, which was hundreds of meters high. The shadow kept using the power of the exoskeleton to make large jumps, trying to get rid of Nightingale. But Nightingale's movements are lighter, more flexible, and deadly. Sometimes she used the corners of the bracket to change direction, and sometimes she ran directly on the vertical steel frame, and the distance between the two was gradually shortened. Seeing that he couldn't get rid of the other party, the Black Shadow made up his mind, stopped abruptly, and turned to face the chasing Nightingale. He pulled out a short blade that gleamed with cold light from under his windbreaker and took the initiative to meet the enemy. Bite! The short blade was directly cut off by the flame in Nightingale's hand, and the tip of the blade hit the beam of the signal tower, making a crisp sound. The Black Shadow's heart trembled. The wind is strong, hurry up. The Black Shadow looked at the half-broken hilt of the knife in his hand, and his body reacted faster than his brain. He suddenly leaned his body back, the exoskeleton under his feet made an overloaded buzzing sound, and his whole body fell downwards, sticking to the steel frame of the signal tower. Nightingale didn't give him any chance to breathe. The orange-red flame condensed into the shape of a sharp blade in her palm, leaving a burning trail in the air as she dived. The distance between the two shortened again. As the Black Shadow fell, his feet suddenly kicked on a horizontal steel beam. The help of the exoskeleton allowed him to change direction and shoot towards the roof of another unfinished building like a cannonball. He wants to escape. But Nightingale was faster. She adjusted her body in midair and lightly tapped the steel beam with her toes. The huge thrust brought by the flame jet allowed her to arrive first and instantly blocked the Black Shadow's landing point. The retreat route was completely blocked. Looking at the woman in front of him whose whole body was burning with flames, the Black Shadow could be heard breathing heavily under his windbreaker. He knew he couldn't escape. In desperation, he made a crazy move. The Black Shadow gave up trying to escape. He stood still, thrust his hands into his temples, and let out an extremely sharp roar that was not human. The roar was invisible and intangible, but it had a strange penetrating power and spread out instantly. The tide of ordinary zombies below became more violent, and they began to desperately hit the load-bearing columns of the unfinished building with their bodies. Further away, deep in the city ruins, something seemed to be awakened by the roar. Boss Nightingale, something is wrong. A member of the Night Blade team saw something that shouldn't be there through the scope. Several huge monsters with muscular bodies and sizes far exceeding those of ordinary zombies rushed out from behind the collapsed building. They took heavy steps, and each step caused the ground to shake slightly. At the same time, some swift crawlers, using all four limbs, moved at high speed on the walls of the building, making a teeth-grinding friction sound. A mutant has been attracted here. More than that. Look up at the sky. Several dark green acid balls shot from a distance with a sound of breaking through the air and hit the outer wall of the building where the Night Blade team was hiding. Sizzle! The solid cement walls were corroded with large pits, emitting unpleasant white smoke. The situation reversed in an instant. These attracted mutants do not distinguish between friend and foe. Their targets are all living things in the area. On the signal tower, the Black Shadow that made the shrill cry shook its body, obviously bearing a huge burden. He watched Nightingale and her team being entangled by the newly emerged mutants, a hint of hideous pleasure on his face. He wants everyone here to be buried with him. New town, convenience store. Lin Mo looked at the chaotic images uploaded on the tablet and stopped tapping his fingers. Mutants appeared. This confirmed one of his guesses. That guy's ability is not true control, but more like luring and driving with some kind of mental signal. This kind of expulsion is effective for ordinary zombies without minds. But for those stronger mutants with certain instincts and aggressiveness, this signal becomes a coordinate to attract them. A coordinate filled with living flesh and blood. Nightingale. Lin Mo picked up the communicator, his voice calm. Retreat. Boss, the target is still there, I will catch him soon. There was a hint of unwillingness in Nightingale's voice. Abandon the target and evacuate everyone immediately. Lin Mo's order was unquestionable. He's already dead. Nightingale was stunned for a moment, but immediately carried out the order. Night Blade Squad, all retreat. I repeat, all retreat. After receiving the order, the team members who were still fighting with the zombies began to take turns covering each other and moved quickly towards the designated evacuation point. The shadow on the signal tower saw Nightingale and the others begin to retreat, and thought that his method had worked. He once again summoned his remaining strength and let out bursts of sharp hisses, trying to lead the mutants in the direction where Nightingale and the others were fleeing. You all must die. You all must die here. His voice was hoarse and distorted from exhaustion. At this moment, a huge mutant noticed the little bug on the top of the signal tower that kept making noise. It was a giant zombie over 3 meters tall, with muscles bulging like deformed tumors, and one of its arms had transformed into a giant bone hammer. It was irritated by the incessant shrieking. The giant zombie roared, rushed to the bottom of the signal tower in a few steps, raised the huge bone hammer, and began to hammer at the foundation of the signal tower. The steel frame of the signal tower made a sharp sound as it could not bear the weight and began to shake violently. The dark shadow on top of the tower finally sensed the threat from below. He stopped neighing and looked down in horror. With just one glance, the ferocity on his face turned into pure terror. He wanted to run, but the roars just now had exhausted all his strength, and even his exoskeleton sounded an alarm due to lack of energy. The giant zombie's power was much faster than he had imagined, and it smashed the signal tower to the ground in just a few hits. Boom! The signal tower fell to the ground. The black shadow did not fall to death directly, but rolled to dissipate the kinetic energy. But the next second, the ugly head of the giant zombie came in front of the black shadow, and a disgusting stench spewed out of its rotten nostrils. The black shadow was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, with a hot and wet feeling in his crotch. The giant zombie didn't give him more time to react. It stretched out its intact hand and grabbed the shadow's head like a chicken. No! The shadow's begging for mercy came to an abrupt end. Phew! A soft sound. The mysterious awakener who could stir up a tide of zombies and made the four major forces fear him, his head was easily crushed like a ripe watermelon. In the convenience store, Lin Mo turned off the tablet screen. Just as he expected. This guy went too far and ended up killing himself. He picked up the communicator and switched to Nightingale's channel. Nightingale, head to the defense positions of the Rock, Hive, and Lighthouse Coalition forces to stop this wave of zombies. They are heading towards the new city. Yes. As the saying goes, you should do the whole show. After Lin Mo contacted the captain and told him to change the route to Highway 5, he contacted Panchi and other forces. Earlier, Lin Mo borrowed troops from these three forces in order to ensure that today's transfer operation would be safe and secure. It's just that something unexpected happened. A mysterious awakened person appeared, and there was an insider colluding with him. The traitor in Ark was found out, but Lin Mo felt that there might be more than one traitor, so he simply asked Panchi and his men to garrison at the exit of the 5th Highway in advance. On the one hand, he wanted to see if there were any traitors in the other three companies, and on the other hand, he wanted to confuse the mysterious awakened person and make him believe that he had to take Highway 5 today. Now the mysterious awakener's head was crushed by the zombies. Although they failed to capture him alive to obtain intelligence, they still achieved the minimum combat goal. However, he ended up attracting too many mutants, and the zombie tide also tended to move towards the new city. Must intercept. Highway 5 exit. This was originally an abandoned toll station, but now it has been converted into a temporary defensive position. Dozens of dilapidated cars were overturned and stacked together in a haphazard manner, forming several crude barricades. The coalition soldiers from the three major forces of Rock, Hive, and Lighthouse were leaning behind the bunker board. Some of them were wiping their weapons, some were talking in low voices, and the atmosphere seemed a little relaxed. Brother Scorpion, do you think this job is a little too easy? A Hive soldier came up to Scorpion and handed him a cigarette. Although Scorpion is a rock, he also has a great reputation among the four major forces. This time, Lin Mo borrowed troops from the three forces, and King Yan and his men would definitely not go out personally, so the on-site command fell on Scorpion. Scorpion took the cigarette and lit it, then leaned against the door of an abandoned car, scanning the entire defense line. Open your eyes, Mr. Lin didn't pay us to come and bask in the sun, Scorpion said calmly. A rock soldier nearby spoke excitedly. Don't worry, Brother Scorpion. We brothers know what's going on. Mr. Lin is very generous. We'll give each of us 100 kilograms of rice, canned meat, cigarettes, and alcohol. This deal is a good deal. That's right. Helping Mr. Lin won't hurt you. When the soldiers mentioned the reward, smiles appeared on their faces. 100 kilograms of rice, 10 cans of meat, cigarettes, and alcohol. This reward was enough for them to live a carefree life for a long time. If you ask me, Zinken still has better treatment. Of course not. Have you heard? The Ark has been completely incorporated into the new city. There will be no Ark anymore. Is this true? Did Zinken take in all those over 1,000 people? Absolutely true. What do you think we're here for? We're here to help the Ark civilians move to the new city. I also heard that once the Ark incident is over, we might be next. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally noisy discussions instantly quieted down a lot. Everyone pricked up their ears. It's our turn? Will we also be incorporated into the new city? It's almost right. Think about it, in this world, who can we follow to get meat? Following King Yan and the others, we can survive, but that's just surviving. Following Mr. Lin, that's what we call living. A lighthouse soldier lowered his voice, his face full of longing. I have a distant relative who went to Zinken with a group of people. Because he knew how to operate a lathe, he worked at Mr. Lin's factory. He was provided with 3 meals a day, meat every meal, and cigarettes, and alcohol. Holy crap! Is this true? The treatment is so good. Why would I lie to you? He said that back in Zinken, they have ammunition as freely available as they can be during training. The barrels of their guns are all melted. Unlike us, we have to calculate every time we go on a mission. I heard that Mr. Lin gave each family 50,000 rounds of ammunition for this mission. I said each person was given 5 base loads of ammunition this time, so that's how it is. If you ask me, bullets are nothing. The grenades Mr. Lin sent are the real deal. Yes, this thing is powerful enough. The soldiers talked a lot, and their words were full of longing for the new city. For them, having enough food and sufficient weapons and ammunition is the greatest sense of security. The new city represents this sense of security. Scorpion listened to his men's discussion but did not say anything to stop them. He himself thought so too. The King of Rock was kind to him, but he knew Panchi's situation better than anyone else. Even though life is getting better now, it is all thanks to the support of Mr. Linear. If it weren't for Mr. Lin's supplies, they would still be living a tight life. Merging into the new city may be the best way out. At this moment, the communicator on Scorpion's waist suddenly emitted a rapid electric sound. His expression changed, and he immediately pressed the answer button. Scorpion, it's me, Nightingale. A woman's voice came from the communicator, cold and decisive. Roger that. I'm Scorpion. A zombie tide has appeared on Highway 5. A large number of mutants have been attracted and are moving towards your defensive position. They are expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Enter combat mode immediately. We will meet you from the flank. Communication stopped abruptly. The last trace of looseness on Scorpion's face disappeared. He threw the cigarette butt in his hand to the ground and crushed it with his foot. Attention all! Scorpion roared, his voice spreading throughout the entire battlefield. Put aside your idle thoughts. The enemy is coming. All the soldiers' expressions became serious. Those who were chatting and laughing just now instantly turned back into veterans who had been through many battles. They quickly checked their equipment, pulled the bolts, and the sounds of bullets being loaded echoed across the battlefield. What enemy? Zombies? Everyone get into the bunker. Get the heavy machine guns ready. Don't be stingy with the ammunition, just fight with all your might. Scorpion didn't explain, he just gave orders loudly. Although the soldiers were confused, they immediately carried out the order. As time went by, there was a slight vibration from the ground. It was faint at first, but soon became stronger and stronger, as if a huge army was rushing towards them from the other side of the horizon. There was also a low roar in the air, like the roar of countless wild beasts gathered together. A soldier in charge of lookout slid down from the roof of the toll booth with a pale face and crawled to the front of Scorpion. Brother Scorpion, is coming. It's pitch black, with no end in sight. There are a lot of mutants, the kind that are bigger than trucks. There was an undisguised tremor in the soldier's voice. The Scorpion pushed him away and climbed to a higher place. He raised his telescope. On the distant highway, a black wave composed of countless zombies was sweeping towards them at an alarming speed. In the black wave, several extremely large mutants stood out like cranes among chickens. Every step they took made the earth tremble. The Scorpion's pupils suddenly shrank. He returned to the position and called all the awakened ones over. Come on, some fast runners, grab the grenades and go blow up the zombies first to stop the zombie tide. As soon as Scorpion finished speaking, several awakened ones who were known for their speed rushed out from behind the cover. Without any hesitation, each of them had grenades hanging around their waists, and like a few agile cheetahs, they rushed towards the direction of the tide of zombies. I was kind of bored, so finally there are zombies. A man untied a grenade as he ran, biting off the pull ring with his teeth. The others didn't say anything, but responded with the same gesture. They threw the iron lumps in their hands with all their might when they were still more than 100 meters away from the tide of zombies. As awakened ones, their arm strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. Coupled with their own speed, more than a dozen grenades drew graceful arcs in the air and landed accurately at the front where the zombie tide was the most dense. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions kicked up black mud and broken limbs, and the shock wave blew the zombies in the front row to the ground. The momentum of the zombie tide was abruptly curbed for a moment. Continue! Scorpion roared from behind the position. Rumble! Another series of explosions. This time, flames also appeared on the side of the zombie tide. Scorpion looked in the direction he was going and saw Nightingale and dozens of other awakened people speeding towards him in off-road vehicles, throwing grenades like they were free. On Highway 5, the flames of grenade explosions lit up one after another among the tide of zombies. The awakened team brought by Nightingale, divided into groups of 3, drove modified off-road vehicles and galloped freely. 1 driver and 2 gunners. They did not rush directly into the zombie horde, but hunted like wolves, moving at high speed on the periphery and using their mobility to continuously tear at the flanks of the zombie tide. Da-da-da! The machine gun spewed out tongues of fire, and the dense bullets formed a metal storm that swept into the wriggling group of corpses. Zombies fell in large numbers, with broken limbs and arms flying everywhere. After one of them emptied the magazine, the other one immediately replenished the firepower and threw out several grenades at the same time. Next to each light machine gun were several full ammunition boxes. The barrel of the gun turned red, so I poured water on it to cool it down, and then continued shooting. If there is no time to cool down, just throw away the gun and replace it with a new one. This outrageously extravagant fighting style completely overturned the cognition of the soldiers of the three major forces. It's fine if bullets are free, but now even machine guns are free? Is Zinken so wealthy? While the soldiers were in shock, the Nightblade squad unleashed a series of grenades, blowing not only the ordinary zombies all over the sky, but even the mutants showed signs of being unable to withstand the attack. What are you standing there for? Attack! Scorpion came to his senses and slapped the helmet of the dazed soldier next to him. Mr. Lin gave us the ammunition, and he wants us to use it. Heavy machine guns. Push them forward. The coalition soldiers were finally awakened by the Scorpion's roar. Yes, this time the ammunition was given by Mr. Lin. There is enough. After realizing this, they stopped being so stingy. Several heavy machine guns on the position roared, and the dull gunshots merged into the battlefield, interweaving with the rapid-fire sounds of light machine guns, forming a symphony of steel and fire. The defense line instantly became impregnable. The momentum of the zombie tide was completely curbed. The black wave crashed into the dam formed by the metal storm, leaving only a pile of minced meat on the ground, and could no longer advance an inch. Nightingale did not linger in the fight and gave calm commands through the communicator. Cross cover, take out the mutants first. Scorpion, have your men concentrate their firepower and block the front of the highway. Roger that. The Scorpion responded loudly. With clear tactical objectives, combat becomes more efficient. At the same time, on Highway 3, a large convoy consisting of more than a dozen trucks was driving smoothly. This is the ARC's transfer convoy. Unlike the sea of blood and corpses on Highway 5, this place seems unusually peaceful. Lin Mo's guards had plowed the road again before dawn, and the horde of zombies was strangled in the cradle before it could even form. Occasionally, a few wandering zombies would appear, but before they could get close to the convoy, they would be accurately shot down by the machine gunners on top of the armored vehicles. The people of the ARC sat in the bumpy truck compartment, nervously observing the outside through the gaps in the iron plates. They saw the fully armed and energetic Zinken soldiers. Bang! Two zombies appeared 100 meters ahead on the road. The machine gunner on the roof of an armored vehicle that was responsible for clearing the way didn't even take aim. He just pulled the trigger and a small string of bullets swept over, smashing the two zombies into pieces. An ARC veteran at the back saw the scene and sobbed with heartache. It's such a waste when 2 shots can solve the problem. Keep your voice down. The person next to him quickly pulled him back. These are Mr. Lin's soldiers. They're different from us. The old soldier smacked his lips, feeling a bit of longing in his heart. After the ARC is incorporated into the new city, will these soldiers have endless bullets and be able to replace their guns with shiny new ones? The convoy had a smooth journey. When a towering black silhouette appeared on the distant horizon, suppressed cheers broke out in all the vehicles. New city, here we are. The towering city walls are made of steel and concrete, and are covered with dense firing points. They are like a sleeping steel dragon, silently proclaiming the majesty of this place. The convoy entered the new city, and the steel gates slowly closed behind them, making a heavy sound. The people of ARC jumped off the truck and stepped on the flat and hard concrete ground. They felt a little uncomfortable for a while. They looked around blankly. There are no mountains of garbage, no blood everywhere, and no lingering stench in the air. The street was wide enough for 3 trucks to run side by side, and there were people on the roadside cleaning up the mud brought in by the wheels. Not far away, rows of brand new prefabricated houses are neatly arranged, with a number hanging on the door of each house. Further away, on the tall scaffolding, workers were welding steel bars. Sparks flew, and the knocking sounds and roar of machines merged into a powerful melody. Line up. Register by family unit. Elderly people and children should go over there to rest first. There's hot soup and clean water. A staff member wearing a Zinken uniform shouted loudly with a tin loudspeaker. Behind him, dozens of people, also in uniform, holding clipboards and pens, began to guide the crowd to register. Everything is in order. A woman from the ARC looked at a cup of steaming water handed to her by a Zinken staff member, her hands trembling, and she was hesitant to take it. Drink it, it's clean. The staff member's tone was calm. The woman took the cup of water and felt a warm touch in her palm. She looked down at the clear liquid in the cup and tears fell without warning, drop by drop into the water. She wasn't sad, she just felt it wasn't real. Everyone, rest where you are. I'm going to see Mr. Linear. The captain shouted orders and took Bailu straight to the convenience store in the center of the new city. Lin Mo was already waiting at the entrance of the convenience store. Mr. Linear. Captain, Egret, you've worked hard. After a brief greeting, Lin Mo and the captain sat opposite each other, separated by an invisible air barrier. The transfer went smoothly. Thank you, Mr. Linear. The captain was the first to express his thanks. Lin Mo smiled. As the first faction to be incorporated into the new city, ARC is also the first group of civilians to be transferred today. This matter must be handled properly, otherwise how can we convince other factions? As he spoke, Lin Mo pushed a document in front of the captain. This is the preliminary resettlement plan for the ARC personnel. His voice was calm, without any emotion. All civilians will be allocated independent wooden houses, with complete water and electricity, according to their families. Those who are able to work will be assigned to factories, farms, or logistics departments based on their expertise, and will enjoy the same treatment as residents of the new city. The elderly and children will be provided for by the new city. As long as Zinken is still here, as long as I'm still here, they won't lack a single bite to eat. The captain took up the document and read it word by word. Bai Lu also came over, his eyes fell on the documents, and his breathing became a little rapid. The terms in the document were detailed down to the daily food ration standards and even children's education issues. The above standards are enough to drive any low-income family crazy, not to mention in the end times, even before the disaster. Mr. Lin, this proposal is too. The captain wanted to say too generous, but he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. In front of Lin Mo, this kind of kindness might just be commonplace. This is just basic security. Lin Mo pushed the teacup in front of him over. The new city doesn't support idlers, but it won't mistreat anyone who has contributed to it. Let's talk about you guys next. Lin Mo tapped the table with his index finger and changed the subject. The fighters of the Ark, and your uncles. The captain and Bai Lu both felt their hearts lift. The more generous the resettlement plan for civilians, the more they realize that the integration of the armed forces will only become more stringent. According to our previous agreement, the Ark stronghold will not be abandoned. It will be transformed into the first outpost of the new city. Lin Mo's tone remained unchanged. Your troops will be stationed there temporarily, responsible for the surveillance and clearance of the surrounding areas. I will supply supplies and ammunition at double the standard for the new city guard. Double the supply. Bai Lu's pupils shrank. She had just witnessed the new city guard's extravagant fighting style on the way here. That's just the standard supply. What is the concept of double? But Lin Mo changed the subject. All officers and soldiers, whether ordinary soldiers or awakened ones, must return to the new city in batches to undergo assessment and training. The assessment content includes tactical theory, individual soldier quality, command ability, and learning of the new city rules. Qualified people can retain their positions and may even be promoted. Those who fail to meet the requirements will be discharged on the spot and assigned to other jobs. I don't care about their identities. Whether they are soldiers from your Ark, Rockhive, or Lighthouse, I only look at two things when selecting people. Lin Mo raised two fingers: loyalty and ability. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he looked at the captain calmly, waiting for her answer. The air in the store seemed to freeze. This is the real core. He used abundant supplies to stabilize the soldiers below, and then through assessment, he completely dismantled the entire Ark's command system, and then reassembled it according to his standards. All those who do not meet the requirements or have different intentions will be ruthlessly screened out in this process. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Bai Lu's back. This plan made her feel more pressured than simply disarming them. This is a crushing of the rules. I understand. The captain said in a steady voice, I accept. She had no other choice. Or rather, this is the best option. As for your uncles, Lin Mo continued, the municipal council building is already under construction, right next to the administrative center. They can move at any time, and I will give them the status and treatment they deserve. They can watch, they can listen, they can make suggestions, but that's it. Lin Mo paused and added the last sentence. Military power must be handed over. This is the bottom line. The captain exhaled slowly, and his tense body relaxed. Lin Mo paved all the roads and blocked all the retreat routes. Decent, given. A way to survive was given. The choice is also given. The rest depends on whether those people know what's good for them. We fully accept Mr. Lin's request. The captain nodded in approval. This was decided long ago. Lin Mo stood up, stretched out his right hand, with a smile on his face. Welcome to the new city. The captain stood up and shook hands with Lin Mo. I'm honored. Both hands loosened. Lin Mo sat down again and motioned for the captain and Bai Lu to sit down as well. Are there any results from Lu Fu's interrogation? Lin Mo changed the subject. I confessed everything. The captain nodded, and the expression on his face became a little complicated, with anger and a hint of shame. He's not a tough guy. He'll say anything if you scare him. Who contacted him? Does he have any accomplices? Lin Mo asked directly. Lu Fu doesn't know the other party's true identity, the captain said with a hint of resignation. He only knows he calls himself Feng Ji. As for his accomplices, Lu Fu doesn't know either. He and Feng Ji have a single line of communication. Bee sting? Bai Lu blurted out, people from the beehive? We're not sure yet, don't talk nonsense. The captain stopped Bai Lu's guess and looked at Lin Mo with a serious expression. Aside from the code name, Lu Fu doesn't know much. He's only responsible for receiving orders and transmitting intelligence. His reward is that after the mission is accomplished, he can continue to be the local tyrant of the Ark. The other party also promised to help him get rid of all those who opposed him, including me. There was a chill in the captain's voice. Lin Mo tapped his fingers on the table and didn't respond immediately. Bee sting, beehive. This clue is too clear. So clear that it seems deliberate. Lin Mo looked at the captain. You just said that the other party promised Lu Fu a reward? Does that mean that this time it wasn't Lu Fu who found the person, but the other party who took the initiative to find Lu Fu? The captain nodded solemnly. Yes, this is also what I can't figure out. We had previously speculated that an insider had hired the Awakened, triggering a wave of zombies to attack the new city guards, but after interrogating Lu Fu, I discovered that this doesn't seem to be the case. Remote communications could be intercepted, so I didn't contact you until I got here. Hearing this, Lin Mo nodded. The captain is very thoughtful and this is indeed the safest method. But then something goes terribly wrong. That guy who calls himself Bee Sting is probably an imposter. He just wants to make Zinken and Beehive break up or even become hostile to each other. Lin Mo concluded. By the way, how long has Lu Fu been in contact with him? When was the first contact? What happened at that time? The captain quickly replied, it can be traced back to half a month ago, before you arrived. Lu Fu was leading a team out to collect supplies when he encountered a Bee Sting. The Bee Sting avoided the others and interacted with Lu Fu alone. According to Lu Fu, Feng Xing claimed to be wandering in the wasteland, looking for a place to stay. He came to Lu Fuxi to learn about the treatment of the Ark. The turning point occurred 3 days ago. 3 days ago? Lin Mo's heart moved. That was the day the captain decided to bring the Ark to join the new city. As if he could see what Lin Mo was thinking, the captain said calmly, after I announced that the Ark would be incorporated into the new city, Lu Fu also told Feng Xi the news, and then yesterday's ambush happened. Tap, tap. Lin Mo tapped the table with his fingertips and suddenly said something shocking. They are not coming for me, they are coming for you 4 major forces. Lin Mo's speculation surprised both the captain and Bai Lu. This sounds a bit unbelievable and has no basis in fact. If you insist, it is more likely that the Bee Sting is targeting the Ark, but Lin Mo said that the other party is targeting the 4 major forces. The captain pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Lin, what you're saying is that someone was secretly plotting to take over the 4 major forces, but your appearance disrupted their plans. They were so angry that they sent Sting Bee to trigger the zombie tide? That's probably the case, but there are still some things I haven't figured out. Lin Mo picked up the teacup and took a sip. The Bee Sting's actions are somewhat illogical. The captain nodded and said thoughtfully, indeed, the ambush on Highway 3 was a bit sloppy. At this time, Bai Lu interrupted, isn't that Feng Jia a psychic awakener? This type of awakener will suffer a huge mental shock during the awakening process. They generally have brain problems and don't act according to common sense. I guess this time is no exception. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. There is indeed such a possibility. The captain asked, Mr. Lin, what should we do next? Wait. Lin Mo put down the teacup, and the bottom of the cup hit the table, making a crisp sound. No matter who they are or what their purpose is, they will definitely not just strike once. So, we just need to do our own thing, and the fox's tail will eventually be exposed. The captain wanted to ask something else when a communicator in the canteen rang. Boss. All members of the Night Blade team return. We failed to capture the target alive, please punish us, boss. You've done well. There's no need to blame yourselves. Scorpion is right next to you. Come over with him. Yes. Soon, 2 people covered in the smell of gunpowder came to the door of the convenience store. Nightingale still had that stern look on his face, but there were some black stains on his combat uniform. The Scorpion following behind her looked a little disheveled, with black and white patches on his face from being smoked, but he looked very excited. Boss, mission accomplished. Nightingale's report was as concise as ever. The zombie tide has been annihilated. Our side suffered no casualties. The coalition forces of the 3 major forces suffered 5 minor injuries and no deaths. We failed to capture the target alive. Please punish us, boss. It's okay, just a small roll. Lin Mo nodded and turned his gaze to Scorpion. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. It's not hard. Scorpion waved his hands quickly, his tone very excited. To be honest, I've never fought such a prosperous battle. Grenades were thrown like they were free, and machine gun barrels were replaced immediately after they were shot red. To be frank, if Rock King saw that scene, he would probably be so heartbroken that he couldn't eat for 3 days. Bai Lu was listening nearby, and her eyes lit up. She could imagine the scene and gained a new understanding of the new city's heritage. The captain looked at Lin Mo thoughtfully. What kind of terrifying logistical and industrial capabilities are behind this cost-effective strategy? Lin Mo waved his hand casually. There's no need to sacrifice human lives in a battle that can be resolved with consumables. This left both Scorpion and the captain speechless. Too arrogant. Lin Mo glanced at the wall clock and saw that it was already past 11 o'clock. All right, stop standing there. He stood up and ordered the guards at the door, pass on my order. The cafeteria will open for dinner to welcome our brothers and sisters from Fangzhou. Lin Mo waved his hand, and several freezers appeared, filled with various meats. On such a happy occasion, don't eat canned food. Eat fresh food. The captain and the egret looked at each other. These days, being able to eat canned food is already a supreme enjoyment, but Mr. Lin actually despised it. This new city is so damn rich. The big canteen in Xinkan is actually a huge shed built with steel frames and iron sheets. On weekdays, this place can accommodate thousands of people dining at the same time. Today, in order to welcome the people from Fangzhou, dozens of large pots were temporarily set up in the open space outside the cafeteria. The chefs in white work clothes were busy in the surging heat, waving huge shovels. Fresh pork is cut into large pieces and stir-fried in boiling oil. The fat is forced out, making a sizzling sound, and the rich meaty aroma explodes instantly. In the big pot next to it was a milky white bone soup with winter melon and corn segments swirling in it. On the other side, a mountain of white rice was steamed. When the lid of the wooden barrel was opened, the steaming white air mixed with the fragrance of rice went straight into people's noses. The 200 people on the ark stood at the other end of the open space, staring blankly at everything. After they got off the truck, they were brought here. No one pushed or shoved, no one yelled at me. Everyone received a clean enamel bowl and a pair of chopsticks. Then, they smelled the fragrance that made them feel weak all over. It was not the taste of compressed biscuits, nor the fishy smell of low-quality canned meat, but a long-lost taste of food itself that existed only in the depths of memory. Line up! Everyone line up! The person in charge of the cafeteria shouted loudly with a tin loudspeaker. That's enough for today. Don't worry, everyone gets a share. The crowd began to move forward slowly. They stretched their necks, looking past the heads of the people in front of them, staring at the cauldrons where the meat was rolling. At the front of the line, a white-haired old man tremblingly handed over his enamel bowl. The chef in charge of serving the dish flicked his wrist and put a large spoonful of braised pork into the bowl. The pork was fat and lean, and the sauce was rich. Next came the rice, the snow-white rice piled up to the point. Finally, another spoonful of broth was poured on. The old man was holding the bowl with his hands shaking. He looked down at the mountain of food in the bowl, and suddenly 2 lines of hot tears rolled down his cloudy eyes. He didn't move, just stood there, tears falling into the food. The people behind did not urge them, they just watched, looked at the old man, and looked at the bowl of rice, and many people also wiped away their tears. Finally, the old man raised his hand, picked up a piece of fat from the bowl with his wrinkled fingers, and put it carefully into his mouth. The fat melts in your mouth, and the aroma of the oil explodes in your mouth. Woo! The old man couldn't bear it any longer, so he squatted on the ground, protecting the bowl with one hand and covering his face with the other, and let out an uncontrollable cry. The cry was like a signal. Those who received the food, whether they were strong men or thin women, found an empty seat to sit down, and when they took the first bite of food into their mouths, tears could not be controlled and flowed down their faces. They cried, but stuffed food into their mouths desperately, fearing that it was just a dream. The only sounds in the entire cafeteria were the sounds of chewing and suppressed cries of joy. Scorpion and several of his cronies stood not far away, watching the scene in silence. Brother Scorpion, this. A rock-hard soldier's Adam's apple rolled, and his voice became a little dry. Scorpion didn't say anything, but just took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep breath. In the smoke, his expression was complicated. He had seen living people. He has also seen dead people. He has seen countless people starving to death. On the contrary, this kind of scene where everyone eats to their heart's content is no longer common. Outside the store, the captain and Bai Lu also saw this scene. Bai Lu's eyes were red, and she turned her head away, unable to bear to look any longer. The captain stood there, his body straight, but his hands were quietly clenched at his sides. She did the right thing. Incorporating into the new city is the best and only option for Ark. The people of the Ark will never have to suffer from hunger again. The captain looked at Lin Mo, his voice a little hoarse. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for giving them dignity. Lin Mo smiled and didn't respond. The welcoming banquet lasted until the afternoon. Everyone's bowl was eaten clean, not even a grain of rice was left. People who had eaten and drunk their fill, with expressions of satisfaction that were almost dull on their faces, gathered together in groups of 3 or 4, basking in the sun and talking. The atmosphere was so peaceful that it didn't seem like the end of the world. The afternoon sun brings warmth, dispelling the chill of the end of the world. After eating and drinking their fill, the Ark residents were guided by staff to their assigned temporary residences to rest. There were still traces of tears on their faces, but their steps were more steady than ever. At the entrance of the convenience store, Lin Mo, the captain, and Bai Lu were drinking tea and chatting. Mr. Lin, this is the detailed list of the first batch of transfer personnel. The captain handed over a tablet with organized electronic files on it. Lin Mo took it and clicked it casually. He originally thought that the first group of people transferred here would mostly be the elderly, the weak, women and children. After all, these people would be a burden no matter which stronghold they were in. But the information on the screen surprised him a little. Among the 200 people, there were less than 10 people over 60 years old, and only a dozen children under 12 years old. The remaining 180 people were all young and middle-aged people. This is... Lin Mo looked up at the captain. If ARC wants to be incorporated into the new city, it naturally needs to show sincerity, the captain replied directly. These people are the best in ARC. They are strong and hardworking. Once they arrive in the new city, they can immediately start production and not become a burden. Lin Mo nodded and continued to read. His fingers suddenly stopped. In addition to basic information such as name and age, the file also has an additional column for occupation and skills before the disaster. Mechanical engineer, more than 5 years of experience in lathe operation. Graduate student in the Department of Chemistry, specializing in organic synthesis. Teacher assistant at the College of Agriculture, specializing in soil improvement and soilless cultivation. Lin Mo's eyes lit up at the professional terms. He quickly swiped the screen and read the entire list. 37. Lin Mo said a number. Yes, the captain replied. These 37 people all have university degrees or professional skills. While they're not as talented as Professor Chen Jing, they're all experts in their respective fields. The captain looked at his companions who were queuing up in the distance to receive daily necessities, with a hint of emotion in his tone. In the ARC, they actually didn't have a good time. If you haven't become a sentient being, you can't hold a gun, and you can't do physical work as well as those who have been doing rough labor all year round. I brought the first group of them here because I wanted to find a real way for them to survive. Lin Mo turned off the tablet. He understood what the captain meant. This is both a token of allegiance and a generous gift. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard in the distance. Wang Wenbin was running in the front, his old glasses crooked on his nose. He was holding them while running, and he was holding a pile of drawings in his arms. He looked very funny. Behind him was Professor Chen Jing, who was walking briskly with a cane, and Engineer Zhao, who was sweating profusely. These three people represent the highest scientific research and engineering capabilities of Xinken. They were followed by several assistants. The group was large and had a clear goal as they headed straight for the convenience store. Mr. Lin. Before the others arrived, Wang Wenbin's loud voice arrived first. He rushed in front of Lin Mo, braked suddenly, and almost threw out all the drawings in his arms. I heard a group of chemists and mechanics came from the ARC? There was a light in Wang Wenbin's eyes, which was the desire of a technician when he saw rare materials. Engineer Zhao followed closely behind. He pushed Wang Wenbin aside and spoke breathlessly. Mr. Lin, the design drawings for the city wall renovation are out, and we're in need of structural engineers and mechanical calculation specialists. Please give our engineering department priority. Although Professor Chen Jing is the oldest, he is not slow. He tapped the ground with his crutch and walked around to the other side of Lin Mo. His tone was calm, but it carried a tone that did not allow for rejection. Physics is the foundation of all industries. The Academy of Sciences is just getting started, and we need a large number of researchers with a solid foundation in basic disciplines to fill the framework. Mr. Lin, I want half of this group of people. The three of them were spitting all over the place and refused to give in. The captain and Bai Lu stood aside, stunned. They had never seen such a scene before. In other survivor camps, the most sought-after ones are the awakened, veterans with good marksmanship. But when they arrived in Xinken, these three powerful figures from their respective departments actually argued fiercely over a group of powerless intellectuals. At the temporary shelter, ARC's technicians were sitting together. A middle-aged man wearing glasses, named Sun Ji, was an engineer at a chemical plant before the disaster. I just ate 3 bowls of rice and 2 tablespoons of meat. Sun Ji burped and muttered to himself, I haven't eaten this full since the disaster. Who isn't? A young man nearby said with a wry smile. I used to be a programmer. Now the network is down, my equipment is broken, and I can't use my skills at all. I don't dare to join the army to fight zombies, so I'm always semi-starved. At least I know a few trades, like repairing a gun or something. A fitter named Master Wu sighed, you guys really have it tough. What's the point of being educated if you can't defeat zombies? Everyone was silent. People like them are marginal figures in ARC. Without strength or fighting skills, his only value is to prove that he can still breathe. Just then, a staff member from Xinken pushed the door open. Everyone, please follow me. Everyone looked at each other, feeling a little nervous, but still stood up and followed him out. As soon as they went out, they saw Lin Mo surrounded by 3 old men and heard the fierce quarrel. The arsenal has the heaviest workload. We need to manufacture bullets, guns, and even expand grenade production. Now Mr. Lin wants to make artillery. Without the necessary personnel, how can we accomplish this? Nonsense. The city walls are the foundation of the new city. Without a stable foundation, it will be useless to build more weapons. I don't care. The academy needs people anyway. Professor Chen Jing slammed his cane. Talent is precious. You can't force them to do menial labor. Sun Ji, Li Rui, and others just stood there and listened to the arguments. Their bodies began to tremble slightly. Every word was like an electric current, hitting the softest and most inferior part of their hearts. They will actually be needed one day. Stop arguing. Lin Mo spoke, and the scene instantly quieted down. He walked up to Sun Ji and other technicians, and his eyes swept across their excited and nervous faces. From today on, you no longer have to do odd jobs that have nothing to do with your major. Lin Mo's voice was calm, with a reassuring power that quickly calmed the emotions of Sun Ji and others. Engineer Wang, Engineer Zhao, please select the personnel you will need. The factory and the city wall are the core of this stage, so we must speed up the progress. The rest will all be incorporated into the Academy of Sciences and placed under the management of Professor Chen. Wang Wenbin and Zhao Gong looked at each other and stopped arguing. Lin Mo's distribution plan is very fair. Factories and city wall construction are the lifeblood of the new city, so it is natural to give them priority. The two men were like two hungry wolves pouncing on a flock of sheep. Each of them held a list and quickly called out the names of the soldiers and generals in the crowd. Sun Ji, you're in the chemical industry, come with me. The arsenal's new production line is in need of a chief engineer. Li Rui, structural mechanics? Great. The second phase of the city wall project needs talents like you. The person whose name was called was stunned at first, and then was overwhelmed by great ecstasy. They didn't even have time to say goodbye to their companions before they were half dragged and half taken away by the assistants brought by Wang Wenbin and Zhao Gong. They looked so anxious, not like they were taking away a few helpless technicians, but rather like they were snatching some rare treasure. In the blink of an eye, the team of 37 people was reduced to only 20 people. The rest of the people are mostly in theoretical research directions, such as physics, biology, mathematics, and there is even an ancient book restorer. They watched their companions being divided up with expressions of envy and anxiety on their faces. Those who were selected all had majors related to production and construction. Are their pure theories really useful in this end times? Professor Chen Jing walked up to the group of people with the help of a cane. His cloudy eyes swept across every face, finally landing on Lin Mo, and he bowed slightly. Thank you, Mr. Linear. He said these words with great solemnity. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, I'll leave it to you, Professor Chen. The Academy of Sciences building is still under construction, so you can work in the temporary warehouse first. No rush. Professor Chen Jing shook his head and adjusted his glasses. Basic research is not something that can be done overnight. The most urgent thing is to let them settle down and calm down. Lin Mo nodded in agreement and looked at the remaining 20 or so technicians. Come with me. He didn't say anything more, just turned and led the way. The captain and Bai Lu exchanged a look and followed silently. The group walked through the busy construction site, bypassed rows of prefabricated houses where ordinary survivors lived, and came to a relatively quiet area. The scene before them made everyone stop. This is a fenced-off area with compacted ground and huge tire marks. In the middle of the open space, there stood a huge wooden board covered with a tarpaulin, which looked like a construction notice board. Here it is. A physics researcher asked in a low voice, his heart beating fast. Does Mr. Lin want them to build infrastructure here? How could those who sit in the office all year round do such heavy physical work? The hope that had just been ignited seemed to be extinguished by reality again. The others also thought of this, and the joy on their faces gradually faded, replaced by a layer of worry. The captain and Bai Lu were also a little puzzled. What does it mean to bring these valuable scientific researchers to a construction site? Lin Mo didn't explain. He walked straight to the big wooden board and reached out to pull it. Crash! The tarpaulin was pulled off, revealing a huge engineering rendering underneath. The drawing showed several 6- or 7-story buildings. The building has a modern design with large windows and balconies. There are even green belts and a small basketball court planned between the buildings. This is. Professor Chen Jing's pupils shrank. Senior staff apartments, Phase 1, 4 buildings in total. Lin Mo's tone was calm, but it stirred up huge waves in the hearts of everyone present. From now on, this will be your home. 1 apartment per person, 2 bedrooms, and 1 living room, fully furnished, ready for move-in. The entire construction site was dead silent. Only the wind blew through the open space, making a humming sound. Everyone was stunned. Their brains were unable to process the information contained in these words for a moment. Home? An apartment? In this apocalyptic world where having enough to eat is a luxury, is there anyone who wants to give them each a house? A biology PhD wearing glasses, with trembling lips, adjusted his glasses to see more clearly, but found that everything in front of him was blurry. Tears had already filled my eyes without me noticing when. It's not like he hasn't lived in a house before. Before the disaster, he took out a 30-year loan to buy an apartment of his own. He worked all day long and didn't dare to get sick or stop. The end of the world has come, the house is gone, everything is gone. He thought that in this life, he would be lucky enough to have a tin roof to shelter him from the wind and rain. Mr. Lin, a young man who studies mathematics, spoke with a trembling voice. Are you serious? Are you kidding us? My words are the rules of Zinken. Lin Mo's answer was firm. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Woo! The biology PhD could no longer control himself and squatted on the ground, crying like a child. His crying was like a switch. More than 20 men with an average age of over 35, these intellectuals who had struggled to survive in the apocalypse and had almost all their edges smoothed out, collectively collapsed at this moment. The suppressed crying merged into one sound in the open space. They cried without any manner, their faces covered with snot and tears. The captain stood not far away, looking at the group of men crying bitterly. His heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by a hand. She finally understood that what Lin Mo gave them was more than just food and safety. It's dignity. It is to regain the dignity of being a scholar in this collapsing world. Bai Lu's eyes also turned red as she looked at Lin Mo's back. This extremely young man, in her eyes, was as tall as a mountain. Professor Chen Jing stood there, his body shaking violently with excitement. The rendering was reflected in his cloudy old eyes, and he kept muttering to himself, "Home, home." Suddenly, his legs went weak and he was about to kneel down on the ground. "Professor Chen, you can't do that." Lin Mo was quick-witted and quick-handed. Before he could move, his telekinesis had already arrived and supported Professor Chen. "Mr. Lin." Professor Chen Jing grabbed Lin Mo's arm, tears streaming down his face. On behalf of these poor people, thank you. Thank you for treating us as human beings." In his life, he has studied, learned from a master, met with senior leaders, and chatted and laughed with top billionaires. He never bent over anyone. But today, he was willing to kneel down before the young man in front of him. This kneeling has nothing to do with power or interests. Just for the respect for knowledge which has almost disappeared in the last days. "Professor Chen, you're too kind." Lin Mo used all his strength to steady him. In Zinken, knowledge is always the primary productive force. You are Zinken's most precious wealth. Giving you the best treatment is not a gift, it is an investment. I'm waiting for you to use your brains to help me build the new city into a fortress that no one can destroy. Lin Mo's words gradually stopped the crying. The technicians raised their heads, and the light rekindled in their red eyes. They found a new meaning in life. "Don't worry, Mr. Lin." Sun Ji, the engineer from the chemical plant, was the first to stand up. He wiped his face with his sleeve, his voice hoarse but powerful. "My life will belong to Zinken from now on. I will build whatever you ask me to build." Yes, our lives all belong to Zinken. The rest of the people also expressed their opinions, and the mood was very excited. Lin Mo smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He turned and gave instructions to a guard next to him. "Bring the apartment floor plan here and let the professors take a look. If there's anything they're not satisfied with, fix it now. Make sure they live comfortably." The guard brought the floor plan of the apartment. There were 3 types of apartments, each with detailed dimensions and layout marked. Professor Chen Jing and the group of technicians surrounded the drawings tightly, as if they were studying some top-secret document. "This study is well designed and has plenty of light. I can work from home in the future. The bathroom is actually separated into wet and dry areas. My house didn't even have this before the disaster. Look, there's water supply and drainage reserved on the balcony. Is this for us to plant some flowers and plants?" Discussions were heard one after another, and everyone's face was filled with a glow called hope. The captain and Egret stood aside and did not disturb them. "It's time for us to go back." The captain retracted his gaze and said to Lin Mo, "At the art base, there are still hundreds of people and a lot of things waiting for her to deal with. In particular, the training plan proposed by Lin Mo must be implemented as soon as possible. I'll have Tishan lead 2 teams to escort you." Lin Mo nodded. "Also, you take this batch of supplies back with you." In the open space next to it, the truck that the captain used to transfer civilians was already piled high with supplies. Neatly stacked rice, flour, canned food, bullets, and grenades are also there. There was even a generator set and a fuel tanker truck. The captain looked at the trucks of supplies, moved his lips, and finally uttered only 2 words. "Thank you very much." The captain and Bai Lu's convoy slowly drove away from the new city. Through the bulletproof glass, the captain glanced back. The towering cranes, the busy construction sites, and the apartment complex that had just been promised to the intellectuals gradually faded from view. But the atmosphere of bustling construction seemed to be imprinted in her mind. "It seems we have made the most correct decision." Bai Lu spoke softly, breaking the silence in the car. The captain did not answer, but turned his gaze forward. The road ahead leads to the former site of the Ark and also to a brand new future. In the convenience store, Lin Mo saw the captain off and sat back in the chair. He ignored the technicians outside who were grateful for a house, nor did he ask about the progress of the arsenal and city wall projects. Professor Chen and Wang Wenbin will take care of those matters. What he is thinking about now is a problem at another level. The awakened one who calls himself Bi Sting and the possible forces behind him. Is the other party's purpose really, as he speculated, to integrate the four major forces? If so, what will be the opponent's next move? Just as he was thinking about it, one of the channels on the multi-channel communicator on the table, representing the lighthouse, suddenly flashed green. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and pressed the answer button. After the crackling sound of electricity, the wise man's old and steady voice came. "Mr. Lin, it's me, the wise man. Is there something?" Lin Mo's answer was simple. There was silence on the other end of the communicator for a few seconds. "Mr. Lin, I heard a piece of news." The wise man's tone was a little complicated, regarding how you will place the technicians on the Ark. Lin Mo was not surprised. Zinken is not an airtight iron barrel. With such a big commotion today, it is only a matter of time before the news gets out. He was even happy to see the news get out. "Then what?" Lin Mo asked back. On the other end of the communicator, the wise man's voice paused for a moment before slowly sounding. What Mr. Lin gave to those technicians was not only food and housing, but also dignity. Things like this are more precious than gold in the end times. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, didn't respond, and listened quietly. I believe Mr. Lin is also aware of the situation of the lighthouse. There was finally a ripple in the wise man's voice, which was a kind of helplessness that had been suppressed for a long time. We have the largest number of scholars in the wasteland and the most complete database of pre-cataclysmic technology, but we lack the soil to turn theory into reality. We can design the most advanced weapons, but we don't have enough alloy to cast a suitable gun barrel. We can deduce the most efficient crop gene sequences, but we don't have a single plot of land where we can safely experiment. Knowledge, at the lighthouse, becomes the most powerless wealth. The words of the wise man sound like a statement, but also like an accusation. Lin Mo could imagine that dilemma. A group of top brains were trapped on an isolated island with scarce resources, watching their knowledge and theories slowly decay over time. So, on behalf of the lighthouse, I make a request to you. The wise man's breathing could be clearly heard through the communicator. The lighthouse, hopefully, can be incorporated into the new city. He spoke this sentence slowly, and each word was powerful. The store was quiet. Lin Mo's fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a regular sound. The joining of Ark is a timely help. The addition of the lighthouse is the icing on the cake. No, it's even more important than the icing on the cake. The core of a force is always talent. I thought you would wait and see for a while, Lin Mo said. There's no time, the wise man replied decisively. The Ark has already made its choice. I'm afraid the Rock King and the Queen Bee won't be able to hold out for much longer. Instead of waiting until the end and passively accepting it, it is better to proactively seek the best possible start. More importantly, my old friends can't wait any longer. There was an irrepressible excitement in the wise man's voice. The catastrophe destroyed the world, but it also opened up countless new areas of research. The genetic maps of mutant creatures, the mysterious energy floating in the atmosphere, the mysteries of the awakened body, these are topics that are enough to drive any scholar crazy. They don't want to be surrounded by old papers and die in despair. They want to be part of building this new world. Lin Mo listened to the wise man's suppressed excited words in the communicator without any extra expression on his face. He had expected this result. You made a wise choice. Lin Mo's voice was flat. The wise man on the other end of the communicator was breathing noticeably heavier. So, what are Mr. Lin's conditions? He asked cautiously, with a hint of uneasiness. The conditions are very simple. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The armed personnel of the lighthouse, like those of the Ark, come here in batches for training and assessment. Those who pass will be assigned to their posts, while those who fail will be discharged and transferred to civilian jobs. As for your scholars and technicians, Lin Mo deliberately paused. On the other end of the communicator, the wise man's heart was in his throat. I will not only give them a house. The wise man's breathing hitched. I will also build them the best comprehensive academy in the wasteland. Lin Mo's voice was clearly transmitted into the wise man's ears through the electric current. An independent energy supply center, a 24/7 constant temperature and humidity laboratory, and all the top-notch equipment I can get. There is no cap on research funding, and any valuable project can receive unlimited support. This is my promise. There was deathly silence on the other end of the communicator. The wise man seemed to be so shocked by the blueprint drawn by Lin Mo that he couldn't recover for a long time. A laboratory with constant temperature and humidity. Uncapped research funding. Before the disaster, only top national projects could enjoy this treatment. Mr. Lin. After a long time, the wise man's voice sounded again, with obvious trembling and uncertainty. What do you mean by these lighthouses? He doesn't believe in free lunch. Such favorable conditions must come at an equal price. Price? Lin Mo smiled. I don't need you to pay anything. What I want is for you to turn what's on the blueprint into reality after you join New City. I want your wisdom to become the strongest shield and sharpest spear of the new city. Lin Mo's tone was calm, but it made the wise man feel his blood boiling. This is recognition. In this end times, the highest recognition for intellectuals. It took a long time for the wise man to calm down. On behalf of everyone at Lighthouse, I'm deeply grateful for Mr. Lin's promise. However, the lighthouse is a long way from the new city, separated by a vast abandoned urban area. The road conditions are 100 times more complicated than Highway 3. The wise man's voice regained its composure. Transferring a large number of people is not an easy task. So, we must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Lin Mo's voice was steady. You can refer to Fang Zhou's experience. I will send the engineering team and the guards from the new city to clear a safe passage in your direction. You guys at the lighthouse should also organize manpower and start work simultaneously on your side, advancing in both directions. Open up the road, clear out the zombies a few times, and then we can put the transfer on the agenda. Lin Mo's plan is clear and practical, without any unrealistic ambitions. All right, the wise man immediately decided. I will convene a supreme meeting immediately to unify everyone's thoughts. Lighthouse will fully cooperate with the new city's plan. That's all. Lin Mo hung up the call. Silence returned to the store. He picked up the teacup and took a sip slowly. The four major forces, the arc is set, the lighthouse is imminent, and only the rock and the hive remain. Lin Mo was not in a hurry. The snowball has started rolling, and the remaining two companies will either be carried forward by the snowball or crushed to pieces. The rise of new cities is unstoppable. Just then, Nightingale appeared at the door. Boss. Nightingale handed over a document. This is the latest statistics. In the past few days, hundreds of survivors have arrived on the outskirts of the new city and requested to join. Currently, the total registered population of the new city has exceeded 3,000. 3,000 people. This number surprised Lin Mo a little. In just a short period of time, the size of the new city has nearly doubled. But if you think about it carefully, it seems very reasonable. There is plenty of food and drink in the new city, and there are tall city walls. Even the four major forces are eager to join, not to mention those wandering survivors. As long as there is a chance, they will crawl to the new city even if it means crawling. More people is a good thing, but it can also be a bad thing. Lin Mo put down his teacup. How's the screening going? Everyone has undergone a preliminary screening, and no obvious abnormalities have been found, Nightingale replied. But staffing is still too tight. Just maintaining registration and placement work has overloaded the administrative department. Lin Mo nodded. Select 50 men from the guards and 50 more trustworthy young men. Establish a security patrol team and put it under your direct responsibility. Patrol teams patrol the new city in 24-hour shifts. Anyone caught fighting, stealing, or robbing will be put in solitary confinement for 3 days for the first time, and expelled from the new city the second time. Also, we're upgrading the screening process. Lin Mo's tone became more serious. All new recruits must undergo a 3-day quarantine observation period. During this period, their origins and backgrounds will be carefully examined. I don't want rats to sneak into the new city where they shouldn't be. Understood. Nightingale agreed simply. Now that the matter has been brought up, Lin Mo might as well explain a few more words. The patrol team's main mission is to guard the interior, so there's no need to equip them with automatic rifles. If they're robbed, it'll be a real hassle. Go find Wang Wenbin and ask him to get some pistols, blast shields, and batons. Order in the new city needs to be maintained, but we can't just resort to violence and see bloodshed. We need to control the scale. Okay, boss. Nightingale took the order and left. In less than half an hour, a new notice was posted on the bulletin board in the new town center square. The notice was printed out, with black words on white paper, and the title was large and eye-catching. New Town Security Patrol Recruitment Order. 1. Number of recruits, 50. 2. Responsibilities, maintain public order within the new city, handle disputes, patrol and provide security, do not participate in combat outside the city. 3. Treatment, the daily ration for those selected is 80% of the guard standard, and their families enjoy the same food rations. 4. Selection criteria, physical fitness test and background check. As soon as the notice was posted, it instantly exploded among the crowd. Patrol? What's that for? Look at what's written below. Take care of the city's affairs, don't fight zombies. The salary is 80% of the guards? That's too generous. A survivor who had just arrived a few days ago rubbed his eyes vigorously, walked up to the bulletin board, and read word by word. When he saw the lined family members enjoy the same food rations, his breathing suddenly stopped and his body began to tremble. Wife! Wife! He turned around suddenly and shouted to a thin woman who was washing clothes not far away, "Our good days are coming." The entire square was like a pot that had been poured with a spoonful of hot oil, and it boiled instantly. Everyone put down their work and rushed to the bulletin board like a tide. There were too many people and the people at the back couldn't squeeze in at all. They could only stand on tiptoe, stretch their necks, and anxiously ask the people in front, "What else is written on it? Tell me quickly, what are the conditions?" This news is even more crazy than distributing food. If I could join this patrol team, it would be like having a stable job. I could eat well and my whole family would not go hungry. More importantly, you don't have to fight zombies. This is a job that fell from the sky. The registration point is located next to the square and Nightingale is in charge personally. There was a long line stretching from one end of the square to the entrance of the boarded housing area. It was a sea of black, with at least several hundred people. Basically, all those who are not working are here. Nightingale sat behind the desk, next to several members of the Nightblade team, who were responsible for maintaining order and registration. A tall young man walked forward quickly, his chest puffed out. Name: Wang Hu. Age: 23. What did you do before the disaster? Fitness coach. The young man puffed out his bulging chest muscles with a confident look on his face. Nightingale looked up at him, made a mark on the form, and pointed to an open space next to her. Go over there, do 100 push UPS, and then run around the square 5 times. Wang Hu was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and answered loudly, yes. He ran to the open space and lay down without saying a word. His movements were standard and his speed was very fast. When the people in the back saw the scene, many of them turned pale. 100 push UPS in 5 laps? This standard is even higher than that of the guards. In the square in the center of the new city, the teams signing up for the patrol team formed several long queues. A skinny man, after doing 15 push UPS, turned pale, his arms shook like sieves, and he could not even stand steadily. Next one. Nightingale drew a cross on the form without even looking up. Commander! I can still hold on a little longer. The man was unwilling to give up and gritted his teeth to try to stand up. 2 Nightblade team members who were responsible for maintaining order came forward and supported him, one on the left and one on the right. You don't have enough physical strength. Go back and eat well. You'll have another chance next time. The Nightingale's voice was flat, but it completely made the man lose his temper, and he had to be taken aside to rest. When the team behind saw the scene, many people backed off. The selection of this patrol team was actually very serious and there was no mercy at all. Lin Mo looked at the entrance of the convenience store for a while, then looked away. Everything in the new city is on track, and the establishment of the patrol team has filled in the last piece of the puzzle for internal security. He glanced at the time and found that he had stayed in the apocalypse for more than 24 hours. Zhang Yi in the modern world is probably getting so anxious that he can't sit still. It's time to go back. Just as he was about to leave, the communicator on the table suddenly rang. It was the Academy's exclusive channel. Lin Mo pressed the answer button. Mr. Lin. Professor Chen Jing's voice came from inside, with an irrepressible excitement, great joy. Huge joy. Speak, Lin Mo said briefly. Among the treasures sent by ARC, 2 are specialized in drone research and development. One is called Zhang Yuan, and the other is called Zhao Li. Both were core engineers of the top domestic drone companies before the disaster. Professor Chen Jing spoke very quickly, fearing that Lin Mo couldn't hear clearly. They looked at our existing drones and said, they were just remote-controlled planes with cameras. That's an insult to the word drone. They have a way to renovate and upgrade. Lin Mo stopped moving. Zinken's current drone is a civilian-grade product he brought from the modern world. It requires special personnel to operate and its function is limited to reconnaissance. How to upgrade? He became interested. Intelligent. Professor Chen Jing's voice rose a few degrees. Engineers Zhang and Zhao have jointly designed a brand new control system and AI algorithm. According to their plan, the modified drone can achieve autonomous cruising, automatically identify and mark mutants, and even carry out small-scale suicide attacks in emergencies. Once successful, we can establish an all-weather automated air surveillance network covering a 10-kilometer radius around the new city. By then, no movement will be hidden from our eyes. The guard scouts will no longer have to risk their lives deep inside the ruins to carry out missions. Professor Chen Jing became more and more excited as he spoke, and Lin Mo's interest was completely piqued. This blueprint is indeed tempting. Transferring the risk of reconnaissance from humans to machines is exactly what Lin Mo has always wanted to do. In the doomsday world, population is a resource. Lin Mo's philosophy is that if something can be solved with consumables, don't waste human lives. He has the entire modern world behind him, and he can easily support not only a new city, but even 10 or 100 of them. What do you need? Lin Mo asked directly. On the other end of the communicator, Professor Chen Jing's excitement instantly cooled down a lot, and his voice became lower. There are many things missing, the most critical of which are 2 core chips. One is a high-performance processor for image processing and AI computing, and the other is a signal amplification chip for communications. Though these 2 items were expensive before the disaster, they were still available. But as you know, Mr. Lin, the current situation is basically unsolvable. Professor Chen Jing's tone was full of helplessness. A good cook cannot cook without rice. No matter how good the drawings are, without hardware support, everything is in vain. After listening to this, Lin Mo's face showed no expression. Chip? For him, it's just a matter of spending a little more money. Send the list over. Lin Mo's voice was calm. Also, have those 2 engineers come over to see me. Ah. Professor Chen Jing was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Lin Mo meant. Let them come over. I'll ask them in person if they need anything else besides the chip. Less than 2 minutes after hanging up the phone, Professor Chen Jing personally brought 2 middle-aged men and hurried to the convenience store. The 2 men were wearing gray work clothes and had messy hair, a very standard look for science and engineering men. They are Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li. When the 2 saw Lin Mo, they looked a little restrained and nervous, and didn't know where to put their hands. Mr. Linear. Sit down. Lin Mo pointed to the chair opposite. The 2 of them sat down cautiously, only daring to sit on half of their buttocks. Professor Chen has told me about your plan. Lin Mo said straight to the point, it's a good idea. I fully support it. This one sentence made Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li's eyes light up instantly. Besides the things on the list, what else do you need? Lin Mo asked. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li were both stunned. They thought Lin Mo would ask where to find these chips, or question the feasibility of the plan. Unexpectedly, he skipped the most difficult step. We also need drones, Zhao Li stammered. The more the better. We need a large number of drones for testing and modification. Okay. Lin Mo nodded. I'll provide you with enough drones. All you need to do is build a prototype for me as quickly as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li's body shook at the same time. Plenty of drones? As expected of Mr. Lin, he can even get something like this. Once the test is successful, Lin Mo raised a finger, Xinken will immediately establish an independent drone research department, and you 2 will be fully responsible for it. Boom! This promise is more impactful than the sufficient drones mentioned earlier. They both felt like their brains had stopped working. They were just 2 technicians struggling to survive in the apocalypse and almost starving to death. Just a few hours ago, they were crying uncontrollably over a bowl of braised pork. Now, the highest authority in this new city wants to set up an independent research department for them. Mr. Lin, we. Zhang Yuan opened his mouth, but was too excited to say a complete sentence. I only look at the results. Lin Mo interrupted him, I give you resources, you give me results. Those who are capable will be promoted, and those who are not will be kicked out. This is the rule of Xinken. He paused, picked up the list, and pointed to the drone model on it. Is your plan based on the existing drones in Xinken? Yes. Zhao Li nodded quickly. In fact, there is no problem with Xinken's drone hardware. It is just lacking in intelligence. As long as the underlying code is refactored, we can proceed to the next step of debugging. Very good. Lin Mo put the list down and looked at the 2 of them. Start the renovation work immediately. I want to see results as quickly as possible. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li felt like they were walking on clouds, and every step was light and airy. From a technician who couldn't even afford to eat to the head of an independent research department, this transformation of identity happened in just a few words from Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, we promise to come up with a feasible plan as soon as possible. Zhang Yuan adjusted his glasses, his chest heaving slightly with excitement. Zhao Li also nodded repeatedly. He had already started to think about the first step of the transformation process in his mind. I've reviewed your proposal. Lin Mo tapped the list on the table. The automated airborne surveillance network is a good idea, but it's not enough. Not enough? Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li looked at each other and saw a hint of confusion on each other's faces. In their view, being able to enable autonomous drone cruising and automatic marking of dangerous targets is already the level of black technology in the apocalypse. If that's not enough, what is? What I want is not just eyes that can see. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair and threw out a new concept in a calm voice. I also want a knife that can kill people. The 2 looked confused and failed to grasp the deep meaning for a moment. Lin Mo didn't let them guess for too long and directly told them his idea. Existing drones require a human pilot to control them from behind, which is too inefficient and wastes too much manpower. Even if we change the algorithm and gain the ability to automatically search for the enemy, mistakes are inevitable on a rapidly changing battlefield. My idea is to use a powerful drone as the command center, which we call the mother machine. This master machine, through specific algorithms and data links, can simultaneously control dozens, or even hundreds, of simplified, low-cost slave machines. With every word Lin Mo spoke, Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li's eyes widened. Command center? Mother machine? Submachine? Isn't this just swarm tactics? Zhang Yuan shouted out, his voice changing in tone. Zhao Li's face also turned red, not because of anything else, but purely out of excitement. He stood up so suddenly that he almost knocked over his chair. Mr. Lin, are you saying that we should have those submachines carry high explosives and carry out suicide attacks? That's right. Lin Mo nodded. The submachine doesn't need complex reconnaissance equipment, doesn't need strong endurance, and can even forego the return-to-home function. Its sole mission is to crash into the target at the fastest speed under the command of the mother aircraft. The mother aircraft is controlled by the pilot, which allows for more precise locking and changing of attack targets. There was a brief silence in the store. There was only the heavy breathing of Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li. They looked at Lin Mo as if he were a monster. This idea is crazy. It was so crazy that even these professionals felt their scalps tingling. Use algorithms to control drone swarms and conduct saturation attacks. This is no longer a simple technological upgrade, it is essentially creating a whole new mode of warfare. It is theoretically feasible. Zhao Li's speech speed became extremely fast, and his hands kept gesturing in the air. The key lies in the stability of the data link and the computing power of the motherboard. It needs to process the real-time dynamics of hundreds of slaves simultaneously and issue instructions accurate to the millisecond. The requirements for the chip are. He was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly got stuck. He remembered Lin Mo's nonchalant words just now, send the list over. Chips don't seem to be a problem at all for Mr. Linear. If the core chip is in place, Zhang Yuan continued, we have over 70% confidence that we can produce the first prototype within 3 months. No. Lin Mo shook his head. 3 months is too long. 1 month. Lin Mo raised a finger. In a month, I want to see this batch of equipment appear in the new city guard. As soon as he finished speaking, beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li, who were excited about the grand blueprint just now. Mr. Lin. Zhang Yuan's voice was a little dry. 1 month is too tight. It's not that I'm nervous, it's just impossible to complete it. Zhao Li adjusted his glasses. His science and engineering thinking required him to tell the truth. Mr. Lin, the core of swarm tactics isn't hardware, it's software. It's the complex algorithms that can coordinate hundreds of drones simultaneously, performing path planning, dynamic obstacle avoidance, and target allocation. The more he spoke, the less color left his face. It requires a massive amount of coding and countless simulation tests. It's just too much work. Zhang Yuan nodded vigorously. Old Zhao and I worked tirelessly, our fingers cramped, and we only managed to complete the most basic communication protocol between the master and slave devices. If we pull everyone in the academy who knows programming over here, there'll be at most 5 or 6, and they all have their own projects. We're seriously short on manpower. This is the most fatal problem. Without enough programmers, swarm tactics will always remain a castle in the air. Lin Mo listened quietly without any expression. He picked up the teacup in front of him, blew gently away the tea leaves floating on it, and took a sip. The warm tea slid down my throat, dispelling the last bit of coolness in the afternoon. Seeing his unhurried attitude, Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li felt even more uneasy. They looked at each other and saw the anxiety in each other's eyes. So, the problem is lack of people. Lin Mo put down the teacup and finally spoke. Yes, they said in unison. I'll take care of this. Lin Mo's answer was understated. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li were both stunned. Solve? How? Can Mr. Lin actually conjure up a team of programmers out of thin air? There's a shortage of people in the new city. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table. But there's no shortage in the wasteland. His gaze seemed to penetrate the wall of the convenience store and look into the distance. Lighthouse, Rock, Beehive. Lin Mo spit out 3 names. Like ARC, these 3 factions must also have a number of intellectuals who are of little use, and software engineers are likely among them. It's hard for these people to play a role in their own territory. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li's breathing stopped at this moment. They vaguely guessed Lin Mo's thoughts. Instead of letting them rot in a corner, we should let them come to the new city and do something truly meaningful. Lin Mo's voice was calm, but it carried a tone that could not be refuted. But, will they let him go? Zhao Li asked in a low voice. Lin Mo glanced at him. They will. Lin Mo ignored the 2 people's shock and directly picked up the multi-channel communicator on the table. He pressed the channel representing the lighthouse. You 2 listen too. Lin Mo said to Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li. The 2 men came over immediately, looking nervous and even breathing lightly. The communicator was connected, and the wise man's old voice came with a hint of surprise. Mr. Lin, why are you contacting me again so soon? Is there something urgent? It's not an emergency, it's a good thing. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair. I have a project here and I need a group of software talents. There was silence on the other end of the communicator for a moment. Software talent? The wise man asked in a puzzled tone, what kind of talent specifically? Wait a moment, I have professionals here, let them talk to you. Lin Mo interrupted the wise man and pushed the communicator towards Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, adjusted his glasses, and tried to make his voice sound steady. Hello, Chief Wise, my name is Zhang Yuan, and I'm an engineer for the Xingqian UAV project. We need people who are proficient in C++ and Python programming languages, familiar with data structures and algorithm design, and preferably have experience in embedded system development or artificial intelligence-related projects. Zhang Yuan listed all the professional requirements in one breath, with every word being precise and clear. The wise man on the other end of the communicator was obviously stunned by this string of professional terms. After a long while, he spoke hesitantly. Engineer Zhang, I need to go back and ask about what you said. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the lighthouse who understand this. There was a sense of lack of confidence in his words. Although there are many scholars in Lighthouse, most of them are masters of traditional hardcore disciplines such as basic physics, material science, and genetic engineering, and they have little knowledge of computer technology. Then let's look for them. Lin Mo took the communicator back. If you find them, send them to Xingqian. I'll send people to assist in the transfer. And I don't want it for nothing. The wise man's breathing could be heard clearly as he was waiting for Lin Mo's conditions. For every qualified technician sent here, Xingqian will pay enough fine food for 10 people to eat for a month. On the other end of the communicator, the wise man's breathing suddenly stopped. Fine grain. It is not the kind of coarse grain mixed with bran and other debris, but the refined grain that exudes fragrance. 10 people, 1 month. This is not a transaction at all, it is clearly aid under the guise of a transaction. Mr. Linear. The wise man's voice was filled with a complex meaning. You are helping the lighthouse overcome its difficulties. I'm just using what I think is a fair way to get what I need. Lin Mo's tone was calm. I have the food, your people have the technology, and we each get what we need. And you, the wise one, have decided to incorporate Lighthouse into the new city. The people of Lighthouse are my people. Since you are mine, I will not treat you unfairly. The wise man remained silent. After a long time, he spoke in a deep voice. I understand. Lighthouse will immediately compile a list of personnel, and I will arrange for them to go to the new city tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll send someone over to assist. Lin Mo simply hung up the call. Without pausing, he slid his finger across the panel of the communicator and pressed the channel representing the rock force. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li, who were standing next to them, were stunned. They were just worried about the shortage of manpower, thinking it was an unsolvable problem. In a blink of an eye, Lin Mo sent a message and a group of people came from the lighthouse. That's not all, he has now contacted Panchi again. After the crackling sound of electricity, a rough voice sounded, full of anger. Lin Mo, what do you want to do now? It's the Rock King. His voice was as irritable as ever. I'm looking for a few people from you. Lin Mo said concisely. My people? Rock King's voice rose an octave. What do you think I am? A job market? No, not a single one. Don't be so quick to refuse. Lin Mo said calmly, I want a group of people who know how to program, the kind who sat in the office and typed on the keyboard before the disaster. If these people were with you, they would consume more food, but they wouldn't be able to carry the stones, right? On the other end of the communicator, King Yan was choked and didn't speak for a long time. Lin Mo was telling the truth. The rock stronghold is tough and values the use of force. Those technicians who are not even capable of tying a chicken are in a very awkward position on the rock. It is neither worthwhile to use them nor to abandon them. I've already talked to the wise man at the lighthouse. Lin Mo offered a bargaining chip, 1 person in exchange for a month's supply of rations for 10 people. The breathing sound from Rock King suddenly became heavy. Are you serious? I don't have time for jokes with you. The communicator became quiet, and the sound of tapping on the desk could be faintly heard. Rock King is obviously weighing the pros and cons. After a while, King Yan finally spoke. 20 servings. 1 person for a month's worth of good rations for 20 people. Not a penny less. He is asking for too much. In his opinion, Lin Mo was so eager to hire someone, it must be some important project, and he had to make a big profit from it. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li's hearts were in their throats. This price is outrageous. No, there are only 10 servings. Lin Mo's answer caused the Rock King to fall into a brief silence, and only heavy breathing could be heard. Lin Mo, don't push your luck. The Rock King's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. My people are worth this price. I'm not negotiating with you. Lin Mo's tone remained unchanged. 10 shares, this is the final offer. Whether it's the lighthouse, the rock, or the hive I'm going to contact next, the price is the same. You. Yan Wang was choked and speechless. After a long time, a rough curse came from the communicator. Damn it. You're so cruel. I'll send the people over to you. Don't leave a single grain of food behind. The Rock King finally compromised. Send the people here, and the food will follow. Lin Mo hung up the call, swiped his finger across the panel, and dialed the channel representing the hive. The whole process was smooth and there was no pause at all. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li, who were standing next to them, were already feeling numb from watching this. New city, lighthouse, rock. These three forces that are on par with Fang Zhou are like chess pieces that can be manipulated at will in the hands of Mr. Linear. One communication determines the fate and destiny of hundreds of people. After the crackling sound of electricity, a female voice sounded, which was a little lazy but also exuded a special charm. Mr. Lin is such a busy man. He came to see me right after he finished talking to King Yan. It's the Queen Bee. She is well informed. You want someone too? There was a hint of smile in the Queen Bee's voice, and it was impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry. You know what kind of people I need. Lin Mo got straight to the point. The conditions are the same as for the lighthouse. 1 person in exchange for 10 servings of fine rations. Chuckles. A chuckle from the Queen Bee came from the communicator. Mr. Lin is truly fair in his actions. Her laughter stopped and her tone became serious. I'm curious, Mr. Lin suddenly needs so many software engineers. Is he planning some big project? The Rock King cares about food, but the Queen Bee cares about Lin Mo's motives. Let them come to Xinken and do something that can utilize their talents. Lin Mo's answer was vague. The Queen Bee was silent for a few seconds. Deal. She answered simply, but Mr. Lin, you have to ensure the safety of the people I send. In the new city, as long as they follow the rules, no one can touch them. With Mr. Lin's words, I feel relieved. After the Queen Bee said this, she hung up the phone. The store was quiet again. Lin Mo put down the communicator, picked up the teacup and blew on it gently. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li stood there, feeling their brains were lacking oxygen. The personnel problem that had been bothering them just now and made them feel that it was impossible to complete was completely solved by Lin Mo with 3 communications in just a few minutes. Is there someone here? Zhao Li's voice was trembling, he felt like he was dreaming. Zhang Yuan pushed up his glasses, and there was a complex emotion in his eyes behind the lenses. He originally thought that even if Mr. Lin came forward, it would be a lot of trouble. I never expected the process to go so smoothly. Just make an offer that the other party can't refuse. I have to say that this method is indeed the simplest and most effective. However, to achieve this, overwhelming strength is needed to support it. Without sufficient food reserves, all this is empty talk. They will be here soon. Lin Mo put down his teacup and looked at the two of them. Your job is to put them to use. The two men were shocked and stood up straight immediately. Draw up a work plan and technical assessment standards and hand them over to me tomorrow. Lin Mo's tone left no room for doubt. I want to make sure that every person sent to the new city can bring out his or her value. Yes, Mr. Lin. The two answered in unison, their voices loud and clear. The enormous pressure also brought unprecedented motivation. The two of them hurriedly left the store with uncontrollable excitement on their faces. If this matter is done well, their position in the new city will be unbreakable. Lin Mo watched them leave and leaned back in his chair. For him, exchanging food for people is a lucrative business. In the wasteland, the least valuable thing is human life, and the most valuable thing is also human life, especially those with professional knowledge. As long as the swarm drone project can be developed, he is willing to exchange it for food for not only dozens of people, but also hundreds or thousands of people. Because this project not only allows him to kill people in the wasteland, but also becomes a powerful weapon when brought back to the modern world. Of course, back in modern times, he himself would not need it, but he could hand it over to the country in exchange for more bargaining chips and convenience. After finally confirming all the affairs in the new city, Lin Mo said something to Nightingale and closed the shutter of the convenience store. Shuttle. The familiar feeling of weightlessness enveloped my entire body, and light and shadow were distorted and reorganized. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo had returned to the modern world. Outside the window is the hustle and bustle of the city, the sound of traffic and honking horns, interweaving into a symphony that is completely different from the end of the world. Take out the mobile phone from the dimensional warehouse and turn it on. There were more than a dozen missed calls displayed on the screen, all from John Yi. Lin Mo called back. The call was answered almost instantly. Director Lin. Zhang Yi's voice came, revealing a sense of relief. You finally called back. Well, what is it? The press conference was a huge success. Bid stock price hit its daily limit for 2 consecutive days, boosting the entire new energy sector. Zhang Yi spoke quickly, reporting on the past 2 days. The capital market has given us an extremely exaggerated valuation, and many investment banks are interested in contacting us. Don't worry about it. Lin Mo didn't care about it. No matter how high the valuation is, it is only paper wealth. In addition, the renovation of Tianheng Industrial Park has begun. The first batch of production lines is expected to be completed and debugged in 3 days, and preliminary processing of raw materials can be carried out. Well done. Lin Mo praised. Having you here really saves me a lot of trouble. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for the compliment. Zhang Yi replied. She is actually very satisfied with Lin Mo as her boss. He is decisive, yet gives her ample authority and doesn't give blind orders. Lin Mo continued, there's something I need you to do. Please speak, Mr. Linear. Zhang Yi on the other end of the phone immediately became serious, and at the same time, a bit of anticipation rose in his heart. Could it be that Director Lin is going to come up with another earth-shattering paper? I want to buy a drone. Drone? Zhang Yi was stunned. Yuan-Xing technology makes batteries, which is completely different from drones. Yes, 2 types. Lin Mo didn't explain. One is the best-performing flagship reconnaissance drone available on the market, with high-definition thermal imaging and long-distance image transmission capabilities. The other one needs a simple structure and low cost, and apart from the flight module and communication module, no other functions are required. Zhang Yi quickly caught up with the idea and asked, Director Lin, how many of each of these 2 models do you need? Let's start with 50 flagship units, and 1,000 low-cost units. 1,000? Zhang Yi's voice changed. She could understand the 50 flagship drones. It might be Director Lin's personal hobby or the company's security needs. But 1,000 low-cost drones? Are they planning to form an aerobatic team? 1,000 units are just the first batch. Lin Mo said calmly, we may need more later. Forget it, let's set up a subsidiary. Lin Mo said casually, let's call it Yuan-Xing Sky Technology, specializing in drone technology. Zhang Yi was numb. Well, one sentence determined the birth of a new company. Okay, I understand. She stopped asking about the purpose and said, in terms of procurement channels and funding, money is not a problem. It will be transferred from Yuan-Xing's account. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair. Send it to Yuan-Xing Company before tomorrow morning. I'll pick it up. Yes, there's another list I'll send you later. Lin Mo added, it contains some chips. Get them as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Linear. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo took a photo of the chip list compiled by Zhang Yuan and sent it to Zhang Yi. After doing all this, he stretched, walked out of the store, and prepared to go to the noodle shop across the street for dinner. As soon as I opened the rolling door, the phone rang again. This time it's Director Zhang. Mr. Lin, I hope I didn't disturb you. Director Zhang's voice was a little tired, but more excited. Director Zhang, you're too polite. I won't bother you anymore. The first batch of the equipment you requested is already on its way. They're all in stock domestically and are expected to be delivered to Yuan-Xing Company the day after tomorrow. Thank you, Director Zhang. It's my job, and you've been a great help to us. Director Zhang smiled, then changed the subject, lowering his voice a bit. Also, I've already made a preliminary compilation of the list you asked me to compile. Hearing this, Lin Mo immediately became interested. Which industry will be hit this time? Mr. Lin, this list might be quite substantial. Director Zhang's voice came from the receiver, his suppressed excitement almost overflowing. Lin Mo stopped pulling the rolling door. He turned and walked back into the store, pulling the door halfway down again, blocking out the light and noise from outside. Send it to me so I can take a look. The file has been encrypted and sent to your email, Director Zhang said quickly. I'll verbally report our analysis team's conclusions to you. We screened 13 areas and finally identified 3 that were most suitable for us to start with. Lin Mo didn't say anything and just listened quietly. The first is gene editing therapy, specifically one-time cure drugs for rare genetic diseases. A US company called Pfizer has invested hundreds of billions of dollars in this technology, and its phase 3 clinical data is impressive, sending its stock price skyrocketing. However, their technology has a fatal flaw: the off-target rate has never been reduced below the safety threshold, and their commercialization application is stuck. Secondly, there's the neural decoding algorithm for brain-computer interfaces. Elon Musk's company, Neuralink, is currently at the forefront. They can perform preliminary signal readings, but not precise translation. The entire project has burned through a mountain of money, fueled entirely by Musk's personal aura. Once a more efficient decoding algorithm emerges, their technological barriers will collapse instantly. The third one. Director Zhang paused, as if he was choosing his words. It's in the field of controlled nuclear fusion. Specifically, it's the plasma confinement technology of the tokamak device. Led by a national laboratory and collaborating with over a dozen top universities, they've been working on it for 5 years, with very little success. Every year, Congress argues over the budget for this project. In this regard, my country is also conducting extensive research and is even ahead of the United States, but there is still a long way to go before it can be truly put into practical use. Lin Mo turned on the computer and opened the encrypted file in the mailbox. A detailed report appeared before him, listing data, company background, and technical difficulties that were 100 times more detailed than what Director Zhang had verbally described. Behind every project is a long list of astronomical R&D investments and market valuations. Your information team is very efficient. Lin Mo's fingertips slid across the mouse, browsing the report content. I don't deserve it. Director Zhang's voice was full of pride. They are all the best experts in the department. They worked through 2 nights to come up with this. Everyone is very motivated after hearing about your plan. This is no longer a simple business activity. This is a precise surgical operation performed on another country using technology. Cut off the other party's industrial tumor in which they have invested the most and are most proud. Lin Mo's gaze finally stopped at the first part of the report. Pfizer gene, CAR T-cell therapy. It targets a type of blood cancer called multiple myeloma. The report clearly states that Pfizer's new drug, codenamed Goddess of Victory, is hailed by Wall Street as the holy grail of the pharmaceutical industry. Once approved for marketing, it will be a super hit with annual sales of $100 billion. Countless investors and patients are eagerly waiting. That's it. Lin Mo's voice was very soft. Which one? Director Zhang on the other end of the phone was stunned. Pfizer's victory of genes. Director Zhang took a breath of cold air. When they listed these 3 goals, they actually conducted an internal evaluation. Controlled nuclear fusion has more political significance than commercial value, is too noisy and difficult to operate. The bubble of brain-computer interface is limited. Even if it bursts, the actual financial losses will be limited. Only the Pfizer gene is the real darling of Wall Street, and the interests of countless top investment banks and funds are involved behind it. Hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. Lin Mo's attack directly hit the opponent's most painful spot. Mr. Lin, isn't this target a bit too ambitious? Director Zhang hesitated. Behind Pfizer's genes is the entire pharmaceutical complex of the United States. They have enormous power. It's better to be hard. Lin Mo closed the file. The last time I shorted solid-state batteries, it was just an appetizer. This time, if I want to play bigger. Besides, we were the first to develop the product, include it in medical insurance, and lower the price, which would benefit both the country and the people. On the other end of the phone, Director Zhang was silent for a long time, so long that Lin Mo thought the signal was cut off. Mr. Lin, please forgive me for being blunt, Director Zhang finally spoke, his tone becoming unusually serious. You have complete technical documentation for solid-state batteries, but genetic medicine is a cutting-edge field in biological sciences. It requires more than just formulas, it also requires vast amounts of clinical data and complex biological preparation processes. He didn't finish his words, but the meaning was clear. This is not a problem that can be solved with just a technical drawing. I'll take care of the technology and data. Lin Mo's answer was as simple and direct as ever. Do you have a solution? Director Zhang was a little bit unbelieving. Just tell me, if I can come up with a product that's safer and more effective than Victory, how long will it take for domestic approval to be completed and put into production? This issue was passed back to Director Zhang. There was a sound of rapid breathing from the other end of the phone, and it was obvious that Director Zhang was thinking quickly. Special matters, special treatment. If you can provide a complete technical pathway and authentic clinical data, we can initiate a special approval channel and get the drug on the market in as little as 3 months. Director Zhang's voice changed. The significance of this matter is too great. If successful, it will not only severely damage the pharmaceutical giants in the United States, but also allow countless terminally ill patients in the country to use affordable life-saving drugs. Okay. Lin Mo responded, prepare a top-notch biological laboratory for me, equipped with the best equipment and researchers. No problem. I'll go coordinate it right away. Director Zhang agreed without any hesitation. Where's the money? This kind of project requires funds. Don't worry about the money. Lin Mo interrupted him, as long as the lab and the personnel are in place, that's all that matters. After hanging up the phone, the convenience store returned to silence. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, tapping the table lightly with his fingers. Gene editing technology. Whether in the modern world or in the end times, it is all high-tech. The difference is that in the doomsday world there are zombie viruses and awakened people. Even though the conditions are limited, they have inherent advantages in their research on genetic technology. Moreover, it can be seen from the Thor battery that the technological foundation of the doomsday world itself is higher. The off-target rate problem that Pfizer gene cannot solve may have been solved long ago. the light in the store was dim. Lin Mo put down his phone and tapped his knuckles silently on the table. Pfizer genes, CAR-T therapy. He doesn't understand biopharmaceuticals, but he understands one thing: professional matters should be left to professionals. What the wasteland world lacks the least is top scientists who have gone astray in the technology tree due to environmental pressures. Just as I was about to take a break and wait for the cooling off period to end before returning to the apocalypse, Zhang Yi called. "Mr. Lin, we have finally got the drone you asked for." Zhang Yi's voice was clear and concise, without any nonsense. "I've already contacted DJI's overseas distributor for our flagship reconnaissance drone. We have 50 of them in stock and they can be airlifted to your office within 3 days. As for the low-cost drones you mentioned, I found a factory that specializes in model airplanes. They can customize them to our specifications and keep the cost very low. Just 1,000 units, and it'll take them a week to deliver the first batch." Okay. Lin Mo was very satisfied with the efficiency. "The money will go through the company account. You are fully responsible." "Understood." Zhang Yi responded, then a hint of hesitation appeared in his voice. "Director Lin, there is one more thing." "Explain." "I consulted professionals about the chip list you sent me. These are high-end chips used for AI computing and signal processing. Several models are strictly regulated in China and are not available through normal channels. I'm trying to find a way to purchase it through special channels overseas, but the price may be very high and there is no guarantee of time." Lin Mo was not surprised after hearing this. "Don't worry about the chip," Lin Mo said calmly, "someone will take care of it." Zhang Yi on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. Will anyone solve it? Who can solve this level of regulated chips except at the national level? Before she had the chance to ask in detail, Lin Mo threw another task that made her even more confused. "Director Zhang will contact you in a while. He will connect you with a biological laboratory construction project. UNC Technology will be responsible for the funding and logistics. You just need to cooperate with him." Zhang Yi held the phone in his hand, completely stunned. Biological laboratory? She felt that her thinking could no longer keep up with the pace of her boss. From super batteries to drone procurement, now a biological laboratory has emerged. There is no connection between these three. Although large companies are accustomed to cross-industry operations, this span is too large. "Okay, Mr. Linear." Despite the turmoil in his heart, Zhang Yi's answer remained professional and calm. Lin Mo had just put down his phone when Director Zhang called him again at an astonishing speed. "Mr. Lin, good news." Director Zhang's voice was even more excited than before, with a sense of relief that everything had been settled. "I reported your idea to my superiors, and they were very interested. They directly approved a P3-level biological laboratory for your use. It's located in the suburbs of Beijing, and it has the highest level of confidentiality." Lin Mo was a little surprised. This ability to act was too strong. His original plan was to build a new laboratory, but now he was given a ready-made one. All the lab equipment has been preserved, and the expert team has confirmed that everything will be in place within 48 hours. Director Zhang's voice was filled with strong confidence. "We have also selected the most elite researchers from various major institutions to meet your needs. They are ready to move in at any time. Don't worry about the money. This project has the full support of the country." These words made Lin Mo completely understand the determination of Director Zhang and the forces behind him. "Okay." Lin Mo replied with only one word. "Mr. Lin, we have everything ready, we just need the right time." Director Zhang's voice was full of anticipation. "The east wind will come." Lin Mo hung up the phone, and the convenience store became dark. The busy tone in the receiver echoed in the quiet air, and the afterglow of Director Zhang's last words seemed to have not yet dissipated. "The country fully supports it." The weight of these 6 words is enough to make multinational corporations tremble. Lin Mo just leaned back in his chair, his expression unchanged. He now needs to wait for the cool-down period of the shuttle to end. On the other side, Zhang Yi put down the phone, leaned back in his chair, and felt a little dizzy. Drone company, biological laboratory. Every time Lin Mo called, he would throw a bunch of extremely complex tasks at her, which made it difficult for her, a CEO who claimed to have seen a lot of UPS and downs, to react. She rubbed her temples, trying to clear her thoughts. Procurement of drones is an execution-level issue that can be solved by spending money. The establishment of a subsidiary is a strategic move, indicating that President Lin is optimistic about the future of the drone industry. That's right. With UNC Technology's battery technology, if adapted to drones, it is entirely possible to double the battery life. It is indeed suitable for entering the drone industry. However, the drone market is basically monopolized by DJI now, and their UNC doesn't seem to have any other outstanding technologies except for its battery life advantage. No, it should be said that there is no technical accumulation at all. But Zhang Yi didn't worry too much. "Mr. Lin will find a way. But what is the purpose of this biological laboratory? And judging from Director Lin's tone, Director Zhang will personally take charge of the matter, and the meaning behind this is completely different. As she was thinking, the private intercom phone rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar Beijing number. Zhang Yi answered the phone and his tone returned to professional calmness. Hello, I'm Zhang Yi. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm Zhou Hai from the National Biosafety Commission. The voice on the other end of the phone was steady and powerful, with an unquestionable official aura. Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. National Biosafety Committee, this name carries a lot of weight. Hello, Director Zhou. Zhang Yi said in a serious tone, excuse me, what is your relationship with Director Zhang? Because Director Lin just said that Director Zhang would contact me, but now it's your turn. The level of this incident has escalated. I'll contact you later. Zhou Hai's tone was straightforward. The Lightchaser P3 biological laboratory in the suburbs of Beijing has been cleared, and all equipment is on 24-hour standby. The expert team is also in place and ready to carry out modifications according to Mr. Lin's requirements. Zhang Yi felt that his breathing was a little difficult. Clear out a P3 laboratory and mobilize an expert team. This level of mobilization capability goes beyond the scope of business. Director Zhou, what Director Lin meant is that everything should be based on your professional judgment. Zhang Yi quickly relayed Lin Mo's words, Yuanxing Technology is only responsible for providing funding and logistical support. I understand. Zhou Hai didn't seem surprised by the answer. As for funding, although this project is jointly undertaken by Yuanxing and us, we will actually handle it all. You don't have to feel any pressure. After hanging up the phone, the office was silent. Zhang Yi looked at the night view outside the window and for the first time felt a strong curiosity about the background of his boss. Who is he? To be able to attract so much attention from so many big figures. What project is that laboratory going to carry out? It can allow the state apparatus to invest so recklessly without even determining the direction. While waiting for the shuttle to cool down, Lin Mo sat in the convenience store without turning on the lights. The prosperity of the modern city and the struggle of the wasteland world, two completely different timelines, are now violently stirred because of him. On one side is the impending financial crisis and technological revolution. On the other side is the new city that is growing like a snowball, and a new war mode is about to begin. He did not feel tired, but rather had a sense of calmness that came from being in control of everything. The cool-down period ends. Lin Mo's figure disappeared in the dim convenience store. When he reappeared, he had returned to the wasteland. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo directly turned on the multi-channel communicator on the table and connected to the lighthouse's exclusive channel. After the crackling sound of electricity, the voice of the wise man was heard. Mr. Lin, I was just about to look for you. I've compiled a list of software engineers, and there are 6 of them in total. The wise man thought that Lin Mo came to discuss the transfer of personnel. I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow and will contact you in advance. If I'm not there, Nightingale will contact you. Lin Mo's answer was simple. I'm not looking for you to discuss personnel transfer this time, but I have a technical question I want to consult you about. Technical problem? The wise man was a little surprised. I recently found some pre-disaster technical information about gene therapy for a blood disease called multiple myeloma. Lin Mo repeated Pfizer's CAR-T therapy in the most concise language, including technical principles, therapeutic targets, and the most critical bottleneck, off-target effects. I've already sent you the information via an encrypted data link, Lin Mo added. See if Lighthouse has any relevant research, or if it can solve this off-target problem. After Lin Mo finished speaking, there was a brief silence over there. Lin Mo was not in a hurry. He picked up the cup, took a sip of the cold tea, and waited quietly. He believed that the scientists in the lighthouse who had taken technology to another dimension would not let him down. Mr. Linear. After about 10 seconds, the wise man's voice sounded again, with a strange tone. The treatment you're talking about, with all due respect, this is a technology that was already obsolete before the catastrophe. Lin Mo's fingers holding the teacup tightened slightly imperceptibly. Here it comes. This is exactly what he wanted. Eliminated? Lin Mo pretended to be confused. Yes. The wise man's voice was filled with a hint of scholarly confidence. This approach of modifying immune cells in vitro and then rain-fusing them is cumbersome and costly. There's also significant individual variability, and the results are inconsistent. Most importantly, there's the off-target risk you mentioned, which can never be completely eliminated. There was a rustling sound of shuffling papers from the other end of the communicator. 2 more mature treatment options for this type of malignant proliferation of the blood system had already been developed before the disaster. Lin Mo leaned forward slightly, concentrating all his attention. The first is a complete cure at the genetic level. The wise man's voice grew serious. We have discovered a special retroviral vector that can precisely carry the repair gene, knock out the gene fragments in the diseased hematopoietic stem cells, and then repair and reconstruct them. The entire process is completed in vivo, and a single treatment provides lifelong immunity. It can be said to be a true cure. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. The off-target problem that Pfizer has spent hundreds of billions of dollars on and mobilized the entire power of Wall Street but still cannot solve can actually be perfectly avoided with a more advanced in vivo therapy, according to wise men. What about the second one? Lin Mo asked. The second option is more like a compromise. The wise man's tone slowed down a bit. Considering that radical cures require extremely high levels of equipment and technical personnel, and that costs are prohibitive, we have also developed a small molecule targeted drug. It can't cure the disease, but it can effectively inhibit the abnormal proliferation signaling pathways of cancer cells. Patients only need to take the medicine regularly, just like treating a chronic disease, to maintain a normal life, and their survival and quality of life are no different from those of ordinary people. The most important thing is, the wise man emphasized, its production process is not difficult, and the cost can be kept very low. In the convenience store, Lin Mo's breathing became lighter. There are actually two options. One is to completely eradicate the disease through sophisticated instruments. The other is a low-cost, popular medicine that can turn terminal illnesses into chronic diseases. No matter which one of them, as long as it is brought to the modern world, it is enough to trigger an unprecedented huge wave. Pfizer's Goddess of Victory, which was once worshipped as a god, is not even worthy of carrying her shoes in the face of these two options. Mr. Lin, are you interested in these two options? Asked the wise man. Very interested. Lin Mo made no secret of his intentions. I need all the technical information for these two solutions. The information on the second option, small molecule targeted drug, is fine, the wise man replied straightforwardly. Its molecular formula, synthesis pathway, and clinical data are all complete. I can compile it for you anytime. But, there was a hint of hesitation in the wise man's voice. That gene cure plan is probably not feasible. Why? Lin Mo frowned. Because of the equipment. The wise man sighed, his voice revealing a deep sense of powerlessness. To implement gene recombination therapy, we need a core device, which we call a cell sequence printer. It can edit and encapsulate viral vectors with ultra-high precision at the molecular level. The precision of this equipment exceeds the scope of conventional industry and is truly the crown jewel of industry. Before the disaster, there were probably fewer than 10 cell sequence printers worldwide, and only 3 in China. With so much lack of maintenance since the disaster, they've probably become scrap metal. With current industrial capabilities, it's impossible to replicate them. The wise man's voice was filled with regret. Without it, the cure plan is just a pile of waste paper lying in the database. After listening to this, Lin Mo fell silent. In the store, only the faint sound of electricity from the communicator echoed. Unable to replicate? In the wasteland world, perhaps this is the case. But what about in the modern world, with the entire state apparatus backing it up? Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, a gleam in his eyes. Wise man. Lin Mo's voice was calm, but it carried an unquestionable power. Send me all the information for both plans, including all the design drawings, technical specifications, and material lists for the cell sequence printer. Don't miss a single copy. On the other end of the communicator, the wise man's voice was full of confusion. Mr. Lin, what do you want the blueprints for that cell sequence printer for? His tone held a hint of admonition. The design concept of that device is beyond the scope of current cognition, let alone manufacturing. In the wasteland, it is a theoretical miracle, a fantasy that cannot be replicated. Lin Mo didn't explain. He could not tell the wise man that in another world, there was a complete industrial system ready for action. I have my own uses. Lin Mo's tone was calm, but he did not allow for any arguments. Send me all the information you have. The wise man remained silent. He has experienced Lin Mo's strength and mystery more than once. He may not be able to understand Lin Mo's behavior, but he knows that obedience is the best choice. I understand. The wise man's tone softened. I will store all the information, including the complete data of the two drugs and the complete design files of the cell sequence printer, on an encrypted hard drive and send it to Zinken with the software engineers tomorrow. Now that the network in the wasteland is paralyzed, data cannot be transmitted online, and the only option is the most primitive offline transfer. Fortunately, Lin Mo didn't mind a few hours of time, so he just waited patiently. As time passed, the bright moon rose in the sky and the hustle and bustle of the new city gradually calmed down. No words were spoken that night. The early morning sunlight casts a warm glow on the steel and iron structures of the new city. The loudspeaker was playing the morning broadcast, which included the various rules and regulations of the new city, as well as a notice on the handling of several petty thieves caught by the patrol team last night. At the construction site, the tower crane started to operate, making a dull roar. On the training ground, the guard soldiers' drill slogans were in unison. The entire new city, like a precision machine that has just been filled with lubricant, has awakened from its slumber and is full of vitality. Lin Mo was sitting in the convenience store when Fang Zhou's contact request rang on the communicator. Mr. Lin, the second group of 150 people is ready and can leave at any time. Okay, Lin Mo said concisely. I'll have Tishan bring people to pick you up. Be careful. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo dialed the guard's internal channel again. Tishan, come to my place. In less than a minute, Tishan's burly figure appeared at the door of the convenience store, his face flushed with excitement. Boss, what's the mission? Take the first and second teams of the guard to the Ark stronghold to pick up the second group of people. Lin Mo ordered. Okay, I promise to complete the task. Tishan patted his chest, turned around and strode away. Watching his departing back, Lin Mo picked up another independent communicator on the table and pressed the call button for the Nightblade team. A dark shadow appeared silently at the door. It was Nightingale. Boss, there are 3 important support missions. Lin Mo tapped his fingers on the table. Lighthouse, Rock, and Hive have agreed to send a group of technicians over. These people are not refugees, they are the foundation of the new city's future. Not a single one can be lost, not even a hair can be lost. There was no expression on Nightingale's face, but she stood with more concentration than before. Clear. You need to assign personnel to pick up people from 3 locations simultaneously. There aren't many people being transferred from these 3 locations, 6 at the Lighthouse, 3 at the Rock, and 4 at the Hive. Nightingale immediately made arrangements. I will transfer personnel from the Nightblade squad. Lin Mo nodded, approving of her arrangement. Besides the people, there's also a very important piece of information at the Lighthouse. Lin Mo's tone became more serious. The wise man has already saved it to the encrypted hard drive. Understood. I will personally lead the team to pick up the people from the Lighthouse. At 10 o'clock in the morning, several off-road vehicles drove smoothly on the main road of the new city and stopped in front of the Academy of Sciences building. 13 men and women in all sorts of old clothes got out of the car. They generally have sallow complexions, thin bodies, and the paleness that comes from living indoors for a long time without sunlight. These people are the talents exchanged from the 3 major forces of Lighthouse, Rock, and Hive. They stood in front of the Academy's brand new building, looking reserved and even a little timid. Everything around them was completely out of place with where they were before. There are spacious and clean roads, tower cranes working in the distance, and the faint aroma of food in the air. All of this is incompatible with the wasteland in their memory. This is the new city? A thin man from Panchi muttered to himself. In the Rock stronghold, he was always considered a burden because of his poor physical condition. But here, he saw that although the patrolling guards were well equipped and intimidating, their expressions when looking at the civilians were very peaceful, without any of the condescending attitude of the Rock warriors. Follow me. Nightingale's voice interrupted their thoughts. The group finally arrived at the entrance of the convenience store. Lin Mo was sitting at the door, Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li were waiting beside him. Boss, 6 people from Lighthouse, 3 from Rock, and 4 from Hive, a total of 13 people, have all been brought back safely. Nightingale handed over a metal hard drive box. This is the hard drive entrusted to me by the wise man. Lin Mo took the hard drive box and put it away, then glanced at the 13 nervous technicians at the door. Welcome to the new city. His voice was flat, without any unnecessary politeness. We don't judge by appearance here, we only judge by ability. The cafeteria is over there, go eat first, and then we can talk about work after we're full. The phrase, let's talk about work after we're full, instantly made the eyes of these intellectuals who were struggling to survive in the apocalypse tear up. An hour later, 13 technicians were holding enamel bowls and eating with their mouths full of oil, braised pork, white rice, and bone soup. The simplest meal was the delicacy they had longed for countless days and nights. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li stood aside, watching them wolf down the food, feeling filled with emotion. After everyone finished eating, Zhang Yuan cleared his throat and projected a document onto the screen on the wall. Welcome everyone to join Zinken. From today on, we are a team. Next, I will introduce to you our first upcoming project. A 3-dimensional model of the drone appeared on the screen, with rows of complex technical parameters listed next to it. When Zhang Yuan talked about the concepts of mother machine, submachine and swarm tactics, the entire laboratory fell completely silent. The 13 programmers who had just been immersed in the satisfaction of delicious food now all opened their eyes wide and stared at the screen. Shock, disbelief, and then uncontrollable enthusiasm. Using algorithms to control hundreds of drones for a saturation attack? An elderly professor from the Lighthouse, wearing thick glasses, said with a trembling voice, "That's a good idea. It's perfect for focusing fire on mutants. Can the bandwidth of the data link keep up? The computing power requirements of the mother machine are too terrifying. Where can we find such high-specification chips?" This is not the time before the disaster. A woman from the hive pointed out the problem incisively. Zhao Li pushed his glasses with a hint of pride on his face. Mr. Lin will solve the chip problem. What we have to do is turn this concept into reality. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became heated from the previous restraint and confusion. The computing power problem of the main machine can be solved by distributing the pressure through distributed computing. Let each slave machine take on some of the path planning and target locking operations. The old professor from the lighthouse adjusted his glasses, his eyes sparkling, and he was completely in working mode. No! This will greatly increase the communication burden on the data link, and delays will become a fatal problem. The woman from the hive immediately retorted, gesturing in the air with her hands as if constructing an invisible data model. Unless we can develop a completely new compression algorithm and find a communication frequency band with stronger anti-interference capabilities. I've done similar research before, maybe I can give it a try. The 13 technicians who had just looked like refugees had now completely forgotten where they were. They gathered in front of the curtain, arguing fiercely, with all kinds of professional terms and code snippets colliding in the air. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li looked at each other and saw the uncontrollable joy on each other's faces. What Mr. Lin brought back were not 13 refugees, but 13 engines that could ignite the fire of technology. With the participation of this group of people, the Bee Swarm project will no longer be a distant concept. Lin Mo didn't bother them and turned back to the convenience store. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li can manage these people well, he has more important things to do now. Shuttle. Lin Mo took out his cell phone, found Director Zhang's number and dialed it. The call is connected. Mr. Lin. Director Zhang's voice came from the receiver, with suppressed anxiety. You called me, is there any news? He skipped the polite words and went straight to the point. The east wind has arrived. Lin Mo's answer consisted of only 4 words. The breathing on the other end of the phone stopped instantly. After a full 2 seconds, Director Zhang's almost roaring voice finally exploded from the receiver. So fast? Can it solve the off-target problem of Pfizer's gene? It's better than that. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair and said calmly, I have 2 plans. 2. Director Zhang's voice changed tone, filled with incomprehensible surprise. A solution that can solve Pfizer's genetic technology bottleneck would be a huge achievement, enough to create an earthquake in the world's medical field. Lin Mo actually said that he had 2. The first is a radical cure at the genetic level. Lin Mo ignored his shock and continued, through a special viral vector, the diseased gene can be repaired directly in the body. One treatment will permanently cure the disease. The only sound in the receiver was Director Zhang's heavy breathing. He understood. Pfizer's CAR-T therapy also requires in vitro cell modification, which is a complex process and high risk. The solution that Lin Mo mentioned can actually complete the repair directly inside the human body. This is not technology in the same dimension at all. Then, what about the second one? Director Zhang's voice was trembling. The second is low-cost small molecule targeted drugs. Lin Mo continued, it can't cure it completely, but it can treat this terminal illness as a chronic disease. Patients can take the medicine regularly and live a normal life. Director Zhang felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. One is the perfect cure solution that represents the pinnacle of biotechnology. The other is an affordable miracle drug that can save countless ordinary families from bankruptcy and bring terminal illnesses down from the altar. No matter which one of them is taken out, it is enough to turn Pfizer's goddess of victory that cost hundreds of billions of dollars into a complete joke. Mr. Lin. Director Zhang's voice was dry. He organized his words several times before finally speaking a complete sentence. I need to report to my superiors immediately. No, this contribution is too great. Don't worry. Lin Mo interrupted him, the implementation of the radical cure requires a core device. What equipment? We'll organize a research immediately. Cell sequencing printer. Lin Mo gave the name that could not be replicated in the wasteland world. I have its complete set of design drawings, technical specifications, and material list here. Hiss dash. There was a gasp from the other end of the line. Director Zhang was completely speechless. If the 2 treatment options are 2 blockbuster bombs, then the blueprint of this cutting-edge equipment that he has never heard of is the key to directly detonating the nuclear arsenal. At the same time, Director Zhang finally understood. From the very beginning, Lin Mo didn't intend to overtake Pfizer gene. He wanted to overturn the entire table and rewrite the rules of the game. The hundreds of billions of dollars that Pfizer invested in the early stages of its genes are about to go down the drain. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Director Zhang's voice suddenly became extremely serious. The level of this matter is completely beyond my ability to handle. I will contact Director Zhou now, immediately. The higher UPS have decided to make every effort to resolve the chip issue, Director Zhang added. No matter what model it is, no matter who controls it, we'll get it for you. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo took out the encrypted hard drive from the dimensional warehouse. The cold metal shell glowed faintly in the darkness. What is contained here is technology that is enough to change the world. He didn't wait long. The phone in his pocket vibrated again, and an unfamiliar encrypted number appeared on the screen. Lin Mo answered the phone. "Mr. Lin, I'm Joe Hai." The voice on the other end of the phone was calm, powerful, and without any emotional fluctuations. "Our people have already set off from the capital and are expected to arrive at UNC Technology in 2 hours. Okay, I'll wait for you on the distant star." After ending the call, Lin Mo walked to the entrance of the convenience store and opened the rolling door. "The morning sun shines on my body, making me feel warm." Lin Mo drove his white van straight to UNC Technology. When Zhang Yi saw Lin Mo, he was stunned and thought he was seeing things. This boss is so elusive that he's hard to figure out. "Director Lin, you're here." Zhang Yi hurried over to say hello. Lin Mo nodded and said casually, "I'm here to wait for someone, you go ahead and do your thing, don't worry about me." "Understood." Zhang Yi agreed and asked, "Director Lin, who are you waiting for?" "Joe Hai." Zhang Yi was confused. Director Joe from the National Biosafety Committee is actually coming to UNC Technology? The key is that Lin Mo met him in person. "Mr. Lin, excuse me for asking, do we need to stay away from this matter?" Zhang Yi asked nervously. Lin Mo waved his hand, "No, and this matter still requires your participation. And you are an expert in shorting Wall Street capital." Zhang Yi shuddered on the spot. Shorting Wall Street again? Hey, why did she say again? Previous short selling of Wall Street was retaliatory and personal in nature. But this time, Zhang Yi smelled something unusual. Not only Lin Mo is coming to UNC, but even Director Joe from the National Biosafety Committee is coming. In addition, Lin Mo said he wanted to short Wall Street. A bold guess appeared in Zhang Yi's mind. What she is going to participate in this time is probably a financial war that is personally fought by the power of the state. "Mr. Lin, what preparations do I need to make?" Zhang Yi's voice was a little dry, and she felt nervous for the first time in a long time. "Prepare your professional abilities." Lin Mo looked at her. "Wait a moment, you will see a project that you will never forget. This project involves a wide range of areas. You are responsible for dealing a fatal blow to the opponent from a financial perspective." Zhang Yi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. She straightened her business suit and stood up straight. No matter what she is about to face, she is the CEO of UNC Technology and Lin Mo's most trusted executor. In less than 2 hours, several black red flag cars with special license plates drove silently into the underground parking lot of UNC Technology. There were no guards clearing the way, no noise or commotion. Joe Hai brought 2 assistants and went directly from the CEO's exclusive elevator to the top floor office. He looked to be about 50 years old, wearing an ordinary dark jacket, with a serious face, but with a military-like agility in his steps. "Mr. Linear." Joe Hai stretched out his hand and shook hands briefly with Lin Mo. His palms were broad and strong, and he glanced sharply at Zhang Yi beside him. "This is Zhang Yi, the CEO of UNC Technology," Lin Mo introduced. "For the next plan, she will be the commander-in-chief of the financial battlefield." Joe Hai nodded without any unnecessary greetings. "Where's the stuff?" Lin Mo placed the cold metal hard drive box on the conference table. A technician behind Joe Hai immediately stepped forward and opened a suitcase, revealing a portable terminal that he had never seen before. He plugged in the hard drive, put on a special monocle, and began tapping away at the virtual keyboard. The conference room fell into absolute silence. Zhang Yi stood aside, even breathing lightly. She could feel that the small hard drive contained a secret that could overturn the world. Time passes by every second. The technician's expression gradually changed from initial calmness to astonishment, and then to unconcealable ecstasy. His breathing became rapid, and his fingers even trembled slightly due to excitement. "Director Joe, Director Joe." He took off his glasses and his voice was hoarse from excessive excitement. "It's true, it's all true. 2 options. Oh my god, this is simply a miracle. The cell sequence printer. This design, this theory. This design is absolutely ahead of its time." Joe Hai sat up straight abruptly, and a hint of emotion finally showed on his serious face. He turned to Lin Mo, his voice low but powerful. "Mr. Lin, you have created a miracle again. Tell me about your plan." Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, his hands folded in front of him. "I've got the technology. How can I use it to maximize its value?" Joe Hai did not answer directly, but turned his gaze to Zhang Yi. "Mr. Zhang, if I ask you to short Pfizer, how confident are you?" Zhang Yi calmed himself down and quickly got into work mode. Pfizer's current market capitalization is approaching $600 billion, backed by over a dozen top Wall Street investment banks. Simply relying on short selling is extremely risky and would require astronomical amounts of capital. But if we could get ahead of them and release a drug with even better efficacy, the situation would be completely different. She paused and gave a professional judgment. We can leverage public opinion and capital through a multi-layered strategy to deliver a fatal blow to their stock prices at their peak. Conservatively, we can wipe out over 50% of their market capitalization. Once a stampede spiral begins, we can re-enter the market and easily profit tens of billions of dollars. This is a textbook-level financial warfare strategy, and it is also what Zhang Yi is best at. No. Lin Mo uttered a word softly. In the conference room, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Your vision is still too small. Lin Mo looked at Zhang Yi, then at Zhou Hai. My goal is not to short sell or to make tens of billions of dollars. His voice was calm. I want Pfizer Gene to go bankrupt. I want the hundreds of billions of dollars they invested in research and development to become sunk costs. I want the goddess of victory they are so proud of to become a historical joke. I want the greedy capital on Wall Street to lose everything. Zhang Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. Bankruptcy? Let a pharmaceutical giant with a market value of $600 billion, a rising star hailed as the holy grail of the pharmaceutical industry, go bankrupt? This is no longer a financial war, it is a massacre. Mr. Lin, what you mean is. Zhou Hai's breathing also became heavy. Two plans, two-pronged approach. Lin Mo tapped his fingers on the table. That radical cure has the highest technical requirements and the best results. It needs to be led by a national team. We must mobilize the entire nation and, as quickly as possible, build a cell sequence printer and complete clinical trials. It will serve as our nation's technological calling card, announcing to the world that we have conquered cancer. Its very existence is the biggest blow to Pfizer's genes. When a perfect cure emerges, Pfizer's flawed treatment becomes a joke. Zhou Hai quietly clenched his fists under the table. He fully understood Lin Mo's intention. This is not just a business competition, it is a battle for national destiny. What about the second plan? Zhang Yi asked, her voice trembling so much that she herself didn't even notice. The second option is the low-cost targeted drug. Lin Mo looked at Zhang Yi. Yuanxing Technology established a biopharmaceutical subsidiary. As he spoke, Lin Mo looked at Zhou Hai again. Please ask Director Zhou to help us get the product patent registered with the Light Chaser Laboratory, and then license the formula and production process to a pharmaceutical company in Yuanxing. We will produce it as quickly as possible, then include it in medical insurance to benefit domestic patients. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair and looked at Zhang Yi, who was completely stunned. We want all patients to know that besides the miracle drug that costs millions of dollars per injection, there is a medicine that only costs a few $1,000s a year and can keep them alive, just like normal people. Zhang Yi, tell me, by that time, how low will Pfizer's stock price fall? Zhang Yi felt like the blood in his body was burning. She finally understood Lin Mo's entire plan. This is not a simple overtaking, it is a dimensionality reduction attack. Use cutting-edge technology to occupy the commanding heights, and then use shockingly low-cost affordable drugs to completely destroy the opponent's business foundation. Don't leave them a penny. I understand, Director Lin. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with an unprecedented light. Leave the financial market to me. I'll make sure those people on Wall Street remember the name of Yuanxing Technology. Zhou Hai stood up and saluted Lin Mo solemnly. Mr. Lin, on behalf of the country, I thank you. The government will give you the green light for everything, including laboratories, approval channels, and production qualifications. Just ask for whatever you need. Zhou Hai lowered his saluting hand, and the air in the office seemed to freeze. Without another word of courtesy, he turned around and picked up the encrypted hard drive on the table with quick and decisive movements. Mr. Lin, Mr. John, we will set up a special team to handle the subsequent technical docking and production implementation, and they will be on call 24 hours a day. If you have any needs, you can contact me directly. After saying that, he led his people out of the meeting room quickly without any hesitation. The office door was closed, isolating the outside world. Zhang Yi was still standing there, his body a little stiff. Everything that just happened had a huge impact on her. From a disruptive technological idea, to the full intervention of state power, to a financial massacre plan against Wall Street giants. All of this was finalized in less than an hour in this small office. She felt like she was not in a tech startup, but in a command center that determined the world's course. Director Linear. Zhang Yi's voice was a little dry. Are we really going to bankrupt Pfizer? Is there a problem? Lin Mo's tone was calm. No. Zhang Yi immediately shook his head. Have questions? Of course. That's Pfizer, the darling of Wall Street and a behemoth with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars. But in front of Lin Mo, she couldn't say anything against it. Because what Lin Mo brought out has gone beyond the scope of commercial competition. That is a weapon that is powerful enough to rewrite the rules. What she has to do now is not to question, but to execute. To operate in the financial market, I need absolute autonomy and huge financial support. Zhang Yi quickly adjusted his mindset and got into work mode. Money is not a problem. Lin Mo looked at her. You can use the Yuan Xing technology account at any time. If it's not enough, I will find a way. Zhang Yi's body tensed. She knew that this battle would be the pinnacle of her career. Or, follow Lin Mo and completely crush the giant Pfizer under your feet and become a god in one battle. Or, fall into the abyss together. There is no third possibility. On the other side, Zhou Hai and his group had just driven the hunky car out of the underground garage of Yuan Xing Technology when he dialed an encrypted dedicated line. It's me, Zhou Hai. I request to immediately activate the highest level of response. Call all academicians from the Academy of Engineering and the Academy of Sciences, including those in the fields of bioengineering, gene editing, and precision manufacturing, to the Light Chaser laboratory outside Beijing for a meeting within 2 hours. The person on the other end of the phone seemed stunned by the order and hesitated for a moment. Old Joe, do you know what you're talking about? Gathering so many academicians at once requires. This is a top-level directive. Zhou Hai's voice was emotionless. We've got the blueprints. After preliminary verification, they're proven to be effective and ahead of their time. We need to make it a reality in the shortest possible time. Cell sequencing printer, that's its name. Repeat, top order, all personnel must be in place. After hanging up the phone, the car was silent. The technician who had just been in charge of deciphering the hard drive still had a blush on his face. He knew better than anyone what the blueprint meant. That's not a device, that's the key to a new era. Lin Mo didn't stay in Yuan Xing Technology for long. He handed over all matters on the financial battlefield to Zhang Yi, as he still had other things to consider. In the wasteland, the swarm drone project is the next core project of the new city and must be implemented as soon as possible. The core bottleneck of this project is the chip. Director Zhang is already working on this and there should be news soon. Combined with the information he brought out this time, the chip problem will no longer be a problem. In terms of drones, the domestic drone industry is already very mature, and everything from production lines to raw materials can be solved quickly. In addition to drones, mounted ammunition is also an important component of swarm tactics. It would be ridiculous if the submachine rushed forward and the explosion was not powerful enough. It's not difficult to solve this problem. Lin Mo took out a special communicator from the dimensional warehouse and contacted the carrier pigeon. The call was connected quickly. Mr. Linear. The carrier pigeon's voice was as flat as ever. I need a batch of stuff. Lin Mo said directly, RDX, Octogen, and the matching passivation agent and plastic adhesive. There was silence on the other end of the phone. The pigeon did not answer immediately. He is not a chemistry expert, but his long-term exposure to weapons and ammunition has made him extremely sensitive to these terms. These are all core raw materials for making high-energy explosives. Mr. Lin, these things are under very high control. The pigeon's voice became serious. How many do you want? Let's start with 100 tons, and mix the various raw materials in proportion. Lin Mo casually reported a number. 100 tons? The pigeon's voice suddenly rose, and he suspected that he had heard it wrong. 100 tons of raw materials for high explosives? Is this about blowing up a mountain, or preparing for a small war? Mr. Lin, I must know the purpose of this batch of materials. The pigeon's tone was unyielding. These are not bullets or shells, they are strategic materials. Lin Mo had anticipated this. I'm working on something new. New thing? What requires 100 tons of explosives? The carrier pigeon asked. Drone. Drone? The pigeon blurted out. Why would a drone need explosives? You want a suicide drone? Mr. Lin, what exactly do you want to do? The carrier pigeon's breathing became heavy, and he realized that the seriousness of the situation was completely beyond his control. Mr. Lin, I cannot agree to this request, nor do I have the authority to do so. Please wait a moment. I need to report to my superiors immediately. Lin Mo didn't say anything and waited quietly. The electric current sound in the phone lasted for about half a minute, and then a completely different voice sounded, steady, heavy, and with an aura of majesty without anger. I'm Zhao Zhenquo. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard of this name before, the head of the military's equipment development department, a real powerful figure. General Zhao. Lin Mo's tone did not change. Mr. Lin, 100 tons of high explosives, are you going to use it to set off a fireworks display? Zhao Zhenquo's words were very direct, even with a hint of interrogation. I want to verify a tactical concept. Lin Mo said slowly, use cheap drones to form a swarm and carry out a saturation attack on high-value targets. There was another silence on the other end of the phone. Zhao Zhenquo quickly digested this concept in his mind. Swarm tactics have been pre-researched within the military for a long time, but have been limited by bottlenecks in core algorithms and command systems, and no breakthroughs have been made. Mr. Lin, please continue. I have an idea that may be able to implement swarm tactics. Lin Mo said concisely. Zhao Zhenqiuo didn't say anything, but Lin Mo could hear his slightly heavier breathing. As the head of the equipment department, he knew very well the meaning behind these words. If this can be realized, it will completely change the shape of future battlefields. Zhou just got your things, and the Eastern Theater Command urgently took off several fighter jets to escort them back to the capital. Zhao Zhenqiuo suddenly changed the subject. Lin Mo was not surprised. At this level, information is interconnected. So, my small request shouldn't be too much. Lin Mo responded calmly. Zhao Zhenqiuo laughed on the other end. Mr. Lin, you call 100 tons of explosives a small request? Do you know how much damage these things could cause if they fell into the wrong hands? I know. Lin Mo replied. Zhao Zhenqiuo on the other end of the phone fell silent again. He weighed the risks and benefits. A person who can come up with epic-making technologies such as cancer cure and cell sequence printer is now trying to come up with swarm tactics. How many secrets does this person still hide? How great is his value? Zhao Zhenqiuo's laughter on the other end of the phone sounded a bit complicated. Mr. Lin, your appetite is bigger than I thought. Since we are verifying the tactical concept, I must have something decent. Lin Mo's tone sounded as a matter of course. Zhao Zhenqiuo did not agree immediately, nor did he refuse. He's making a quick assessment. A person who can come up with a cure for cancer, a person who masters the core ideas of swarm tactics. The demands of such a person cannot be measured by common sense. I need to see results on the drone issue. If the verification is successful, we will take this technology. Zhao Zhenqiuo's voice became serious. Sure. Lin Mo answered straightforwardly. His original purpose was to bring the technology from the wasteland to the modern era in exchange for resources. Besides explosives, I need something else. Lin Mo took the opportunity to make a new request. Tell me about it. Zhao Zhenqiuo seemed to have expected it. You must have some replacement equipment over there. I don't ask for much, just some armored vehicles and howitzers or something like that. Zhao Zhenqiuo's breathing disappeared on the phone. If 100 tons of explosives only made him alert, then armored vehicles and howitzers were of a completely different nature. This is already the firepower configuration of a light mechanized infantry battalion. Mr. Lin, where do you plan to verify your tactical concept? Africa or the Middle East? There was a hint of inquiry in Zhao Zhenqiuo's tone. There is a project overseas, and the security pressure is quite high. Lin Mo gave a vague but reasonable explanation. I don't care what projects you have. Zhao Zhenqiuo was silent for a moment and made a decision. I can find a way to get the stuff for you. They're all sealed after being replaced, but they're well maintained and can be used right away. However, all equipment's serial numbers will be erased. I will give you a coordinate, and you will pick up the goods and be responsible for transportation yourself. Once you leave that warehouse, these things will have nothing to do with us. Deal. Lin Mo achieved his goal. The goods will be ready within a week, and you can pick them up at the designated location. After Zhao Zhenqiuo finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Lin Mo put down his phone and the store returned to silence. He leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. With this batch of heavy firepower, combined with swarm drones, the combat effectiveness of the new city guard will be taken to a higher level. After integrating the armed forces of the four major forces, you can go and get the Thor No. 8 battery back, and then find a way to go to Haizu City to obtain the Pioneer MECH. At the same time, outside Beijing, in the Light Chaser Biological Laboratory, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Sitting in the conference room were a dozen gray-haired elderly people. Each of them is a leading figure in the fields of bioengineering, genetics, and precision manufacturing in China. At this moment, these academicians who are usually highly respected are all staring at the data stream on the central holographic projection. That is the data extracted from the encrypted hard drive. The technician in charge of the operation had sweat all over his forehead. On the screen in front of him, countless codes and molecular structures flashed by rapidly, and the huge amount of data made the indicator lights of the supercomputing center flash wildly. Mr. Li, the retroviral vector model for the gene repair solution has completed 30,000 virtual environment tests. A young researcher's voice trembled as he looked at the results on the screen as if he had seen a miracle. In all tests, the number of misses was 0. Sitting in the main seat, an old man with white hair and beard wearing reading glasses suddenly raised his head. He is academician Li Jianguo of the Chinese Academy of Engineering and the founder of the field of gene editing in China. Not even once. Li Jianguo asked, his voice full of disbelief. Not even once. The young researcher replied decisively. Its targeted recognition accuracy exceeds all our existing theoretical models. It's like it has its own consciousness, precisely finding and knocking out diseased gene fragments while leaving surrounding healthy genes intact. There was a sound of people gasping in shock in the conference room. On the other hand, the precision manufacturing expert group responsible for analyzing the cell sequence printer drawings was equally shocked. "Oldley, come and look at this." An academician in charge of materials science shouted excitedly, pointing to a complex part structure diagram on the projection. "The driving structure of this molecular probe actually uses the concept of a controllable magnetic monopole. Oh my god, the person who came up with this design is a lunatic. No, he's a genius. And this bio-ink delivery system has picometer level precision. It's 2 orders of magnitude higher than our most advanced photolithography machines. This isn't a printer at all, it's a molecular level creation machine." Academician Li Jianguo walked over quickly. As he looked at the design theories that he had never touched in his entire life, his hands began to tremble slightly. It wasn't excitement, it was awe. "Can it be built?" Zhou Hai, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. His voice brought all the academicians who were immersed in the shock of technology back to reality. The conference room fell silent instantly. All eyes were focused on Li Jianguo. Li Jianguo took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes hard, and took a deep breath. "Disaster." He only said one word. Zhou Hai's heart sank. "In theory, it is feasible." Li Jianguo changed the subject, and the light in his eyes rekindled. "The drawings are very complete, from material formulas to production processes, and even operating manuals. What we lack is not the theory, but the industrial capacity and sufficient time to turn theory into reality." He looked at Zhou Hai and his expression became extremely serious. "Director Zhou, I need authorization. Mobilize all the top laboratories and best factories in the relevant fields across the country. We need to overcome hundreds of difficult problems in materials science and precision machining. This is a tough battle, a battle that must be won. If all conditions are met, how long will it take?" Zhou Hai asked. Li Jianguo stretched out a finger. "At the earliest, 1 year. 1 year. Zhou Hai frowned. This time was too long. "This is already a miracle," Li Jianguo said excitedly. "If we had to start from scratch, we might not even reach the summit in 100 years. Now we have the complete blueprints. It's like someone gave us a map of the world's highest peak. All we have to do is climb up step by step." Zhou Hai was silent. He understood what Li Jianguo meant. 1 year in exchange for a technology that can change the country's destiny. This deal is worth it no matter how you look at it. He picked up the red encrypted phone on the table and dialed a number. "It's me, Zhou Hai. I apply to start the Zilong project immediately. Goal: replicate the cell sequence printer in the shortest possible time, regardless of cost." The first phase goal, Zhou Hai's voice was steady and powerful, echoing in the silent conference room, within 6 months, produced the first operational engineering prototype. Light Chaser Laboratory, suburbs of Beijing. Zhou Hai's 6-month military order made the air in the entire conference room scorching hot. The 4 words Zilong Project are like a branding iron, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of every academician. Academician Li Jianguo didn't say anything more. He grabbed the phone on the table and issued a series of instructions. "Connect to the Institute of Physics, Chinese Academy of Sciences. I want to speak to Wang Zhaiqiang. Contact the Materials Research Institute of the 7th Academy of Aerospace Engineering and have their director answer the phone personally. Notify Shengjing Machine Tool Factory and have them assemble their best engineering team and have them on standby 24 hours a day." One after another, the names representing China's top scientific research and industrial forces came out of the mouth of this old academician. The entire conference room quickly turned into an efficient war command center. The academicians were divided into different groups and began to decompose tasks and conduct technical demonstrations around the drawings on the holographic projection. The atmosphere was warm, even a little manic. Everyone's attention was firmly attracted by the epic-making machine cell sequence printer. Only Zhou Hai, after giving the order, quietly walked to the corner of the meeting room. He was not completely overwhelmed by the halo of the futuristic machine. In his mind, he still remembered the second plan that Lin Mo mentioned. He clicked on another temporarily ignored folder on the projection. The file name was simple SX01 small molecule targeted drug. Academician Chen. Zhou Hai's voice was not loud, but it was clearly audible in the noisy conference room. An old man with gray hair and gold-rimmed glasses who was in the middle of a heated discussion turned around when he heard the voice. He is Chen Kaiming, chief consultant of the State Food and Drug Administration and an authority on small molecule drug research in China. Director Zhou, what's going on? Come and take a look at this. Zhou Hai pointed to the document on the projector. Chen Kaiming walked over, adjusted his glasses, and his eyes fell on the molecular structure displayed on the screen. After just one glance, his expression froze. The discussion in the conference room about magnetic monopoles and picometer level precision seemed to drift away from him in an instant. In his world, all that remains is the extremely simple yet incredibly sophisticated molecular structure composed of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. This is. Chen Kaiming's fingers pointed in the air, moving along the direction of the molecular bonds. His lips moved slightly, as if he was silently calculating something. Several pharmacology experts nearby also noticed the abnormality and gathered around. "Old Chen, what's wrong? It's just an ordinary small molecule structure, what's the fuss?" Chen Kaiming ignored them. He turned around and shouted to his assistant, "My computer. Quick, pull out the pharmacology database and perform target simulation." The assistant did not dare to delay and immediately handed over a specially made laptop computer. Chen Kaiming's fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard. He entered the molecular formula of SX01, then selected the cancer cell model of multiple myeloma and clicked Start Simulation. Everyone's attention in the conference room was unconsciously drawn over. On the screen, a three-dimensional model representing cancer cells is constantly undergoing abnormal division and proliferation. When the light spots representing the SX01 drug molecules were thrown in, a wonderful scene happened. Those light spots did not attack the cancer cells themselves, but instead attached precisely to a specific protein on the surface of the cancer cells. The next second, the crazy proliferation signal pathway of cancer cells was interrupted instantly as if the pause button was pressed. The entire splitting process came to an abrupt halt. Although the cancer cells that have divided still exist, they have lost the ability to continue proliferating and have become inert cells. "Oh my God." A young pharmacology doctor couldn't help but exclaim, "It didn't kill the cancer cells, it just put them to sleep. It's more than just falling asleep." Chen Kaiming's voice trembled with excitement. He pointed at the rows of analytical data scrolling on the screen. "Look at this binding efficiency. It's almost 100%. And it's only effective against this abnormal signaling pathway protein. It has no effect on signaling in normal cells. What does this mean?" "It means there are almost no side effects." There was dead silence in the conference room. If the cell sequence printer is a nuclear weapon hanging high in the sky, it represents absolute technological suppression. The SX01 small molecule targeted drug is like an extremely sharp dagger that can instantly pierce the enemy's heart. What about the production process? Is the synthesis route complicated? Academician Li Jianguo also realized the horror of this drug and immediately asked. Chen Kaiming took a deep breath and opened another document in the folder. When the chemical synthesis pathway diagram with only 3 steps appeared in front of everyone, the entire conference room fell completely silent. It was so quiet that we could hear each other's heartbeats. 3 steps, only 3 steps? An academician specializing in organic synthesis said in a voice as dry as sandpaper. The raw materials are ethylene glycol and aniline derivatives? These are the most basic chemical raw materials. This cost. He was no longer able to speak. Based on this simple process and cheap raw materials, the production cost of this drug may be lower than that of a bottle of mineral water. Pfizer's CAR-T therapy, which costs millions of dollars per injection, is simply an absurd joke compared to this drug. Director Zhou. Chen Kaiming looked at Zhou Hai fiercely, his eyes burning with unprecedented fire. This is the real miracle drug. This is something that can immediately change the situation of the battle. Cell sequence printer is our future, but this medicine is our present. I request that clinical trials be initiated immediately. No, given its targeted accuracy and theoretically zero side effects, we can apply for emergency authorization. We can start production while conducting clinical trials. Zhou Hai clenched his fists tightly. Lin Mo's plan became extremely clear in his mind. A two-pronged approach. One is a national treasure, used to completely establish China's dominant position in the field of biotechnology. The other is a miracle drug for the common people, which is used to completely destroy the opponent's business empire and benefit hundreds of millions of people at the same time. What a great Mr. Linear. What a conspiracy. Academician Chen. Zhou Hai's voice was steady and powerful. I'll coordinate the production matters. I'll leave the technical and clinical matters to you. I need you to come up with a complete set of production standards and clinical plans in the shortest possible time. He turned around and dialed Zhang Yi's number while walking out. Mr. Zhang, I'm Zhou Hai. Get ready to receive a great gift. Yuanxing Technology's pharmaceutical subsidiary is ready to be listed. Zhang Yi hung up Zhou Hai's call, still feeling slightly dizzy. Zhou Hai's voice on the phone was calm, but the content caused a huge uproar. Mr. Zhang, Yuanxing's pharmaceutical subsidiary can be listed. The National Medical Products Administration will open a green channel, and the clinical trials and production authorization of SX01 will be handled with the highest priority. Academician Chen Kaiming's team will send the relevant production standards and clinical protocols to your email within 48 hours. Special matters should be handled specially. Zhang Yi knows the weight of these 4 words better than anyone else. This means that all processes, from project establishment to approval, will be compressed to the extreme. This means that the drug that Yuan-Xing technology is about to launch has the power of the entire country behind it. She took a deep breath and dialed the internal line. Legal department, immediately register a biopharmaceutical subsidiary named Yuan-Xing Biology. Human Resources Department, use the highest salary standard to recruit the best pharmaceutical production management team in the country. Marketing Department, get ready. We are going to wage an unprecedented war of public opinion. Commands came out of her mouth one after another in an orderly manner, and Yuan-Xing Technology, a sophisticated business machine, began to operate at high speed for a new goal. At the same time, Lin Mo had just parked the car behind the convenience store when the phone in his pocket vibrated. The caller ID showed Director Zhang's number. Mr. Lin, the stuff you requested has arrived. Director Zhang's voice was filled with excitement. The first batch, 120 chips, are all top-of-the-line military-grade AI computing chips. There are also supporting drone parts, a total of 500 sets, all of which are the best domestic military products. The items have been delivered to Yuan-Xing Technology's underground secure warehouse. So fast? Lin Mo was a little surprised. Special matters are handled specially. Director Zhang chuckled. Director Zhou's academicians are going crazy, their blood pressure's so high with excitement. You've brought such a miraculous medicine to the country, this is such a huge contribution, who would dare to neglect it? Forget a few hundred drones. If you want fighter jets, I'm sure they'll find a way for you. Lin Mo ignored his joke. I have another batch of stuff to pick up, and it's on the way now. Understood, Director Zhang tactfully said, then you go ahead and take care of the chips. If you need any models later, feel free to let me know. I see. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo didn't delay and started the white van again and drove towards Yuan-Xing Technology. He is now a porter between the two worlds, but what he carries is enough to change the pattern of the two worlds. All the way to Yuan-Xing Technology's underground security warehouse. Two men in black suits were standing guard over several sealed metal boxes. Seeing Lin Mo coming, one of them stepped forward, checked his identity information, and made way without saying a word. Lin Mo opened one of the boxes. There is no fancy packaging inside, only plain anti-static foam. Chips the size of a fingernail, gleaming with a faint blue luster, are neatly stacked in the grooves. Lin Mo closed the box, put the metal box into the car without any nonsense, and then drove away as if nothing had happened. Shuttle. The light and shadow change, and the hustle and bustle of the modern city is isolated. Lin Mo returned to the wasteland world, and the familiar air of the new city, mixed with the smell of engine oil and dust, rushed into his nostrils. Without taking time to rest, Lin Mo went directly to the Temporary Academy of Sciences. Mr. Lin, you're here. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li almost ran over to greet him. Behind them were a dozen technicians who had just finished their meal and looked refreshed. Come here. Lin Mo called out and took out several metal boxes from the dimensional warehouse. Everyone's eyes were focused on the past. Mr. Lin, what is this? Zhao Li asked curiously. What you want? After Lin Mo finished speaking, he walked forward and opened one of the boxes with his own hands. When the neatly stacked chips with a faint blue luster were exposed to the light of the laboratory, the entire laboratory fell into dead silence. The dozen or so technicians seemed to be under a spell and could not move. The only sound in the air was the increasingly heavy breathing of the crowd. This is. The old professor from the lighthouse stretched out his hand tremblingly. He didn't dare to touch it, but just hovered above the chip, as if he was looking at a peerless work of art. His lips trembled, and an almost crazy light burst out from his cloudy eyes. A military-grade AI coprocessor. Look at the packaging, the pin density, this is definitely a custom-made supercomputing core. So much. As expected of Mr. Lin, he can even get something like this. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li were also completely confused. Although they are not chip experts, they know what this thing means. This kind of top-level chip was difficult to obtain before the catastrophe, let alone now. As a result, Lin Mo directly brought several boxes. Is it enough? Lin Mo looked at them and asked calmly. Enough. That's enough. Mr. Lin, with these cores, our original distributed computing plan can be completely overturned. We can build a true swarm neural network. Let the mothership serve as the brain, and each daughtership an independent neuron. They can share battlefield information in real time and operate autonomously and collaboratively. The woman from the hive also came up, her calmness replaced by a professional enthusiasm. That's right. Computing power is no longer a bottleneck. We can even use some of it for electronic countermeasures and deception. The biggest problem now is the data link communication protocol. We must write a brand new algorithm that is sufficiently efficient and has strong anti-interference capabilities. I'll take care of the underlying architecture. I'm responsible for target locking and trajectory calculation. Leave the communication protocol to me. More than a dozen technicians were like dry firewood that had been ignited, and they instantly burst out with amazing enthusiasm for work. Without anyone's instructions, they spontaneously divided into several groups, gathered around the boxes of chips and drone parts, and started a heated discussion on the spot. Various complex codes and technical parameters collided rapidly in the air, forming an invisible aura. This group of technicians, who had not had enough to eat a few days ago, now looked like generals commanding a country. I want to see the first prototype take off within a month. Lin Mo's words brought the frenzied discussion to an abrupt halt. Everyone looked at Lin Mo in unison. A month? The old professor was stunned for a moment. Mr. Lin, that time is too tight. Just writing and debugging the software will take. Just take care of the technology, I'll take care of the rest. Lin Mo interrupted him. Make a list of what equipment you need. If you need any resources, just tell me directly. If there's any part of the code that's hard to write, give me the data and I'll find a way to fix it. There was no emotion in his words, but there was a power that was irresistible. The old professor looked at Lin Mo, then looked at the chips in the box that represented infinite possibilities, and finally gritted his teeth. Okay, just 1 month. The frenzied atmosphere in the laboratory did not subside for a long time. A group of technical elites who had been buried for several years in the apocalypse finally found a goal to which they could devote all their efforts. They surrounded the boxes of chips and drone parts, like hungry wolves seeing the most delicious prey, with terrifying light in their eyes. Various technical terms, code structures, and algorithm models were exchanged rapidly between them. Arguments arose one after another, but new sparks emerged from each collision. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li were infected by the momentum and joined the discussion. One of them was responsible for hardware coordination and the other was responsible for software architecture. They quickly organized the work of the entire project team in an orderly manner. Lin Mo stood at the door for a while, then turned and left. This group of technicians had already entered a state of selfless work and did not need him to say anything more. The hardware and software for the swarm drones have been arranged. The next step is to find someone who can control this group of bees. He returned to the commissary and contacted Nightingale directly using the intercom. Soon, Nightingale appeared silently at the door. "Boss, how's the patrol team doing?" Lin Mo poured her a glass of water. "All 50 men are in place. After a quick training session, they've begun patrolling the new city in shifts, with 2 veterans leading 2 newcomers." Nightingale's reports were always concise and to the point. Altercations and frictions within the city have decreased by over 90%. "Well done." Lin Mo nodded. "Now there is a more important task." Nightingale put down the water cup, leaned forward slightly, and listened attentively. "The Academy of Sciences is developing a new type of attack drone, which requires a dedicated control team." Lin Mo looked at her and slowly expressed his thoughts. "That's the flying squad. Do we need to select the soldier with the best shooting skills from the guards?" asked Nightingale. "This is the most common sense choice. Excellent soldiers usually have stronger discipline and psychological quality." "No." Lin Mo's answer was straightforward. "Guardians are used to being under fire. Their muscle memory and combat instincts are all geared towards survival on the ground battlefield. It would be a waste and even a constraint for them to sit behind a screen and fight with a controller and buttons." Nightingale didn't say anything. She was quickly digesting Lin Mo's theory. Lin Mo looked at Nightingale and continued. "What I need is a completely new talent. Their brains and hands are born to manipulate screens and joysticks." Nightingale's brows moved slightly, but she didn't interrupt, waiting for Lin Mo's next words. "You go and issue a new recruitment order. The first priority is anyone who has used a drone before the disaster, whether it's aerial photography or racing. Anyone who has used a drone is welcome. The second priority is the top gamers." Lin Mo's fingers tapped lightly on the table. "Especially flight simulations, real-time strategy games, or those that require extremely fast reactions and multitasking. Their hand-eye coordination, spatial perception, and reaction speed, honed through countless experiences in the virtual world, are what the pilot team needs most." Nightingale's brain was working rapidly, breaking down and absorbing Lin Mo's theory. She quickly understood Lin Mo's intention. Guard soldiers are born for ground combat. Their instinct is to pull the trigger and find cover in the hail of bullets. What Lin Mo needs is a group of ghosts who can sit safely in the back, extend their consciousness to a height of 100 meters, and use cold electronic signals to harvest lives. These 2 types of people are completely different species. "I understand." Nightingale nodded. "How are the screening criteria determined? Is testing required?" "No physical fitness test is required." Lin Mo's answer once again surprised Nightingale, but reaction speed and multitasking ability will be tested. Ask the Academy of Sciences for a few computers and have them create a simple control program to assist with the screening process. The treatment of pilots is equivalent to that of regular soldiers in the Guard. Nightingale paused. "The soldiers' treatment is not low, much higher than that of patrolmen. With this kind of treatment, you are recruiting a group of otakus who only know how to play games?" If this decision were announced, it would definitely cause an uproar. Boss, isn't this salary too high? Nightingale reminded. Not high. Lin Mo shook his head. What they will control in the future is the most expensive weapon in the new city, the eyes of the guards and the sword in the sky. Every move they make could determine the outcome of a battle, or even the life or death of dozens or even hundreds of soldiers. A qualified pilot can save the lives of dozens or even hundreds of soldiers. This value is worthy of this treatment. I understand. Nightingale no longer had any questions and turned away. Within half an hour, the bulletin board in the central square was crowded with people again. A notice even stranger than the security patrol recruitment notice was posted in the most conspicuous place. Recruiting order for the flying squad. 1. Number of recruits, 20. 2. Responsibilities, operate new drone combat units to perform reconnaissance, locking, auxiliary attack and other tasks. 3. Selection criteria. 1. Applicants with drone operating experience are preferred. 2. Applicants who are proficient in various electronic games, especially flight and real-time strategy games, are preferred. 3. Pass the reaction and coordination ability test. 4. No physical fitness test is required. 4. Treatment equivalent to that of regular members of the guard. As soon as the notice was posted, the entire square fell into deathly silence. Everyone opened their eyes wide and read it word by word, wondering if they had read it wrong. Flying squad? What is this? Look down. Look at the selection criteria. Are you playing games? A burly man who had just come down from the construction site pointed at the words on the notice, his voice changing in tone. Proficient in video games? Am I seeing things? Can you be a soldier with that? The treatment is the same as that of the guards. Oh my God. All food and accommodation are included, and there is meat every day. After a brief silence, the crowd exploded. What a joke. We work so hard every day, moving bricks and building walls, and the rations we earn are barely enough to fill our stomachs. And they can get the same treatment as the guards just for playing games? A man with muscular arms had an indignant look on his face and his voice was full of jealousy. That's right. That's not fair. Voices of doubt and dissatisfaction arose one after another. On the other side of the crowd, however, something very different was happening. A thin young man wearing black-framed glasses stared at the notice intently. His body trembled slightly with excitement. Every word on the notice was like a ray of light, illuminating his gloomy life. The young man's name was Li Wei. He stared at the notice intently, clenched his fists, and his nails dug deep into the flesh of his palms. Waste. This word has been with him since the catastrophe. He watched his parents being torn apart by mutants in order to protect him. He hid in the ruins and survived by picking up rotten food, like a rat crossing the street. Later, he was found by the people from the Ark. Because he had no skills and no strength, he could only do the dirtiest and most tiring work in exchange for the minimum rations. He thought this was how his life would be. It was not until the emergence of the new city that he had a full meal and slept soundly for the first time. He was grateful to Mr. Lin, so he signed up for the hardest working construction team, moving bricks and building walls every day, working himself to death without any complaints. But now, this notice made him see another possibility. A possibility he had never dreamed of, the possibility of living with his head held high. Play games. Before the disaster, he was a professional player in a medium-sized esports team in China, specializing in real-time strategy games. His hands once tapped hundreds of keys in a minute, controlling dozens or hundreds of units on the screen to play delicate games. But after the end of the world, this talent that he was proud of became worthless. It even became a kind of original sin, and became evidence for others to mock him for being lazy and ignorant. Hey, what are you looking at? A muscular man who had just squeezed out of the crowd pointed his finger at Li Wei's nose, his saliva almost spraying on his face. With a skinny guy like you still want to sign up? Don't dream. Li Wei subconsciously took a step back and lowered his head. Years of oppression have made his body habitually shrink. That's right, get out of the way. Don't block the road. Someone next to him immediately echoed. A bunch of cowards who can only hide behind screens are worthy of holding weapons? Seeing that Li Wei didn't dare to talk back, the strong man became even more arrogant and reached out to push him. Li Wei closed his eyes, prepared to endure the impending humiliation. But the expected thrust did not come. A hand grabbed the strong man's wrist. The hand was very slender, but the strong man used all his strength but couldn't move it at all. Nightingale appeared there at some point, and she looked at the strong man expressionlessly. What do you want to do? Her voice was very soft, but it instantly made the noisy discussions around her disappear. Captain Nightingale. The burly man's face turned pale, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. I didn't mean to do anything. I was just joking with him. Nightingale loosened her grip, and the burly man staggered back several steps, clutching his wrist, his face full of pain. Nightingale's gaze swept across the entire audience, and everyone she saw lowered their heads subconsciously. Mr. Lin's orders don't depend on background, only on ability. If you have the ability, go sign up for the test. If you don't, just shut up and do your job. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here again and incite confrontation is dissatisfied with Mr. Linear. Such people are not welcome in Zinken. The square was completely silent. Nightingale no longer paid attention to the crowd, but looked at Li Wei, who had kept his head down. Go if you want to, no one can stop you. Li Wei suddenly raised his head and saw Nightingale's calm eyes. He took a deep breath, as if using up all his strength, and squeezed out a word from between his teeth. Yes. He ignored the gazes around him and walked straight to the registration point. The burly man who had been showing off to him before now looked as if he had seen a ghost and gave way to him on his own initiative. A temporary testing area has been set up next to the registration point. There were several computers there, and on the screen was a test program urgently written by the Academy of Sciences. Li Wei walked to the computer and sat down. Those strong men who were talking loudly before now had their arms crossed, with expressions of watching a good show on their faces. The Nightblade team member in charge of the test glanced at him and pointed to the equipment on the table. Flight simulation, control the drone to hit the red blocks and avoid the blue blocks. Time limit, 5 minutes. Li Wei took a deep breath and sat on the chair. When his hand gripped the slightly cold joystick handle, the slight trembling caused by excitement and nervousness disappeared instantly. A familiar feeling spread from the palm of my hand to my whole body. The test begins. The screen lit up, and a simulated city ruin scene appeared before our eyes. A virtual drone hovered in the air, and sporadic red and blue blocks began to appear below the field of vision, moving slowly. Li Wei pushed the joystick and the drone started flying. His movements were steady, even a little slow. The first red block, destroyed. The second red block, destroyed. He operated the machine carefully like a novice, and every turn and dive seemed to be just right. Tisk, that's it. In the crowd, the muscular man curled his lips in disdain. I thought he was an expert, but it turns out he's just a rookie. It seems that this pilot team doesn't have much technical skills. The surrounding discussions sounded again, full of gloating. Li Wei turned a deaf ear to these voices, his entire mind immersed in the screen. 1 minute later, the difficulty of the test program increased sharply. On the screen, the blocks refreshed twice as fast, and their movement trajectories became irregular. The number of blue obstacle blocks increased dramatically, and they acted like patrolling sentinels, blocking most direct attack paths. The crowd's chatter died down. Everyone could see that this wasn't the kind of difficulty level that could be encountered by just casually flying around. Just at this moment, Li Wei's eyes changed. His fingers pressed quickly on several function keys on the handle, making crisp click sounds. The drone on the screen seemed to be infused with a soul. With a rapid rollover, the aircraft almost brushed past the edge of a blue block, and then it accelerated suddenly, instantly smashing a red block behind it. The whole action is smooth and there is no unnecessary operation. What the hell? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but curse. Before they could react, an even more shocking scene occurred. The drone on the screen suddenly rose vertically, avoiding the 3 intersecting blue blocks below, and then made a sharp turn of almost 90 degrees in the air, swooping down like a bird of prey. During the fall, it fine-tuned its direction 3 times in a row, and at an incredible angle, it smashed 3 red targets protected by layers of blue blocks in succession. The square suddenly became quiet. Everyone stared at the screen with wide eyes. What was shown on it was no longer a simple flight, but a gorgeous killing show. The Nightblade team member in charge of the test had a crack on his icy face that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. He looked at the score jumping wildly on the screen, then looked at Li Wei's hands that were moving so fast that they almost left after images, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. What the fuck is this hand speed? The test time entered the final minute. The difficulty of the program has reached the highest theoretical level. The entire screen was almost filled with densely packed red and blue blocks, which were like a swarm of frantic bees, shuttling back and forth at high speed with chaotic trajectories. To ordinary people, this is already a dazzling mosaic. Li Wei's expression did not change at all. In his pupils, only the rapidly moving data streams remained. He entered a mysterious state, his brain seemed to have turned into a supercomputer, instantly planning the optimal path. On the screen, the drone has gone completely crazy. It no longer evades, but instead moves through the gaps. A high-speed spin, avoiding the blockade of 5 blue blocks at the same time. With a Z-shaped move, he hit 2 red targets hidden in the corners in succession. Is this something a human can do? The burly man who had looked down on Li Wei before now opened his mouth wide enough to fit an egg, and his voice was trembling. The others also looked as if they had seen a ghost. They can't understand the complicated operations, but they can understand the results. Byte dash. The test end prompt sounded. The image on the screen froze, and a bright red number appeared in the center. Score 99,999. A capped score that is directly maxed out and the program cannot continue counting. In the square, you can hear a pin drop. Li Wei let go of the handle and let out a long breath. His back was already soaked with sweat. He raised his head and met the tester's gaze. The Night Blade member looked at him silently for 3 seconds, then picked up the form and seal on the table. Without saying anything, he forcefully stamped a red seal on the assessment results column behind Li Wei's name. Pass. After stamping the document, he picked up the pen again and drew a 5-pointed star next to the word passed. Go over there and register. You've been given priority admission. Li Wei could not hear a single word of the noise and discussion around him. In his world, the only thing left was the calm voice of the Night Blade team member and the bright red pass stamp with a 5-pointed star on the form. He was admitted. And they are given priority admission. The sturdy man's face had turned the color of liver. He looked at the terrifying score frozen on the screen, then looked at Li Wei, who stood up. He made a gurgling sound in his throat and couldn't say a word. He and the others who had been making a fuss quietly retreated, trying to hide themselves in the crowd. Li Wei didn't even look at them. He walked to the registration desk on the other side and gave his name. Nightingale, who was in charge of registration, just looked up at him and wrote down his information on the list. Go wait over there. Yes. Li Wei responded, walked to the designated area, and straightened his back. He is no longer the bullied waste Li Wei, he is a member of the new city flying team. Testing continues. With Li Wei as a benchmark, the pressure on those behind him increased sharply. Most people became flustered after the difficulty increased in the second minute, and crashed their planes but survived, and were eliminated in disgrace. But there are always a few buried golds among the crowd. One is a young man who made a living by assembling drones for others before the disaster. His operating style is completely different from Li Wei's. He pursues extreme speed and flying close to the ground, and shuttles between obstacles at incredible angles. There is also a taciturn girl who used to be the commander of a large gaming guild. Her operation is not fast, but she has an amazing predictive ability. She can always find the gaps in the movement of blue blocks in advance and plan the most efficient attack route. In one afternoon, out of the 20 places, only 18 were filled. Everyone who passed the test had an irrepressible excitement and longing for the future on their face. They were taken by Nightingale to a newly cleared building next to the Academy of Sciences. This place has been converted into a huge training room, which is empty except for dozens of tables and chairs. This is where you'll be working from now on. Nightingale's voice echoed in the empty room. Your dormitories are upstairs, 2 to a room. Now, get to know each other. You'll be comrades in the future. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving the 18 people looking at each other in bewilderment. Li Wei looked at the colleagues around him. Most of them were like him, thin, wearing glasses, looking gentle and even a little frail. In the end times, people like them have the hardest time living. Now, they are standing here because of a skill that is looked down upon by others. Everyone was holding back a lot of energy. Just then, the door of the training room was pushed open. Lin Mo walked in. He was followed by Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li. The room instantly fell silent, and everyone stood up straight nervously, looking at the creator of this new city. Everyone sit down. Lin Mo's voice was flat. He glanced at the group of young people who were obviously malnourished but had a gleam in their eyes. You are the first members of the flying team. Lin Mo walked to the center of the room. Your mission has been clearly stated in the previous recruitment order. He paused, looking at the 18 nervous and expectant faces. Over at the academy, the prototype is still being debugged. However, I found some toys for you to get familiar with first. After saying that, he waved his hand. On the empty ground, a pile of black boxes appeared out of nowhere, forming a small hill. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Li stepped forward and opened several of the boxes. Brand new, metallic gleaming quadcopter drones were neatly stacked in the foam. Each drone is equipped with a professional remote control handle. Here are 100 drones. Lin Mo's tone was casual. You can fly it around as you please. If it crashes, you don't need to report it. Just come here and get a new one. The entire training room was silent. Li Wei and the young man who was playing with the drone almost popped their eyes out. They recognized it as a military drone at a glance. Not to mention now, it was difficult even before the disaster. Now, Lin Mo directly took out 100 machines and let them play with them like toys, and they don't have to worry about them if they break? What a masterpiece! Mr. Lin, the young man in the spaceship stammered, This is too expensive. Weapons are only valuable in the hands of warriors. Lin Mo looked at him. In the warehouse, they are just a pile of scrap metal. He walked over to a makeshift whiteboard. Starting tomorrow, your training will be divided into 2 parts. First, individual control. I want each of you to treat the drone as an extension of your body. Your fingers are its wings. Second, joint operations. Lin Mo's tone became a little heavier. You are not fighting alone. In the future, the swarm of drones you control will have a shared vision. You will not only attack, but also conduct reconnaissance. The battlefield is chaotic and complex. You must report any useful information you see to the command center in the simplest way possible. You are the eyes of the guards and the sword hanging over the enemy's head. A qualified pilot must not only have the skills of an ace pilot, but also the mind of a battlefield scout. Every search and report you make could determine the outcome of a battle. The breathing of all 18 people became heavy. It turns out that their mission is so important. They are eyes, swords, and the decisive force on the battlefield. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he threw the pen on the table. Discuss among yourselves and choose a captain to be responsible for daily management and training arrangements. The Academy of Sciences will provide you with technical support. If you have any needs, please tell Zhao Li directly. In a month at most, you and the Academy's drone project team will conduct the final assessment. After explaining, Lin Mo turned and left. Before he even reached the canteen, Nightingale came over quickly and reported in a low voice. Mr. Lin, we've received news from Panchi that a large number of zombies are moving towards the new city. Lin Mo stopped at the door of the convenience store, turned around and looked at Nightingale calmly. How much is a large amount? And from which direction? Preliminary estimates put their numbers at over 50,000. The ROC's reconnaissance team only dared to take a look from afar before retreating, Nightingale said in a low voice. The strangest thing is their route. They didn't emerge from any known corpse nests, but from the vast ruins between ROC and the ARC base. Their goal is clear, to head straight for our new city. Lin Mo's eyebrows were twisted into a knot. The distribution of the four major forces is very regular. The four corners of east, south, west and north keep a sufficient distance from each other, and the new city is in the center. The ARC was to the north of the new city, and the ROC to the west. The ruins between them were more like a buffer zone, chaotic and dangerous, but there had never been such a large-scale zombie tide recorded. This marching route does not seem like an unconscious migration, but more like a commanded army. Bee sting. Lin Mo uttered 2 words. Nightingale's body tensed. Follow me. Lin Mo did not go back to the convenience store, but went directly to the command room next to it. This is the first time this room has been used since the new city was built. The room was not big. A huge map of the new city and the surrounding area was hung on the wall, and a high-powered long-distance communication device was placed in the center. Lin Mo sat in front of the equipment, put on headphones, and personally calibrated several frequencies. Connect the encrypted channel of ROC base. Nightingale immediately assisted in the operation. The crackling sound of electricity lasted for a few seconds, and then a steady male voice came from the headphones. This is the ROC, who is on the other side of the new city. It was the voice of ROC King. Yan Wang, it's me, Lin Mo. You contacted me about that tide of zombies, right? ROC King's voice was direct. I want to know all the details. Lin Mo said. The details are very strange. ROC King's voice was solemn. Our scouts confirmed that the majority of the zombie tide is composed of ordinary zombies, mixed with some mutants, but there is no disorder at all. All the low-level zombies seem to be restrained and have not dispersed. They form a huge square and advance straight towards you. This is not how zombies behave at all. Lin Mo's fingers tapped lightly on the cold table. How far is the zombie tide from the new city? About 15 kilometers. At the current speed, the zombie horde will arrive in 3 hours at most. We estimate the time of contact is around 5 p.m. Is there any follow-up news on the last insider incident? Lin Mo suddenly asked about another matter. No, the ROC King replied after a moment's silence. After that incident, I also searched the ROC, but didn't find anyone who was obviously suspicious. They haven't disappeared. Lin Mo's tone was very calm. They are just hiding temporarily. King Yan instantly understood what Lin Mo meant. You mean, they are behind this zombie wave? Apart from them, I can't think of a second possibility. Lin Mo looked at the red arrow on the map that extended from between the ROC and the ARC, pointing directly at the new city. The previous attack was just an appetizer. Now, they're serious. The only sound in the communicator was the heavy breathing of the ROC King. After a long while, he finally spoke. Mr. Lin, do you need any support? No need. Lin Mo's answer was very straightforward. Guard your own territory in case the zombie tide suddenly changes direction and attacks. Zinkin can withstand it, but you may not. After cutting off the communication, Lin Mo took off his headphones and stood up. He walked to the huge map and his eyes fell on the red arrow representing the tide of zombies. Level 1 combat readiness. Lin Mo spoke without turning his head. Nightingale's body shook violently, and without any hesitation, she immediately grabbed the intercom on the table. Command from the headquarters, the entire city enters a level 1 combat readiness state. Repeat, the entire city enters a level 1 combat readiness state. The sharp and rapid alarm instantly broke the tranquility of the new city and echoed in every corner. The workers working on the construction site, the residents eating in the cafeteria, and the guards on patrol all stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of the alarm with pale faces. This is a signal for war. Nightingale, record the instructions. Lin Mo's voice rang out in the command room, calm and clear. Guards, take to the wall. Team 1 to the north, Team 2 to the west, Team 3 as the mobile unit. Logistics department, distribute ammunition and medical supplies immediately. Construction teams are urgently reinforcing all fortifications on the north and west walls. This must be completed within an hour. Orders were quickly transmitted to various departments in the new city through Nightingale. The entire new city was like a war machine that was activated in an instant. Countless figures began running on the streets, and all kinds of supplies were quickly transported towards the city wall. Let the pilot team prepare. Lin Mo gave the last order. Boss, Nightingale couldn't help but remind him, the pilot team has just been formed. They're not even familiar with drones yet. It's too risky to let them participate in the battle now. Lin Mo turned around and looked at her. Nightingale, this isn't just an ordinary zombie wave, this is a battle for the survival of New City. If we lose this battle, I can survive, but everyone in Zinken will die. No one can stay out of it. The Nightingale stood straight. She looked at Lin Mo and no longer had any thoughts of persuading him. Yes, I'll go right away. She turned around and walked quickly out of the command room. Outside the door, the sharp alarm sounded like countless steel needles, piercing everyone's eardrums. There were no longer any residents strolling on the streets. Instead, there were teams of fully armed guards rushing to the city walls. The roar of engineering vehicles, the shouts of material transport, and the clang of metal colliding together form a prelude to war. Nightingale walked through the chaotic crowd and headed straight for the newly opened training room next to the Academy of Sciences. The atmosphere in the training room was completely different from that outside. 18 young men were surrounding the pile of drone boxes, their faces filled with uncontrollable excitement. Captain, let Li Wei take the position. I'm impressed by the test just now. The young man who was riding the drone patted Li Wei's shoulder and shouted, "Yes, I agree. Li Wei should be the captain." Others echoed. Li Wei was a little at a loss, and a blush appeared on his thin face. This was the first time in his life that someone had affirmed him so much. He was about to say something when the door of the training room was suddenly pushed open. Nightingale walked in, carrying a murderous aura. The room instantly fell silent, and everyone looked at her. The excitement on their faces quickly faded, replaced by a hint of uneasiness. "Everyone, return to your seats," Nightingale said in a serious voice. The 18 people immediately returned to their respective tables and chairs and sat upright. "You all heard the alarm. Mr. Lin has issued an order." Nightingale's eyes swept across every young face. The entire city has entered a level 1 combat readiness state. Just now, the reconnaissance team at the rock base discovered a wave of zombies numbering over 50,000, moving at high speed towards the new city. Expected to engage the enemy within 3 hours. A tide of 50,000 corpses. 3 hours of contact with the enemy. The cold numbers made the young people present tremble in their hearts. The enemies they have to face are not red blocks on the screen that can be repeated infinitely, but 50,000 monsters that can tear people into pieces. "Boss, the pilot squadron is to immediately enter combat." Nightingale's tone was emotionless. "But you are newcomers. Going directly into battle is tantamount to committing suicide." She paused for a moment, her eyes sweeping over the faces of Li Wei, the young man playing with the drone, and the silent girl. "The top 5 test scores, step out." Li Wei was the first to stand up, followed by the other 4. The 5 of them stood in a row, their bodies tense and their breathing lightened. "The 5 of you will form the first reconnaissance team," Nightingale announced. "Immediately collect your equipment and leave the city to conduct an armed reconnaissance mission." "Out of town?" These 2 words made 2 of the 5 people turn pale instantly. "Captain Nightingale." Li Wei mustered up the courage to ask, "What exactly is our mission?" "Find the zombie tide and confirm its exact number and composition, especially the types and number of special mutants." Nightingale looked at him. "Most importantly, observe their movement patterns and identify any possible command units." Her words were clear and logical. "You are not going to fight, you are the eyes of the new city. The Night Blade team will send a combat team to protect your safety. The rest of you continue with individual combat training." Nightingale turned to the other 13 people. "The arsenal is rushing to produce explosive weapons. They will be mounted on drones for attack. You must master them as quickly as possible. You don't need to be a good flyer, just be able to fly into the zombie pile." After saying that, she looked back at Li Wei and the other 4. "Any questions?" Li Wei took a deep breath. The huge pressure made his heart beat wildly, but an unprecedented sense of responsibility also rose from the bottom of his heart. He is no longer the useless guy who can only carry bricks. He has the ability to do something for this city that shelters everyone. "No problem," he answered loudly. "Very good." Nightingale nodded. "Li Wei, you will serve as the temporary leader of the first reconnaissance team. She pointed to a row of equipment boxes in the corner. 2 reconnaissance drones per person, 4 spare batteries, a high-definition single-person display, and a set of communications equipment. Meet at the West Gate in 10 minutes. Nightingale turned around and whispered a few words into the communicator. Li Wei led the other 4 people and walked quickly towards the equipment box. The young man flying the drone was named Zhou Yi. While quickly loading the drone and its accessories into his tactical backpack, he whispered to Li Wei, "Brother Wei, are you really going to do this? I only know how to fly a drone, not fight zombies." There was an undisguised nervousness in his voice. "Our mission is reconnaissance." Li Wei's movements were steady as he carefully inspected each battery. "Just tell headquarters what we see. That's all. Trust the Nightblade squad. They are all awakened and Mr. Lin's confidants. They will definitely be fine." He said this to comfort Zhou Yi and to encourage himself. 10 minutes later, 5 people carrying heavy backpacks appeared at the west gate of the new city. On the city wall, all the guards were in place, boxes of ammunition were carried to the top of the city wall, the black muzzles of the guns were pointed outward, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. 5 young men in casual clothes, carrying drone backpacks, looked out of place among a group of heavily armed soldiers. Many soldiers cast curious glances at them. 10 Nightblade team members wearing black combat uniforms were already waiting there, with 5 off-road vehicles next to them. They said nothing, but gestured to Li Wei and the other 4 to follow. The heavy steel door slowly opened a crack with a harsh friction sound. 5 off-road vehicles came out one after another, the low roar of their engines being the only sound in the ruins. The car door closed and the steel gate slowly closed behind them. The heavy banging sound struck the hearts of Li Wei and the other 4. No one spoke in the car. Li Wei sat in the back seat of a car in the middle, his body stiff, his hands tightly clutching the tactical backpack on his legs. He looked through the bulletproof glass window at the rapidly receding ruins outside, his heart beating fast. Only after leaving the new city did I realize how important the sense of security brought by the towering city walls is. The convoy traveled through the ruins for about 20 minutes and stopped in an area with high-rise buildings. "Get out of the car and be on guard." Captain Nightblade got out of the car and gave orders into the walkie-talkie. The 10 Nightblade team members quickly dispersed and established a security circle at the surrounding commanding heights and key intersections. Their movements were efficient and there was no redundancy. Li Wei and 4 other people got off the car with backpacks on their backs. A cold wind blew, stirring up the dust on the ground and carrying with it a strange smell of decay and rust. "Li Wei, you're in charge of Area A, Zhou Yi of Area B, and the rest of you in Areas C, D, and E." Captain Ye Ren unfolded a simple map and drew 5 sector-shaped areas on it. "With us as the center, conduct reconnaissance 5 kilometers outward. Don't fly drones too high, and be careful to stay hidden." "I understand." Li Wei nodded. He took the drone out of his backpack, skillfully unfolded the arms, and installed the batteries. The moment his hand gripped the remote control, all the noise from the outside world and the tension in his heart began to fade away. His world shrank to the device in his hand and the drone that was about to take off. "First reconnaissance team, take off the drone." Li Wei issued the first order in the group channel. 5 black quadcopter drones rose vertically and silently almost at the same time, then turned into 5 small black dots and flew towards the areas they were responsible for. Li Wei put on his individual display, and the scene in front of him instantly switched to the perspective of the drone's high-definition camera. The earth grew smaller beneath his feet, and the ruined city spread out before his eyes. He pushed the joystick, and the drone lowered its altitude, flying close to the abandoned streets, nimbly avoiding various obstacles. "He is this drone now. All units report the situation." Li Wei's voice sounded in the channel. "Area B is normal, no target was found." Zhou Yi's voice came, sounding much calmer. "Zone C is normal. 3 ordinary zombies were found in Area D." Li Wei controlled the drone and quickly flew over a collapsed commercial area. Suddenly, his movement stopped. In the drone's camera, about 2 kilometers ahead, a creeping shadow appeared on the horizon. The shadow was moving slowly but surely towards the new city, like a huge spreading stain. "Target detected in Area A, everyone move closer to me." Li Wei's voice was low but remarkably clear. "Maintain radio silence, switch to observation mode." The other 4 drones immediately changed their course and flew towards the target discovered by Li Wei from different angles. 5 split-screen images appeared simultaneously on Captain Nightblade's tactical tablet. When the drone flew over the tide of zombies, several gasps were heard in the command vehicle. That was not a shadow at all, but an endless stream of zombies. They were densely packed and crowded together, forming a black torrent that filled every street and every square. Inside the command vehicle, the air froze. On Captain Nightblade's tactical tablet, 5 split-screen images pieced together a hellish scene. "That's not 50,000. Rock King's estimate was wildly wrong." The black tide of corpses was endless, like sticky asphalt, covering every inch of the surface of the ruined city. They crowded together, forming a black torrent visible to the naked eye, sweeping towards the new city. Oh my god. Zhou Yi's voice trembled in the communication channel. This is definitely over 100,000. At least 3 giant armed mutants were found in Area D, surrounded by ordinary zombies. There are crawlers in Area E. There are too many to see clearly. The team members' voices rang out one after another, all filled with uncontrollable horror. What they faced was a real army of death. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Li Wei's forehead as he stared at his screen intently. The zombies' movement patterns under the drone camera made him feel indescribably weird. They were not wandering in disorder, but marching. The entire tide of zombies was divided into several square formations, with tiny gaps between them, as if making way for something. They moved at almost exactly the same speed. No zombie left the team, and no zombie rushed to the abandoned building nearby because of hunger and thirst. It's an absolute, terrifying order. Everyone calm down. Li Wei shouted in the channel. Continue to observe and summarize the intelligence. I don't want to hear another word of nonsense. His voice instantly brought the other 4 people back to their senses from their shock. Yes, team leader. All units, lower altitude, observe from the flanks, and look for any anomalies, Li Wei ordered. I need to know what's restraining them. The 5 drones immediately lowered their altitude, almost sticking to the top of the ruined building, and observed the tide of corpses from 5 different directions. The images on the screen changed rapidly, and twisted and rotten faces flashed before the camera. Report from Area B, I'm on the left wing of the zombie tide. The zombies here are moving towards the center, as if they are shrinking their formation. Zhou Yi's voice came. Zone C seconded the motion. The right wing is also shrinking inward. The silent girl, Chen Jing, spoke in an unnaturally steady voice. They're not moving in a straight line. Instead, they're making fine adjustments, as if they're surrounding something. Li Wei's heart skipped a beat. Contraction, encirclement. What is at their center? Everyone, please pay attention. Scout the center of the zombie tide and take cover. Li Wei pushed the joystick, and his drone was like a black ghost. It used the shadows of the buildings as cover and infiltrated little by little into the core area where the zombie tide was most concentrated. The further you fly in, the higher the level of the zombies. The outer layer is just ordinary zombies, but when you reach the middle layer, you can see a large number of runners and power mutants. They are like guards, protecting the center. Suddenly, Zhou Yi cursed in the channel. Shit! Something's attacking me. His screen shook violently, and the drone did an extreme side flip. A stream of green slime barely brushed past the drone's fuselage and hit the wall behind it, corroding a large hole. The picture zoomed out, and dozens of bloated zombies in the tide of corpses raised their heads, their throats moving as they launched indiscriminate projectile attacks at the drones in the sky. It's a spitter. Scatter. Perform evasive maneuvers. Li Wei roared. For a moment, the 5 drones performed dazzling movements in the air. Zhou Yi's drone technology was brought to the extreme. His drone jumped back and forth in the barrage of slime, and even made a cobra maneuver almost close to the ground, attracting several spitters to spray acid on their own kind. But another team member was not so lucky. His drone was half a beat slow in a turn and was hit by a ball of slime on the right propeller. The screen spun wildly, and finally with a snap sound, it went completely black. Planet number 5 crashed. The team member's voice was full of regret and unwillingness. Don't worry about the losses. Start the backup machine immediately. Li Wei's voice was cold. Everyone else, continue to advance towards the center. His own drone was in danger, but he forced himself to ignore the incoming attacks and focus only on the center of the screen. There is an absolute vacuum zone. There were tens of thousands of zombies, and in the center of them, there was an open space with a diameter of about 10 meters. In the middle of the clearing stood something. That thing also looked like a zombie, but it didn't move. It just stood there, its body thin, its skin a strange grayish white, its head disproportionately large, like a deformed tumor. There are 2 empty holes where the eyes should be, without eyeballs. Li Wei moved the camera closer. He saw that the skin on the deformed zombie's head was rising and falling in a regular pattern, as if something was pulsating beneath its cerebral cortex. With every beat, there would be a barely perceptible synchronized pause in the movements of all the zombies around it. That's it. That thing is commanding the entire legion in some way. Found it. Li Wei growled in the channel. There's a deformed mutant in the center of the zombie tide, suspected to be the command unit. Roger that. Captain Nightblade's voice came immediately from the command vehicle. Try to get a clear image. Once you do, retreat immediately. Clear. Li Wei controlled the drone, preparing to make a final dive to obtain the clearest image data. Just as his drone lowered its altitude and aimed its camera at the deformed zombie, the eyeless monster suddenly raised its huge head, and its 2 black eye sockets looked accurately in the direction of the drone's camera. Li Wei's pupils suddenly contracted. An indescribable chill rushed up my spine and straight to the top of my head. The next second, all the data streams on his operating screen suddenly became disordered and turned into garbled characters. Sizzle. After a sharp sound of electricity, the screen turned completely black. The signal was forcibly cut off. Signal lost in Area A. Signal lost in Zone B. All signals from Zone C and D are interrupted. The panicked voices of the team members rang out one after another in the communication channel. At the same moment, Li Wei took off the monitor. An inhuman scream came from the direction of the distant tide of corpses, piercing the silence of the ruins. The voice was shrill and sharp, carrying a commanding anger. Not good. Captain Nightblade, who was in charge of vigilance, changed his expression drastically as he looked at the edge of the zombie tide in the distance. A vanguard consisting of dozens of the fastest crawlers and runners broke away from the main camp and, like an arrow shot from a bow, changed direction and headed straight for the high-rise building where they were. The command unit accurately located their position through the cutoff signal. Captain Nightblade stepped on the accelerator and the off-road vehicle engine roared. Everyone retreat. We've been exposed. The off-road vehicle's engine roared among the ruins, and its wheels kicked up clouds of dust. Hold on tight. Captain Nightblade's voice came through the car's communication, steady and powerful. Li Wei held on tightly to the back of the front seat, his body shaking with the violent shaking of the vehicle. In the rearview mirror, the figures of dozens of crawlers and runners were getting closer and closer. They used all four limbs to walk on the rugged ground as if it were flat ground, and their speed was astonishingly fast. Captain, we can't get rid of it, a team member reported. Then don't give up. Captain Nightblade said calmly, prepare Plan 1. The 5 off-road vehicles suddenly drifted in sync and rushed into a narrow area surrounded by 3 high-rise buildings. Then they braked suddenly, with their front ends facing outward, forming a semicircular defense formation. The car door opened, and 10 Nightblade team members got out at the same time, their movements in unison. Li Wei, Zhou Yi and others were ordered to stay in the car and look outside through the glass. What are they going to do? Zhou Yi's voice was dry. Before he could finish his words, the first crawler had already rushed into the encirclement. What greeted it was a bright flash of a knife. The figure of a Nightblade team member was so fast that it was blurred. The long sword in his hand turned into a silver line and instantly chopped down from the top of the crawler's head, directly splitting it in half. Black blood and internal organs exploded, but the team member had already appeared 3 meters away, with no trace of filth on the blade. The battle broke out in an instant. This was not a battle at all, but a massacre. The 10 Nightblade team members were like 10 precise and efficient killing machines. They made no unnecessary movements, and every time they swung their weapons, a mutant fell. In less than 2 minutes, the dozens of mutants that rushed in had turned into incomplete corpses on the ground. Captain Nightblade retracted his long sword, walked to the car where Li Wei was and knocked on the window. That thing just now was a brand new mutant with extremely strong command capabilities. Captain Nightblade looked towards the distant zombie tide. The data is not enough. We need more detailed intelligence. But, our drone. Li Wei stuttered. Activate the backup, Captain Nightblade interrupted him. Change location, go around from the east, and continue reconnaissance. Every bit of intelligence we gather means one less person will die in Xinken. Yes. Li Wei's blood instantly became hot. The convoy restarted and did not return to the new city. Instead, it made a big circle and sneaked towards the other side of the zombie tide. Xinken, command room. Lin Mo stood in front of the huge map, looking at the terrifying area that Nightingale had just marked with a red marker, representing a tide of more than 100,000 zombies. Boss, the fortifications of the west and north city walls have been reinforced. All guards have ascended the wall, and ammunition has been distributed. The medical team and logistical support personnel are all in place. Nightingale's report was concise and quick. In this short period of time, the entire new city has become a heavily guarded war fortress. The streets were deserted, and all residents followed instructions and took refuge in designated sturdy buildings. The air was filled with tension, with only the monotonous sound of alarms echoing. Turn on the citywide broadcast. Lin Mo said. Now. Nightingale was a little surprised. Now. Soon, a citywide broadcasting system was connected. I'm Lin Mo. Lin Mo's voice came from the radio, calm, clear, and without any unnecessary embellishment. Just now, our reconnaissance team confirmed that there is a zombie tide of over 100,000 people 10 kilometers away, moving towards us. 100,000. This number caused huge waves in everyone's heart. Some residents' faces turned pale in an instant and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. This battle is the greatest crisis the new city has faced since its establishment. I'm not going to promise you anything, and I'm not going to say we're going to win. Lin Mo's words did not contain any stirring or inspiring words, but only contained the calmness of stating facts. So, I'm giving you a choice. The east gate of the new city is open. Anyone who wishes to leave may do so now. You may take your share of food and supplies with you, the guards will not stop you. In the command room, Nightingale's body suddenly stiffened. She looked at Lin Mo's back, unable to understand this decision. Everyone in front of the broadcast was stunned. They looked at each other, suspecting that they had heard it wrong. I'll only give you 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, the East Gate will be closed permanently. If you choose to stay. Lin Mo's voice paused. Then take up your weapons and prepare to fight. Guard our home. The broadcast ended and the noise of the electricity disappeared. A deathly silence enveloped the entire city. In the shelter, a man looked at the terrified faces around him and whispered, "Should we leave? How can we possibly hold out against 100,000 zombies?" A worker who was wiping a wrench next to him looked up and glanced at him. "Walk? Where can you walk?" The worker sneered, "Leave here and go back to living like a rat? Here, Mr. Lin makes sure I have enough to eat every day. I have meat soup every day, and he even gave us cigarettes yesterday. This is the first time since the disaster that I feel like a human being. You want me to leave? No way." "That's right." A tall, thin man stood up in another corner. "People like me are not accepted by the 4 major forces, so I can only wander in the ruins. But Mr. Lin didn't despise me. Instead, he gave me a job that can make a living. My life belongs to New City." The man who spoke first blushed. He looked at the pairs of eyes around him looking at him. There was no fear in those eyes, but something else. Slowly, his eyes became firm. On the North City wall, a young soldier kept looking at the ruins in the distance. "Are you scared?" The veteran beside him patted his shoulder. The young soldier shook his head. He looked at the lights of the thousands of homes in the new city under the city wall. His voice was a little trembling, but more of it was stubborn. "I'm not afraid. In the past, ordinary people like me were either chased by zombies or bullied by the awakened who passed by. Here, wearing this military uniform, I am Mr. Lin's soldier. Walking on the streets of the new city, others will thank me for protecting them." He straightened his back and his eyes became sharp. "Whoever wants to destroy this place will have to step over my dead body." In the arsenal, Wang Wenbin's throat was hoarse from shouting, "Hurry up, hurry up. Every bullet we make reduces the danger on the front lines." The warehouse that temporarily served as the Academy of Sciences was bustling with activity. The white-haired professor's son pushed his reading glasses. After listening to the broadcast, he turned around without saying a word and continued to debug the equipment in front of him. A young assistant couldn't help but say, "Teacher, Mr. Lin. He gave us the right to choose, which is impossible in any other gathering place." Professor Sun said without turning his head. "At ARC, we were tools. Here, we are the foundation. Stop talking nonsense. Turn server 3 up to maximum power. The data model sent back by the pilot team must be built within half an hour. Every second our calculations are faster means the soldiers on the city wall are less dangerous." 10 minutes passed quietly. The wide avenue leading to the East Gate was empty. No one chose to leave. In the command room, Nightingale looked at the empty street on the surveillance screen, then turned and looked at Lin Mo. "Boss, it's time." Lin Mo didn't look back. "Close the gates." Yes. The heavy steel gates slowly closed with a final crash, completely isolating the new city from the outside world into 2 worlds. At this moment, an indescribable momentum rose from every corner of the new city. "Defend the new city." I don't know who shouted the first one. Immediately afterwards, countless voices converged together. "Guard our home. Kill all those monsters." The shouts were like a tsunami, coming from the shelters, from the arsenal, and from every battlement of the city wall, converging into a torrent that rushed to the sky and shook away the dark clouds in the sky. At this moment, everyone's fear was replaced by a belief called protection. In the command room, the passionate atmosphere ignited by Lin Mo's speech had not yet dissipated when the sharp communication request sounded again. "Boss, it's ARC's encrypted channel." Nightingale reported immediately. "Connect it." Lin Mo's eyes did not leave the map. After the sound of electricity, the captain's calm voice came from the loudspeaker without any courtesy. "Lin Mo, we've already learned about the situation through our reconnaissance unit. The scale of the zombie tide far exceeds our expectations. Panchi's intelligence is wrong. I am going to gather troops and support you from the north. The ARC currently has 150 soldiers and 100 reserves, as well as nearly 50 awakened ones." The captain's proposal was decisive and direct. As a force that had already decided to merge into the new city, she put herself on the same front. "Captain, I appreciate your kindness." Lin Mo's fingertips slid across the vast ruins between the new city and the ARC on the map, "But your regular troops cannot move." There was silence on the other end of the line. Lin Mo continued to explain, "There's open ground between the new city and the ARC, with no effective cover. Once your soldiers enter this area, facing a tide of 100,000 zombies, they'll be sitting ducks. I can't let your troops be wasted meaninglessly along the way." The captain immediately understood Lin Mo's concerns. "So what do you mean?" "Send out your awakeners." Lin Mo's plan was clear. Let them form a high-mobility team and patrol the eastern flank of the zombie tide. Don't fight hard. There is only one goal: harass them and delay their advance as much as possible to buy more time for the new city. I understand. The captain said without hesitation. The Awakener team will set off in 10 minutes. I'll let Bai Lu lead the team. Good. Communications cut off. Nightingale was about to say something when two new call sources lit up on the communicator. Boss, this is a joint communication request from the lighthouse and the hive. There was no surprise on Lin Mo's face, and he gestured for Nightingale to answer the call. The wise man's voice was the first to sound, with his usual calmness and logic. Mr. Lin, we have confirmed the existence of the zombie tide through our own channels. As the lips and teeth are intertwined, Lighthouse is willing to deploy all its combat personnel to assist in the defense of the new city. Then, a slightly charming but sharp female voice sounded. It was the Queen Bee. Mr. Lin, with such a large scale, how confident is Zinken? Her questions were very practical and direct. We in the hive are not cannon fodder. If you are just going to die, I cannot agree to it. Lin Mo heard the temptation and reservation in her words. He did not get angry, but replied calmly, I don't need cannon fodder, I need a sharp knife. Just like the Ark, the Awakened from the Lighthouse and Hive will form a harassment force. Your goal is to contain the zombie tide on the flanks and distract them. He ignored the Queen Bee's calculations and gave orders directly, as if they were already won. To defend the new city is to defend yourselves. I believe both leaders understand this principle. On the other end of the communication, the Queen Bee chuckled and did not refute. I understand. Our Hive's Awakened team is ready to set off at any time. The lighthouse has no objection. The wise man responded straightforwardly. After the communication was cut off, Nightingale finally showed a hint of excitement on her face. Boss, this way, we will have 3 powerful teams of Awakeners assisting us from the outside, and the pressure will be much less. After a pause, Nightingale asked in confusion, it's inconvenient for the Ark soldiers to come here because of the geographical location, but there are no zombies on the way to the Hive and the Lighthouse, so they can definitely come to support us. Lin Mo shook his head. We can't let anyone into the city at this time. Have the patrol team keep an eye on it, and pick a few smart ones from the Night Blades to assist in the operation. If you find any suspicious targets, kill them on the spot. Nightingale's expression froze for a moment, then she immediately realized, Boss, are you worried about a mole? Lin Mo looked at the map again and said meaningfully, it's just a precaution. I'll be gone for 3 hours. During this time, you will be fully responsible for the defense of the entire city. Although this is the most critical juncture, Lin Mo, as the leader of the new city, should theoretically be in charge here. His departure can easily cause chaos. But Lin Mo knew better that with Zinken's current strength, it would be extremely difficult to stop this tide of zombies. Even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. That was not the ending Lin Mo wanted to see. We must return to the modern world and seek military assistance to replenish our heavy firepower. Although Nightingale had her concerns, she also knew that her boss definitely didn't leave for no reason. Thinking of the things Lin Mo had taken out before, Nightingale even felt a little bit of anticipation. What kind of miracle will the boss create this time? The light and shadow change. Lin Mo opened his eyes again and found himself back in the modern world. Without stopping for a moment, he picked up his phone and dialed Zhao Zhenqiuo's encrypted line. The call was answered almost instantly. Mr. Lin, what's the matter? General Zhao, I want what I said before now. Lin Mo went straight to the point without any greetings. There was a moment of silence in the receiver. Mr. Lin, are you kidding me? Now, do you know how many procedures are required to mobilize these equipment? There was suppressed anger and a hint of confusion in Zhao Zhenqiuo's voice. General Zhao, I don't have time for jokes. Lin Mo's tone was flat. Something went wrong at my verification site. I need to upgrade my firepower configuration immediately. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? What does it mean that there is a problem with verification, so we need to upgrade our firepower? Is this something a business CEO should say? Mr. Lin, even if I agree, it will take at least 24 hours for the equipment to be unsealed from the warehouse, loaded onto trucks, and delivered to you. And will your team members be able to operate it? Artillery requires professional calculations and coordination. You can't just give you a gun and then fire it. Zhao Zhenqiuo raised the most realistic question. You're right. Lin Mo suddenly changed the subject, so I don't want the armored vehicles and howitzers anymore. Zhao Zhenqiuo was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Mo to suddenly change his request. What do you want? Explosives. Lin Mo's voice came clearly into Zhao Zhenqiuo's ears through the receiver. Grenades, directional mines, anti-infantry broadsword mines, anything that can explode, I want it. It would be even better if there was one that could be mounted on a drone. Of course, the operation must be simple. My situation is urgent and I don't have time for training. Zhao Jinquo was completely silent, and only asked after a long time, "Mr. Lin, what kind of project are you working on overseas?" Zhao Jinquo hung up the phone and the office fell into silence. He did not act immediately, but just sat quietly in the chair, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously, making a dull sound. No more armored vehicles and howitzers. Instead, they want large quantities of easy-to-use individual explosives, mines, and drone-mounted ammunition. The combination of these sentences revealed a message that made Zhao Jinquo feel a chill down his spine. This shows that Lin Mo's verification field encountered an emergency, the fighting was fierce, and his men lacked training in heavy weapons operation. What he needed was a weapon that could be used immediately and quickly create area-wide lethality. This is not commercial project security at all, it is clearly a high-intensity ground war. After a full minute of silence, Zhao Jinquo picked up the red secure phone on his desk and dialed a number he rarely used. "It's me, Zhao Jinquo. I'm requesting a top-level emergency security meeting regarding the highest risk assessment of the Zilong and Swarm projects." The person on the other end of the line was clearly overwhelmed by the magnitude of the request. "Old Zhao, do you know what you are applying for?" "I know." Zhao Jinquo's voice was emotionless. "The target person has developed uncontrollable variables. I need the highest level of guidance." Half an hour later, in the Zishan area of Beijing, in an underground conference room that was not open to the public, around the huge circular conference table sat a dozen middle-aged and elderly people with calm demeanor. They come from the military, national security, and core decision-making levels, and the decision of each person can affect the direction of the entire country. The atmosphere is depressing. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhao Jinquo, who was sitting in the podium. The cause of the incident was that half an hour ago, Lin Mo again submitted a request for supplies to me. Zhao Jinquo turned on the projection device in front of him. No images appeared on the screen, only a few lines of simple text. First application, 100 tons of high-energy explosives raw materials. Second application, armored vehicles, towed howitzers. Third application, final large quantities of anti-personnel mines, directional mines, and small cluster bombs mounted on drones. Requirements: easy to operate, no specialized training required. From the changes in the material requests, we can infer that the overseas project Lin Mo is working on is facing an urgent and large-scale ground conflict. He abandoned heavy weapons that require professional operation and instead requested explosives that can be deployed quickly, which shows that the situation is very urgent. As Zhao Jinquo finished speaking, a faint discussion arose in the conference room. "Old Zhao, I still hold the same opinion." A resolute general named Lu, with a star on his shoulder, spoke first. "This man is too dangerous. His value is undeniable, but his actions are completely out of control. We gave him chips and explosives, and now he wants mines. Will he ask for tactical missiles next time? We know nothing about his overseas projects, nor his intentions. We are like a blindfolded gambler, constantly raising the stakes on the table, but we don't even know what the other party's cards are." His words were very important and were immediately echoed by many people. General Liu's eyes swept over everyone present. This Lin Mo has an unknown background and unclear purpose. First he presented epic-making technology, and now he's making this bizarre request for arms. Haven't you ever considered that this might be a trap? What kind of trap? Zhao Jinquo asked. Trading a cancer cure and decades-leading biotechnology for a batch of our explosive stockpile? The cost of this trap is far too high. Who knows if the technology he provided has backdoors? Who knows if he's using us to support his own private army? General Lu was agitated. Overseas projects? What kind of projects would require so much explosives? He's going to war. If the Western media finds any evidence against him, it will cause a huge international outcry. In the conference room, everyone had different expressions. Lin Mo is like a mystery. The more shocking the things he brings out, the more feared he becomes. A man who possesses such terrifying technology now has to control powerful military force. What does he want to do? Nobody knows. I agree with General Liu's concerns, another major general from the intelligence department said solemnly. Our overseas intelligence network hasn't found any projects related to Lin Mo or Yuan Xing technology, let alone projects that require such large-scale firepower. His explanation is untenable. Besides, we can't set this precedent. Today he wants explosives, and we give them. What if he wants missiles tomorrow? The wind direction in the conference room seemed to be tilting towards rejection. At this moment, a picture appeared on the holographic projection in the center of the conference room. In the picture is the Light Chaser laboratory. Zhou Hai's face appeared on the screen, with countless scientific researchers working frantically in his background. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhou Hai's voice echoed throughout the conference room through the speakers. I just received the latest simulation analysis results from academician Li Jianguo. If the cell sequence printer can be successfully replicated and mass-produced, China's average life expectancy could increase by at least 5 years. All genetic diseases will become history. All deaths due to organ failure will cease to exist. Our medical technology will be at the forefront of the world. Zhou Hai didn't say anything about Lin Mo's request, he was just stating a fact. But this fact is more powerful than any excuse. The conference room fell into silence again. General Lu opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Zhao Zhenqiuo looked at the shock on everyone's faces and spoke slowly. Risks do exist. But at the moment, the benefits are equally significant, even far outweighing the risks. His voice echoed in the quiet command center. I suggest that we meet his demands. The general, who had been sitting at the top, with 3 gold stars on his shoulders, had been silent all the time. Finally, he raised his head. His eyes were calm, yet seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Zhen Guo, what do you think happened to him? Zhao Zhenqiuo took a deep breath. Commander, I suspect he encountered an enemy far stronger than expected. His change in requirements suggests he needs to obtain the strongest defensive firepower in the shortest possible time using the simplest and most brutal means. He's asking for help. The admiral tapped his fingers twice on the table. What if we refuse? We might lose him forever, Zhao Zhenqiuo replied without hesitation, and everything he represents. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Zhou Hai's image disappeared, but the few words he said made everyone fall into deep thought. Life expectancy increased by 5 years. Genetic diseases are becoming history. Organ failure is no longer a terminal illness. These words combined together represent not cold numbers, but the absolute advantage of a nation and a civilization in future competition. Risk? In the face of such returns, any risk seems insignificant. General Liu's tense facial muscles relaxed, he leaned back in his chair, and could no longer utter a word of objection. Zhao Zhenqiuo looked at the changing expressions of the crowd and knew that the time had come. He didn't argue any further, just waited. Finally, the general, who had remained silent all the time, swept his eyes across the faces of everyone in the conference room and finally stopped at Zhao Zhenqiuo. Zhenqiuo. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone subconsciously straightened their backs. I just want to ask one question: will these things we give out be used on our own people one day? This question is the core of all concerns. Zhao Zhenqiuo stood straight and answered in a clear and steady voice. Sir, I guarantee with my military career that I won't. I haven't had much contact with Lin Mo. His actions may seem illogical and unrealistic, but he has a bottom line. He always knows who he is. From the first time he chose to work with us rather than any other country or organization, his position was made clear. He is a businessman, but he is more of a Chinese. Upon hearing this, the general asked no more questions. He closed his eyes and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The only sound in the entire conference room was the rhythmic tap-tap sound. Every knock touched everyone's nerves. After an unknown amount of time, the knocking stopped. The admiral opened his eyes. I agree. 3 words, powerful and resounding. Not only should we give, but we should give enough. We should give him whatever he wants. The general turned his gaze to General Lu. The relevant units immediately took inventory and compiled a list of the equipment that was easiest to operate, most powerful, and most suitable for rapid deployment by individual soldiers. Yes. General Lu immediately stood up and saluted with a standard military salute. The general's gaze returned to Zhao Zhenqiuo again. Zhenqiuo, you are fully responsible for coordinating this matter. You must act quickly. Since he said it's urgent, it must be extremely urgent. I only have one request: to ensure that the flow of all equipment is under control. I understand. Zhao Zhenqiuo felt relieved. The meeting ended and everyone stood up and left, but Zhao Zhenqiuo was left alone by the general. Zhenqiuo, tell me the truth, what do you think he is doing? The admiral's tone returned to his usual gentle tone. Commander, I suspect he's fighting a war we can't even imagine. Zhao Zhenqiuo didn't hide his speculation. A war that can only be won, not lost. The admiral was silent for a moment and patted his shoulder. Then help him win. Lin Mo's phone vibrated. It was an encrypted call from Zhao Zhenqiuo. He glanced at the time and saw that 43 minutes had passed since he made the call. This speed exceeded his expectations. Mr. Linear. Zhao Zhenqiuo's voice came, without the previous questioning, but with a more serious tone. Your request has been approved. All equipment will be transferred to you from the nearest War Reserve warehouse within 3 hours. Too slow. Lin Mo interrupted him directly. This time when I returned to the city, more than 40 hours had passed as the scheduled 3 hours. If I waited another 3 hours, the daylily would have been cold. Zhao Zhenqiuo on the other end of the phone seemed choked by these words. Mr. Lin, this is already the fastest speed for using the highest authority to handle special matters. This is an arms mobilization, not going to the supermarket to buy groceries. This time, I'm not just asking for things for myself, I'm also asking for things for the country. Lin Mo said calmly, if it's too late, I'll suffer a loss, but it's not unacceptable. I'm the boss of UNC and already a billionaire. But for the country, I'm afraid there will be no chance to get something similar again. Lin Mo is not exaggerating, but it is a fact. If this tide of 100,000 zombies cannot be stopped and the new city is destroyed, then it would be a pipe dream for him to rebuild it. If a new city is destroyed once, it will be destroyed a second time, and the enemy in the dark will not give him time to build the city wall. Zhao Zhenqiu on the other end of the phone obviously paused for a moment. Lin Mo's words were not a negotiation, but more like an ultimatum. Zhao Zhenqiu immediately understood the interests involved. If Lin Mo's demands are not met, resulting in the failure of his verification field, he may only lose some money and energy. But for the country, what is lost is an immeasurable future. Mr. Lin, this is not a reason to threaten. Zhao Zhenqiu's voice became hoarse. I'm just stating a fact. Lin Mo's tone was calm and without a trace of emotion. 3 hours is too long. I can't wait. But this is a military supplies mobilization, not express delivery. Picking up goods from the warehouse, loading them onto trucks, transporting them, and armed escorting them throughout the entire process, every link takes time. Zhao Zhenqiu was almost growling, he felt unprecedented pressure. Then we can save the transportation process. Lin Mo said. Zhao Zhenqiu was stunned, what do you mean? Give me a coordinate, a delivery location. Lin Mo's voice came through the receiver, every word clear. With the distant star as the center, draw a circle with a 1-hour drive, transport the things to this circle, and I will handle the rest myself. Zhao Zhenqiu's mind went blank for a moment. He even suspected that he had heard it wrong. Solve it yourself? Those were not just boxes of bullets, but tons of various mines and high explosives. How is he going to solve it? Could it be that he has a private armed force with powerful transportation capabilities hidden behind him? Mr. Lin, I need to clarify, what do you mean by solve it yourself? How many people are in your transportation team? What kind of vehicle? Zhao Zhenqiu forced himself to calm down and try to analyze more information from Lin Mo's words. This is my business. Lin Mo refused to reveal more. You just need to tell me if you can do it. Deliver the goods to the designated location within 1 hour. Can you or can't you? Zhao Zhenqiu didn't answer directly, but just said, I need to make a phone call. After saying that, he hung up the phone and dialed the red confidential phone as quickly as possible. Chief, it's me, Zhao Zhenqiu. Speak. The admiral's voice remained steady. Lin Mo rejected the 3-hour delivery plan. He thought it was too slow, Zhao Zhenqiu reported quickly. He put forward a new request. He asked us to deliver all the supplies to the coordinates he specified within an hour, and then he would pick them up himself. There was silence on the other end of the phone. This silence made Zhao Zhenqiu more nervous than any questioning. Pick up the goods yourself. The admiral finally spoke, his tone elusive. Just him. He refused to say anything and only said that he would solve it himself. Interesting. The admiral's voice was indistinguishable from emotion. This young man always manages to give us new challenges. He paused for a few seconds, as if quickly weighing the options. Promise him. Ah. Zhao Zhenqiu hesitated. Zhenqiu, don't you understand yet? The admiral asked. The risk was already there from the moment we decided to give him these things. Now, he's just changed the way he picks up the goods, which we don't understand. Since you choose to believe him, then believe him to the end. The admiral changed the subject, and he must have said something else, otherwise you wouldn't have called me so hastily. Zhao Zhenqiu took a deep breath and repeated Lin Mo's words verbatim. I will suffer a loss, but it's not unacceptable. However, for the country, I'm afraid there will be no chance to get something similar again. There was silence on the other end of the line again, but this time it was brief. He's right. The admiral's tone became decisive. His losses can be compensated. We only have one chance. Well, tell him we'll change the plan. Doesn't he want a 1-hour drive? That's too slow, and it limits our warehouse options. Tell him that in 15 minutes, a Z-20 will land on the roof of UNC Technology to pick him up. Check out the nearby War Reserve warehouses. He can choose any that meets the requirements. Zhao Zhenqiu's brain buzzed and he was completely unable to think. This decision is even crazier than agreeing to let Lin Mo pick up the goods himself. This is no longer trust, it is laying out the country's strategic resources for an outsider to pick at will. Commander, this. Follow orders. The admiral didn't give him any room to refute. I trust this young man named Lin Mo. He is a smart man, and smart people don't do things that will destroy the Great Wall. The phone was hung up. Zhao Zhenqiu held the receiver and stood in the office for a long time before he slowly exhaled and dialed Lin Mo's number again. Mr. Lin, there's a change of plan. 15 minutes later, a dark green heavy helicopter hovered precisely on the rooftop helipad of the UNC Technology building amidst a huge roar. The strong airflow made it impossible to open one's eyes. Lin Mo didn't say a word and sat on the cabin the moment the door opened. Inside the cabin, an officer wearing the rank of colonel saluted him. "Mr. Lin, I am the person in charge of this mission, Wang Jianjun. Thank you for your hard work this time, Colonel Wang. Let's go to the nearest warehouse that meets the requirements." Lin Mo said directly. "Clear." The helicopter took off from the ground and roared towards the northwest. An hour later, the plane began to descend. Through the porthole, you can see an area below surrounded by tall electric fences and concrete walls. It is heavily guarded, with a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. The helicopter landed smoothly in an open space. Colonel Wang Jianjun accompanied Lin Mo off the plane. A captain ran over and saluted to report. "Report to the colonel, the C7 warehouse is ready. All the listed supplies are in place. Lead the way." Lin Mo followed the captain, passed through several heavy security gates, and finally came to a huge alloy door that was 5 meters high. "Mr. Lin, everything is inside." Wang Jianjun pointed to the door. "You can go in and take inventory. It doesn't take any time." Lin Mo nodded and walked over alone. With a dull mechanical sound, the heavy alloy door slowly slid open to both sides. Behind the door is an extremely huge underground space, comparable in size to a football field. Countless dark green military crates were piled up like mountains, from the ground to the nearly 10-meter-high ceiling, almost filling the entire warehouse. The air was filled with the distinctive smell of motor oil and nitrocellulose. Lin Mo walked in. Behind him, the alloy door slowly closed with a loud clang, isolating the inside and outside. Outside the door, Wang Jianjun glanced at his watch and said to the signalman beside him, "Connect General Zhao's line." Soon, Zhao Zhenquo's voice came from the encrypted communicator. "Xiao Wang, how is the situation?" "Report to the general, Mr. Lin has entered the C7 warehouse and we are waiting outside the door." Wang Jianjun reported truthfully. "Did he bring any tools? Did he have a team to pick him up?" "No, he went in alone." Zhao Zhenquo was silent on the other end, obviously unable to understand what Lin Mo was trying to do. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Wang Jianjun glanced at his watch. 3 minutes had passed and there was no movement inside. Just when he thought Lin Mo would take a long time to count, the alloy door in front of him suddenly made a dull sound of movement. The door slid open slowly. Lin Mo walked out with a calm expression and empty hands. Wang Jianjun was stunned. "Mr. Lin, have you finished the inventory?" "Yeah." Lin Mo nodded. "The things are fine. Send me back." After saying that, he didn't even glance at the warehouse behind him and walked straight towards the helicopter. Wang Jianjun and a group of soldiers stood there, looking at each other, with a huge question mark on everyone's forehead. "Is that it? Just went in, took a look around and came out? Didn't check the quantity? Didn't check the model? Didn't even open a box?" "General," Wang Jianjun said into the communicator, his voice a little dazed, "Mr. Lin has come out and is preparing to return." "What?" Zhao Zhenquo almost shouted. "He didn't take anything?" "No, I didn't take anything. I only went in for less than 5 minutes. Zhao Zhenquo felt his blood pressure soaring. "You, take someone in right now and check what's going on inside." "Yes." Wang Jianjun hung up the phone and waved his hand. "Team 1, follow me in." He led a team of fully armed soldiers and rushed into the alloy door that had not yet been closed. However, the moment they stepped into the warehouse, everyone was frozen in place as if they were under a spell. The huge warehouse was empty. The ground is so clean that you can see your reflection in it. The mountains of ammunition boxes weighing hundreds of tons disappeared without a trace. How is this possible?" A young soldier's voice trembled. Wang Jianjun stood there blankly. He rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh hard. The severe pain told him that this was not a dream. He raised his trembling hand, turned on the communicator, and reported to Zhao Zhenquo in a voice that sounded almost like a dream. "General, the warehouse is empty." Zhao Zhenquo's hand holding the receiver froze in midair. Although the air conditioner was on in the office, he felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. "Wang Jianjun, say it again." Zhao Zhenquo's voice was dry. "Report to the general. Warehouse C7 is empty. All the supplies are gone." Wang Jianjun's voice rose an octave, filled with uncontrollable horror. "The ground is clean, no signs of any vehicles or equipment entering or leaving. It's like they evaporated into thin air." Zhao Zhenquo's mind went blank. Hundreds of tons of ammunition and supplies. In a fully enclosed, highest security underground war preparedness warehouse. It takes less than 5 minutes. Disappeared from the face of the earth. Where is Lin Mo? Zhao Zhenquo forced himself to remain calm. Mr. Lin has boarded the plane and is on his way back. He was calm from beginning to end. Calm. Zhao Zhenquo chewed on the word, and a deeper chill gripped him. How could a normal person remain calm in the face of such a bizarre scene? Unless he was the one who did all this. But how did he do it? Stay on standby, seal off the scene, and wait for my order. Zhao Zhenqiuo hung up the phone and without a moment's hesitation, he picked up the red confidential phone. The call was connected almost instantly. Speak, the admiral's steady voice came. Report to the commander. Zhao Zhenqiuo subconsciously stood up straight. Something happened. He repeated Wang Jianzhen's report word for word at the fastest speed. No personal speculation added, just stating the facts. Because the facts themselves are stranger than any speculation. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Zhenqiuo, the general, finally spoke, his voice calm. Call General Liu and the others for an impromptu meeting via video link. Clear. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Zhenqiuo picked up his coat and hurried out of the office. He had a strong premonition. What happened today will completely change their perception of Lin Mo and even the entire world. An hour later, the atmosphere in Zhao Zhenqiuo's office became extremely solemn. General Liu and several heads of core departments have arrived. The holographic projection shows the general's serious face. Zhao Zhenqiuo had just finished communicating with the scene, and his face looked extremely ugly. The on-site investigation results are in, he said hoarsely. Nothing was found. No energy residue, no signs of transport, not even the distribution of dust was unusual. But the contents are simply gone. There was dead silence in the conference room. Impossible. General Liu was the first to slam his head on the table. Hundreds of tons of stuff, not just a few hundred kilograms. Even if they used a truck, it wouldn't take 5 minutes to move a full truckload. He must have used some kind of large-scale transportation tool we don't know about. Or maybe he has a secret support force. There's no sign of any troop activity inside or outside the warehouse. Zhao Zhenqiuo denied this speculation. You know the defense level of that area. Even a bird flying over there would be locked onto by radar. Then tell me, where did it go? General Liu's emotions were a little out of control. Did it grow wings and fly away? Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhao Zhenqiuo. Zhao Zhenqiuo took a deep breath and seemed to have made a difficult decision. He looked at the admiral in the holographic projection and said word by word, Commander, everyone, I have a very absurd, even crazy, guess. No one interrupted him. From the moment Lin Mo appeared, the cell sequence printer technology he provided us has been beyond the scope of our current scientific and technological theories. We are merely replicating it, not understanding it. Now, he has demonstrated to us a matter transfer ability that we are completely unable to understand. These two things, taken individually, are miraculous. But taken together. Zhao Zhenqiuo paused and struggled to organize his words. I can't find any reasonable logic to explain all this. Unless these technologies don't originate from our world at all. General Liu was stunned. He opened his mouth to refute, but found that he could not say a word. Zhen Guo, finish what you want to say. The admiral's voice came from the projection, still calm. Zhao Zhenqiuo closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he said something that made everyone in the conference room scalp tingle. Commander, I suspect Mr. Lin may not have discovered or invented any new technology. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but I even suspect he's captured an alien, and he's extracting the technology from that alien creature. When the words fell, the whole office could hear a pin drop. General Liu widened his eyes, as if he was meeting Zhao Zhenqiuo for the first time. He thought Lao Zhao must be crazy. As a general of the Chinese nation, who has been through many hardships, is it appropriate for you to say such childish words? However, the admiral in the projection did not show any surprise or ridicule. He just looked at Zhao Zhenqiuo quietly, and after a long time, he slowly spoke. This is a bold guess, but also very interesting. The admiral's gaze swept over everyone present. It can simultaneously explain our two greatest current puzzles, advanced biotechnology and incomprehensible logistics capabilities. If the source of his technology is truly extraterrestrial civilization, then his previous actions have logical support. He needs our industrial capabilities to help him translate those technologies into products that we can understand and manufacture. He needs our protection against outside forces that might covet his secrets. And the emergency he encountered today requires a large number of weapons. The admiral paused here. Perhaps the enemy he is dealing with is also related to that secret dot. In the conference room, everyone's breathing became heavy. A crazy guess turned out to be extremely reasonable after hearing a few words from the admiral. Commander, then we. General Liu's voice was a little dry. The plan remains unchanged, and will even intensify it. The admiral's tone left no room for doubt. From now on, all projects related to Lin Mo will be kept confidential at the highest level. I will be personally responsible. Zhenqiuo, arrive. As the chief liaison, you have only one mission. The admiral's eyes were so sharp that they seemed to penetrate the screen. Meet all his reasonable needs. Don't ask why, don't ask how, just the result. We were still evaluating the risks and benefits. The Admiral's lips curled up slightly. Now it seems that we may not be gambling on the future of a nation. What we are betting on is the future of civilization. The helicopter landed smoothly on the roof of UNC Technology Building. Lin Mo walked straight to the elevator after getting off the plane, took out his cell phone and called Tang Keking. "Is the thing I asked you to prepare ready?" "Mr. Lin, everything is ready. We're in warehouse number 3 in the west of the city," said Tang Keking, speaking in a competent voice. "According to your requirements, we have both gasoline and diesel, approximately 2,000 barrels. Time is short, so this is all we can muster." "That's enough. Send the bill to John Yi later." After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo went to the parking lot, drove his van, and headed straight to the West City warehouse. This was one of the transit warehouses he rented, and Tang Keking's people had already left. When I pushed open the heavy iron door, a strong smell of fuel hit me in the face. Inside the huge warehouse, brand new oil drums are neatly arranged, reflecting the cold luster of metal under the lights. Whenever Lin Mo's palm passed over the oil barrel, the barrel weighing hundreds of kilograms would disappear out of thin air and appear in the dimensional warehouse, side by side with the piles of ammunition. The whole process was quiet and quick. In less than 2 minutes, the warehouse that was originally filled with oil drums became empty, leaving only the lingering smell of fuel in the air. After doing all this, Lin Mo returned to the store, pulled down the shutter and waited quietly. He sat down in the chair behind the cash register, consciousness sinking into his mind. A virtual interface that only he could see was suspended in front of his eyes. In the center of the interface, an icon representing shuttle was doing the final countdown. 7 minutes and 45 seconds. 7 minutes and 44 seconds. Less than 8 minutes left. There is a bustling traffic outside the window, and the air is filled with peace and tranquility. Lin Mo looked at everything outside the window. He didn't think about the huge waves that Zinken was facing at the moment, nor did he think about the oppression brought by the 100,000 zombies. His heart is very calm, because he knows that anxiety and fear cannot solve any problems. All he needed was to wait, then go back with enough force to overturn the table. Time passes by every second. When the countdown finally reached 0, Lin Mo stood up and took a last look at the bustling city outside the window. The next moment, his figure disappeared without a trace in the store. End of the world, new city. On the western city wall, the air was so heavy that it seemed as if water could drip out. "Here I come." On the watchtower, a soldier's voice trembled uncontrollably as it traveled through the intercom throughout the entire city wall. Everyone's eyes were cast towards the distant horizon. There, a black line was slowly wriggling. At first, it was just a line, but soon, the line turned into a boundless black ocean, surging towards the new city. The earth was shaking slightly, and a noise composed of countless roars and friction sounds penetrated several kilometers and reached everyone's ears, making people's eardrums sting and their hearts feel uneasy. On the city wall, every soldier's breathing became heavy. The black ocean of zombies was right in front of him, and he could even clearly see the twisted and rotten faces of the mutants in the front row. "Hold steady." A guard captain yelled at the top of his lungs, his voice hoarse from exertion. "Remember what you trained. Aim before you shoot. Save every bullet." Although the officers tried their best to maintain order, an invisible panic spread like a plague on the city walls. 100,000. This number is really despairing. Although the city wall beneath their feet was solid, it seemed so thin in the face of the endless black waves. From time to time, flashes of fire could be seen on the flanks of the waves, accompanied by explosions. Those were the awakened ones from the 4 major forces who were diverting the attack. But even though they had opened fire at full power, with their gun barrels red hot, and even used their supernatural powers to attack, it still seemed like a drop in the bucket when faced with such a large number of zombies. Boom! A truck filled with gasoline rushed into the tide of zombies under automatic operation, and then exploded, blowing hundreds of zombies around it into pieces. The flames burned, further killing the zombies. In order to weaken the zombie tide as much as possible before the engagement, Nightingale basically used all the vehicles in the new city to carry out suicide attacks. Nightingale knew very well that if the car was lost, she could find another way, but if the new city collapsed, everything would be over. In the command room, Nightingale's eyes were bloodshot. She stared at the images transmitted back on the screen and kept giving orders. "Suicide trucks number 2 and 3, get ready, cut in from the north. Attention, harassing troops out there. Don't fight too long. Conserve your strength." On the screen, the red area representing the tide of zombies was approaching the green light spot representing the new city at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just then, a clerk in charge of internal communications came over with a grim expression. "Director Nightingale, there's something going on at the shelter." "Speak." Nightingale's eyes did not leave the screen. "Someone is spreading rumors." The clerk's voice was very low. Nightingale paused, and she turned her head abruptly. Her sharp gaze made the clerk involuntarily take a half step back. "Who is talking nonsense?" "They said." Mr. Lin had already escaped through a secret passage with the most important supplies. The clerk's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally almost inaudible. The air in the command room suddenly became colder than the ruins outside the city. Several officers in charge of dispatching stopped what they were doing and looked at Nightingale in disbelief. This is the most vicious and heartbreaking statement. In the face of a major war, rumors that the commander-in-chief had deserted the battlefield were enough to instantly destroy the morale of any army. There was no expression on Nightingale's face. She didn't question or get angry. She just picked up a walkie-talkie on the table that was connected to a special channel. "Nightblade Squad, follow my orders." A crisp response came from the other end of the channel, "Yes. Unite all patrol teams in the city and seal off all shelters immediately." Nightingale spoke slowly, but the people around her could hear the anger and murderous intent in her words. Mission target: anyone who deliberately spreads rumors and undermines military morale. She paused, as if giving the other party time to react, before uttering the last few words. "No trial required, kill on the spot." The atmosphere in the command room dropped to freezing point. Kill on the spot. No trial required. The meaning of these words sent a chill down the spine of everyone who heard them. "Manager, yeah." A deputy moved his lips, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. Nightingale did not look back, her eyes were still fixed on the huge electronic map. The red area representing the tide of zombies was about to touch the outermost defense line of the new city. "Follow orders." Her voice was flat, without any emotion, but it was this calmness that made people feel even more stressed. "Before the boss left, he gave me supreme command, including the authority to deal with all threats within the city. Now, I consider this a threat." Nightingale turned around and scanned everyone's face. Who has any objections? No one spoke. At this critical moment when the zombie tide is approaching, any internal instability may lead to total loss. Although Nightingale's method is cruel, it is the only correct choice at the moment. Keep working. West of the city, shelter number 3. This is a temporary shelter converted from a warehouse, accommodating nearly 300 ordinary survivors. The crowded crowd was filled with anxiety and fear. The intermittent explosions in the distance reminded them all the time that a war was taking place outside that would determine everyone's fate. In a corner, a tall and thin man was inciting the crowd around him with saliva flying everywhere. "What are you waiting for? Waiting to die? I'm telling you, I saw it with my own eyes." Lin Mo escaped through a secret passage in an armored vehicle. The vehicle was filled with food and water. Several of his accomplices immediately echoed him. "That's right. We were all deceived. They left us here to die while they ran away. Why should they live while we die? Once the city wall is breached, we'll all become food for the zombies." Panic is the most contagious emotion. The crowd began to stir, and more people gathered around, their faces filled with surprise and anger. "Is this true? Mr. Lin ran away?" I was saying, how could we possibly defend against such a huge zombie tide? Just when the atmosphere of suspicion was about to swallow up all rationality, a woman holding a child stood up and shouted with all her strength. "Shut up, everyone. If it weren't for Mr. Lin, we would have starved to death in the ruins. Who gave us clean water and food? Who built the high walls so we could have a place to sleep? Zinken is in trouble now, and not only are you not helping, you're also talking nonsense here. Have you lost your conscience?" The woman's words quieted the noisy crowd for a moment, and many people lowered their heads. They are all people who have benefited from the new city. Here, they at least live like human beings. Seeing this, the tall and thin man immediately pointed at the woman and sneered. "That's a nice thing to say. That's because we were still useful before. Now there are 100,000 zombies at the gates of the city. We are just a burden. Tell me, where is Lin Mo Ren? He hasn't shown up for almost 3 hours. Everyone at the command center saw him leave and he never came back. If he was here, why didn't he come out to calm people down? He just ran away. Lin has so much supplies and plenty of escape routes. He can't run around and bully others wherever he wants. Does he care what happens to us?" These words are even more heartbreaking. Yeah, where did Mr. Lin go? This question was like a virus, instantly invading everyone's mind. The few people who had just stood on the woman's side also began to waver. The atmosphere in the shelter grew even stranger, suspicion and despair overwhelming anger. Seeing that the time was almost right, the tall and thin man raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers, we can't just sit there and wait for death. There must be other secret passages in the headquarters. Let's rush out, seize the passage, and save our own lives. Charge!" The emotions of the crowd were completely ignited, and dozens of incited people rushed towards the gate of the shelter with red eyes. Just then, bang! The heavy iron door of the warehouse was kicked open from the outside with a loud noise. More than a dozen soldiers wearing black combat uniforms and holding silenced rifles entered one after another. They moved quickly and controlled all exits in an instant. They wore tactical helmets and masks on their faces, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. They were well equipped and exuded an iron-blooded aura. It was the Night Blade Squad. The leading Awakener raised his hand, and the black muzzle of his gun pointed directly at the tall and thin man who was still waving his arms and shouting, "No warnings, no nonsense." Puff! A slight muffled sound. There was a bloody hole in the middle of the tall and thin man's forehead. The expression on his face froze and his body fell straight back. Puff! 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 There were a few more muffled sounds, and his accomplices who had joined in the commotion also fell to the ground. Blood spread on the cold concrete floor. The crowd, which had been extremely frenzied just now, suddenly fell silent. Everyone was so frightened by the sudden and merciless killing that they dared not move. The woman holding the child covered her own and her child's mouths tightly with her hands, her eyes full of fear. The awakened member of the Night Blade team lowered his gun, with a wisp of green smoke still coming out of the silencer at the muzzle. He looked around the room, his voice coming through his mask, cold and clear. During wartime, anyone who spreads rumors and undermines the morale of the army will be killed without mercy. Director Nightingale has ordered everyone to remain on standby. Any further movement will be met with immediate death. After saying that, he waved his hand, and several team members came forward and dragged the bodies out like dead dogs. No one dared to speak, and even their breathing was deliberately light. The crowd that was noisy just now was now dead silent. Looking at the dozen or so black-clad soldiers guarding the door like sculptures, everyone felt like a huge stone was pressing on their hearts. The woman holding the child was still shaking slightly. She covered the child's eyes with her hands to prevent him from seeing the bloody scene. But in addition to the fear, she also felt a strange sense of security in her heart. Chaos was forcibly stopped and order was re-established in the bloodiest way. The awakened of the Night Blade Squad turned and prepared to leave, but the patrol stayed. Inside the command room. On the huge electronic map, the red area representing the tide of zombies has come into contact with the green line representing the outer wall of the new city. Report. Section 3 of the West Wall. The zombie tide has reached the outer power grid. The power grid is at maximum power. High voltage current is being output. No, there are too many of them. The zombies in front fell down, and the ones behind them rushed over their dead bodies. The power grid is about to collapse under the pile of corpses. Director Nightingale. All the suicide trucks on the periphery have been used up. Preliminary estimates show that we've eliminated approximately 5,000 to 8,000 zombies. But for the entire zombie tide. The reports came one after another, each one was hurried and desperate. Nightingale stared at the screen. The zombie tide was advancing faster than she had expected. Those mutants seemed to be using the most primitive ordinary zombies as cannon fodder, consuming the new city's defense facilities and ammunition. All firepower units on the city walls, fire freely. Nightingale's voice was unusually calm. Don't be stingy with your ammunition. The Grenadier Squad will focus on areas where zombies are concentrated. Has the Night Blade team returned? Have they gone up to the city wall and focus on preventing mutant attacks? Remotely detonate the trench and ignite all the gasoline inside. Instructions were passed down one by one. Accompanied by roars, flames shot up into the sky outside the city wall, and countless zombies fell in the flames. But more zombies came up. The western city wall has become a meat grinder. Fire! The captain's roar was completely drowned out by the gunfire. Dense rain of bullets poured out from the firing holes embedded in the wall, turning the area 50 meters in front of the city wall into a death zone. The ordinary zombies at the front fell down in groups, their bodies shattered by the impact of bullets, and black blood soaked the dry land. But the zombies behind did not stop, and continued to rush forward by stepping on the warm corpses of their companions. Soon, the first batch of mutants rushed to the base of the wall. A climber used all four limbs, digging its sharp claws deep into the concrete wall, and swooped upward like a gecko. However, when it climbed over a height of 5 meters and reached the inclined part of the wall, something unexpected happened. The wall, which was tilted outward at 15 degrees, caused its body to unconsciously turn outward, and the originally smooth climbing movement suddenly became extremely difficult. It lost its upward traction point, and its entire body was almost hanging on the wall, with its abdomen completely exposed. Puff! Before it could adjust its posture, a bullet flew from the side and hit its head accurately. The bullet came from the trapezoidal fortress protruding from the main city wall, 50 meters away. The soldiers inside the fort had an excellent view and could clearly see the silhouettes of all the climbers on this section of the wall. Any monster that attempts to challenge this slope will be exposed to crossfire from the front and at least one side. Beat him hard. An old soldier put on a new magazine and shouted excitedly, "This wall that Engineer Zhao and his team built is a fucking genius. These beasts can't get up there." The inclined wall and the crossfire made the three-dimensional meat grinder designed by Lin Mo show its ferocious and efficient side at this moment. Climbers and runners, these mutants that excel in speed but have weak defenses, have their advantages reduced to the minimum in front of this carefully designed city wall. They were either riddled with bullets on the way up or torn to pieces by flanking fire while climbing. In the first 10 minutes of the battle, no zombie could climb over the wall. The morale of the defenders on the city wall was greatly boosted. The fear of facing the tide of 100,000 zombies was replaced by the pleasure of slaughter. Inside the command room, the atmosphere was far less optimistic than that at the front lines. Nightingale's eyes switched back and forth between dozens of split screens, and his brows furrowed even tighter. Ammunition consumption at Section 3 of the Western Wall exceeds 30%. Requesting resupply. North Wall Section 7, heavy machine gun barrel overheated, being replaced. Reporting to Director Nightingale, the outer harassment forces have reported that the rear of the zombie tide has not stopped and is still pressing forward. Their number may be even greater than we estimated. The bad news that came one after another dropped the temperature in the command room to freezing point. The design of the city walls was indeed powerful, but the number of guards was too small. There are less than 300 combatants in total, who are responsible for guarding the two sections of the city wall on the west and north sides. The defensive pressure on each person is extremely great. They needed to keep firing to suppress the endless tide of zombies. If internal passages and firing holes had not been reserved when the city walls were built, allowing the soldiers to attack without any worries, the front line would have collapsed long ago. Facing a tide of 100,000 zombies, the firepower of a few hundred soldiers in an open area is no different from committing suicide. This is also the reason why Lin Mo did not send the guards out of the city to intercept. Positional warfare is the guards' home turf. Director Nightingale, look at this. An analyst pointed to a main screen. On the screen, there is a bird's-eye view from the bottom of the west wall. At the base of the city wall, zombie corpses have piled up like a mountain. The black corpses piled up layer upon layer, forming a shocking slope, and the height of the slope was still increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. They are piling up the ground with corpses. Nightingale's voice was solemn. She understood instantly. Ordinary zombies are cannon fodder. Their role is not to attack the city, but to use their own corpses to pave the way for subsequent mutants. When the corpses pile up to 5 meters high, that vertical wall will be completely submerged. At that time, the following zombies can directly start attacking the upper half of the inclined wall from the pile of corpses. This will greatly shorten their climbing distance and increase defensive pressure. Grenadier Squad, bomb the area with the densest concentration of corpses. Nightingale ordered decisively, we must not let them pave the road. Several grenades whizzed out and exploded in the pile of corpses. The blast blew away countless broken limbs and arms, temporarily slowing down the growth of the mountain of corpses. But more zombies surged up and continued to fill the gap. At this moment, there was a commotion behind the tide of zombies. Several huge mutants with giant arms walked to the front of the formation surrounded by a horde of zombies. Instead of trying to climb, they bent down and grabbed the ordinary zombies on the ground that were not yet dead. Roar! With a roar, a mutant with a giant arm suddenly threw the zombie in its hand towards the top of the city wall. The ordinary zombie drew a parabola in the air, crossed the flame trench, crossed the death zone, and slammed heavily into the inclined wall. Although it was quickly blown up by the firepower from above, this scene made everyone change their expression. Immediately afterwards, more zombies were thrown over like artillery shells. They were like a grotesque hail of flesh and blood, smashing down on the city walls. Although the accuracy was very poor and most of the missiles failed to reach the city wall, and even if they did, they would most likely be smashed to pieces, this method of attack brought tremendous psychological pressure to the defenders on the city wall. If this goes on, zombies will be thrown into the city sooner or later. Nightingale looked at the chaotic scene on the screen and knew that the most difficult moment was about to come. Before leaving, the boss handed over the command to her, which was absolute trust. She couldn't let this trust be betrayed. What's the situation with the outer troops? She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Report. The awakened teams from the Ark, Lighthouse, and Hive are all harassing the outer perimeter. We've tried our best to contain them, but they're also being pursued and driven away by the mutants, and they're having a hard time taking care of themselves. Nightingale clenched her fists and scanned the tense and tired expressions on everyone's faces in the command room. Boss, when will you come back? Nightingale whispered in her heart. But she didn't show any weakness. Instead, she wrapped her combat uniform tightly around her body and said in a deep voice, maintain fire. I'm going to the city wall. Nightingale wasn't sure if she could hold on, but she had to do something. Just when the atmosphere in the command room became extremely depressing, the heavy metal door was pushed open from the outside. A figure that looked out of place here appeared at the door. He was wearing clean casual clothes, without a trace of blood on his body, as if he had just returned from an afternoon walk. All the noise and tension in the command room stopped at this moment. Everyone stopped and looked at the door. Lin Mo's eyes swept across the huge electronic map and finally fell on Nightingale's face. He spoke in a calm voice, but it instantly soothed the anxiety in everyone's hearts. I'm back. Everyone in the command room stopped moving because of the figure at the door. The noisy communication sounds and hurried footsteps all disappeared at this moment. Nightingale turned around suddenly, looked at Lin Mo with bloodshot eyes, and moved her lips, but could not utter a word. His nerves, which were tense to the extreme, suddenly relaxed the moment he saw Lin Mo. An indescribable feeling of fatigue and grievance surged in her heart, but she forced herself to hold it back. "Boss, you're back." Nightingale's voice was a little hoarse, a sound she didn't even notice. "The pressure on the west wall is the greatest. The corpses are almost 5 meters high, and the giant armed mutants are starting to hurl zombies." She quickly entered the reporting state. Lin Mo walked into the command room and scanned the screens flashing with battlefield scenes one by one. He saw the piles of corpses under the city wall, the mutants advancing rapidly on the piles of corpses, and the ordinary zombies being thrown at the city wall like cannonballs. "How much ammunition do you have left?" Lin Mo didn't look at Nightingale, his attention was all on the battlefield. An officer in charge of logistics immediately reported, "Report. More than 50% of the bullets have been consumed. The grenadiers have less than 30% of their grenades. Withdraw half of the soldiers from the west and north walls." Lin Mo's order surprised everyone. Withdraw half the soldiers? Now is the time when the Zombie Tides offensive is at its most intense. Once there is a gap in firepower, those mutants will definitely seize the opportunity to rush up the city wall. "Boss." Nightingale wanted to dissuade him. "Follow orders." Lin Mo's tone left no room for negotiation. "After the team comes down, they will gather behind the city wall. Nightingale, come with me." Although Nightingale was puzzled, she immediately gave instructions through the intercom. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mo and Nightingale walked out of the command room and drove the off-road vehicle straight to the front line. When they were still 100 meters away from the city wall, the dense gunfire and the roars of zombies rushed into their ears, making their eardrums numb. The car stopped at a relatively safe entrance. Nearly 100 soldiers who had withdrawn from the west wall and the north wall had gathered here. They were all covered in smoke, and their faces were full of fatigue and confusion. In the middle of a fierce battle, he was pulled from the line of fire, and no one knew why. But when the soldiers thought about their brothers fighting on the front line while they were here, they became a little restless. "Boss, Mr. Lin." Seeing Lin Mo get off the car, the soldiers subconsciously straightened their bodies. Lin Mo didn't say anything extra and walked directly to an open space in front of the team. He said only one sentence to Nightingale and all the soldiers: "Watch carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo waved gently towards the open space in front of him. Bang! A dark green military crate appeared out of nowhere and slammed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Then, the second, the third, the 10th. Crates appeared from the air one after another like phantoms and piled up quickly. In less than a minute, a small metal mountain made up of hundreds of crates appeared in front of everyone. There was silence in the air, even the sound of gunfire coming from afar seemed to be blocked out. Every one of the assembled soldiers was stunned, their minds blank. They rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were hallucinating from the continuous fighting. Nightingale stood beside Lin Mo and finally understood what the boss had been doing during the 3 hours he disappeared. "What are you still standing there for?" Lin Mo's voice broke the silence. "Open the boxes and distribute the things." Nightingale was the first to react. She rushed forward and pried open the nearest box with a tactical dagger. Click! The lid of the box popped open, revealing neatly stacked blocks of high explosives painted with yellow hazard signs. "It's dynamite!" a soldier shouted. "And this?" Another soldier pried open the box next to him, revealing bundles of detonators and fuses. "I have anti-infantry directional mines here. Oh my god, so many. Bullets. All of them. 7.62 millimeters. Our machine gun is saved." After a brief silence, the crowd was completely excited. Fatigue and confusion were swept away, replaced by an almost insane excitement. The quantity of these supplies has exceeded their imagination. With these things, they wouldn't dare to challenge even a 200,000, let alone a 100,000 zombie tide. "Nightingale." Lin Mo turned to her. "Yes," Nightingale answered loudly. "Organize the people and bundle those explosives together as quickly as possible." Lin Mo pointed to the ever-growing mountain of corpses below the city wall. "The bigger the better." Nightingale immediately understood Lin Mo's intention. "Clear." She turned and yelled at the excited soldiers, "Don't just stand there. Team 1, carry the explosives. Team 2, bundle them. Team 3, follow me and prepare to clear the drop zone." At the command, the soldiers immediately took action with astonishing efficiency. The heavy boxes of explosives were pried open one by one, and yellow blocks of explosives were handed out like water. More than a dozen soldiers worked together to use cables to bundle hundreds of high explosives into a huge package, comparable in size to a car. If this explodes, how powerful will it be? No one dared to think about it. "Boss, it's ready." Nightingale ran back to report, her face flushed with excitement. Lin Mo glanced down at the city wall. The height of the pile of corpses has exceeded 5 meters. Some agile mutants can already jump directly from the top of the pile to the slope in the middle section of the city wall. The firepower pressure on the city wall was increasing. Tell the people on the wall to be ready and hold on tight. Lin Mo picked up a walkie-talkie, switched to the public channel, and his voice spread throughout the entire section of the city wall. Everyone, attention. Targeted blast in 5 seconds. Repeat, targeted blast in 5 seconds. After he finished speaking, he moved his mind, lifted up the giant explosive pack with his telekinesis, and appeared on the city wall in a few flashes. Whoosh! The huge bag of explosives rolled in the air and landed precisely on the thickest part of the black mountain of corpses. It was instantly submerged by the zombies that followed. Lin Mo took out a military remote detonator from the dimensional warehouse and pressed the red button. The world seemed to have lost all sounds in an instant. A white shock wave visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out in all directions with the explosion point as the center. The mountain of corpses piled with thousands of zombies at the foot of the city wall disappeared without a trace in an instant, like a sand painting wiped out by an invisible giant hand. Countless broken limbs and black flesh were thrown into the air nearly 100 meters high, and then turned into a bizarre rainstorm, falling down one after another. In front of the city wall, an absolute vacuum zone with a diameter of more than 50 meters appeared. A huge deep pit was blown out on the ground, and the inside of the pit was charred. Whether it was an ordinary zombie or a powerful mutant, everything in that area was completely vaporized. The violent vibration caused the entire section of the city wall to shake. The soldiers on the wall held on to the fixed objects around them tightly, their faces full of horror. They looked at the area outside the city that was cleared out in an instant, and their brains stopped thinking. Inside the control room, everyone staring at the screen froze. The defense line that was in jeopardy just now has become extremely safe. The crazy offensive that lasted for nearly an hour was forcibly paused at this moment. Lin Mo threw away the detonator in his hand and patted the dust off his shoulders. The appetizers are over. Now, serve them their dinner. On the city wall, all the soldiers were still in great shock. Just now, they felt that the entire city wall jumped upwards. If the steel bars had not been tied tightly together and the cement had not been of high grade when the city wall was poured, this impact would have been enough to cause cracks. But now, nothing is harmed. A huge pit with smoke still emitting from it appeared outside the wall. Within 100 meters around it, there was no zombie still standing. There was a brief pause in the zombie tide's attack. The sea of zombies in the distance seemed to be in turmoil because of the horrific explosion, and their forward momentum slowed down significantly. Boss. Nightingale was about to ask about the next plan. Lin Mo has flashed back from the city wall. Open the boxes of anti-personnel directional mines. His orders were brief and clear. The soldiers sprang into action, using crowbars and daggers to pry open the specially marked crates one by one. The lid of the box opened, revealing a series of dark green, deadly devices with curved fronts. How do we use these? A soldier looked at this thing, feeling puzzled. Directional mines are a defensive weapon, but they need to be deployed in front of the position in advance. There are zombies everywhere outside the city now. Who dares to go down and lay mines? Lin Mo didn't answer. He just walked forward and placed his palm on a box full of directional mines. The next second, more than a dozen directional mines in the box floated up out of thin air and hovered in the air. The soldiers around stopped what they were doing once again, their Adam's apples rolling up and down, but no sound came out. They saw that the dozen or so directional mines automatically adjusted their directions in the air, and then flew over the wall silently as if pulled by invisible silk threads. They did not fly far away, but instead accurately landed on the edge of the vacuum zone created by the explosion outside the city wall, with their curved fronts all pointing towards the direction of the zombie tide. Then came the second box and the third box. In less than a minute, Lin Mo controlled hundreds of anti-infantry directional mines with his mind and arranged them into a fan-shaped death line hundreds of meters long outside the city wall. The whole process was eerily quiet, with only the slight sound of the metal bracket being inserted into the soil. After doing all this, Lin Mo did not stop. Take out the anti-tank mines, too. When Nightingale heard the name, her heart skipped a beat. Boss, that thing. She wanted to say that it was used to deal with heavy armored units. Each bomb contained several kilograms of high explosives. Using it to blow up zombies was a bit like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. Is there any problem? Lin Mo looked back at her. Nightingale swallowed the rest of the words. No problem. Several soldiers worked together to lift out an even heavier metal box. After prying it open, they found 6 huge round discus inside. TM-57 anti-tank mine. The power is enough to completely destroy the tracks and suspension system of a main battle tank. Lin Mo's telekinesis was activated again. 6 heavy anti-tank mines flew lightly, passed over the wall, and landed behind the directional mine defense line, scattered in an irregular pattern. Then, the second box, the third box. He threw nearly 100 anti-tank mines randomly in a wide area ranging from 50 to 150 meters in front of the city wall, like scattering beans. This area, which had just been cleared, has now become a real death trap. Roar! The stagnation of the zombie tide is over. A sharp roar of the mutant came from behind, as if urging them. The black wave began to surge forward again. They stepped over the remains of their companions and filled the cleared area. Those who rushed to the front are still the fastest runners and climbers. They were extremely fast, covering a distance of 50 meters in a few seconds and stepping into the seemingly safe open space. Lin Mo took out a detonator similar to the previous one, but with more buttons on it. His finger gently pressed on the first button. Puff, puff, puff. A series of dense muffled sounds. Outside the city wall, hundreds of anti-infantry directional mines were detonated at the same time. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a dense storm of steel balls. Each directional mine ejected more than 700 steel balls in a 60-degree fan shape in front of it. Hundreds of missiles fired at the same time or more than 70,000 steel balls. They formed an insurmountable metal wall of death, instantly sweeping away everything within nearly 100 meters in front of them. Thousands of zombies at the front fell down in unison like wheat cut by a sickle. Their bodies were riddled with holes in an instant. Without even the chance to roar, they turned into piles of wriggling rotten flesh. With one strike, the vanguard of the zombie tide was cleared out again. But this time, the people in the command room and on the city wall did not cheer, because they know that this is just an appetizer. The real feast is those anti-tank mines. The zombie tide has no intelligence, they only know how to execute the most primitive charging instinct. The vanguard was destroyed, and the giant arm mutants and some huge meat shield mutants in the rear began to stride forward. Their heavy footsteps made a dull thud as they stepped on the soft ground. A mutant with giant arms over 4 meters tall was the first to rush into the area of anti-tank mines. Its sturdy right arm is thicker than that of an adult, and it can easily smash concrete when swung. However, when its huge paw stepped on the ground somewhere, boom! There was a loud bang, duller than any previous gunshot. The anti-tank mine that it stepped on instantly released all its energy. The violent shock wave did not spread out in all directions, but condensed into a stream and erupted straight upwards. The giant-armed mutant's huge body struck hard from bottom to top. It started from the soles of the feet, then the calves, thighs, and torso. Within 0.1 second, it was completely torn apart and decomposed from bottom to top by the terrifying force. The mixture of black blood and minced meat was blown into a blood mist that rose into the sky. When the blood mist dissipated, only a deep pit and 2 legs with half of the pelvis still attached were left. That insolent giant arm mutant was gone just like that. Immediately following, boom, 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 explosions sounded one after another in the area. Each explosion represented a powerful mutant being completely wiped off the face of the earth. The meat shields and giant arms that had previously put enormous pressure on the city walls were now as fragile as paper. In front of the city wall, it turned into a grand fireworks display. But every time a firework bursts, it means the death of a giant monster. Fuck. An old soldier looked at the scene outside the city, almost losing his grip on the rifle, and unconsciously uttered 2 words. This is no longer a battle. This was a one-sided massacre. Nightingale stood behind Lin Mo, watching those powerful mutants that once made the Outer Awakening team run around in a panic being blown into the sky by landmines. Her mood was extremely complicated. As the old saying goes, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Just as everyone was immersed in this massacre dominated by mines. At the end of the zombie tide, a scream suddenly came, which was completely different from all the zombies' roars. The sound was extremely harsh, like nails scratching on glass, amplified hundreds of times. Hearing this scream, the group of zombies that were still rushing towards the minefield suddenly stopped. They seemed to have received some kind of instructions and no longer rushed forward blindly. Instead, they began to split to the sides, trying to bypass the death zone. They're avoiding the minefield. A sharp-eyed soldier on the wall yelled, a new tension in his voice. The most feared thing in positional warfare is being outflanked by the enemy. Although the walls of the new city are long enough, the defensive force is fixed. Once the zombie tide disperses and launches an attack from a wider front, the soldiers' already stretched defense line will be stretched to the limit in an instant. Boss, they have orders. Nightingale's face also became solemn. That scream was undoubtedly an order. Behind the tide of zombies, there are 1 or more highly intelligent mutants controlling everything. If there is a commander, then beat it until there is no commander. Lin Mo's reaction was unnaturally calm. He turned and walked towards the mountain of supply boxes. Bring over those boxes with the red bazooka logo and open them. The soldiers were stunned for a moment, then reacted and rushed over in a hurry. Several heavy army green crates were lifted to the open space and pried open with crowbars. Click! The lid of the box popped open, revealing a tubular object wrapped in oilcloth, which was shining with a cold metallic luster. Next to it were neatly stacked rockets with tail fins. Whoa! RPG! An old soldier shouted excitedly. This thing is powerful and much better than a gun. What are you still standing there for? Take 1 man each, take 3 shells, and return to your battle positions. Lin Mo's voice drowned out everyone's cries of surprise. 30 men on the left wing of the west wall, 30 on the right wing, aim and bomb the areas with the heaviest zombies. Yes, the soldiers seemed to be energized. They rushed to grab rocket launchers and artillery shells from the boxes, turned around and rushed towards the internal passage of the city wall. Fatigue and restlessness were replaced by a primitive desire to destroy. There is nothing more reassuring than having a gun of truth in your hand to fire when facing endless enemies. Soon, thick gun barrels extended from various firing holes on the city wall. Fire, fire! Blow these damn things to death! Along with the captain's roar, flames shot out from the wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The rocket, with a long tail flame and a sharp scream, cut through the sky and plunged into the rapidly moving tide of zombies on the flank. Violent explosions erupted one after another among the horde of corpses. Every time a rocket landed, it would set off a wave of minced flesh and black blood. The zombies within a dozen meters of the explosion center were torn into pieces in an instant, and the shock wave also knocked more zombies around to the ground. The zombies were moving at high speed, their formation was blown to pieces, and their forward momentum was forcibly curbed. But this level of attack is not enough to stop them. There are too many zombies in the tide, and the gaps created by the rockets will soon be filled by the zombies behind. Nightingale, ask your strongest awakened ones to come over. Lin Mo's voice sounded again. Nightingale nodded and immediately mobilized people through the intercom. Soon, more than a dozen burly men who were obviously power-type awakeners ran out of the passage. They were the elites among the guards. Boss, the leading man spoke in a loud voice. Did you see those discus? Lin Mo pointed to the unused anti-tank mine boxes on the ground. The man nodded. Throw it as far as you can, towards where there are lots of zombies. The awakened ones looked at each other, with strange expressions on their faces. Throwing anti-tank mines by hand? What kind of tactic is this? What are you standing there for? Throw it away! Nightingale shouted from the side. Yes, the leading man no longer hesitated. He walked forward, bent down, and picked up a heavy TM-57 anti-tank mine. This thing weighs 9 kilograms, but it seems light in the strong man's hand. He took a deep breath, exerted strength from his waist and abdomen, and swung the discus in his arms out of the city. Call! The heavy mine drew an exaggerated parabola in the air, flew nearly 100 meters, and plunged into the depths of the tide of zombies moving to the flank. There was no need for detonation, the mine's trigger fuse was activated by the violent impact. Next second, boom! A ball of fire suddenly exploded in the crowd of zombies, and the violent energy condensed into an upward air column, lifting more than a dozen zombies around it and the ground into the air. That scene was even more shocking than the explosion in RPG. Everyone was stunned. Can we play like this? It works! The awakened roared excitedly, turning around and picking up another one. Brothers, don't just stand there, give these beasts a hard time. The remaining awakened ones no longer had any doubts and stepped forward to pick up the mines and throw them out of the city. For a moment, black discus kept flying out from the sky above the city wall, and then caused a series of violent explosions precisely in the places where the tide of zombies was most concentrated. The zombie tide's seemingly sophisticated moving formation was completely disrupted by this brutal bombing. There is no strategy, it's just about quantity. Flying team, get ready. Lin Mo, like an emotionless war machine, calmly issued the third order. At the back, a dozen young people quickly ran to a row of tables where more than a dozen drone remote controls were placed. They were the drone pilots that Lin Mo had asked Nightingale to urgently train before, and they were originally intended to be used for high-altitude reconnaissance. Next to them, logistics personnel were busy using industrial tape to strap pieces of high explosives and anti-personnel grenades to the underbelly of some DJI drones. The humming sounds from the rotors of these modified drones combined together and seemed a bit noisy. Target, behind the zombie tide, search for the enemy freely, and blow up their command system behind them. Lin Mo ordered. Receive. Buzz. More than a dozen drones loaded with explosives took off from behind the city wall like a swarm of bees leaving their nest, flew over the top of the wall, and pounced on the dark tide of corpses. The pilots stared at the screen, their fingers moving quickly on the remote control. A giant arm has been spotted. It's approaching. I've got a lot of climbers here. I'm rushing, brothers. A drone carrying 3 grenades, under the control of the pilot, performed a beautiful cobra maneuver, dodging an ordinary zombie thrown into the sky, then suddenly accelerated and dived into the arms of a giant armed mutant that was about to throw. Boom! The small-scale explosion tore open the thick chest of the giant armed mutant at close range. Although it failed to kill it completely, it made it roar in pain, and its attack was interrupted. Soon after, more drones found their targets. They nimbly shuttled across the chaotic battlefield like a group of tireless mosquitoes, accurately biting the most critical nodes of the zombie tide. The firepower on the city walls, the heavy bombs dropped by the power awakeners, and the suicide drones that appeared out of nowhere in the sky. Sea, land, and air, a three-dimensional crazy bombing. The area in front of the new city had turned into a hell of flames and steel. For the first time, the zombie tide's offensive was completely suppressed. The crazy advance that lasted for nearly an hour was completely reversed in just a few minutes after Lin Mo came back. In the command room, everyone's mouths dropped open slightly. On the screen, the dense red dots representing the tide of zombies were shattered by a series of explosions and drone strikes. The relentless offensive that attempted to overwhelm everything with numbers came to a complete standstill. The analyst looked at the chaotic battlefield data and didn't know how to report it for a moment. This has gone beyond the scope of conventional combat. On the city wall, the sound of gunfire became sparse. It was not because the ammunition was exhausted, but because most of the soldiers stopped shooting and stared blankly at the land outside the city that had been plowed repeatedly. The flames of exploding rockets, the waves of earth raised by anti-tank mines, and the sporadic fireballs produced by suicide drone attacks formed a strange picture. The formation of the zombie tide was completely disrupted, and the black wave was divided into countless small pieces, and could no longer form an effective impact. Win, a young soldier muttered to himself. The battle isn't over yet, don't be too happy. An old soldier nearby slapped him on the back of the head. Don't you see there are so many people behind us? Keep firing. Even so, the veteran's voice was filled with suppressed excitement. For the first time in the battle, they saw hope of victory. It's not the kind of tragic victory that was achieved at the cost of human lives. It was a crushing and overwhelming victory. Ha 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 ha. It's so enjoyable. It's so enjoyable. A soldier carrying an RPG threw the empty launch tube away, turned around and ran to the pile of supplies, and took out a brand new launch tube and 3 shells from the box. His action alerted others. Behind the city wall, the metal hill made of hundreds of crates was shining with a sacred light in the eyes of all the soldiers. The soldiers who were ordered to withdraw by Lin Mo before have now become the most envied people. Instead of squeezing behind narrow firing holes, they became arms dealers directly. Who wants 7.62 ammunition? We still have 3 boxes. RPG shells. Who wants RPG shells? Come and get them. Holy shit. What the hell is in this box of mine? A soldier pried open a long box he had never seen before. Inside lay a rough-shaped tubular weapon, and next to it were several huge fuel tanks. Flamethrower. It's an M2 flamethrower. An experienced veteran exclaimed, his eyes red. Quick, give it to me. I want to give those bastards a taste of barbecue. The heavy flamethrowers were quickly assembled. The veteran carried the fuel tank on his back, held the injector in his arms, and excitedly rushed to the top of the wall, pulling the trigger at the pile of corpses still wriggling below. Call! A dozens of meters long orange-red fire dragon rushed out from the nozzle and instantly swallowed up the area below. The black corpse twisted and charred in the flames, emitting bursts of crackling sounds of burning grease and a foul burnt smell. Cool! The veteran roared. This scene completely ignited everyone's enthusiasm. The depression and despair of the city defense battle were swept away. This place is no longer a meat grinder, but a grand arms show. The soldiers began to shop frantically among the piles of boxes. I have a claymore mine. How do I use it? Do I just throw it down? You can't throw it down. You have to find a place to stand it. Forget it, just throw it out and detonate it with the remote control. There will be zombies wherever it explodes anyway. This box of mine is for shotguns. These red ones are called Dragon's Breath rounds? What are they for? Never mind. Just load it up and fire it, and you'll know. A soldier excitedly loaded a Remington M870 with Dragon Breath bullets and pulled the trigger in a direction outside the city. Bang! A huge fireball shot out from the muzzle, instantly igniting an ordinary zombie more than 10 meters away into a torch. Cheers rang out from the city wall. Nightingale stood behind Lin Mo, looking at this group of soldiers who were almost insane, with a complicated expression. She never imagined that a battle to defend the city, which would determine the life and death of the base, would turn out like this. Soldiers no longer fight for survival. They were enjoying the pleasure of crushing the enemy with absolute firepower. Fear was completely dispelled, replaced by an almost primitive desire for destruction. Lin Mo did not act too relaxed. His attention was always on the back of the zombie tide. After that scream, although the formation of ordinary zombies was disrupted, they were not completely defeated. They just wandered around aimlessly in the gaps between explosions, waiting for new instructions. That commander is still there. It was very smart. After witnessing this cost-effective saturation bombing, it chose to lie dormant temporarily and no longer issued clear instructions to avoid exposing its position. What are you looking for? Nightingale looked at Lin Mo and asked softly. The leader of the zombie horde. Lin Mo replied, increase firepower and attack the rear of the zombie horde to force that thing out. Hearing this, Nightingale was a little embarrassed. "Boss, our weapons range is not enough." 100,000 zombies were lined up on the battlefield, covering the entire mountain and plain. The zombies at the back were even 2 or 3 kilometers away from the city wall. Lin Mo said nothing, but raised his hand again. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of metal collisions was more frequent than before, and a new batch of military crates appeared out of thin air, and another pile of supplies was built next to the original mountain of supplies. The soldiers who were just frantically shopping on Dobeo stopped again. Their throats went dry as they looked at the new military volcano before them. The reserves are already so exaggerated, and there is still more? How rich is the boss's family? Open those 2-meter-long boxes. Lin Mo pointed to several crates with special shapes. Several soldiers immediately came to their senses and rushed over with crowbars. 1, 2, 3, go! With a shout, the heavy lid of the box was suddenly opened. There were no guns or shells in the box, but several thick metal pipes wrapped in oilcloth, with some strange metal brackets and square base plates placed next to them. What is this? A soldier reached out and touched the cold gun barrel, looking confused. This thing doesn't look like a gun or a bazooka, it looks more like some industrial part. Just as everyone was puzzled, an old soldier squeezed out from the crowd. He only took a glance, and an astonishing light suddenly burst out from his cloudy eyes. Mortar! This is an 82mm mortar. The veteran's voice trembled with excitement. He rushed forward, stroking the barrel with both hands, his eyes full of obsession. This is what my recruit company trained on. It can't be wrong. Mortar! These 3 words made everyone's heart skip a beat. Unlike individual weapons like RPG, this thing is a serious artillery equipment. It has a long range, great power, and is an indirect fire, specially used to bomb enemies hiding behind cover. Can you use it? Lin Mo looked at the veteran who was shaking with excitement. Boss! Yes, absolutely. The old soldier straightened his back suddenly and said in a loud voice, "When I was in the army, I was an artilleryman. The 82 mortar is my old friend." Very good. Lin Mo nodded. "I'll give you 1 minute to teach them, and then fire all the shells at me. Guarantee to complete the mission." The veteran saluted with a standard military salute, turned around and yelled at the soldiers around him who were still in a daze. "What are you looking at? You've never seen a cannon before. Come on, some people, lift the bottom plate out and find a solid, flat surface to put it down. You, and you, install the barrel and the bracket. Hurry! Where's the shell box? Pry it open. Screw on the fuses." The veteran seemed like a different person. His usual lazy look disappeared, and the military qualities ingrained in his bones were undoubtedly revealed. Under his command, the soldiers moved in an orderly manner. The heavy square base was slammed to the ground with a dull thud. The gun barrel was mounted on a bracket, with the muzzle pointing to the sky at a huge angle. Soon, 10 brand new 82mm mortars formed a simple artillery position in the open space behind the city wall. Look carefully. This is called an angle meter, used to adjust the height left and right. This is called a spirit level. The bubble must be in the middle, otherwise the shell will not know where to fly. The veteran shouted the explanation while quickly adjusting the firing parameters of the first gun. "Cannonballs! Bring them over." A soldier ran over holding a spindle-shaped dark green shell. "See? There are ammunition packs on the tail wing. The farther we shoot, the more ammunition packs we get. We need to hit the very back and load all the ammunition packs." The veteran deftly tied several additional powder bags to the tail of the shell, then lifted the shell and aimed it at the muzzle. "Cover your ears." He growled one last time and then let go. The shell slid down the smooth inner wall of the barrel. Boom! A dull roar, completely different from the sound of gunfire and explosions, came from the barrel of the gun. The gun barrel jerked back and hit the baseplate hard. A shell shot up into the sky at a steep angle with a sharp whistle, drawing an invisible parabola in the night sky and flying to the end of the zombie tide in the distance. Everyone subconsciously held their breath, stretched their necks, and looked into the distance. More than 10 seconds passed. Behind the tide of zombies nearly 3 kilometers away from the city wall, a huge fireball silently bloomed. After a few seconds, the dull sound of explosion finally came. Boom! At the point where the shell landed, a huge gap with a diameter of nearly 10 meters was cleared in an instant. Both the ordinary zombies and the mutants mixed in them were torn into pieces by the violent shock waves and shrapnel. The blast wave even knocked the zombies within dozens of meters to the ground. Behind the city wall, there was deathly silence. Fuck. Someone uttered 2 words in a dreamy tone. This completely ignited everyone's emotions. It works! It works! We hit them! We've hit their home base! The gunner is awesome! The old soldier's face flushed with excitement. He patted the barrel of his gun and yelled to the soldiers behind him, "What are you still standing there for? Fire! All gun ports, target the fan-shaped area behind the target, 3 rapid-fire rounds. Fire! Boom! 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 boom. The dull sound of shells being fired began to sound rhythmically, like the heartbeat on the battlefield. The soldiers worked in pairs, one responsible for adjusting the angle and the other for loading. They were confused at first, but soon became proficient. One mortar shell after another was stuffed into the barrel and then whistled into the sky. In the night sky, it seemed as if a deadly meteor shower made of steel was falling. Behind the distant tide of zombies, it has completely turned into a minefield. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions sounded in the area like rolling thunder. The ground was plowed repeatedly, and black soil mixed with the remains of zombies was thrown high into the sky again and again, then fell down, and was then picked up by the next explosion. The rear army of the zombie tide, which had been relatively well organized before, was thrown into complete chaos by this sudden attack from the sky. Unable to find the enemy, they could only spin around aimlessly in place, or be driven around by the shock wave of the explosion, flying around like headless flies. The shrill scream sounded again, but this time, the voice was no longer calm and steady as before. Instead, it became short and sharp, filled with unconcealable anger and confusion. Obviously, this long-range attack that was beyond its understanding made the commander hiding behind the scenes lose his composure. Under the chaotic command, the zombie tide's offensive completely collapsed. The zombie horde in front was unable to advance due to the bombardment of mines and rockets, and the zombie horde in the back was blown to pieces by mortars. The suffocating tide of 100,000 zombies was completely stunned at this moment. Lin Mo's eyes were sharp as a torch, and he issued another order. The pilot team stopped attacking and switched to search mode. Compare the image intelligence collected previously and find the command unit. Receive. More than a dozen coordinated responses were heard in the pilot team's channel. All the pilots shifted their attention from the large-scale bombing to the small screen in front of them. The image on the screen kept jumping, the ground in the distance was repeatedly lit up by artillery fire, and the smoke and body parts made the vision extremely poor. All units, raise your altitude and look down from above, keeping an eye out for any unusual gathering points of zombies. Li Wei's voice sounded in the channel. He and the Night Blade team completed the reconnaissance and had returned to the city smoothly without any casualties. The information they brought back, especially the images, was crucial for finding the zombie command unit. More than a dozen drones immediately climbed to a height of 100 meters. Looking down from this height, the entire rear of the battlefield was in chaos. The mortars landed in random patterns, yet covered the entire area. The zombies were blown all over the place, and no effective organization could be seen at all. The target is too chaotic to find the suspicious unit, a pilot reported, his tone a little anxious. Nothing was found in Area C. They are all headless flies. Same thing with Area D. They're just going in circles. Intelligence continued to accumulate, but the results were disappointing. The commander was like a drop of water merging into the ocean. He could not be found among the tens of thousands of chaotic zombies. Lin Mo stood behind the city wall and did not urge. He just looked at the area covered by artillery fire in the distance, as if waiting for something. Just then, that familiar scream came again from the depths of the tide of corpses. But unlike before, this time the screams were short and chaotic, mixed with an unconcealable panic. Found it. Chen Jing's voice sounded on the channel, with a hint of surprise and relief. Found it. Chen Jing's voice broke the chaos in the communication channel. For a moment, all the pilots' operations paused. Share your picture. Li Wei's voice sounded immediately. The next second, the main screen in the command vehicle and on the tactical tablet next to Lin Mo was occupied by a brand new picture. That was the perspective of a drone looking down from a high altitude. Behind the tide of zombies under the continuous artillery fire, one area seemed extremely abnormal. The flames and air waves from the explosion blew the ordinary zombies around toppling over, but the zombies in that area were like ants huddled together in the raging sea. There were dozens of huge mutants, including those with giant arms, bloated spitters, and even a few swift-moving special infected bodies. Instead of fleeing in all directions, they gathered towards a central point regardless of everything and formed a wall of flesh and blood with their huge bodies. Just now, a mortar shell landed on the edge of this wall. The violent energy tore the two giant arm mutants into pieces. It was this close threat of death that made the commander hiding in the center scream in panic. Chen Jing quickly zoomed in on the scene. Behind the meat shield made up of advanced mutants, a thin figure was moving quickly. Its disproportionately huge head appeared particularly clear in the firelight. That's it. Li Wei had seen on the screen before, the deformed zombie that was suspected to be the command unit. That's it. Li Wei's voice rang out in the channel, filled with suppressed excitement. All drones, lock onto that location and continue to provide coordinates. Artillery, listen to my orders. Lin Mo didn't say any extra words. He picked up a walkie-talkie and switched directly to the channel of the artillery position. Behind the city wall, the red-faced veteran was shocked when he heard the voice on the walkie-talkie. Exist. Did you receive the coordinates? Got it, boss. It's been calibrated. The veteran responded loudly as he looked at the red dot transmitted in real time by the drone on the handheld terminal. All gun ports, only one target, blow it to ashes. Lin Mo's tone was calm. Understood. The veteran put down the walkie-talkie, turned around and shouted at the 10 artillery crews at the top of his lungs. Attention everyone. Target enemy command unit. Coordinates have been sent. Fire 3 rounds in rapid succession. Ignore barrel wear and tear. Shoot. Beat. The soldiers of the 10 artillery crews seemed to be injected with stimulants, and the loaders held the shells and stuffed them into the barrels as quickly as possible. Boom. 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 The sounds of gunshots being fired were faster and heavier than before. The ground vibrated slightly under the recoil of the gun. In just over 10 seconds, 30 shells were sent into the sky, forming a dense barrage of death, covering the single coordinate point. Behind the distant tide of zombies, the deformed commander seemed to have sensed the impending catastrophe. It let out the sharpest and most shrill roar it had ever heard. The sound was no longer a command, but an instinctive cry of fear of death. Following this shriek, the entire battlefield underwent strange changes. In front of the city wall, the mutants that were attacking the defense line, especially the dozens of the fastest crawlers and the most powerful giant arm mutants, seemed to have received some irresistible call and suddenly stopped their attack. They gave up the city walls that were within reach, gave up the flesh and blood that was within their reach, turned around suddenly, and launched a charge towards the rear positions. What are they doing? In the passage of the city wall, a soldier looked at a mutant with giant arms that had just been smashing the wall and turned and ran away, with a confused look on his face. They are defending. They are protecting their king. Nightingale understood instantly. Lin Mo's saturation bombing hit the weakest part of the zombie tide. The pressure on the defense line suddenly eased at this moment. A mutant that originally required the concentrated firepower of 3 or 5 people to suppress now voluntarily withdrew from the battlefield. Opportunity. The captain of the guard reacted extremely quickly. He yelled at the top of his lungs, all firepower. Aim at those mindless, ordinary zombies. Clear the area below the city wall. The soldiers' morale was greatly boosted. RPG shooters no longer need to aim at those big guys with thick skin and flesh, but can instead fire their shells into the densest group of ordinary zombies. The flamethrower operator also rushed to the wall and swept long dragons of fire at the zombies that had lost their command and were wandering around in a daze under the city. For a moment, the area in front of the city wall became a one-sided slaughterhouse. And at the farthest end of the battlefield, the 30 mortar shells arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions so violent that they could not be described in words occurred simultaneously in that small area. The ground seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible giant hand and then torn apart. Mud, gravel, flesh, and limbs were swept hundreds of meters into the sky by the violent energy, forming a huge black and red flower of death. The meat shield composed of advanced mutants was instantly evaporated by 1/3 under this devastating blow. The remaining mutants were also blown away and rolled a long way on the ground, their bodies covered with horrific wounds. The smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the drone's vision. What's the situation? Did it hit the target? Li Wei asked nervously. The smoke is too thick. We can't see clearly. Chen Jing's voice came, lowering altitude. The drone flew through the choking smoke. The picture became clear again. The center of the explosion was a giant crater with a diameter of more than 30 meters. The crater was filled with charred body parts, and its complete shape could no longer be seen. But, at the edge of the crater, the deformed commander was still alive. One of its legs was blown off and half of its body was covered in blood, but it was not dead. Beside it, the 3 largest giant arm mutants used their bodies as the final barrier and withstood most of the impact. At this moment, the 3 giant arm mutants were already dying, their bodies riddled with holes, but they were still struggling, protecting the commander in the middle. Not dead yet, Chen Jing reported. Artillery, keep going. Lin Mo's voice was calm. Second round. Rapid fire. Fire. The veteran's roar sounded again. Boom, boom, boom. A new round of artillery shells rose into the air again. At the edge of the crater, the deformed commander let out a desperate roar. It seemed to know that it could no longer escape. At this moment, one of the giant armed mutants, which was only breathing its last breath, made a move that no one expected. It stretched out its relatively intact giant arm, grabbed the commander on the ground, and stuffed it into its exploded chest. Then, the giant-armed mutant turned over and curled up into a ball. The zombies nearby immediately rushed forward, piling up layer upon layer, forming a barrier of flesh and blood with their bodies. The next second, shells fell from the sky, blooming flowers of death. The second round of 30 mortar shells accurately covered the small area. Rumble. This time the explosions were more frequent and violent than any previous ones. The earth was like a drum being struck by a heavy hammer. Continuous vibrations came from underground, causing the artillery positions behind the city wall to tremble slightly. The flames from the explosion illuminated the distant night sky as bright as day. A black and red mushroom cloud, even more hideous than the previous one, rose into the sky. The flesh and blood barrier composed of advanced mutants was instantly torn apart and thrown into the sky by this force that was enough to flatten a small hill. On the city wall, everyone stopped what they were doing. The soldiers stared blankly with their mouths open at the devastating scene in the distance. Dead. He's dead, his ashes will be scattered. Well done, artillery brothers, you're awesome. After a brief silence, thunderous cheers erupted from the city wall. The fatigue, fear, and despair that had been suppressed all night were completely released at this moment. Some soldiers even threw away their guns, hugged each other, and jumped up and down. At the artillery position, the old soldier was gasping for breath. His face was blackened by smoke, only his teeth were white. It's over. It's all over. The soldiers next to them also slumped to the ground. The rapid shooting had drained every bit of their strength, but everyone's face was filled with excitement at having survived the disaster. Once the commander died, these tens of thousands of zombies became scattered and no longer posed a threat. They held on. However, Lin Mo did not laugh. His attention was still fixed on the tactical tablet in front of him. The images sent back by the drone became dotted with snow due to severe electromagnetic interference and smoke. Chen Jing, descend again and conduct reconnaissance. Received, but the smoke is too heavy and the signal is unstable. Chen Jing's voice was filled with the noise of electricity. The image on the screen shook violently. A drone was rushing towards the core of the explosion, risking being torn to pieces by the aftermath of the shock wave. The smoke and dust began to dissipate slowly, and the picture gradually became clear. At the center of the explosion, the giant crater of more than 30 meters became even larger, almost merging into a bottomless black depression. No body parts larger than a palm could be found in the crater. But at the very edge of the crater, the body of the giant armed mutant curled up in a ball was still there. However, the huge body had been blown to less than one-third, with the charred skeleton exposed and emitting green smoke. Found it. Li Wei's voice rang out. The drone camera zoomed in sharply. Beneath the broken corpse of the giant arm, a mass of charred, bloody flesh was wriggling slightly. It's that deformed commander. It's still alive. On the city wall, the cheers stopped abruptly. The smiles on every soldier's face froze. 2 rounds of saturation bombardment with 60 82mm mortar shells almost flattened everything around it. It's not dead yet. Although its entire lower body had disappeared and a large hole had been broken in its huge head, revealing the pulsating tissue inside, it was indeed still alive. Artillery, prepare for the 3rd round. Lin Mo's voice was clearly transmitted to the artillery position through the intercom. The veterans and soldiers who were slumped on the ground shuddered, struggled to get up, and rushed to their artillery positions. Quick! Reload! At this moment, the ball of flesh and blood, with only half of its body left, suddenly raised its tattered head. It has no eyes, but it seems to be able to penetrate space and see everyone on the city wall. Ah dash! A scream that cannot be described in any words erupted from the depths of its throat. The voice was no longer an order, no longer a roar. It was a desperate howl that was a fusion of endless pain, resentment, and madness. The sound spread throughout the battlefield instantly through some unknown frequency. The tens of thousands of zombies that were being suppressed by firepower or wandering around aimlessly stopped at the same moment. Front, back, left, right. All the zombies, whether they were ordinary walking corpses or those bizarre mutants, stood frozen in place. Then, they slowly and in unison turned their heads. Pairs of eyes, some cloudy and some scarlet, were all focused on the towering walls of the new city. No more confusion, no more hesitation. The formation that had been broken up by artillery fire was now reunited in an even more terrifying way. It was a pure formation without any tactics, designed only for destruction. Fuck! The rifle in a soldier's hand slipped to the ground with a crisp sound. It's not dead yet, it's giving orders. Nightingale's face turned pale and she looked at Lin Mo suddenly. Artillery! Lin Mo roared into the intercom, 3rd round. Now! Immediately! At the artillery position, the veterans and soldiers who had just gotten up were terrified by the rising resentment. Hearing Lin Mo's order, the old soldier shuddered and yelled with a hoarse voice. Reload! Quick! Reload for me! The soldiers hurriedly picked up the shells and aimed them at the muzzles with trembling hands. It was at this moment. Roar dash! A dull roar, as if coming from deep underground, sounded from the front of the tide of corpses. That was the battle cry of dozens of giant armed mutants simultaneously. The huge body began to move, no longer dodging or detouring, but took heavy steps and charged towards the city wall. Their movement is like a signal. The entire tide of zombies moved. Tens of thousands of zombies charged in the same direction at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The earth began to shake violently, and rubble from the city walls fell down. That was not the vibration caused by the explosion, but the resonance produced by tens of thousands of feet hitting the ground at the same time. The black waves rushed towards the city wall frantically. They stepped over the mines, and the exploding flames and shrapnel tore them apart, but the zombies behind them did not stop and stepped directly over the wreckage of their companions. They rushed into the explosion range of the rocket and were blown away by the shock wave, but more zombies poured in from the gap. They completely gave up on defense and hiding, and turned their bodies into the most primitive weapons for attacking the city. Fire! The officer's eyes were bloodshot and he roared at the top of his lungs, "Fire freely! Shoot all the bullets!" On the city wall, the defense line that had been silent for a moment suddenly erupted into flames more intense than ever before. The barrel of the heavy machine gun turned red in a matter of seconds. The assault rifle shooters no longer aimed, but just mechanically pulled the trigger, fired, changed magazines, and fired again. The soldiers carrying RPGs used the shells as grenades and fired one after another at the city. The fire dragons spewed out by the flamethrowers plowed charred furrows in the tide of corpses, but they were soon filled with subsequent corpses. Boom! 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 Behind the city wall, the third round of mortar shells finally took off. 30 shells, carrying everyone's hope, flew towards the shattered mass of flesh and blood. In the distant sky, 30 tiny black dots reached the apex of a parabola and then plunged downward. Boom, boom, boom. This time the explosion was no longer continuous thunder, but it was as if the entire earth was hit by a huge hammer. In an instant, everything in that locked area was torn apart and vaporized by the extreme energy. The giant armed mutant that used its remaining body to protect the commander, along with the layers of flesh and blood barriers around it, turned into flying charcoal and blood mist within the first thousandth of a second after the explosion. That deformed mass of flesh and blood that was barely surviving didn't even leave a trace. The moment it was completely wiped out, the desperate scream that resounded throughout the battlefield came to an abrupt end. The whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button. The sounds of artillery fire, gunfire, and roars all disappeared. The tens of thousands of zombies that were launching a desperate charge towards the city wall stopped in their tracks like puppets with their souls sucked out. Time froze at this moment. On the city wall, a young soldier looked at this strange scene, subconsciously stopped shooting, and muttered to himself, "It's over?" No one answered him. Everyone held their breath, looking at the motionless black ocean, their hearts in their throats. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The suffocating silence was broken by an even more violent roar. Roar dash. Not just one, but thousands of zombies roared at the same time. The last bit of sanity in their bodies vanished with the complete death of their commander. But the final order to charge to death was like a brand, engraved in their most primitive instincts. Rumble. The still black ocean began to boil again. This time, their charge was even more frantic than before. They were no longer an army, but an unstoppable natural disaster. Fire! Tishan roared at the top of his lungs, his voice distorted by fear and anger. Fire! Da-da-da-da! Bang! 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 Call! The roars of all the weapons intertwined again, more hysterical than ever before. But this time, the fierce firepower network failed to effectively slow down the zombie tide as before. The black waves hit the city wall. Boom! The first giant arm mutant slammed its shoulder hard into the thick reinforced concrete wall. The dull thud made everyone standing on the wall feel numb under their feet. The surface of the wall was cracked into spiderweb like fine lines. Boom! 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 More giant armed mutants arrived. They no longer used their fists, but their entire bodies, hitting the city walls again and again. The walls wailed. Waves of regular zombies followed. They were huddled in the corner, pushed and shoved by their companions behind them, their bodies squeezed and deformed, their bones cracking with a teeth-grinding sound. The zombies in front were squeezed to death, and the zombies behind stepped on their corpses and continued to move forward. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. The slope formed by the pile of corpses began to grow rapidly under the city wall at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Don't worry about those big guys. The Night Blade squad will handle it." An officer shouted at the top of his lungs, "Throw grenades down. Blast those piles of corpses. We can't let them pave the road." The soldiers untied grenades from their waists, pulled the safety pins, and threw them towards the growing pile of corpses under the wall. Boom! 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 The explosion blew the bodies into pieces, temporarily slowing the speed at which the slope of bodies rose. But the number of zombies was too large. As soon as a gap was blown open, more corpses would immediately fill it. "No bullets. I'm out of bullets," a heavy machine gunner shouted in despair. The ammunition box beside him was empty, and the red barrel of the gun emitted a burnt smell. RPG. Last shot. My flamethrower is running low on fuel. Panic began to spread. The previous fire suppression consumed an unimaginable amount of ammunition. And now, the final madness of the zombie tide has just begun. "What are you panicking about?" Nightingale's voice rang out amid the chaos. She had unknowingly stood at the edge of the wall. "Go to the back and move. The boss has restocked the supplies." Everyone paused and turned around suddenly. At some point, a large pile of brand new crates appeared out of nowhere next to the military volcano that had shrunk by half. More than any previous time. "What are you still standing there for?" The old soldier rushed over from the artillery position. He kicked open a box, and inside was neatly stacked heavy machine gun ammunition belts. He picked up a box and yelled, "Come and get some if you're out of bullets. Show these bastards what unlimited firepower is." Hope rekindled in the eyes of the desperate soldiers. "This box of M4 magazines is full. Grenades. All pineapples. What is this? A barrel? A spare barrel. Heavy. Your spare barrel." The soldiers replaced the hot barrels, loaded new belts, and once again poured down the metal storm of death. The balance of victory once again tilted towards humanity. After losing their command, even mutants cannot pose a fatal threat, let alone ordinary zombies. The 10-meter-high city wall is an insurmountable obstacle that they will never be able to cross in their lifetime. Some mutants were able to rush up the city wall, but they had to face the Nightblade Squad, who were ready for battle. As awakened ones, the Nightblade Squad's tactical skills are much stronger than those of ordinary soldiers. When the mutants rush up, they first have to take dozens of bullets in their faces, or even a rocket, and then they are attacked by various superpowers. They fall back the same way they came up. Immediately afterwards, fierce flames broke out from the side of the corpse group. After Lin Mo came back, he contacted Fang Zhou and his awakened team and asked them to go around to the east gate and south gate of the new city to receive supplies. The fuel tanks were filled and boxes of ammunition were moved in. Now that the zombie commander was killed and the zombies were leaderless, these awakened teams became active again. The dawn of victory is just around the corner. As time went on, the gunshots gradually became sparse. The zombie horde's fearless and crazy charge finally began to collapse in the face of the absolute firepower advantage. A slope of corpses collapsed because it could not bear the holes left by the shattered corpses below. Dozens of zombies that were climbing up rolled down like dumplings and were trampled into meat paste by their companions who came from behind. This little collapse was like a lit fuse. The chain reaction began. More and more piles of corpses began to collapse, and the offensive that was about to reach the top of the wall collapsed in an instant. The zombies who had lost their target were spinning around in chaos under the city wall, crowding and trampling on each other. The suffocating pressure disappeared at this moment. The gunshots gradually became less frequent. The soldiers on the city wall went from being hysterical at first, to shooting mechanically, and now to selective firing. Everyone understood it. That black wave has completely lost its impact. There was no longer a slope piled with corpses under the city wall. As time went by, the remaining zombies turned back into a group of Walking Dead driven only by instinct. They wandered aimlessly among the corpses of their companions, pushing and shoving each other, and some mutants even killed each other in a fight over a remaining corpse. The siege that lasted for a whole night was now in name only. "Cease fire." Tishin used up his last bit of strength and let out a roar. The messenger beside him reacted immediately, picked up the walkie-talkie, and passed the order to the entire defense line. "Cease fire across the board. Cease fire." The soldiers who were still pulling the trigger paused and subconsciously released their fingers. The sound of gunfire suddenly stopped. The roar of the battlefield, which had lasted for several hours, suddenly disappeared at this moment. Deathly silence enveloped the city walls. The sudden silence made everyone's ears buzz and it was difficult to adapt for a while. The soldiers lay on the parapets, looking at the purgatory of corpses and scorched earth below the city, motionless. A few seconds later, woo, woo. A young soldier buried his face in his arms, his shoulders shaking violently, and his suppressed crying was particularly clear in the silence. The crying sound was like a fuse. Ah dash! A soldier stood up suddenly, raised the rifle in his hand high, and let out a long howl with all his strength. "We won! We won!" The brief silence was completely broken. Thunderous cheers erupted from every corner of the city wall and reached the sky. The soldiers threw away their weapons and took off their helmets and threw them into the air. They hugged each other, hit each other's backs with their fists, and cried and laughed. At the artillery position, the old soldier sat down next to the scorching barrel, took out a crushed cigarette from his pocket, lit it with trembling hands, took a deep puff, and was choked to the point of coughing violently, with tears and snot streaming down his face. In the command vehicle, the members of the pilot team took off their headphones, slumped in their chairs, and gasped for breath. Chen Jing buried her face in the operating table, her body twitching, and it was unclear whether she was crying or laughing. The fatigue, fear, and despair that had been suppressed throughout the night were completely released at this moment, accompanied by the joy of victory, like a flood breaking through a dam. Nightingale looked at the tactical tablet. The dense red dots representing the zombie tide had become sparse and no longer posed a threat. Her body swayed and was supported by Lin Mo beside her. "Boss, we held on." There was a hint of exhaustion in her voice. "Yes, we held on." Lin Mo nodded. Looking at the group of survivors on the city wall, he gave new instructions to Nightingale. "Count casualties. Send the medical team in immediately to treat the wounded. Notify the logistics department to prepare food and hot water and send them to the city wall. Prepare gasoline barrels and burn the pile of corpses under the city wall. Also, contact Bai Lu and the others and let them go into the city to rest. Orders were issued one after another in an orderly manner, bringing the command system, still immersed in the joy of victory, back to work. Nightingale took a deep breath and immediately began contacting various departments. Soon, things became busy behind the city wall. Teams of medical soldiers rushed up the city wall carrying stretchers and carried the wounded soldiers down. The logistics staff pushed the food cart and distributed steaming hot soup and bread to everyone. A soldier was wolfing down the broth. Halfway through, he suddenly started crying, and the broth mixed with his tears flowed into his mouth. No one laughed at him, because many people are like this. Half an hour later, the atmosphere on the city wall changed from ecstasy to a tired but satisfied calm. The wounded were properly accommodated and everyone was given hot meals. At the foot of the city wall, soldiers were pouring barrels of gasoline on the piles of corpses. Flames shot up into the sky and a strong burnt smell drifted in the wind, but this time, no one found it unpleasant. That is the medal of victory. At this time, Nightingale walked quickly to Lin Mo. Boss, the awakened teams from the Ark, Lighthouse, and Hive have all entered the East Gate for rest and recuperation. She paused and continued her report. The Rock King, the Captain, the Wise One, and the Queen Bee have all sent communications and want to speak with you. Lin Mo waved his hand, replied to them, I will contact them after the post-war processing is completed. Open the door of the shelter, let everyone out, and let them witness this victory. The heavy door slowly slid open to both sides with a harsh friction sound. A ray of light pierced into the darkness deep within the underground shelter, causing the people crowded at the door to subconsciously squint their eyes. The strong smell of burnt and blood filled the air and seeped in through the crack of the open door, making everyone's heart rise to their throat. They hid underground for a whole night and could only hear faint explosions and vibrations above their heads. Every violent vibration was like the footsteps of death, stepping on everyone's heart. Now, the sound stopped. But no one knows whether what awaits them outside is the dawn of victory or the hell on earth after the city is broken. A white-haired old man, leaning on a cane, walked tremblingly in front. Behind him is a mother holding her child, a husband supporting his partner, and a young boy with a childish face. Thousands of eyes, filled with fear and expectation, looked at the increasingly widening crack in the door. The door is wide open. The early morning light, mixed with the flames rising into the sky, caught everyone's eyes. Then, everyone froze. They saw it. Beneath the city walls was a veritable sea of blood and corpses. Black corpses piled up like mountains, and countless broken limbs covered the ground. Dozens of huge fires were burning fiercely, like stars under the night sky, illuminating the vast purgatory with flickering lights. Thick black smoke rolled up, covering half of the sky. And on top of the towering city wall, soldiers, their bodies covered in blood and gunpowder, were leaning against the parapets, watching them silently. There was no roar of zombies, no screams of despair. There is only the dead silence of the survivors and the silent exhaustion of the victors. A mother holding her child felt her legs go weak and she fell to her knees, bursting into tears. Her crying was like a switch. More and more people collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. The fear that had been suppressed all night finally broke out when he saw the scene before him. Zinken, defended. Win. We won. I don't know who shouted first, but then the crowd burst into deafening cheers. They rushed out of their shelters and rushed to the city walls, waving their arms to the soldiers on the walls and expressing their gratitude in the simplest language. Hero! You are our heroes! The cheers faded away like a wave, replaced by a kind of post-disaster tranquility and indescribable fatigue. The soldiers on the city wall collapsed one by one, as if their bones had been pulled out. Some leaned against the wall, while others sat directly on the cold ground, and the rifles in their hands slipped to the side, making crisp collision sounds. They just looked at the burning sea of corpses and fire below the city without saying a word. The high-intensity fighting that lasted a whole night drained the last bit of their physical and mental strength. The crowd pouring out of the underground shelter quieted down after their initial ecstasy and gratitude. They looked at the sculpture-like figures on the city wall, faces that were younger than their sons, husbands, and brothers, but now were filled with vicissitudes of life that were inconsistent with their age. One soldier, exhausted, swayed and slid down the edge of the parapet to the ground, never to get up again. The comrades next to him were shocked and hurried to check. Fortunately, he was just fainted from exhaustion. Just as he was about to help the soldier up, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground, unable to move a finger. This small movement broke the silence. An old woman with gray hair hobbled to the foot of the city wall. She took off her relatively clean scarf and threw it up with all her strength. The scarf drew an arc in the air, but failed to reach the 10-meter-high city wall and fell down again. But her actions seemed like a signal. Children, come down and rest. We've got hot water for you. Come down quickly. Stop blowing in the wind up there. Shouts broke out one after another from the crowd. Tishan wiped the black dust off his face. He looked at the sincere faces below the city, then looked at the brothers around him who could barely stand, and squeezed out a word from his hoarse throat. Go down. Go down in batches to rest. The soldiers supported each other and walked down the city wall step by step along the stairs. When the first soldier stepped onto the ground, two middle-aged men immediately rushed up and grabbed his arms without saying a word. Brother, thank you for your hard work. The soldier was stunned. He wanted to say something, but found his throat was too dry to make any sound. More and more civilians gathered around. They no longer cheered loudly, but carefully supported every soldier who came down from the city wall as if they were the most precious treasure. A young soldier's arm was grazed by a stray bullet during the battle, and blood soaked his sleeve, but he was completely unaware. A woman pushing a food cart saw this and immediately tore off a piece of clean white cloth from the cart and clumsily but carefully bandaged him. Does it hurt? The woman's voice trembled. The soldier shook his head, but his eyes were red. At the artillery position, the old soldier leaned against the still warm gun barrel and smoked his last cigarette. He stood up and prepared to help clean up the battlefield, but saw a few children standing timidly not far away, holding a few steaming breads in their hands. The little girl in the lead mustered up the courage to step forward and hand the bread to him. Uncle, here you go. The veteran looked into the clear eyes, rubbed his rough hands on his pants, and then carefully took the bread. He opened his mouth to say thank you, but only a hoarse syllable came out. He turned his face away, not wanting the children to see him crying. That night, he personally ordered hundreds of artillery shells to be sent into the sky, raising the distant positions to the ground. But at this moment, a warm loaf of bread weighed heavier on him than any metal. The joy of victory truly settled into everyone's heart at this moment. It was not about destroying the carnival of many enemies, but about protecting the stability and peace of the families behind us. Lin Mo did not disturb this warmth. He stood on the city wall, watching the soldiers and civilians sitting together harmoniously, sharing food and hot water, with a faint smile on his face. Nightingale finished the work at hand and walked over. The casualties have been counted. Her voice was soft. 27 guards were killed and 31 were seriously injured. 6 members of the Night Blade team were killed and 7 were seriously injured. Most of the casualties were concentrated in the final, reckless charge of the zombie tide. Lin Mo nodded. The loss this time was huge, but it was much better than expected. Facing a tide of 100,000 zombies, even with the presence of commander units, being able to defend the new city at such a tiny cost is definitely a victory that will go down in history. The pension will be paid at 3 times the highest standard. Lin Mo said calmly, erect a monument in the best location in the new city and engrave the names of all the brothers who sacrificed their lives on it. For those seriously injured, ensure they receive the best possible treatment. If they become disabled, Zinken will support them for the rest of their lives. Yes, boss. Nightingale wrote down the order. She looked at the soldiers in the distance. Even though they were so tired that they couldn't open their eyes, they would subconsciously straighten their backs when they took the food handed to them by civilians. They are all heroes. Nightingale said softly. Yeah. Lin Mo responded and looked at the mountain of ammunition boxes. This battle almost used up all the ammunition he brought back. The seemingly endless ammunition has actually reached its limit. If the number of zombies were a little larger, the new city might no longer exist. Nightingale noticed Lin Mo's movements and followed his gaze. Boss, what are you looking at? The firelight illuminated Lin Mo's profile, making it impossible to see his expression. Nothing. Lin Mo's voice was calm. Just doing some calculations. Nightingale was a little confused. Lin Mo looked at the fire outside the city and added lightly. Someone must be held accountable for this loss. A zombie tide wouldn't just appear for no reason, and with such a clear goal, there must be someone behind it. Hearing this, Nightingale's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned cold. He asked, Boss, are you doubting the Awakened One before? Previously, Ark caught a traitor, who colluded with a spiritual awakener codenamed Sting outside to organize a zombie tide to deal with Zinken. However, the zombie tide at that time was not large, with only a few thousand zombies, and not many mutants. It's nothing like this time, there are hundreds of thousands of zombies and countless mutants. Lin Mo looked up towards the northwest of the new city and asked, which direction did the zombie tide come from? Where is it further away? Nightingale narrowed her eyes and quickly gave an answer, Haizu City. Haizu. Lin Mo pondered, then asked, if we extend the line between Haizu and Zinken Liancheng further, where is it? Nightingale was at a loss for words when asked this question. Fortunately, there was a map, and I got the answer after checking it. Logistics Port. The production site of Thor 8 batteries. Boss, do you suspect the enemy is from Haizu? Nightingale spoke to break the silence. Yeah. Lin Mo nodded. I suspect the Skydome laboratory in Haizu was captured, and the Pioneer Mecha inside was taken. From the information provided by Wang Chongming and Zhou Yuan, it seems that it can only be powered by Thor-8 batteries, and the Thor-8 battery production line is only in the logistics port. Following Lin Mo's analysis, Nightingale also quickly deduced what had happened. The forces that obtained the Pioneer wanted to obtain the Thor No. 8 battery, but Haizu was more than 200 kilometers away from here, and it would be easy for the entire army to be wiped out if they went on an expedition, so they simply sent spies to investigate the situation. Later, he discovered 4 major forces including the Rock Arc, so he wanted to annex and combine the 4 major forces, and then attack the logistics port. It's just that Lin Mo's sudden appearance disrupted the entire plan. Boss. Nightingale was puzzled. It's possible, but there are many reasons why it doesn't make sense. After a pause, Nightingale added, for example, the previous case of Bee Sting. His mental state didn't seem like someone who could be entrusted with such an important task. And this time, the zombie tide is so massive, and there's a command unit we've never seen before. If this is artificially driven, then Haizu might have undergone changes we're not aware of. Lin Mo's eyes were deep, and he said calmly, everything is speculation now, but at least it is a direction. It's just that Haizu is too far away, so we can only put it aside for now. The most urgent thing is to focus on the present. The previous order remains unchanged. Treating the wounded is the top priority. At the same time, pay attention to biochemical control. There must be no outbreak of infection in the city. By the way, Bai Lu and the others have entered the city, right? Let's find a place for them to rest. They contributed a lot in this defense of the city, and we can't treat them unfairly. Nightingale nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, boss, I'll arrange it right away. Wait. Lin Mo stopped her. Organize people to incinerate the zombies outside the city to avoid contamination. Send people to recover the crystal cores. Those who are willing to go will receive higher treatment standards. Prepare protective clothing to avoid infection. Clear. Nightingale was very efficient and came back with a document to report soon. Boss, the recruitment notice has been sent out. Those who are willing to participate in the battlefield cleanup will receive 100 kilograms of food each, and additional contribution points will be calculated based on the number of crystal cores recovered. All participants must wear the full set of protective clothing we provide, and after completing their work, they must undergo a strict disinfection procedure. Boss, here's the exchange list I made. I've also included cigarettes, alcohol, and other supplies. What do you think? Lin Mo took the document, glanced at it, and nodded. Let's do it according to your plan. How many people have signed up? There are over 500 people, and the number is still increasing. Nightingale's tone was filled with surprise. They don't seem to be afraid at all. Lin Mo looked past her and into the distance. A long queue has formed in the open space behind the new city. Although fear still remained on the faces of the civilians who came out of the shelter, they were more determined to have survived the disaster. They are no longer lambs to be protected. This victory made them realize that if they wanted to survive in this world, they had to fight for it with their own hands. Let them go. Lin Mo's voice was calm. Tell them that Zinken doesn't support idlers, but it won't mistreat anyone who is willing to work hard. Go tell engineer Zhao to get the construction team ready to start repairing the west and north walls. Yes. Nightingale turned and left, and began to organize people and distribute protective equipment. Soon, the first team wearing white protective suits walked out of the city gate, pushing specially made large iron carts. When they saw the hellish scene outside the city with their own eyes, many people couldn't help but retching. But no one backed down. Under the guidance of the soldiers, they began the cleanup work. Some people were responsible for gathering the scattered corpses and throwing them into the crematorium. Another group of people formed a professional crystal core recovery team. Armed with specially made long-handled pliers and cutting tools, they skillfully broke open the mutant's charred skull and extracted glowing crystal cores. Initially, the crystal cores were packed in small bags. Soon, the small bags were no longer enough, so they were replaced with buckets. Half an hour later, the first iron cart filled with crystal cores was slowly pushed back into the city. Crash! A whole truckload of crystal cores was dumped onto the open space in front of the command vehicle. The transparent, light red, and dark blue crystal cores collided with each other, making a crisp and pleasant sound, and a small pile of crystal cores was piled up on the ground. Everyone who saw this scene held their breath for a moment. 3 teams of awakened people entered the city from the east gate and the south gate and happened to see this scene. They looked at the pile of crystal clear crystals, their Adam's apples rolling up and down. Damn, there must be thousands of them in this truck, right? The captain of the lighthouse team, a burly bald man, couldn't help but swear. This is just one car. Bai Lu's voice was a little dry. There are at least tens of thousands of bodies outside. Everyone was silent. This battle was certainly difficult, but the rewards were also quite exaggerated. Such a large number of crystal cores are enough to significantly increase the strength of the awakened people in the new city. Crash! The second iron car came back, followed by the third and the fourth. The crisp sound of collision became the only sound in the area. The pile of crystal cores on the ground was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. From a small mound of earth, it turned into a small hill. The sunlight shines on the crystal core mountain, reflecting a dazzling light that hurts people's eyes. Just then, Lin Mo walked towards them. Nightingale followed behind him, holding a tactical tablet. Several captains immediately collected their thoughts and stood up straight. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Mo's opening remarks were simple. You guys have made an invaluable contribution to our defense this time. Boss Lin, you are too polite. We are just harassing from the outside. Your troops are the ones who will really have to deal with the tough tasks. Bai Lu immediately expressed his opinion. Others also echoed. This is not a compliment, it's the truth. Although they killed a lot of zombies on the periphery, it was nothing compared to the meat grinder on the main battlefield of the city wall. Lin Mo didn't continue to be polite, he pointed to the crystal core mountain. You deserve a share of the spoils. The breathing of hundreds of awakened people paused in unison. Lin Mo didn't hesitate and continued, you will take 30% of all the crystal cores seized this time. The scene fell into dead silence. This time, there are 100,000 zombies attacking, with many mutants and countless ordinary zombies starting to breed primary crystal nuclei. The number of crystal nuclei recovered in the end will definitely exceed 10,000. 30%, that's a full 3,000 crystal cores. Mr. Lin. The captain of the Awakened Ones in the lighthouse stammered, This is too much. We didn't contribute much, and we don't deserve it. Bai Lu reacted much faster than him. She did not refuse, but bowed deeply to Lin Mo. Thank you, Mr. Lin.